This time, when Braun left, he chose not to fly. Instead, he used the flu network. While it was much faster, the experience was absolutely dreadful. Braun felt as though his brain was being torn apart, the dizzying sensation making him nauseous. Braun, is this France? Oh my God. These buildings are gorgeous. Dinah exclaimed, twirling around excitedly. However, her enthusiasm was short-lived. But, the air is so thick with smoke. It smells awful, she added, wrinkling her nose. She tugged at Braun's sleeve, eager to explore, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. It was as if she had never seen the world before. Feeling the curious and amused gazes of passers-by, Braun felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. Can you not be so embarrassing? We're here to meet someone, not to sightsee, he whispered sharply. Dinah pouted at his words, looking slightly offended. But the moment Braun handed her a snack, her mood lifted, and she devoured it hungrily. As soon as she finished, a sleek black Maybach pulled up beside them. The car door swung open, and Fury stepped out with a warm smile. Long time no see, Fury. Braun greeted him cheerfully. Fury returned the smile. Indeed, sir. Please get in the car. With practiced ease, he held the door open. Braun wasted no time, pulling Dinah, who hesitated for a moment, into the back seat with him. This seat is so soft. So this is a Muggle car. Dinah exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice as she ran her hands over the luxurious interior. For most wizards, riding in a Muggle vehicle was a rare experience. For Dinah, who had spent most of her life in Samba country, where interactions between wizards and Muggles were even less frequent, it was a completely novel experience. Oh, juice. Braun remarked, retrieving a bottle from the small icebox inside the car. He handed a glass to Dinah before leaning back and taking a sip himself, enjoying the smooth ride. The car moved toward the outskirts of the city, gradually picking up speed. As they drove deeper into the countryside, Braun began to sense traces of magic in the air. Then, without warning, Fury pressed a button, and a brilliant white light flashed across Braun's vision. When he blinked his eyes open, the cityscape had vanished. In its place was a dense, ancient forest. Through the trees, Braun could make out a distant manor standing tall and regal amidst the greenery. Once we pass through this forest, we'll reach the castle, Fury informed them with a smile. Braun nodded, his curiosity piqued. The last time he had been here, the house elves had handled his transport. He had never actually seen the road leading to the manor. Peering out the window, Braun observed the forest, catching glimpses of various creatures. There were common hares, but also magical beings such as carnivorous slugs and tree guardians. Further in, he spotted a group of mushrooms moving in a coordinated line, seemingly in search of a suitable spot to settle. Yet, they paid no mind to the car passing by, as though it were invisible to them. Noticing Braun's curiosity, Fury chuckled. The master has placed a magical barrier here. It prevents us from disturbing the creatures in the forest. They can't see us while we're inside the protected zone. Braun glanced at the barely noticeable magical devices hidden in the soil and nodded in understanding. It wasn't long before they emerged from the forest and approached the manor's towering iron gates, covered in lush magical vines. The gate shimmered with faint magical energy before opening on its own, allowing the car to pass through. Braun. A cheerful voice called out. Oh, it's been ages. I missed your peach fruit. Want to play wizard chess later? Two house elves, wearing patched straw hats, looked up from their weeding and waved excitedly. The mention of wizard chess made Braun shudder. No thanks. But I do have a new game we can try later. The elves exchanged puzzled glances, but Braun simply waved at them before continuing. Along the way, more familiar faces greeted him. Flower elves fluttered above, mischievous leprechauns peeked from behind bushes, and even a few mermaids watched from a nearby pond. Yet, one familiar face was missing. Braun frowned slightly. Where was Eliza? Braun, does everyone here know you? Dinah asked, her voice filled with nervousness. Yeah, this is my teacher's manor. I stayed here last summer, Braun explained casually. Before their conversation could continue, the car finally reached the castle. Standing at the entrance, wearing a composed yet welcoming smile, was none other than Nicholas Flamel himself. Teacher. Braun greeted him respectfully as he stepped out of the car. Flamel gave him a nod but, upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. His usually kind eyes turned serious. Come inside, he said, his voice firm. Braun felt a shiver run down his spine. He exchanged a quick glance with Dinah before following Flamel into the castle. Once inside, they settled into a cozy sitting area. A teapot floated over, pouring hot tea into delicate cups. Braun automatically grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth. Flamel turned his gaze toward Dinah. "You must be Dinah." Dinah, startled, shot up from her seat. Hello, Mr. Flamel." Flamel chuckled, motioning for her to sit. "Relax. There's no need to be nervous. I may be old, but I don't bite." Despite his reassurance, Dinah remained visibly tense. After all, she was sitting before one of the greatest alchemists in history, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a man who had achieved immortality. Who wouldn't be nervous? They shared a light conversation over lunch, and afterward, Fury took Dinah on a tour of Beauxbatons Academy, much to her delight. It had been her lifelong dream to study there. With Dinah occupied, Braun followed Flamel to his study. The moment they stepped inside, Flamel's demeanor turned grave. "What have you been up to lately?" he asked, his sharp eyes locking onto Braun. "You reek of an ominous presence." Braun stiffened at his teacher's words. His stomach twisted with unease. Taking a deep breath, he recounted everything. His dreams of the massive black dog, the way it seemed to be getting closer and closer. As he spoke, Flamel remained silent, deep in thought. The room grew heavy with tension. Finally, Flamel exhaled deeply, his gaze turning complex. "It has been at least 300 years since I last encountered such an omen." Braun swallowed hard. "Teacher, is the black dog in my dreams something I should be worried about? What exactly is it?" Flamel's expression was grim. The legend of the black dog dates back centuries. The first recorded sighting was by a wizard who died soon after witnessing the beast. Over time, the pattern repeated. Everyone who has seen it did not survive. Braun felt his blood run cold. "So, it really is an omen of death?" Flamel nodded. "We need someone skilled in dark curses. I'll contact Herpo the Foul. If anyone knows how to counter this, it's him." Without delay, Flamel pulled out a pure crystal ball and waved a hand over it. A moment later, a sinister-looking old man appeared within the glass, his expression twisted with intrigue. "Flamel? Oh, and you brought a kid. Another new soul for my collection." Herpo sneered. Flamel didn't respond. Instead, he pointed straight at Braun. And so, the real conversation began. Nicholas Flamel's gaze darkened as he spoke solemnly. "My disciple is haunted by something unknown. Is there anything you can do?" Helbo was visibly stunned. A terrifying smile stretched across his bark-like face. "Unknown? Now, this is rare." A withered hand emerged from the folds of his dark robes and, as if defying space itself, extended through the crystal ball, reaching towards Braun. The gnarled fingers curled around Braun's arm, searching for something unseen. After a long pause, Helbo withdrew his hand, now holding a swirling black mist. He brought it to his lips and inhaled it like a strand of noodles. A bone-chilling scream escaped his mouth as he chewed, his expression one of eerie satisfaction. "It certainly carries an ominous scent," he murmured, savoring the taste. "Can it be removed?" Nicholas Flamel asked seriously. "It's not difficult, but it will take time. For now, I can seal it. As long as his magical reserves don't deplete, he should be safe." With a flick of his wrist, Helbo cast a sealing spell. Braun let out a breath of relief. If it could be managed, that was all that mattered. Without waiting for Helbo to name his price, Braun pulled out nearly 1,000 large spirit storage bottles he had crafted over time. He had not made any smaller ones, his focus having been on the moving castle project. "These are the spirit bottles I created. I trust you will handle the rest," Braun said. Helbo chuckled. "I was planning to extract more from you, but seeing your offering, I'll let it slide." With a wave of his hand, the bottles vanished through the crystal ball, appearing on Helbo's end. Countless souls floated out, swallowed instantly by the old wizard. After a contented burp, Helbo's gaze softened toward Braun. "All right, let's seal this curse," he said. His sharp nails extended through the crystal ball, tracing a faint cut on Braun's arm. A strange symbol emerged, serpentine in nature, twisting and curling upon itself, its mouth wide as if consuming something unseen. Braun's vision blurred. He heard the echoing howls of a black dog and the hissing of a great serpent. In his mind's eye, he saw the massive black beast swallowed whole by the snake. When he regained focus, the serpent mark on his arm darkened before gradually fading away. "This seal will last about 2 months. After that, you'll need reinforcement. Once I complete my current research, I will remove the curse entirely," Helbo instructed. Without further words, Braun was dismissed as Flamel and Helbo continued their private discussion. Braun, unconcerned with their matters, left the study and headed toward the manor's lake. Standing at the water's edge, he called out. Ripples spread across the surface, and soon, a cluster of mermaids emerged. Among them was a sea blue-haired figure who approached the shore. Braun. Eliza's eyes lit up with delight. Long time no see. How have you been? Braun smiled, noting the hairpin he had gifted her last summer still nestled in her locks. I'm all right, though you never write, she replied with mock indignation. However, her eyes flickered with joy as they landed on the bracelet around Braun's wrist. Braun scratched his head. Sorry. School's been busy. As if remembering something, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a delicate necklace. I made this for you. Eliza gasped, her fingers tracing the beautiful design. It's stunning. Here, let me put it on for you, Braun said, fastening the necklace around her neck. She beamed. How does it look? Braun found himself momentarily speechless. Mermaids were already known for their beauty, but with the necklace enhancing her features, Eliza's radiance was almost mesmerizing. Eliza noticed his dazed expression and laughed nervously. Is it all right? It's beyond beautiful. Braun finally managed to say. His mind wandered as he recalled the properties of the necklace's material. Beautiful scales, originally used for evolving certain water-based Pokémon. Perhaps they held a special synergy with water-aligned creatures like mermaids, amplifying their natural beauty. Eliza blushed but was visibly pleased. She eagerly told Braun about life in the lake, and before long, their conversation flowed effortlessly, as if no time had passed. Oh, Braun. I nearly forgot. I'll be an adult soon, she suddenly announced with excitement. Braun blinked. Adult? But you're just a little older than me. Eliza nodded. For mermaids, adulthood isn't just about age. We live for nearly 300 years, and true adulthood comes at around 30. But my magic has been growing rapidly. The High Priestess says I'll be able to walk on land soon. Her voice lowered, cheeks tinged with pink. Then, I can visit you. Braun's eyes flicked toward her hairpin thoughtfully. Mermaids naturally had the ability to live on land once reaching maturity. It seemed Eliza's time was coming sooner than expected. He smiled. That's wonderful. When that time comes, I'll take you to my home. It's not as grand as my teacher's manor, but the gardens are beautiful. We can have picnics or visit Diagon Alley together. Eliza leaned into him, her joy evident. They continued chatting by the shore until the sun dipped below the horizon. As much as Braun wished to stay longer, he reluctantly bid Eliza farewell. Upon returning to the castle, he was surprised to find that Dinah had not returned. Dinah has started her classes at Beauxbatons, Fury explained while setting the table. Her previous schooling was lacking in many areas. She'll need time to catch up. Braun understood. Beauxbatons had been her dream, after all. Still, he regretted not saying goodbye. Dinner was a quieter affair, just Braun and Nicholas Flamel. Perenelle, Flamel's wife, was absent as usual, most likely indulging in the opera or visiting her fashion stores. As they ate, Braun cleared his throat. Teacher, there's something I want to discuss. I want to build an alchemic fortress. Flamel raised an eyebrow, intrigued. An alchemic fortress? That's no small feat. What's your plan? Braun pulled out a model he had crafted in Samba country. The moment Flamel laid eyes on it, his curiosity deepened. A moving castle. Inspired by the forest castle, I assume. Flamel asked, examining the design. Braun nodded. Yes, but I want more than just mobility. I want a structure with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, like Muggle tanks and aircraft. If wizards are ever exposed, we need something that can withstand their weapons. Flamel tapped his fingers against the table, his expression unreadable. Muggles have grown frighteningly powerful. It's said that an American experiment once vaporized an entire hidden wizarding village. This secrecy law we enforce isn't just about tradition, it's survival. His gaze shifted back to Braun. All right. Show me more. Let's see what you have planned.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Muggles have never been our enemies, Nico sighed. It's just that he can also understand Braun's thoughts. Unlike Dumbledore, as an alchemist, he was familiar with the importance of exploratory nature to wizards. The wizarding world has been dead water over the years, without any innovation. Not unrelated to the implementation of wizarding secrecy laws. For an alchemist, a strong desire to explore is the key to their success. Braun was the best student he had ever received over the years. Even Braun will really become the third generation of the Dark Lord in the future. As his teacher, Nicolame is also sure to fish the other party out. It's a big deal to go to Numajard and be a cellmate with Grindelwald. Do what you want. Don't tie your hands. Nicolame waved his hand. Looking at his teacher's bold look, Braun felt that he seemed to have misunderstood himself. But it doesn't matter. To be able to get the support of Nicolame, Braun's heart is very happy. 08. Then teacher, the resources support me again. Here is my blueprint. There are not many things, just a few £1,000 of mithril silver. Nicola Flamel picked up the bill of materials that Braun handed over indifferently. A few £1,000 of mithril is not much. 30,000 caddies of dark gold? Are you crazy or am I crazy? This. Teacher, am I not for the fortification of the castle? Braun sneered. It seems a little weak-hearted. If you think too much, it's negotiable. Nicolame rolled her eyes and ignored him. Originally, he thought it was only a few thousand caddies of mithril silver. It's nothing, opening the material list to know that I am naive. Mithril is indeed a few thousand caddies. But dark gold costs tens of thousands of caddies. This is not necessarily the entire wizarding world can produce so much. Unless the wizard is crazy enough to collect all the gold of the entire world and refine the dark gold. Otherwise, it would be foolish to get so much. Who is your teacher? You recognized the wrong person? Pushing the material single, Nicolame turned and left. Braun, / Obviously, just now he said that he would be a backer, let himself go, and don't tie his hands. How did it change in the blink of an eye? Sure enough, this thing still has to use a machine to be reliable. In a factory, Braun wore a hard hat and watched as the huge steel cooled in the water. Smelling the coal and iron around me, I couldn't help but feel emotion in my heart. The moving castle finally began to be built. It's just that Braun's defeated behavior was severely stopped by Nicolame. His original plan to build an entire castle with dark gold frustrated. It is only possible to craft the main body of the castle from star iron mixed with ordinary steel. That's right, even Mithril's plan was rejected by Nicolame. However, the other party gave Braun a method of refining special steel. This method is not alchemy, but a recipe for Muggle specialty steel. It is said that the steel formula used by the Amelian military to make the nuclear explosion bunker. The steel produced with this formula is very high in terms of toughness and durability, plus doped with a large amount of star iron. It makes it both magic guided. It can be said that it is not weaker than mithril in many performances. At the same time, it also made Braun understand. Sometimes alchemy is not about using better materials, the better the effect. Sometimes the combination of some low-grade materials can also achieve the effect of high-grade materials. With a lot of water mist, the steel was finally cast. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He was put in a special place by several workers driving a crane to visit. There are already large and small parts placed there. Just wait until all the parts are cast, Braun can assemble it directly. This is also the method that his teacher Nicola Flamel proposed to himself. In modern society, wizards also have to progress. This factory is another industry belonging to Nicolame. The main business is to make various large machinery. After giving the drawings, these Muggle engineers soon began to work collaboratively on the various parts. With the help of these mechanizations, the refining speed of the castle became very rapid, which could be described as a change every day. This is much faster than Braun slowly rubbing his hands alone. As for the leakage of the drawings, Braun was not worried. These are just the main parts. Even if the other party knows, at most it is to piece together a big toy that cannot move. Without alchemical circuits, without magic, these things are of no use. He didn't have anything to worry about. Not to mention that most of these engineers in the factory have been serving Nicola Flame since their ancestors like Fury. There is basically no need to worry about loyalty. After inspecting for a while, it was found that there was no problem. Braun returned to the manor satisfied. Today is Eliza's coming-of-age ceremony. Although the other party is young, his magic has reached the standard of adulthood. So 740 was unusually allowed to hold a coming-of-age ceremony. Braun naturally couldn't miss this important day. Change into a dress in the castle. Braun came to the lake. At this moment, this place is already full of creatures in the manor. House elves, little flower fairies, and, of course, mermaids. Most of them stood on the shore dressed. Some underage mermaids show their small heads in the lake and discuss with each other. Sorry, Eliza, I'm a little late. Braun said apologetically to Eliza. Nothing, it's not time yet. Eliza smiled gently. Maybe it's because today is an important day. She looked a little nervous, and her palms were slightly sweaty. Eliza was not the only one attending the bar mitzvah. There are also quite a few mermaids older than her. It's just that their expressions are somewhat similar. Everyone was nervous. After another while, the originally noisy voice gradually quieted down. One dressed in a gown woven with aquatic plants and shells. The sacrifice wearing the crown of pearls walked over. She holds a scepter. One step at a time. It looks solemn and solemn. Amid cheers, the ceremony begins. There are no solemn trumpets and complicated etiquette. In the Song of the Mermaids, sacrifices bless the mermaids one by one. The body of each blessed mermaid gradually changes. The tail of the fish gradually faded and became human legs. This means that they are adults and have the ability to live on land. Each blessed mermaid was particularly excited. And those little mermaids in the lake are one by one with envy. I look forward to growing up quickly. Slow down. Braun helped Eliza walk slowly on the grass. The newborn legs need exercise, so despite the faltering steps, Eliza persists. It's funny, it turns out that this is what it feels like to walk. Feeling the solace of her feet touching the dirt and her calves scratching the tip of the grass made her heart very happy. Night sleep. Nicola May also held a grand bonfire feast outside to congratulate the mermaids on their adulthood. It was late before Braun said goodbye to Eliza reluctantly. The newly adult mermaid although has the ability to live on land, but the legs still need to be constantly adapted, and it will take a while to really walk freely. In this fragile period, it is better to live in water. Braun sat opposite Nicolame and chatted over tea. How was your moving castle doing during this time? Nicole asked casually. During this time, he had been studying the affairs of the Samba country with other wizards. Although the Ministry of Magic of the Samba Kingdom tried to cover it up, but in the case of hundreds of travelers mysteriously disappeared. Naturally, the Ministries of Magic will not give up so easily. After reconnaissance from all sides, the news over there was naturally inevitable. Discussions between countries followed. So much so that Nicolame was obviously busy during this time. Even Sunset rarely returns to the castle. Now that he has time, he naturally has to take care of his only disciple. The main parts are almost the same, and it may take only 2 or 3 days to build all of them. After that, I just carved the magic circuit. Almost before the summer vacation. Braun said confidently. The materials are all ready and manufactured very quickly under the mechanization of the factory. When you turn back, you only need to assemble the shell and seal the magic circuit. Basically the mobile castle is successfully built. As for the decoration of the castle interior, it is a matter of later. It won't affect the combat effectiveness of the castle itself too much. See, Braun has his own plans. Nicolame didn't ask more, nodded his head and crossed the matter. After all, the castle has not been fully built yet, and any problems and changes need to be dealt with after the main body of the castle is built. Besides, his main thing today is still about the country of Samba. He knew that his disciple had gone to Samba during the summer vacation. I want to see if I can get any useful information from the other person. Do you still have any impressions of what happened that night in Castro Busher? Braun smiled wryly and shook his head. As you know, when they left that day, all wizards signed a confidentiality treaty with the Ministry of Magic of Samba country. We didn't say anything about that day, even now, because this matter has been invalidated by the secrecy treaty. But that evening, when I attended a celebration with my grandmother, I heard a violent heartbeat and fainted. By the time he woke up, the top of the mountain was in ruins. We didn't die because Dorado was friends with my grandmother and kindly spared our lives. Hearing Braun's answer, Nicolame sighed. This statement is exactly the same as Braun's grandmother Augustus in Visengamo. It is even said that most of the wizards who fled from the Castro Busher were this statement. So much so that the ministries of magic in various countries have no clue. Not sure how to deal with it. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the study. After getting Nicolame's permission, the lock walked in with a few letters. Most of them are for Nicolame. But there was also a letter addressed to Braun. After reading the letter, Nicolame's expression became a lot more serious. This is a letter from the International Confederation of Wizards. It was to invite him to this meeting of the Federation. Nicola Flamel naturally does not delay. After a few words of instruction to Braun, he began to busy himself in the study again, using the crystal ball to contact the wizards he knew well. Braun returned to the bedroom with the envelope. The letter was sent by Hermione to invite Braun to her birthday party. The time is set for the weekend of the week. In this regard, Braun naturally could not refuse. Just thinking about his moving castle and looking a little embarrassed. After all, it will take a few days to cast the castle now. It seems that it is impossible to continue to complete the seal engraving magic circuit here. You can only wait until you get home and deal with it. During this time at Flamel Manor, he also understood a truth. That is, never refuse Muggle technology. The old-fashioned wizard will not go far. If nothing else, if it is really handled according to the alchemy techniques of wizards. The construction of the main part of the moving castle alone wasted Braun's considerable time. Now with the help of those machines, in just a few days, the castle was almost perfect. That's progress? He was going to buy a Muggle factory when he returned home. As for the wizarding secrecy law, there is always a way to bypass it. Aren't those slaves in your own family ready-made tools? Big deal. When the time comes, just write the name of the factory on them. It didn't take a few days for the factory to build and build. Braun did not continue to stay in the manor, saying goodbye to his teacher Nicolame and returning to the manor. Master, it's already noon. In a greenhouse in the garden, Dom came over respectfully. Braun didn't look up. It was only after the huge piece of metal at hand lit up with a faint white light that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stand up. Braun stretched and let out a long breath. Looking at the large and small parts flashing white in front of me, I was very satisfied. In vain, his efforts have been day and night in the past 2 days. Help me prepare a new set of clothes and lunch. Also, let Cassandra come and help. Braun instructed. Although there was weariness in his expression, but my heart was very excited. Just now, he finally finished carving all the magic circuits. Just finish assembling your own moving castle and you're truly done? An hour later, Braun had changed into a new dress and stood in the garden. In front of him there is also a huge building, or castle. That's what Braun did during his time. Look at this tall castle. Braun's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He decided to sit in the castle to the banquet later. Step onto the suspension ladder. Braun walked inside the castle. Just simply set up the fireplace. The fire snake in the fireplace shouted respectfully. This is the spirit of the castle, responsible for the drive of the entire castle. It can be said to be the hub of the castle. Well, let's start. You should know the target. Braun sat on the sofa and looked at the respectful fire snake with satisfaction. The soul of the Quetzalcoatl god, he naturally did not waste it. After assembling the castle, use the soul fruit to combine it with the moving castle to make it into Homais. Hear Braun's command. The fire snake did not hesitate and respectfully agreed. The castle moved, accompanied by the ejection of steam from the chimney. The castle moved with it. Because a special weight-reducing circuit is applied. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. The movement of the castle did not cause much movement. The servants in the manor looked at the moving castle in front of them in shock, with an expression of disbelief. It was the first time they had seen such a moving castle. I can't help but be amazed by this magnificent building. And Braun, who was sitting in the castle at the moment, was not as surprised as them. Instead, he observed the movement of the castle and recorded various data. Observe where it falls short. After a short study, the castle was not allowed to continue walking. After all, if you really move the past, this is not a short distance. Similar to the magic that the night bus can borrow the Flu network to shuttle, he has not yet touched it. Otherwise, you will have peace of mind. Fly, get over early. Putting away the notes, Braun gave the order again. Then huge sails were raised from the castle. Along with the sails were the wings of the Quetzalcoatl god. Flesh and blood refining mechanically, perhaps for wizards, is inconceivable. But for Hormits who made the soul fruit, this was nothing surprising. Braun can connect the creature's head to the toilet if he wishes. With a rush of running, the robotic arms that supported the castle's movement all shrank back. Then the whole castle flew up. The magic circuits engraved on the castle also lit up with a faint light. Glancing out the window, Braun thought to himself. Granger's home. At this moment, preparations are in full swing. Hermione also specially changed into a small dress that she had never touched before. With the help of Mrs. Granger, the hair was pulled into a good-looking bun. Mr. Granger was downstairs talking to his friends about the current international situation. Last Christmas, a sprawling regime collapsed. But after the initial excitement, it was discovered that the world had not improved because of the collapse of this regime. On the contrary, because of the collapse of this regime, Amelia did not have the pressure of competition, but instead set her sights on them. Although it has not yet been started. But now there are some signs of not very good. This has also made many people have begun to worry. It's really not here yet. Looking out the window, Hermione looked a little dissatisfied. He has obviously let the owl go over in advance, and now the party is about to start. Not even Braun's shadow was seen. Hermione. But soon her eyes became pleasantly surprised. She saw what seemed to be a huge castle flying over the sky in the distance. As the castle got closer, she finally saw the familiar coat of arms on the castle. She was familiar with the appearance of the badge, having seen it in Braun's carriage before. Needless to say, who is sitting in this sprawling castle, let alone who? Carrying a wide skirt. Hermione ran downstairs with excitement. And Mr. Granger, who was talking highly, saw his daughter running outside so excitedly. I knew in an instant that it should be my daughter's classmate coming. After saying goodbye to his friend, he also walked outside. After all, my daughter's friends are wizards. In case you take some strange means of transport to come over, don't scare these friends at home half to death. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Mr. Granger had to follow himself. Granger's backyard. A huge building descends slowly. The huge wind pressure made the lawn cling to the ground. Looking at the huge castle, Hermione's eyes revealed shock. Mr. Granger was not much better. The last time the Griffin carriage already shocked him. Unexpectedly, this time it turned into a castle bigger than my own home. If the castle hadn't been shrinking as its height dropped, he was even afraid that his house would collapse. Braun. Hermione greeted happily. Braun also smiled and walked down the castle's hanging staircase. The castle has just been built, and some places still need to be debugged, so it is a little slower. You built this castle? Hermione's mouth grew in surprise, with a look of disbelief in her expression. That's right. I call him Roar's moving castle. It's my new invention. Braun changed the name of the castle without the slightest burden. Braun. This won't be discovered by others. Mr. Granger on the side couldn't help but ask. There was some worry in his expression. After all, he had quite a few muggles in his family right now. If this is discovered, I can't explain it myself. Don't worry, Mr. Granger. The castle has a muggle banishment curse, and ordinary people can't see the castle without a wizard in their home. Braun's words dispelled Mr. Granger's concern, and he turned to look inside the house. I saw that my friends were drinking casually. No one was the slightest curiosity about the garden. Not even people looking this way. This relieved Mr. Granger. De Wangzhao. Then he couldn't help but look inside the castle. It's just that the black patch makes him see nothing. If you're curious, come up and have a look. Granger shook his head in the end, although he was moved. Let's go first, the banquet will start soon. Braun smiled slightly. Of course. I also sent invitations to Ron and Harry. Especially Harry, he is not far from our house and does not give an invitation is not good. But he didn't even write back. There are really no rules. Sitting in the living room, Hermione whispered to Braun. It looked like Harry hadn't written her back, leaving her a little worried. Maybe it's because his family is more strictly managed. Braun smiled at a curious muggle and whispered to Hermione. I thought it was a family banquet, but I didn't expect so many muggles to come. No way, these are my dad's friends, all doctors. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he planned to pack another dental department in the hospital. Need the help of these people. Hermione shrugged. It seems that this kind of thing is not strange. Fortunately, these people didn't stop here for long. It's almost the same as walking in the evening. At this time, it was finally time for the Granger family's family banquet. Dragon meat tastes really good. Not to mention the tender meat, there is also a unique aroma. Mr. Granger was full of praise for the dragon meat that Braun brought. God knows how shocked he was when he saw that scaly dragon leg just now. This is Team Dragon. Mythical creatures, did not expect that one day such creatures could also enter their stomachs. It's like a dream. Braun smiled slightly and did not answer. Instead, Hermione glared angrily at her humiliated father. The taste of dragon meat can only be considered good, but it is not to the point where Mr. Granger's mouth is unique and rare in heaven and earth. The reason why the other party is so full of praise is completely out of awe of this amazing creature. That's all it takes to eat too much. By the way, Hermione, this is a gift for you. Braun took out a small box and handed it over. Thank you. Hermione took it happily. Can I open it? Of course. Westerners generally do not have the implicit of the East. When you get a gift, you usually open it in person. Looking at the somewhat strange bracelet in her hand, Hermione looked a little curious. This is a souvenir I bought when I was traveling in Samba country, and I remodeled it and made it into a speculum mirror. Is it the speculum that can predict the dangers around you? Thank you, Braun. Hermione happily put it on her snow-white wrist. The Grangers also brought out their own gifts. Mrs. Granger sent a set of cosmetics, and Mr. Granger gave a big yellow cat. This is Crook Hill. I entrusted Tom Sr., the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, to buy it. Thank you, Dad. Hermione happily held the big cat with a somewhat flattened face and a somewhat fierce look in her arms, looking very happy. A very happy meal. After the meal, I had some cake. Taking Mr. Granger around the moving castle can be regarded as satisfying the curiosity of the other party's exuberant 727. By the way, Dad, I want to be a guest at Braun's house for a few days. Hermione said a little sheepishly. The Grangers looked at each other, feeling a little puzzled. I don't understand why my daughter suddenly made such a request. My homework, I still have a lot of homework to do. After all, some homework requires magic. Although they didn't finish speaking, the couple also understood what Hermione meant. As parents of little wizards, although they are muggles, wizarding secrecy laws still need to be signed. Naturally, I know that little wizards can't use wands during the summer vacation, but some assignments require a wand. Pure blood is fine. Practice the same at home. But that's a plaguing little wizard from ordinary muggles. If you can't use your wand, you can't complete your homework, you can only make up for it when school starts. That's why, every time the school year closes, professors spend a week off. This time is reserved for the little wizards to make up their homework. Hearing their daughter mention homework, the Rangers hesitated. If you originally refused, you naturally can't say it. There was still some worry in her gaze as she looked at Hermione. Uncle Granger, my castle is just me and my grandmother, and there are many servants in the house, and there will be no safety risks. Seeing that both husband and wife looked at themselves, Braun had to explain awkwardly. He didn't know what was going on in Hermione's little brain. Although he invited the other party to his home, he was only polite. I knew in my heart that the Grangers would not let people go easily. Even if you are a guest, you will come together. N.H. Chang thought that this girl was so daring to fool her parents with her homework. Their homework is almost done at school. Where else is there any homework? After one more sentence, Braun couldn't say anything more, so he could only sit awkwardly in his seat and watch Hermione bargain with her parents. But the Grangers still loved their daughter. In the end, although I was a little dissatisfied in my heart, I agreed. Just looking at Braun's gaze revealed resentment. As if Braun was a big thief who stole their daughter. Roar? Finally free? Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network. Open the windows of the moving castle. Hermione shouted into the window. You can see that she is very happy. You're happy, your parents are hating me. Braun sat on the sofa and said a little depressed. When he left just now, the resentful gaze of the Grangers really made him a little unbearable. Okay, blame me. But staying at home during this time really suffocated me. The magic is not used, and I can only read books every day. Wrapping her arms around Braun's arm, Hermione kept complaining, so that Braun didn't even know what to say. By the way, how did you build this castle? It's the first time I've seen such a big alchemy prop. My teacher Nicola May helped a little. Braun explained. It didn't take long. The castle returned to the Roar estate. This was Hermione's first time here. Look at the castle in front of you and the hordes of servants. Hermione couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. Thanks to the propaganda policy of the English royal family, let all the ordinary people of England scold the nobility while wanting to become a nobleman. Especially some middle-class people are full of envy for the so-called high life. In such an environment, even Hermione, a smart little girl, obviously could not be left alone. It is bound to be affected. However, the other party quickly calmed down. It seems that he has become interested in those alchemical items in the castle. I also visited Braun's laboratory. It was almost late at night that the girl finally ran out of energy. Under the arrangement of the servants, went down to the manners room. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of school. During this time, a lot of things have happened in the wizarding world. One of the most notable is undoubtedly Sirius' prison break. This made the originally calm wizarding world instantly lively. Minister of Magic, Fudge, has repeatedly taken the stage to apologize. In order to catch Sirius quickly, he even collaborated with Muggles to publish each other's pictures on TV. It can be said that all the forces that can be used are used. It's just a pity that the effect is not very good. After checking for most of the month, I still did not find the shadow of the other party. This also made many wizards doubt the ability of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge came to power again and promised to arrest the other party as soon as possible. But only Braun knew that the other party was delusional. In the next few years, Fudge will most likely not have a good life. Almost every year something comes out in the wizarding world. In the end, Fudge, the unlucky bastard, will also be completely kicked off the stage. But this has little to do with Braun. He was just a weak and ordinary quasi-third-grade wizard. I'm sure no one will pay attention to him either. Alas, when will I learn to drive Gundam? He stared at the mirror in front of him for a while. Braun finally sighed. During this time, he checked out something new. That's Gundam, Susanoo's cultivation method. In the past, although he had a kaleidoscope blood wheel eye, he had never been able to cultivate Susanoo. So much so that the powerful Sharingan can only be reduced to an auxiliary, and now its usefulness is even incomparable to the soul fruit. I didn't expect that a recent chance check-in actually obtained Susanoo's cultivation method. It's just a pity that many experiments have been unsuccessful. He was a little bit hit without confidence. Braun, time to go? Hermione shouted outside. Here it comes. Chong answered outside. Braun carried his suitcase and headed downstairs. Hermione had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Braun come down, the two men did not continue to delay and took the carriage to the station of 9 3/4. He didn't expose the moving castle to the wizarding world as early as he did, so a horse-drawn carriage ride is a good option. Got in the car. The two men found an empty carriage and sat down. Each held a tome and read it. Tom fell asleep in his seat with Hermione's big cat, Crookshanks. Is there anyone else here? An ethereal voice entered the carriage. Of course not, please come in. Hermione said enthusiastically. You're from Ravenclaw? I'm Hermione and Hermione Granger is from Gryffindor? Glancing at the badge on Luna's chest, Hermione extended her hand enthusiastically. Luna looked slightly uncomfortable. Still, he shook Hermione's hand. My name is Luna Lovegood. As he spoke, he looked at Braun. You guys know each other? Hermione asked keenly. Of course, sit down Luna. Braun helped pick up the other party's luggage and put it on the luggage rack. I invested in Mr. Lovegood's magazine. Braun turned to Hermione and explained. Hermione didn't say anything more, despite some doubts. Just pulled Luna and chatted. It didn't take long for the two to get acquainted a lot. And the train finally started. The weather in Dunlun is always gloomy. Just by looking through the gloomy sky outside the window, Braun knew that today must be another rainy day. Honey, do you need any snacks? An old woman asked as she walked through the carriage door. Of course, madam, can we bring us some chocolate and hot cocoa? Of course. Seeing that it was Braun, Mrs. Horn's smile became much more sincere. From under his cart, he took out 3 cups of hot cocoa and quite a few large pieces of chocolate that he had made himself. Then he winked at Braun, but his gaze turned to Luna and Hermione. Not to mention how strong that kind of ridicule is. It made Braun also look very helpless. 3 more beef sandwiches. It's not good to just let the girls snack. While handing Braun change, don't forget to pass 3 hot beef sandwiches. Braun's attempts to give money were rejected by Mrs. Horn. Helplessly, I had to carry a lot of things into the carriage. Buying so much chocolate? Braun, I didn't tell you, if you eat too much chocolate, you will have tooth decay. Whew. Before Hermione could finish her words, Braun shoved a piece into her mouth. It's cold today, and eating more chocolate can replenish energy, Braun said with a smile. It made Hermione roll her eyes. Braun didn't care either. Pushing sandwiches and hot cocoa in front of Luna. Eat more Luna? But Mr. Lovegood told me that you eat like a kitten all day. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Picky eaters are sometimes not a good habit. He asked me to supervise you at school to eat well. Luna, who originally wanted to refuse, was teased by Braun and made a big red face. The original ethereal spirit was also a little unsustainable, and only the girl's shyness remained with her head down. Daddy really is, Luna muttered. However, he did not refuse Braun's kindness again. While the 3 of Braun were eating sandwiches and chatting about what they had seen during the summer vacation. In a box at the end of the train, Ron and Harry were discussing in low voices. Across from them sat Neville and a middle-aged wizard dressed somewhat shabby. I really didn't think that Sirius was actually looking for you. Neville looked a little horrified. Ron, on the other hand, was as excited as if he knew some big secret. Be quiet, don't wake up Professor Lupin, Harry whispered. This semester, you want to be honest Harry. Don't get in trouble, or you might be caught by Sirius. Neville whispered with some fear. I've always been very well behaved. I've never taken the initiative to provoke trouble, it's always trouble that provokes me, Harry said a little irritably. He didn't know why he always encountered so many broken things. From Quirrell to Lockhart last semester. I thought it would be safer this year. Who knew that before school started, he would first blow Dolly's aunt into a balloon, then that Sirius reappeared. It is said that he still wanted to kill himself. People's magical life is all about learning knowledge and falling in love with beautiful female classmates. When you get to yourself, you will become dodge trouble and do your best to save your life. If he hadn't been trained in endurance at Vernon's house since he was a child, he would have been unable to resist blackening. This savior deserves no sense of accomplishment, not to mention the tired thief who is still alive. Are you hungry? See the rat in the pocket constantly moving. Ron couldn't help but take it out and feed it some food, only to find that the mouse was much better. Ron, how do I feel a lot fatter? Harry couldn't help but say. The original Spot was half the size of Ron's palm. Now it's almost the size of a whole palm. And the hair is oily and slippery, and it doesn't look like the same one. Since Braun castrated Spot, his body has improved a lot. And more obedient? It's been 2 years and never bitten me? Ron couldn't help but say a little happily. Heard talking about pets. Neville also began to make a splash. Show you this. He took out a strange plant from his pocket. It looks very strange, it looks like a mushroom. This is. The herb class of the two people is not good, naturally they don't know what this thing is. Hypnotic mushrooms? Very cherished plants are only owned by Samba State. It was a souvenir brought to me by Braun's trip there. He is obsessed with magical plants. At this moment, nature can't help but show off this cherished plant. It's just that the two people are not so interested. Instead, Ron was interested in Braun's travels. Braun went to Samba country? I heard my dad say it was quite dangerous there some time ago. Harry's expression was slightly more complicated. He spent a summer vacation in the attic except for eating and going to the bathroom. The homework was also locked in the closet. The only daily entertainment is to set up a telescope that Dal does not want and look at the scenery outside. As for the stars? Sorry, I can't see the stars beggars in the air conditions of Dunlun. The thought of Braun even saying that Ron was able to travel during the summer vacation. He was only able to stay in the attic, and was even forced to run away from home. His heart couldn't help but feel a little sour. Honey, do you need a snack? An old woman pushed the door of the car and asked kindly. 3 pumpkin pie lady. Ron raised his hand. This summer vacation is in addition to traveling to Egypt. He also got some pocket money. It's time to treat your friends to a snack. Of course dear. The old woman smiled and took Ron's hand of secco, 3 hot pumpkin pies and a few gnats. If your professor wakes up hungry, you can tell him that I am in the front of the conductor's carriage. I will, madam. Ron nodded as he took the snacks and money. By the time Mrs. Horn, who sold snacks, left, Ron's seat wasn't warm. Outside the door, others came again. It's just that this time the people who came didn't make a few people happy. It was 3 boys in wizarding robes. It looks about the same age as the 3 of Harry. As for the other 2 boys, they are more like bodyguards. One left and one right follow each other. It's just that he looks a little dumbfounded, and his eyes are dull as if he is wandering the world. Malfoy, how are you again? Ron instantly became bad when he saw the 3 of them. Even the sweet and delicious pumpkin pie in front of him has no appetite. Harry's expression on the side was not much better. If Braun was making him jealous, then Malfoy just disgusted him. It was even said that this disgust was comparable to his dislike for Snape, the professor of potions class. Both of them are the existence that makes 153 him hate the most. And the former sometimes faintly surpasses the latter. After all, potions class only had a few classes a week, and he couldn't see Snape a few times. And Malfoy is different, seeing every day without saying that sometimes he will take the initiative to provoke things. See who I found? Red-haired poor ghost with 4-eyed field chicken? Oh, and a fool Longbottom. It seems that you have been doing well lately, Weasley, and you can still have the money to travel. Maybe the hundreds of galleons that won the lottery are all that your family has. Oh, and Brot, you have to be careful, and you better pray to Merlin every day that Sirius who escaped from prison won't be killed. Malfoy's words made both of their eyes red. Ron stood up even more angrily, intending to punch Malfoy, but Malfoy seemed a little fearless. Eyes look around. After discovering the mushroom in Neville's hand, he directly snatched it. What is this Longbottom? A quirky mushroom? Malfoy scoffed. Don't, Malfoy, be careful. Neville looked at the mushroom that Malfoy had tossed in his hand. As a little wizard who loves magical plants, he is familiar with the characteristics of sleeping mushrooms. How? Are you scared of Longbottom? Malfoy took Neville's nervousness as fear, but the movements in his hands grew louder. Ron and Harry on the side also couldn't help it, not wanting to see Malfoy continue to bully their classmates like this. Just about to go up to stop it, he was stopped by Neville shouting, "Lie down, don't look up." Saw Neville get under the seat in fear. Ron and Harry subconsciously followed and crouched. Only Malfoy was still laughing unconsciously. What's wrong? Long Adon, are you frightened by my heroism? Before the mocking laughter could come out, a loud bang was heard. The strange mushroom in his hand exploded with a bang. Then an unpleasant stench accompanied by purple smoke filled the box. Malfoy looked at the black hand that had been blown up, a little sluggish. This thing, can it explode? But before he could continue to think about it, he felt a drowsiness in his head. Then he smashed heavily into the carriage with Crabbe and Goyle. Looking at the purple mist that gradually dissipated and the three Malfoys whose faces were blackened, Harry and Ron had some palpitations. Who would have thought that that mushroom in D'Haonville's hands would explode that? Thanks to them subconsciously listening to Neville's hiding. Otherwise, it wasn't just Malfoy who was unlucky. Neville, your plants are too dangerous. Ron looked at the three Malfoys who were still lying on the ground, and his heart palpitated. Harry Potter also seemed a little worried. Nothing will happen to the three of them, will it? By this time, Neville had skillfully climbed up. Instead of paying attention to Malfoy, he carefully collected the lilac powder stained on his clothes and put them in the small bottle he carried with him. That's a sigh of relief. It's okay, they're in a coma because of the spores. Wake up in an hour or two. As long as the hypnotic mushroom is not fiddled with hard, it will not explode at all. What about that hypnotic mushroom of yours? I see it's already slog. This sentence made Neville a little disappointed. However, he soon recovered again. I have a lot more in my box, do you want to see it? Different colors. I cultivated several kinds of plants to give as Christmas gifts during the summer vacation. There are hypnotic mushrooms, sleeping mushrooms, swollen mushrooms, and dream mushrooms. While speaking, Neville was also enthusiastically ready to pull the two to look at the new mushrooms of different colors. But the two people very tactfully refused. At the same time, the distance from Neville is also a little farther. It was so scary that one hypnotic mushroom blew up the three of Malfoy. If only those new mushrooms exploded with any special effect. Their small body size cannot withstand it. Professor Lupin can really sleep. He didn't wake up so loudly just now. In order to avoid looking at the mushrooms, Ron quickly changed the subject. Maybe Professor Lupin is too tired. Harry hesitated. This ragged new professor always gave him a sense of intimacy. Well, actually, I think Professor Lupin may have been hypnotized. Neville scratched his head a little embarrassed. Accompanied by a slight bump in the train, Professor Lupin tilted his head and fell to his seat. Harry, Ron. The gloomy sky doesn't know when it started raining. Huge raindrops flooded the entire window and looked grey. The sky outside was also dark. Nothing but dark clouds is not visible. With a loud thunder, the entire carriage is illuminated by electric light. At the same time, the emergency lights in the carriage were also lit up. The train clatters, accompanied by the screeching sound of the brakes. The speed is also getting slower. Arrived. Luna yawned and opened her eyes. Look at Braun on the side. Maybe woken up by thunder. Hermione, who was asleep leaning on the other side of Braun's shoulder, also rubbed her eyes, looking a little confused. Look out at the gloomy weather and empty fields. Braun took a deep breath. Shen said. The train didn't know what was wrong. I'll take a look outside. If he guessed correctly, it should be that the Dementors were coming. He had learned the Patronus spell a long time ago, but at this moment he was about to meet the infamous Dementor. I can't help but feel a little nervous. After all, what he will face later is not a few Dementors, but hundreds of Dementors. There will still be some nervousness in his heart. What happened? Let's go together. Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network. Hermione said keenly. Seeing Hermione get up, Braun subconsciously wanted to let the other party stay in the carriage. However, after thinking about the character of this little girl, it is better to follow him than to let the other party sneak out. So after hesitating, he nodded. Okay, but you have to follow me and don't run around. Then Hermione, who was a little happy, looked at Luna again. Luna, you have to stay in the carriage well, don't come out casually. Although Luna was a little unconvinced in her heart, she also knew that her spell level was generally not able to help Braun with anything, so she did not refute anything. Nodded honestly. Tom, you protect Luna. After saying something to his own crow, Braun went down the hallway with Hermione. The train has stopped. Green emergency lights reflect the entire corridor green. The colors look a little weird. The sudden stop of the train naturally attracted the attention of the other little wizards. In addition to Braun, there were other little wizards in the carriage, curiously opening the door of the carriage and looking around. Braun, turning his head to see that it was Sabine them. What's going on outside? Why did the train stop suddenly? Braun shook his head. I also just came out. Daphne takes your sister to car 4, where Tom is, to protect you. Braun said to Daphne, who was a little scared. After hesitating, Daphne nodded anyway. If it's just yourself, it's nothing. But there was her own sister on the side, and she didn't want her sister to be hurt. Let's go to the front of the carriage and take a look. Maybe there's a clue over there. Took his gaze back from Daphne. Braun said to Sabine and Theodore on the side. The two nodded without refuting. He followed behind Braun with Hermione and ran towards the carriage in front. The closer you are to the corridor in front of the carriage, the more little wizards there are. This also made it a little difficult for several people to walk forward. I'm Braun Roll. Now I need to go to the front to check the situation, please let it go. I have to say that Braun's name is still very effective. Many little wizards were willing to give him this face. I finally walked to the front of the carriage. There are many senior students around here. Slytherins and Ravenclaws are the majority. After all, most of the carriages Braun was in were wizards from these two academies. Braun. Some of the older snakes greeted Braun. Even some eaglets nodded with kindness. Although Braun is not old, his strength is not weak. Whether it's last year's duel club or the defense against the dark arts Professor Lockhart, it's a testament to Braun's strength for everyone else. Naturally, these people do not take Braun lightly. Braun also said a few kind words to these people. At the same time, I also know that these people have just come. What's that? A little wizard exclaimed. Everyone followed his gaze. I saw a circle of tall and thin figures wearing cloaks rushing over. The exposed skin appears a lead gray color, which looks particularly eerie under heavy rain, with an air of death. Dementors. Some students recognized what it was and shouted in fear. This also caused the other little wizards to stir. Last semester, Braun wrote about this terrifying creature. Many young wizards who participated in the duel club instantly imagined the horror of this monster. Especially the little wizards who grew up in the wizarding world trembled with fear. Dementors are a notorious presence in the wizarding world. As caretaker of Azkaban, these Dementors don't have a good name. Many young wizards grew up listening to the terrible stories rendered by the elders in their families about the Dementors. The heart naturally avoids this creature. Watch those Dementors rush towards the train. The little wizards couldn't help but be frightened. Who will patronize the patroness spell? Braun took a deep breath and turned his head to ask. The words that cast a loud spell reached everyone's ears. At the same time, it also made the little wizards who were still flustered quiet and looked at each other. I will, but not very skilled. A little snake raised its hand. A couple of upper-class eaglets followed. Counting Braun, there are 6 people in total. To that was added a half-hung Hermione. In order to prevent the Dementors, Braun taught Hermione the patroness spell more than once during the summer vacation. However, the difficulty level of this spell is still there. Naturally not so good to practice. So now Hermione's wand only glowed faintly. Almost, everyone will release the patroness spell with me later. Seeing the Dementor getting tighter and tighter, Braun couldn't care about greeting. Quickly waved his wand. Call God Guard. A huge raven appeared above Braun's head. The others followed behind Braun and cast spells. It's just that the effect looks very different. Originally, Braun thought that the level of these people should be very high. Unexpectedly, one by one, they turned out to be similar to Hermione. The tip of the wand only emitted a faint white mist. There is simply no way to form a true patron saint. There is no one else who can really resist those Dementors but yourself. Just thinking about it, Braun couldn't help but sigh. Waving his wand, he controlled the patroness to fly towards the 4.6 Dementors. The raven flying among the Dementors frightened these social viewers. This made many little wizards happy, only Braun was not so happy. A patroness is a drop in the bucket for the large number of Dementors at the moment. The other party did not dare to come over at the moment, and it was completely out of instinctive fear of the guardian spirit. When they react, they will find out. These Dementors are coming. A little wizard suddenly shouted. Braun apparently noticed this as well. After the initial panic, these Dementors also reflected. At the moment, I am also a little impatient. Braun had to continue to increase his output of mana. Even some other means were used. His eyes turned crimson at this moment. With the increase of mana, the Raven Guardian who originally soared in midair also began to change. The dim light on his body became gradually stronger. The whole pattern has even begun to change. Unexpectedly, gradually changed, a huge guardian deity with a crow's head but a human body. This guardian deity is simply a cover in the sky, and the Dementor is as big as the palm of his hand in front of him. The sudden change not only startled these Dementors, even Braun himself did not expect such a thing to happen. Look at the patron saint who looks similar to Susa. His mind was a little confused. So his patron saint became Susanoo? The little wizards in the surrounding carriages were also shocked by the scene in front of them. What's that? Toot Larry? Could it be that the patroness can grow so big? Just kidding. Looking at the faint white mist coming out of the tips of the senior students' staffs, it was compared to the huge patroness controlled by Braun. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. It was really too unexpected for them. Is there such a big patron saint in the world? Giants are all about the same age as babies in front of this patron saint. I saw that the huge guardian god just waved his arm gently, and those Dementors were all blasted out. There is simply no resistance. The rest of the Dementors also fled in horror when they saw this scene. Don't dare to stay here too much. I was afraid to follow in the footsteps of my companions. Looking at the Dementors who fled in chaos, Braun also dispersed the patroness in time. His face also looked a little pale. This mutated patroness is powerful, but the same drain on mana is enormous. It was only a brief manipulation that was about to drain the magic from his body. But even so, Braun's heart was full of unconcealed excitement. Unexpectedly, he accidentally used the patroness spell to open Susanoo. Know that Susanoo can control the size. What has just appeared is exactly the size of the 08 body. As long as he doesn't open such a large body in future battles, he can completely control Susanoo and support it for a while. This means that you have another whole card to be able to become so big. Shubinai grabbed Braun's arm and chattered in amazement. The excitement in my heart is beyond words. I don't know, I thought that the patroness just now was the one he released. Braun said with a pale face. Although his patroness is large, it does not last long, plus there are more Hogwarts Express carriages. Naturally, it is impossible to control such a large area. It is very likely that some of the carriages have already had Dementors entered. Hearing Braun's words, the little wizards around who were still happy to drive away the Dementors also became serious. Under the leadership of the prefect, he began to run towards the other carriages. End of train. This is the rear of the entire train, and there are no emergency lights installed here compared to other carriages. This also led to the arrival of heavy rains that made it dark. Don't be afraid, I have fluorescent mushrooms here. Once again, Neville happily took out a glowing mushroom from the box. The two people who watched were stunned. What the hell is going on out there? Why did the car stop? Ron looked a little depressed. It was also pitch black when you looked outside. Malfoy and Crabgall, two big men, were still blocking the doorway, making it impossible for them to get out. Maybe something happened outside. A somewhat tired male voice sounded. Startled the three people. Looking closely, I realized that it was Professor Lupin in the corner who woke up. The other party waved his wand, causing the room to light up with a light. It won't be too dark for the room to see anything. What's going on with these people? Lupin looked at the three people who fell outside with some surprise, wondering what was going on with them. But he didn't wait for him to think about anything more. A figure in a cloak had already run into the carriage in a panic. Although the Dementors are dark creatures, their own intelligence is not low. It's not much worse than humans. The huge patroness that Braun had just summoned also scared him half to death. In a panic, he ran into the carriage. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. Compared to his pleasure, several people in the carriage were taken aback. The breath of this cloaked monster made everyone feel a chill around them. Ron and Neville just had a chatter. Harry, on the other hand, fell directly to the ground and fainted. What's wrong with this? Malfoy had just woken up, and before he could react, he saw a figure smashing at him. With a scream, Malfoy fainted again. Harry. Ron watched Harry faint and quickly shouted nervously. Although Neville did not speak, his expression also revealed that he was anxious. Call Godguard. Lupin waved his wand. A white wolf emitting a faint fluorescence appeared in front of the three. Then the white wolf roared and knocked the approaching Dementor out. At the same time, with the disappearance of the Dementors, the coldness in the room also dissipated. Professor? Come and see Harry. Ron said nervously. Lupin crouched down and rolled Harry's eyelids. Relieved after making sure there was no problem. Harry just passed out. Nothing was wrong. By the way, you better eat some chocolate. Sweets will make you feel comfortable. Also, stay in the carriage and don't go out. As he spoke, Lupin pulled out a large wrapped piece of chocolate from the box and handed it to the two. Then he hurried outside. As a professor in the car, he didn't know why he slept so dead. 230. I don't even know what's going on outside. At the moment, he only hoped that the students would be fine. Perhaps the deterrent power of Braun's patron saint just now was too great. None of these Dementors dared to come to Braun's carriage due to the pressure just now. Even the other carriages rarely had Dementors pass by. I was afraid that the huge guardian spirit just now would appear again. The two sides thus reached a stalemate. It seems that no one can help anyone. What's wrong? Why don't you go in? Tall patroness? Afraid? A human voice emerged from among the Dementors. I saw a fat wizard panting with an umbrella squeezing out from the Dementors with great effort. The face does not look so good. He was sent by the Ministry of Magic to inspect trains. I thought that these Dementors would be able to handle it, but who knew that there was no action for half a day. I secretly scolded these guys in my heart, but in the end, I could only play on my own. To be honest, he doesn't look like an emerger. Checking the Hogwarts Express was so offending. As a train transporting Hogwarts students, there are young wizards from all over England, among which there are many famous wizards. Needless to say, today's events will inevitably be subject to these people's reports and protests tomorrow. Although the Ministry of Magic is nominally responsible for the security of the entire English wizarding community. But for those pure-blood families, it doesn't really speak much. Even quite a few purebloods serve in the Ministry of Magic. Today's matter is entirely on the orders of Fudge, the Minister of Magic, himself. I didn't consult anyone else. If only the Dementors went up and searched. At that time, even if something goes wrong, those purebloods will not be easy to blame. After all, these are just a bunch of dark creatures. At most, pull out a few kills to vent their anger. But if a wizard came out, Fudge might not be affected by then. He is 100% impeached by purebloods. But if you don't bite the bullet, your boss Fudge will still push himself down. At this moment, he is simply afraid of beating wolves. Just want to make a quick decision, even if it is to make a show to fool things first. I'm a member of the Ministry of Magic and is responsible for searching for the traces of the fugitive Sirius Black. Don't stop you, don't worry, the Dementors won't cause you harm. The fat wizard said with a serious expression. Prepare to fool these little wizards in this way. At the mention of the Ministry of Magic, the little wizards really seemed a little hesitant. But he didn't wait for the fat wizard's heart to rejoice. I saw the little wizard with a somewhat pale face at the head with a sneer. So the Ministry of Magic is just going to condone the Dementors on the train. Who is responsible if something happens? Braun looked at the fat wizard in front of him with a look of disdain. Braun even felt that this was not the result of the Ministry of Magic coordinated by ministers at all. The fat wizard's face was bitter. Hearing Braun's inquiry instantly wilted. Does he dare to be responsible? Naturally did not dare. It's really a packing ticket that says something like that. Those purebloods dared to find an excuse to send themselves to Azkaban for introspection. But it is not okay to continue to stay here and stalemate. For a while, there was a bit of a dilemma. I'm Lupin, a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and I can personally guarantee that there is no fugitive Sirius you're looking for on the train. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair walked over, said to the fat wizard with a serious look. But even so, it made the fat wizard's heart breathe a sigh of relief. As long as someone is willing to take responsibility. He was a little happy in his heart, but he was silent on the surface. Professor Lupin, are you sure? Are there really no fugitives here? I'll be responsible for what went wrong. Lupin said lightly. Got an affirmative answer. The fat wizard looked particularly satisfied. Since I have your assurance, then I am relieved that the Ministry of Magic is also to ensure the safety of the students. If you have any questions, you can contact the Ministry of Magic. While saying righteously, he did not forget to record it with magic. Originally, he didn't want to go through this muddy water, but now with Lupin's assurance, he naturally went down the slope to the donkey. After that, even if Fudge found himself, he had something to say. At the same time, the purebloods were not offended. Simply the best of both worlds? Thinking about it, the fat wizard couldn't help but praise his ingenuity. Greeting the Dementors, it didn't take long to leave here. And Braun, as the person involved, naturally also received the attention of many little witches. The mana consumption is a bit big, no problem. Have a good rest. Seeing Braun's pale face, Lupin quickly made a judgment. Braun smiled. Okay, everyone go back. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Soon the train will start. Professor Lupin said exclaimed. Under the majesty of the professor, the little wizards naturally did not listen. One by one, they no longer gathered here, but walked excitedly towards their respective carriages. It's just that his mouth is still whispering about what just happened. Professor, I'm going back too. Braun said softly. No problem. Remember to pack up when you go back, this is not far from the school. When I go back to school, I'll apply to give you extra points from Professor McGonagall. Lupin gave a kind smile. Seeing Professor Lupin go to the driver's compartment, Braun withdrew his gaze. With the help of Sabinai and Theodore, he returned to the carriage. Luna and Daphne and Astoria saw Braun come in at this moment. There was some nervousness in his expression. Nothing, huh? Daphne couldn't help but ask. Braun shook his head. Things settled, Professor Lupin said it was about to leave. Because everyone is wearing wizarding robes, they don't have to change their clothes. So the rest of the time everyone sat together and chatted. Shibinai, who has a talent for storytelling, painted out what happened just now. The three of Daphne exclaimed. The youngest Astoria's gaze towards Braun was even more full of adoration. It didn't take long for Hogsmeade Station to arrive. The little wizards also got out of the car. Like Braun, they're okay. And some of the newly enrolled young wizards looked a little flustered. It's good to stand where you are and don't know what to do. A few people did not take care of their luggage and walked towards the carriage. 7 people took 2 carriages. Braun sat with 2 boys. The other 4 girls sat together. Looking at the Black Knight shade pulling the cart, he stood there motionless. Braun instantly withdrew his gaze. No way. It's chilling. Not to mention the skin and bones, there is also a pair of dead fish eyes. Such horses are really hard to like. He had thought that the night buckle would be a kind that looked similar to the rune horse, but the color was black. I didn't expect that the 2 ancestors were so far apart. He was not surprised that he could see the nightingale. Quirrell, Eiffel Tower, Lockhart, Quetzalcoatl Memorial. Braun couldn't count the deaths he had seen on both hands. The feathered serpent sacrifice alone killed hundreds of people. What's the big deal about being able to meet a nightmaker? This is an invisible horse? You didn't have time to ride the carriage last semester, so you haven't seen it. Sabinai said as if showing off. Theodore on the side also nodded. It's Nightingale, Sabinai. Looking at the ugly horse pulling the cart in front, Braun couldn't help but say, Nightingale? What is that? Sabinai couldn't help but take away the hand that was in front of his nose. Because of the rain, the inside of the carriage was filled with a wet musty smell. A magical creature. It belongs to the same type as the rune horse and is a very rare Pegasus. Only Hogwarts has in the whole of England. It is said that only those who have actually seen death can see these magical creatures. Braun's story didn't scare the 2, but it made them more excited. This age is the 2nd year of middle school, and what has seen words such as death rare can only make the 2 people excited. At the same time, he is also more and more interested in the night. I died 6. There will be 7 soon, why can't you see this horse yet? Sabinai couldn't help but ask, looking out the window of the car where there was nothing. This doubt left Braun not even knowing what to say. Should we boast that Shibisha is bigger? Fortunately, this kind of thing that entangled him did not last long. Soon the carriage entered the gate of the castle. This was the first time Braun had entered the castle from here. He has always been considered an otaku, and he basically won't go out unless necessary. At this moment, I realized that the gate of Hogwarts turned out to be so majestic. The tall wrought iron gate is intricately carved, and the dark spikes and knife and axe marks on the top and door record the past. Above the gate stands the watchtower. Dementors stand on the tower and at the gate. Their gazes lingered on the passing carriages, and their expressions were a little greedy. And the moment they found Braun, these Dementors were obviously taken aback. He took a few steps back with some fear. However, Braun did not focus on these Dementors. As the carriage passed through the gate, it finally became slower, and finally stopped outside the tower. A few people jumped out of the car and walked towards the tower. Swoosh! Malfoy, what's wrong with this? New hairstyles this year? Looking at the 3 Malfoy with black chicken heads, Sabinai couldn't help but laugh softly. It is said that when I went to trouble Harry Potter, I was fried by Longbottom's mushrooms. Theodore whispered from the sidelines. Not only was he talking, but the little wizards around him were amused by Malfoy's funny look at the moment. What Malfoy had just done in the train was naturally dug up by everyone. Listen to the discussion of the little wizards around you. The Braun 227 also had some schadenfreude. Those mushrooms were given to Neville by him, and naturally he knew the specific effect. To be blown up like this, it must be Malfoy who has nothing to do and snatch Neville's mushrooms. Otherwise, Neville's character would not have been able to use these precious magical plants as bombs to throw Malfoy. Now Malfoy is like this, he can only be regarded as deserving himself. Of course, that's not what Malfoy had in mind. As a pureblood, he has always demanded himself with aristocratic etiquette. At this moment, being ridiculed by so many people, the anger in my heart can be imagined. Harry Pont, I heard you fainted from fright? What's wrong? Was the great savior scared by those dementors? Malfoy saw that Harry and the three got out of the car, and finally couldn't help the anger in his heart, and stepped forward to mock. I think you should worry about yourself, Malfoy, don't you think it's worth showing off with a chicken nest? Ron taunted Malfoy's pain point at the moment without mercy. This annoys it instantly. 3 against 2 immediately began to fight. Punches and kicks, that's not to mention. As for Neville, he was ignored by both sides. No way. Who let him happily hold a mushroom? Who knows if this thing will explode again? Malfoy, who had just endured it once, didn't want to lose face again in front of many young wizards. All stop. Who made you fight? Professor McGonagall didn't know when she was here. 5 people who saw the scuffle coming together again. His expression was very gloomy. His mouth pursed. This means that she is in a very bad mood at the moment. Saw Professor McGonagall coming. The 5 people who were still fighting separated in an instant. Honestly stood in place and did not dare to say a word. After 2 years in school, they still had a deep fear of Professor McGonagall. Professor? It was Malfoy who provoked it? Ron sued. Professor? It was Weasley who taunted me? Malfoy said not to be outdone. Seeing that the 2 people have a tendency to quarrel, Professor McGonagall finally couldn't help it. Shut up. All to the auditorium. If you don't obey again, you will be locked up. Hearing this, several people instantly became honest. Honestly, he followed the other little wizards upstairs. Passing through a spiral staircase and pushing open a huge wooden door, Braun couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy as he looked at the familiar auditorium in front of him. Every year he spends even longer days at school than he does at home. Hogwarts said that there was no problem with his second home. Perhaps this is why many pure-blooded students even know that Durmstrang is stronger. I don't want to let my child pass. After all, the connections made in the 7 years of getting along are obviously more important than the personal strength that stands out a little. As soon as it comes to the table, Braun enjoyed a warm welcome from the other little snakes. The tall patron saint undoubtedly left a deep impression on their hearts. In particular, the scene of defeating those dementors also made the little snakes who worshipped their strength more and more recognized Braun. Come with me, Mr. Roll. Snape walked over silently. He's still dressed the same way. The eternal black robe with greasy hair, white scary face and empty eyes. Although this is the head of Slytherin. But as Snape approached, the little snake's originally eager discussion could not help but decrease. Finally became lifeless. Okay, Dean. Braun was slightly surprised in his heart, but he followed without saying anything. Follow Snape. Neither of them took the initiative to speak. Snape is a wanderer. Braun was thinking about what the other party was looking for him. If you think about it, it may only be the huge guardian saint just now. He didn't worry much about that. No one can guarantee the guardian spirit, and its huge patroness has also been owned by someone in history. Although his own patroness is indeed a little too big. But can't you be gifted? It didn't take long. Braun went to the professor's lounge. There are no people here at the moment. Except for a few professors who didn't like the atmosphere of the auditorium very much, most of the professors went to the banquet. Braun still had some doubts in his heart about Snape bringing him here. Isn't it logical that you should take yourself to his office? Just thinking. The door to the professor's lounge was opened again. Coming in were Harry and Hermione and Professor McGonagall following them. Braun winked at Hermione, who wrinkled her nose mischievously. Sit down, it's raining so hard outside, everyone is a little cold. Start with some hot cocoa. Professor McGonagall waved her hand. The 4 bone china cups jumped and flew into the hands of the 3. A few people sat down in front of the warm fireplace, drinking delicious hot cocoa and roasting it over the fire. It's very comfortable. Wait until it's almost 10 minutes. There was another knock outside the door. Walking in was Madame Pomfrey. Just now, I heard Professor Lupin say that you fainted, so I specially asked Madame Pomfrey to check it for you. Meeting the doubtful gazes of the 3, Professor McGonagall said to Harry Potter. Didn't wait for Harry to say anything. Madame Pomfrey spoke first. Mr. Potter, to be honest, I really didn't expect the first person I saw at the beginning of school to be you. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. You should be honest at times. She was still familiar with Harry Potter. No way. Hospitalized every year, it is difficult to be unfamiliar. This time it wasn't Mr. Porter's reason. The Dementors searched the train. Mr. Potter was frightened. Professor McGonagall said understandingly. Hearing this, Madame Pomfrey, who was still absent-minded, also became serious. After all, no one knows what serious effects the Dementors will have. On the contrary, Harry's face was a little ugly. It made him think that he was being ridiculed by Malfoy. but at this time, he couldn't say anything. I could only stand silently and let Madame Pomfrey check. Mrs. Pang, AIAG, first touched Harry's head, and after finding that there was no fever, she rolled her eyelids and looked at it. Then he took out a special magic instrument and tested it before finally breathing a sigh of relief. No problem, Harry's body is still very healthy, but just now I was sucked a little happy by the Dementors, just rest and rest. But Professor McGonagall still seemed a little uneasy. Are you really all right? Then why did Harry faint? Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask. You also know that Dementors have a slightly greater impact on wizards who are physically weaker. Madame Pomfrey said casually. I'm not weak. I am fine, Harry said dissatisfied, only to shut his mouth at Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. Do you still need to observe in the infirmary? Professor McGonagall looked at Madame Pomfrey again. Nature is the best if you can. After all, no one knows if it's okay now, whether something will happen later. Madame Pomfrey said seriously. It's just that Harry clearly doesn't want to go to the infirmary. Originally, he was ridiculed by Malfoy, and even more talked about by other little wizards. If only I went to the infirmary on the first day of school. Tomorrow he will have to be talked about by those little wizards. I don't go to the infirmary to teach. My body is healthy, Harry retorted dissatisfied. It was just that he met Professor McGonagall's increasingly stern gaze, and eventually his voice became quieter and quieter. Madame Pomfrey didn't care about Harry's reluctance. It's the same with some chocolate. Replenish your body's calories. If there are any more problems, you can also notify me in time. As he spoke, he opened his medical kit. I've eaten, madam. Professor Lupin gave me a lot. Saying that, he pulled out a large piece of chocolate from his pocket. Yes. Madame Pomfrey looked a little surprised. But soon I was happy again. That's fine. It can be seen that the professor this time is a capable person. At the very least, he won't be as confused as the defense against the dark arts professors last semester. Are you really sure you're all right, Mr. Harry? Professor McGonagall, who cared about the students, couldn't help but ask again. I'm really okay, teach me I'm healthy. Having received another assurance from Harry, Professor McGonagall was not good to say anything more. Okay then, you go out and wait a minute. I have something to tell Mr. Roll and Miss Granger. Wait until Harry closes the classroom door. Professor McGonagall took out a gold pocket watch. Braun immediately recognized it as a time turner. This is for you, Miss Granger. Seeing that Hermione was a little puzzled, Professor McGonagall explained. Time converter. Press a button to transfer time. You applied for 12 courses this semester, which is not a small amount. Many of them were at the same time. It is impossible to complete without a time turner. Hearing Professor McGonagall's explanation, Hermione seemed a little stunned. Pleasantly picked up the time turner. Thank you, Professor. Professor McGonagall waved her hand. It's nothing. However, one thing you need to guarantee is that it cannot be abused. Time turner is limited, and if people from different timelines meet, it will have unpredictable consequences. Quite a few wizards have died for this reason throughout history. You have to be cautious and cautious. See Professor McGonagall say it so seriously. Hermione nodded seriously. Make sure you don't mess with the time turner. Be sure to use it for learning. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Braun again. Mr. Roar, I am looking for you this time for the patroness charm you cast on the train again. When I saw the owl sent by Professor Lupin, I didn't think that you could use the patroness spell at such a young age. You can see that your talent is amazing. Braun smiled modestly. I just practiced a little bit more during the summer. But I want you to pay attention. I heard that your patroness is very large. And the time to cast it is also very short. So I want Madame Pomfrey to check for you to see if there is anything wrong with your body. That's the main reason I asked Professor Snape to call you here. Seeing Professor McGonagall so serious, Braun was a little surprised. No wonder you call yourself there. Braun had no intention of refusing. He himself knew that there was absolutely no problem with his patroness spell. On the contrary, it is better to take this opportunity to beat his genius name. Left and right do not suffer losses. No problem, Professor. Seeing that Braun did not object, Professor McGonagall was also satisfied. Madame Pomfrey examined Braun's magic with a stethoscope-like tool. It was found that there was no effect other than a little more mana consumption. Can you still cast the patroness spell now? If you can, give it to everyone so that you can make a better judgment. Madame Pomfrey put down the stethoscope and said. Of course. Braun readily agreed. Unlike the first cast, at this moment, he was able to control the power he cast. With the spell, Braun's wand emitted a silver glow. This light is extremely large. Even Braun tried his best to control it. The patroness is also as tall as a roof. Look at this huge patroness in half-human form. Several professors couldn't help but be shocked. Although the size of the general guardian spirit is different, it is only slightly larger than the human reminder. Few are as exaggerated as Braun's patron saint in the air at the moment. Not to mention, they naturally saw that this was the result of Braun's deliberate control. If you release it with all your strength, you don't know how big this patron saint is. For a while, several professors looked at me and I saw that you didn't know what to say. It was Madame Pomfrey who reacted first, while checking the patron saint. At the same time, he did not forget to check Braun's body. No problem. Good health. The flow of mana is also normal. It didn't take long for Madame Pomfrey to come to a conclusion. It also relieved Professor McGonagall. As long as there are no problems, as the best and excellent student at Hogwarts in recent years, she naturally didn't want to see Braun hurt either. If there's anything uncomfortable afterwards, either tell Professor Snape or tell me. Don't hide it. Professor McGonagall instructed again. He then let Braun and Hermione leave. Harry, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw the two people come back and wanted to ask, what? But he was interrupted by Braun first. It's still early, hurry down and maybe you can see the sorting ceremony. Hermione nodded. No, you guys. Before Harry could finish speaking, he saw Professor McGonagall also walk out. What's wrong, Harry? Meet Braun's smiling gaze. Harry Potter glanced at Professor McGonagall and could only be silent. Followed the two men and walked downstairs. The sorting ceremony has long been over. The newly enrolled young wizards had all sat down at their respective academy tables and started talking eagerly. You can see that their interest is high. When a few people came down, they happened to meet Professor Flitwick, who was holding his hat. Meet the Braun people. Professor Flitwick was also happy to greet several people warmly. Okay, let's go back. After such a long delay in the professor's office, it is normal not to make it to the sorting ceremony. The only regret is that Braun didn't hear the new song. Hermione was also slightly lost. But soon the loss disappeared. After all, compared to the excitement that the time turner brings, this loss is nothing. I passed Hermione first. Well, see Braun later. Say hello to Hermione. Braun swaggered toward his dining table. Seeing Braun coming over obviously attracted the attention of many little wizards. The topic of discussion also changed a little to Blauen's prowess on the train. However, Braun did not pay attention to what these people said. Still going my own way, back in my place. As for Hermione's side, it seemed a little embarrassed. Hermione was fine. The little wizard had a good impression of her. After all, she also used the patroness spell. In comparison, Harry endured a little more. After all, it is an indisputable fact that he fainted on the train. Even though he had crept away from everyone's gaze as much as possible, walking along the corner of the wall towards his position, it still made the other little wizards can't help but look back at him. It's like looking at a rare animal. This made his heart couldn't help but be annoyed. But there is nothing they can do with these little wizards. He could only go to Ron's side with dissatisfaction. Malfoy told us about you fainting in the car. But I didn't get used to him, and I told others about his bombing. Harry sat down. Ron couldn't help but whisper. Looking at the dark-faced Malfoy in front of the Slytherin table, Harry felt much better. By the way, why did you go? How did it take so long? Ron couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Harry sighed. Professor McGonagall climbed me out of trouble and asked Madame Pomfret to check it out for me. As for Braun and Hermione, I don't know what else Ron wanted to say. But at this time, Dumbledore stood up. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He glanced at this year's little wizards, who were significantly more numerous than last year. It made him very happy. Wait until this group of little wizards grows up. The strength of England's wizarding world has definitely increased again. First of all, I would like to welcome all the new students. Welcome to the Hogwarts family. Here you will learn fascinating magic and make many like-minded friends. Even said that I met the love of your life for the rest of your life. But before I do that, I have to tell you something important. Maybe some old students think I'm repeating those clichés. However, this matter should be emphasized. First of all, don't go to the Forbidden Forest. Some of the old students said in unison. Dumbledore was a little stunned, but then a smile appeared on his face. He is still very tolerant of students. That's right, you seniors are right. Don't go to the Forbidden Forest. Because there are many dangerous magical creatures there. Remember this, it's for your safety. Secondly, there is one more important thing. Dumbledore's expression became much more serious. Even some of the usually mischievous little wizards have been honest. This semester, the defenses of our school will be guarded by Dementors sent by the Ministry of Magic. I think you should have seen them when you entered the school. They were there to ensure that the school would not be attacked by the fugitive Sirius. Of course, I personally don't agree with their approach. Saying that, Dumbledore glanced at the crowd. But even I don't agree. But things have already been decided. Therefore, do not leave the school or go near the entrance of the school without permission. They are a very dangerous group of dark creatures that will not leave the school without human emotions. Even confusion and invisibility are invisible in their eyes. As he spoke, his gaze glanced towards Gryffindor's position. The perceptive Harry immediately understood that this was what Dumbledore was saying to himself. At the same time, it also dispelled some of his small thoughts. The little wizards were scared to see them. Dumbledore was visibly satisfied. For a headmaster, he knew all too well what was going on in the minds of these little wizards. It is useless to follow the rules. The only way to make them obedient is to scare them. Then, Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the prefects. And the prefects of the various academies. Be sure to ensure the safety of our students. This semester, school discipline will be strict. Every day at night, everyone must make sure that every student is in bed, and the roll call must be carried out on time. Naturally, the prefects will not have an opinion. And the faces of some little wizards who like night wandering are a lot ugly. Especially Fred and George, their faces are not very good looking. Dumbledore didn't just ask the prefects to name names, but also organized professors to patrol 8. If they fight Filch, they are still sure. But if you fight with the professor, you are really impatient. They don't believe in the secret passage of the school, and the professor will not know. If you really want to catch them, a professor will do. Tracking magic is nothing to a school professor. A lot of rules and regulations were said. Dumbledore's face finally showed a rare smile again. In addition to what I just said, there are 3 more things to announce. Of course. This time is not a bad thing. The little wizard's tense little faces finally relaxed. It seemed to be relieved. First of all, Professor Colborne is retiring this year. Congratulations on the end of his long career of wits with students. One by one, the little wizards showed embarrassed 3, 4, 7 smiles. Instead, Professor Colborne stood up from his chair. I don't dislike everyone, I'm just too old. There is always a rest. It's not like Mr. Headmaster said. Professor Colborne pretended to be angry and said. The little wizards applauded one by one. It's just a pity that the other party doesn't have Hagrid's perverted body, because I often deal with fantastic beasts. Professor Kelburn lost both one of his hands and one leg, but this is also the norm for researchers of magical creatures. It's dangerous to deal with powerful magical creatures. A little careless, let alone less arms and legs. It's not uncommon for life to die. Professor Colborne said a few more words to everyone, so he sat down. Then Dumbledore began to announce other things. As I think you know, we've got a new defense against the dark arts professor this semester. Professor Lupin will be teaching everyone about defense against the dark arts in the new semester. Lupin stood up in a patched wizarding robe. The little wizard naturally applauded face. It's just that compared with Professor Colborne just now, it is far from it. Of course, Lupin was the reason why the new professor was unfamiliar. But it's more because the previous 2 defense against the dark arts professors didn't have a good impression on everyone. Let everyone have no good feelings about this plainly dressed new professor. I'm afraid it's the same color as Lockhart. Lupin didn't care about the less enthusiastic applause from the crowd, nodded at everyone and sat down. It wasn't until Hagrid stood up that the enthusiasm of the crowd was ignited again. When Dumbledore announced that Hagrid was the new professor of magical creatures conservation. Except for Little Snake, the applause of the other 3 academies visibly became eager, especially Gryffindor. Many young lions have been to Hagrid's cabin. The impression of Hagrid was naturally good. In comparison, the atmosphere at the table of the little snakes is not like this. That stupid big guy can also be a professor? It's ridiculous. Do you want him to be a magical animal for us to study? Malfoy said sarcastically at the table. It caused the little snakes around to laugh. His hair and face had already been washed. So at this moment, there is no more embarrassment at the beginning. For Malfoy's taunt, everyone was still more willing to cheer up. After all, for Hagrid, everyone's impression is not good. Who let him compare with Gryffindor that? Many of the little snakes had already gathered beside Malfoy at this moment, intending to cause some trouble for Hagrid's first lesson. I just don't think Professor Kelborn could have let us buy that biting book. Theodore said unhappily. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. My hand almost got bitten. Daphne said with a bitter face. It doesn't seem to feel good about the new Fantastic Creatures textbook. You should stroke the spine of the book to calm them down. Braun kindly reminded from the sidelines. But Sabinai on the side was not happy. Braun, why didn't you say it earlier? My hands were bitten. You didn't write to me in advance. Braun rolled his eyes. The Slytherin table was full of discussion. Dumbledore, who had finished announcing the matter, waved his hand. Okay, it's all announced. Then next 0. It's time for a feast. I believe that everyone is tired after a day of driving. Hurry up and eat. Accompanied by Dumbledore's words. A variety of delicacies appeared on the little wizard's table. From England to France, from Germany to Eros. The cuisine of various countries is on the table. Braun naturally won't miss this opportunity to taste food. This year, there are a lot of new dishes. For example, Eros's beetroot soup was the first time he drank it. Inside the auditorium, the sound of forks and cutterheads clashing is endless. At this time, everyone also does not pay attention to the so-called table manners. Opposite. Rushing to eat is obviously more fragrant than eating at a glance. But even when eating, Braun noticed something different in the teacher's seat. For example, the gloomy-faced Snape has been staring at Lupin, who is gobbling up. I can't wait for an Avada to gnaw a big melon and smash it in his face. This strange scene naturally attracted the attention of other little snakes. After all, it was the first time they had seen Snape show such an expression. Even when he faced Lockhart last year, Snape's face was not as ugly as it was today. What's wrong with the professor? I don't know, maybe someone has robbed him of his position as a professor in defense against the dark arts again. 1.1 But sometimes it's really hard for me to figure out what the dean thinks. What's good about being a defense against the dark arts professor who gets out of the way in a year? To put it ugly, these defense against the dark arts professors are consumables. The little snakes talked about it. However, Braun knew that the reason Snape's ugly face was definitely not because Lupin had robbed him of his defense against the dark arts position. More because Lupin had a feud with him. How badly the Marauder trio bullied him back then, how much Snape hates these 3 now. But now, one of the 3 people has died and one has been arrested, and even Lupin has eaten the last meal but not the next. On the contrary, Snape mixed very well. This also made Braun understand a truth. Living long is real. It is not impossible to burn the head to death, and it is not impossible to stand on the other side's grave. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, you bring us knowledge. Whether it's a faltering old man or a babbling child. As the choir school song ended, everyone walked towards the lounge under the leadership of the prefects of each house. Before leaving, Braun also glanced at Harry and Ron, who were surrounding Hagrid. Then he left the auditorium with the other snakes. After a fight today, he is still very tired. If he could, he wanted to go back to bed as soon as possible. Hagrid, congratulations on becoming a professor, Harry said happily to Ron. They have a good relationship with Hagrid, and at this moment they see each other to become professors in the Magical Creatures Protection course. I am also sincerely happy for each other. I also didn't think about it. I am very grateful to Professor Kyle Bond. He said he trusted me, and then Headmaster Dumbledore came to me and asked if I would. As he spoke, Hagrid blew his nose a little irrepressibly. Huge tears ran through the corners of his eyes, finally converged on his bushy beard. Harry and Ron wanted to say something more, but under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, she honestly returned to the team. He followed Prefect Percy to the lounge. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Say hello to Daphne and her sister Astoria. Braun returned to the lounge with Sabini and Theodore. He wasn't the only one tired. Sabini and Theodore were not much better, so the three people did not say a few words. Don't arrest me, Professor McGonagall. I'm done with my homework. It's true. Don't turn me into a pig. Braun woke up yawning and woke up to see Shabani lying on the bed talking in his dreams. My heart was a little speechless. Needless to say, the Shabani guy's homework is definitely not finished. Otherwise, he would not have said such a dream story. Ding! Hogwarts check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the basic diviner talent. 08 detected that the host basic fortune teller talent is full, and has now been upgraded to intermediate diviner talent. Listen for the system's tone. Braun is now able to calm down. As for the ability to check in the diviner this time, there was not much excitement in my heart. Since signing into the talent of an apprentice fortune teller, Braun has not tried to learn divination, but the effect is not very good. Whether it was a tarot card or a crystal ball, he did not feel any special power. Later, although it could be encountered from time to time, it still had no effect. Gradually, he gave up. Unexpectedly, he had accumulated the talent of an intermediate diviner. While thinking, Braun took the books he needed for class and walked towards the auditorium. Anyway, there will be a divination class later. It's not too late to verify the effect. It seems that you didn't sleep very well, Shabani. Braun teased while drinking hot milk. Don't mention it. I had a nightmare yesterday that my transfiguration homework was not finished and that Professor McGonagall had turned into a pig. Shabani had a pair of dark circles under his eyes and yawned constantly. You'll remember to copy your transfiguration homework for me later. Okay, no problem. Braun casually agreed. Anyway, even if he doesn't borrow it, Sabini will find someone else. He can copy it if he wants. Seeing Braun's approval, Sabini seemed very happy. Satisfied, he picked up a piece of toast on the table and began to butter on it. I was chatting about the upcoming class. Suddenly, a burst of laughter attracted the attention of several people. I saw Malfoy standing on the bench, telling the little snakes around him in a colorful voice. From time to time, it caused the surrounding snakes to laugh. Harry, on the other hand, came over angrily in laughter. Oh, Harry Potter, are you going to hit me? I'm so scared, Malfoy said, pretending to be weak. Malfoy, you better shut up for me. Harry blushed and raised his fist angrily. Oh, is it? Why don't you have this courage in the face of those dementors? It turns out that our savior is a good child who is afraid to find his mother, Malfoy said as he pretended to wipe away his tears. If Ron hadn't stopped him, maybe Harry would have actually gone up and punched Malfoy twice. Of course, it is also possible that he was pulled by Crabbe and Goyle next to Malfoy and beaten up. Shut up, Malfoy. Harry didn't. And how much better are you? Fried into a black chicken head and stunned by the dementors? Ron taunted as well. Makes Malfoy's face turn livid. I was smashed by Harry Potter? You this. Watched them quarrel again. Braun also withdrew his gaze in amusement. This is a pair of wronged families, who love and kill each other endlessly. How the hell did you say Harry Potter offended Malfoy? I found that these two people did not have a day of peace. Theodore closed the book and couldn't help but complain. The quarrel between the two made him unable to concentrate on the preparation of the lesson. Who knows that? Sabini stuffs a toast into his mouth. Vaguely said. By the way, what class did you take? I'm a divination class. Daphne took the lead in raising her hand. Me too, Braun said casually. Besides, Professor Trelawney is also his own relative, and he chose her class for at least a high score. I'm a Muggle researcher. Theodore ate bacon and said. I'm also a Muggle studier. It looks like we'll have to wait until the Fantastic Beasts Protection class to meet again. Sabini spread out his hands. Because they also knew that Braun was a relative of Professor Trelawney, they didn't say much. It was thought that Braun's choice of divination class was expected. On the contrary, Daphne's choice of divination class surprised them a little. Divination classes are relatively simple. I'm afraid that when the time comes, I will hang up, Daphne said a little embarrassed. A few people were a little stunned. The truth is, as Daphne said, divination classes are indeed simple. As long as you talk about how you died in class, you can almost get a lot of points. Okay, it's not early, we'll go first. Glancing at the auditorium, Braun spoke up. Sabini and Theodore naturally had no opinion. You guys go first, the divination classroom is still quite far away. See you later? See you later. Holding the book, Braun led Daphne towards the tower on the other side of the castle. It's still early, so there's no need to rush too much. I'll help you get the book. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network? See Daphne panting tiredly. Braun was naturally not good to watch from the sidelines. Well, thank you Braun. Daphne gasped. The divination classroom is at the top of the tower. Coupled with the fact that he is still holding 2 tomes, it will naturally not be much easier. The physical fitness of wizards is not much different from ordinary people, and it is still a little difficult for a teenager to climb the 7th floor in one go. Not to mention that Daphne's physical fitness is not very good. It's still early, don't worry too much. Braun comforted. Daphne nodded and didn't say anything. After resting for a while, it seemed to slow down. Daphne then continued upstairs. It wasn't until I came to a platform that I stopped again. Go to the left. I've been here. Before Daphne could ask, Braun pulled her towards the stairs to the left. From time to time, curious portraits look towards this side along the way. It seems that they will rarely be able to see anyone passing by here. Braun naturally smiled at them friendly. The portraits are arguably the most gossipy magical items in the entire Hogwarts. Braun didn't want to be rumored bad by these portraits because he was rude. It didn't take long. The two stopped in front of a portrait of a monk painted grimly. No door here. Looking at the empty platform, Daphne also suspected that she had gone the wrong way. That's right here. Braun pointed to the ceiling. I saw a closed trapdoor in that position. There is also a metal nameplate made of brass on the trapdoor. Are we going to wait here? Or knock on the door with a levitation spell? As he spoke, the trapdoor in midair opened. At the same time, a staircase extends from the ceiling. Okay, let's go up. Braun smiled and pulled Daphne up. The classroom was still the same setup Braun had seen. About 20 small round tables are neatly arranged in the room. Around the table are small armchairs and futons. The room was dark and the fire from the fireplace was very strong. An ethereal voice was especially excited after Braun came in. Braun, you're here? Sure enough, I knew you would take divination, but you have the blood of the great prophet Trelawney. Look at the chatter Trelawney. Braun looked a little helpless. He usually comes to see Trelawney from time to time. No matter how you say it, it is also their own relatives. If you don't come and see, you can't say it. It's just that he didn't think that the other party was so enthusiastic when he saw him today. This made him a little confused. Professor, I want to try crystal ball divination. This morning I felt as if my heavenly eye had reacted somewhat. Hearing this, Trelawney, who originally wanted to say something more, also closed his mouth. It's just that his expression still reveals excitement. Really? Oh, my god. This is wonderful. She herself, because of her talent, coupled with the youth and vigor at that time. So much so that until now nothing has been done. Hearing that Braun was really able to use the heavenly eye, let alone how excited he was. Quickly rummaged through the cabinet and found a crystal ball with the best appearance and the most perfect appearance. Try it quickly. Trelawney placed the crystal ball in front of Braun and couldn't help but urge. Braun took a deep breath. Looking at the crystal ball in front of him, his expression became slightly more serious. 957. Then his right hand was raised and placed on the crystal ball. Braun, who had never reacted to the crystal ball before, suddenly felt a unique power at this moment. This power gushed out from his body and entered the crystal ball. His originally closed eyes seemed to see something special through the fog. In a dense forest, a snake is praying. If you look closely, you can find that there is a black shadow attached to the snake's body. Then the picture changes. In front of the serpent appeared a wizard in a black robe, and his wizard robe was painted with a triangular pattern with a circle in the middle. The snake was talking to the wizard. Just when Braun wanted to listen carefully, the picture suddenly disappeared, and Braun slowly opened his eyes. I saw that there seemed to be a faint picture in the crystal ball just now. It's just that the pattern appears very blurry. Not long after Braun opened his eyes, he disappeared. This made Braun feel a little regretful. But this is exciting for Trelawney. Daphne on the side was also stunned. Isn't divination a lie? Why did the picture really appear just now? I said it a long time ago. I said about Braun a long time ago. You definitely have the talent of a fortune teller. Looking at Trelawney's excited look, I didn't know that. I thought that the other party had just succeeded in divination. How do you feel now? Trelawney asked with concern. Her talent is average, and she can't make the crystal ball show the picture. Naturally, Braun's state at the moment is not very clear. It's fine. I just feel a little tired. Braun pinched his eyebrows and said. The picture just now was still in his mind at the moment, making him can't help but think about what the picture just now meant. Especially the combination of circle and triangle. It reminded him of the sign of the Deathly Hallows, and the creature that possessed the snake. If he guessed correctly, it should be Voldemort. But how did Voldemort get mixed up with the man hidden in the black robe? I didn't wait for him to think about it carefully. He was pulled by Trelawney to sit in a chair. Have a good rest? Oh my god, that's great news. I dare say that your grandmother would have cried with joy if she knew you had such talent. As he spoke, the other students also came. P.S. Today a change, I am blocked here, I need to grab vegetables to grab noodles and meat, etc. It will be added sequentially in the next few days. Sorry so much. They looked at the classroom in front of them, which was no different from the tea room, and looked a little at a loss. This seems to be very different from the divination class they remember. Okay, all sit. Don't stand alone. Maybe Trelawney is in a good mood at the moment. She didn't play tricks as usual, but instead had a bright smile on her face. Watch as the other little wizards awkwardly climb onto armchairs or cushions. Braun had wanted to follow suit, but he was stopped by Trelawney. I had to stand helplessly in place. Although the other little wizards had doubts in their hearts, it was difficult to say anything at the moment. See that all the little wizards have already been seated. Trelawney then began her tirade again. Welcome to the divination class. I think most of you probably haven't met me. That's because some disturbances in the school can make my eyes fail. Divination class is a science that values talent very much, and if you don't have talent, you may not learn anything in my class. As she spoke, she glared at Ron and Harry, who were exchanging ears. Maybe you're geniuses in other courses, able to refine those potions or have a talent for spells. But I have to say that only a very few people can clear their confusion and see the future. Maybe many people think I'm playing tricks. But today, Trelawney's voice was raised quite a bit. Pulled Braun, who was originally standing on the side, over. Once again, a great soothsayer has appeared in our school. Although I don't want to mention it, but I have to say that Braun and I are also very closely related. His grandmother is my cousin. We all share our bloodline with the great prophet Trelawney. Despite Professor Trelawney's modest words, his smile could not be suppressed. During her years at school, she mostly relied on coaxing. There's no way anyone who makes her prophecy fail when it doesn't work. Now there is Braun as a powerful proof of prophecy. Naturally, it is necessary to publicize it to these little wizards. Some of the little snakes who knew Braun's family lineage were not much surprised, but the little lions seemed very surprised. They whispered. It was obviously difficult to connect Braun, an excellent student in school, with Trelawney, a professor of divination who was notorious in the mouths of his seniors. But look at Braun does not mean to express anything. It seems that Professor Trelawney did not lie about this. Harry couldn't help but whisper to his good friend Ron. Pure blood families, it is normal to have various relatives, and Blauen's grandmother is a famous soothsayer. Many wealthy pure blood families would ask his grandmother to name the children in the family. Ron replied equally cautiously. It seemed that he was afraid of being heard by Professor Trelawney. But then they thought, just now Professor Trelawney said that Braun became a soothsayer? They're not the only ones who react. The other little wizards didn't look much better, staring and not knowing what to say. The news was so surprising to them. You must know that the status of soothsayers in the wizarding world is still very high. Of course, the main reason is because of the scarcity of quantities. After all, divination is such a thing, even wizards will feel metaphysical. Braun, do you think you can still cast Tian Mu? Trelawney asked quietly. She didn't seem to think that the reaction of these little wizards would be so great, so that what he just said will not be passed on as bragging. At this moment, I can only turn to Braun. Yes, but it may not be as far away as you just looked. At most, that's what happens in the next few hours. Got an affirmative answer from Braun. Trelawney was relieved at first. Then I instantly had confidence in my heart. All right, quiet, students. Next, I'll ask Braun to show you crystal ball divination. Everyone quiet down. This trick really worked. After hearing that Braun was going to show crystal ball divination, the little wizards were honest one by one. One by one, they leaned forward curiously, as if to find the best position to watch Braun's divination. Seeing this, Braun also took a deep breath. Didn't make everyone wait long. Standing in front of the crystal ball, press your right hand gently on the crystal ball. I secretly felt the power that was very different from magic. It didn't take long. Pictures began to appear in the crystal ball. Although the picture is not so clear, everyone discovers that this is outside the forbidden forest of the school. A tall figure was standing beside him, pulling an elder, eagle-headed creature but with the body of a horse. Another group of small wizards stood in front of him. Look at this picture that suddenly appears in the crystal ball. The little wizards did not dare to make a sound, for fear of affecting Braun. But soon, the picture in the crystal ball disappeared without a trace. Slytheringa. 40 points? I think you've seen Braun's show. Yes, it's prophecy. This should be your magical creature protection class later. It seems that you will learn a new magical creature later. Trelawney patted Braun's shoulder encouragingly, signaling him to go back and sit. A professor of electives like her has 50 points for a semester. Giving Braun 40 points was already her limit. The little wizards whispered. Although the picture just now did not last long, it was still able to shock them. It was the first time they had seen the prophecy with their own eyes. I can't help but look forward to the next lessons. Fantasize that he can control the crystal ball and make predictions like Braun. I saw the little wizards beating chicken blood one by one. Trelawney was satisfied. Although most of these, well, it's all the little wizards who can't learn prophecy. But no one will call her a liar anymore. Braun's living example is in front of everyone. If people can't learn prophecy, it can only mean that they are too stupid. And no little wizard will voluntarily admit that he is stupid. They will only study harder. I think you should all get the books. The role of books is not too great, and no soothsayer will dogmatically prophesy according to textbooks. But I still need to tell you about the next lessons. First of all, in the first grade, we need to learn the basic divination methods. The first is to look at the tea residue. This is the end of our first half of the semester. As for next semester we will study palmistry. As for the next year, we will learn tarot cards, and... Professor, when will we be able to use crystal balls like Braun? A little lion couldn't help but ask. Although the other little wizards spoke, they all stared at Trelawney with bright eyes to get an answer from her. Interrupted suddenly, Trelawney was not in a good mood. But look at the little wizards who are eager to get answers from her. It can only suppress the unhappiness in my heart. Explained. We will learn to teach the crystal ball in the 5th grade. This is an extremely advanced prophetic technique, which is generally difficult to learn. Okay, now everyone is in a group of 2. Go to the shelf and pick out your favorite teacup. We're going to look at the tea. Don't give the little wizards a chance to continue asking. Trelawney said, pointing to the shelves with various teacups. After Braun's display just now, these little wizards naturally won't have any opinions. Scrambled towards the wooden frame. Can't wait to get ready to learn prophecy. Fantasize that one day you too will be a great prophet. You didn't tell me that you even have the talent of prophecy, Braun. Hermione said with some dissatisfaction as she picked out the teacup. I also just got started using the crystal ball today, Braun said with some helplessness. Wait until the afternoon, I'll help you make a prophecy when there is no class in the afternoon. Braun whispered in Hermione's ear. Moist air enters the ears with sound. It made hers feel a little itchy, and at the same time a little embarrassed. Glared at Braun and ran away. Picked out a teacup. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. Braun then took the teacup and Daphne to Professor Trelawney, placed the tea leaves, and filled it with tea. After cooling the tea with a freezing spell, I drank it. Start observing what the tea looks like. I don't feel that the tea tastes good. Daphne couldn't help but stick out her tongue. If so many students really use tea well, it will be a lot of money. Besides, there are not many little wizards who like to drink tea, Braun said as he shook the teacup evenly, while drinking the tea in the cup little by little. Can Braun's divination really prophesy? Daphne asked in a low voice while awkwardly learning Braun's appearance. Of course not. As he spoke, Braun folded the cup upside down on a silver platter. Whispered. How many years has tea really been introduced to England on a large scale? If you can see the future simply by relying on some tea residue, the profit is too cheap. This is simply to fool wizards who want to learn prophecy but have no talent. He didn't mind telling Daphne the truth, even though he really had a gift for prophecy at the moment. He also never wanted to be a prophet. Isn't great alchemy fragrant? The ethereal thing of entanglement in fate is not for a sane wizard. Just treat this prophecy as a game. Don't burden yourself too much. Well, show your cup. Braun said comfortingly and handed over his teacup. Daphne seemed a little nervous. I looked at the pictures and tips given in the book. This is, Ian a scepter? This means that you will achieve extraordinary success. And, well, this is a dagger someone staring at you in the dark? Daphne looked apprehensive, but gradually calmed down in Braun's comforting gaze. Okay, let me see you. However, he took Daphne's teacup and answered it in the other party's fearful gaze. He didn't read. After all, it wasn't much difficult for him. Like T-Dreg's prophecy, tarot cards, and so on. He basically learned almost everything. First of all, a son. This means that you will live happily in the future. This is followed by apple. This means that you will find a partner who loves you later. Well, and rice, which means that the harvest combines to mean that you will have a beautiful child. Daphne blushed at Braun's little face. Just wanted to say something. I heard a scream coming from inside the classroom. This instantly attracted the attention of all the little wizards. I saw Trelawney turning the teacup in his hand with a gloomy face. It was as if something horrible had happened. First of all, an eagle. Trelawney muttered. That means you have a dead rival? Secondly, sticks and skeletons indicate danger. And this? Unknown? Trelawney's gloomy look made everyone a little frightened. Not sure exactly what's going on. Perhaps it was the reason Braun had just shown prophecy. This made the little wizards who had been skeptical of the prophecy extremely scared at the moment. Even Hermione didn't utter a voice to refute Trelawney's words. Instead, he sat quietly in his place. There was some hesitation. Apparently Trelawney's words have also been believed. Professor, it's not known. Harry couldn't help but ask worriedly. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Trelawney. Oh my god, kid, don't ask me. It's true. This is ominous. Ominous means death? This is not a good sign. Trelawney took a deep breath. There has always been an ominous legend in England, and it is rumored that anyone who has seen it will die mysteriously. But child, I think you should be thankful. After all, you haven't seen a big black dog yet. And there will be no dogs at school either. You're going to be okay. Perhaps because of Braun as evidence, Trelawney suddenly realized that he didn't seem to want to pretend to be like before. So, instead of predicting Harry's death, he comforted him softly. But this made Harry more and more uneasy. Because, he has really seen the big black dog. Just when he ran away from home and came to the street outside Vernon's house, he had seen a huge black dog roaming the streets and staring at him deadly. At this moment, thinking of this prophecy, he couldn't help but tremble. What's wrong, kid? Need some hot tea? Trelawney couldn't help but care. Since there is no need to continue to pretend to be a ghost, it is still necessary to express concern for students. But Harry didn't seem to hear it. Instead, he asked anxiously, Nose. Professor, what does that black dog look like? The eyes are fierce and have yellow eyes like lamps. It's huge. Maybe you can go to the library and look for information on this. Okay, thank you, Professor. Harry said with a somewhat ugly face. No way, it's really too similar to the big black dog he saw as described by Trelawney just now. Okay everyone. Can go back. Divination is not like other classes. We have our own rules, and my heavenly eye tells me it's time for you to leave, Trelawney said with an ethereal voice. Braun felt that his aunt and grandmother were completely lazy and did not want to continue teaching, only to find a reason to send them off. But it's hard to say it myself. Just like the other little wizards. Pack your textbooks. Pour the tea leaves from the teacup into the trash in an orderly manner, then clean the cup and put it back on the shelf. Walk down the spiral staircase. Braun, do you think Harry really will encounter something ominous? Daphne couldn't help but ask. Didn't Professor Trelawney say that? This is not entirely accurate. As long as you don't see the black dog, you'll be fine, Braun said casually, but his eyes caught a glimpse of the big sneaky black dog in the grass. Serious? Didn't take it to heart. Braun and Daphne went to the transfiguration classroom together, because the divination class is only more than half of the lessons. So at this time, the transfiguration class has not yet ended. Inside the classroom, Professor McGonagall was telling the 5th grade wizards about this year's exam. Braun and Daphne had to stand outside bored. Fortunately, it didn't take long for classes to end over there. Why did you get here so early? Professor McGonagall couldn't help but frown when she saw Braun and Daphne outside. As the vice principal, she arranged the school's timetable. Naturally know when students are in class. At this time, it stands to reason that class has just ended. Is it truancy? But looking at Braun, who was holding the book, he didn't feel like it. We were taught a divination class. This class ends early. Hear Braun's explanation. Professor McGonagall was a little stunned. At the same time, he frowned. But nothing was said. She doesn't really like to speak ill of her colleagues. Okay, let's go inside. There is still a while in the class time. Nodded. Professor McGonagall left. Not long after, Sabini and Theodore also rushed over with their books. Only the look clearly revealed exhaustion. I'm exhausted. I never thought Muggle studies would be so hard. My mother told me to just sit there and imagine why the Muggles were moving the stones. Then just think about what is going on in their little brains. How come it has now become doing those math problems? What I hate the most is math, Sabini said bitterly. Theodore though wasn't as miserable as he was, but the look is obviously not very good looking. Obviously, Muggle studies didn't feel much better about him. The subject matter is somewhat difficult. However, it seemed like a good deal to the young wizards who were Muggle-born. They quickly calculated the result. Theodore said in a depressed mood. He has always been a meticulous person who demands meticulous attention in everything he does. In terms of learning, it is basically the existence of the first few years of the whole age. But when I was in class today, I was crushed by those Muggle-born wizards, and I naturally didn't feel good. Especially Hermione Granger. Oh, my god. Almost as soon as the teacher finished asking the question, she answered it immediately. I couldn't understand why she was a Muggle-born and studied Muggles. Sabini couldn't help but complain. With you on Muggle studies. Daphne showed 393 in disbelief. What's wrong? Did she also think it was incredible for her to study Muggles? To be honest, I thought the same way. Sabini shook his head and said. But Daphne didn't answer him. Instead, it was as if he had been frightened by something. But Hermione has been taking divination classes with us all the time. Sabini was stunned for a moment, and his expression was not very good. After all, it is obviously impossible for a person to appear in two places. Well, it can only be said that one of them is fake. Don't guess. Is a time shifter. Theodore said without raising his head. Ask Braun, I remember he had one. The two men looked at Braun again. Looking at the two people's thirst for knowledge, Braun was not easy to refuse. I just didn't expect Hermione to be guessed to have a time turner on the first day of school. Theodore knew that it was normal. After all, they also belonged to the 24 pure bloods. And his father's status in the Ministry of Magic is not low. It's normal to know more. It's a magical alchemical prop. Being able to travel through the timeline. When the two people heard half of it, they saw that Braun didn't say anything, and they couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied in their hearts. However, after looking up and seeing Professor McGonagall, they all honestly stopped talking. Although I was desperate to know what it was, I didn't dare to desert in Professor McGonagall's class. As Braun moved up to 3rd grade, the difficulty of the course has actually begun to rise. Today, Professor McGonagall has begun to teach about animagus. This is a magic that can change from a human to an animal. It's very sophisticated. And to make the course less boring, Professor McGonagall also demonstrated it herself. The initiative turned into a tabby cat. It's a pity that everyone's expressions are not so enthusiastic. What's wrong with you guys today? Why do you look listless on the first day of school? Professor, it's Harry. He was prophesied by Professor Trelawney. A little lion couldn't help but say. At the same time, the gaze that looked at Harry looked a little afraid. Unknown? So it was Harry who died this time? Professor McGonagall said in disbelief. Yes, Professor. Professor Trelawney didn't say I died, just that I had to watch out for the black dog. Harry said with a trembling raise of his hand. How is it good? Just said that the dead and alive. That's scary. Oh, Professor Trelawney didn't prophesy your death? Professor McGonagall was a little surprised. But I didn't care too much. Professor Trelawney predicts the death of a person every year. If only you had him as a special welcome. Anyway, so far I haven't found any little wizard with the talent of a prophet. Professor McGonagall waved her hand casually. just as she was about to continue lecturing. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. But I found that everyone's expressions were still nervous. Professor McGonagall, but Braun showed the prophecy. A little snake said cautiously. That's right. He touched the crystal ball with his hand, and then a picture appeared in the crystal ball. Another little snake added. This made Professor McGonagall pause. There was something strange in his gaze towards Braun. Yes, Professor. Indeed it is. Meeting Professor McGonagall's gaze, Braun stood up. Just looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect this matter to be involved in myself. He knew that Professor McGonagall wasn't very interested in divination. You know, my grandmother was a soothsayer. I happen to have some talent for this. For Braun's family background, Professor McGonagall was naturally clear. I also knew that my old classmate was indeed a powerful soothsayer, but I didn't expect Braun to inherit this talent. Perhaps, but I still want to say that divination is originally a speculation about the future. You don't need to take it as a golden rule. Unless you really have a talent for divination, most of the predictions you make are unfounded. Harry, though I don't want to say that. But I don't think the future you see with tea residue is very accurate. Harry looked a little embarrassed. Although Professor McGonagall did not say it explicitly, but he understood the meaning. Undoubtedly, he has no talent for prophecy, and the prophecy he makes is a child's play, and it has no effect at all. Although he didn't want to admit this in his heart, he still didn't have talent to meet his psychological expectations more than facing death. Okay, on. I want to compare it to death. The biggest thing you should worry about right now is today's homework. If you don't listen carefully, you can't finish your homework. But it is to be locked up. Seeing that everyone's attention was concentrated, Professor McGonagall then began lecturing. Obviously, after some enlightenment from Professor McGonagall, most of the little wizards seemed much more relaxed. At least his demeanor is no longer nervous. Braun said quickly. That's right. Why is Hermione able to appear in two places at the same time? I just arrived at the auditorium and sat down. The two of them couldn't wait to ask. After holding back a lesson, now I don't know the secret quickly after class, and I don't know when I will continue to hold it. First of all, you can't tell anyone. Braun said helplessly. The two nodded their heads in succession and promised not to say anything to the others. Braun then continued. The time turner can go back in time and is a very precious alchemy item. Hermione must have finished her divination class or muggle studies and quickly used the time turner to go back a few hours. That's why she appears in two places at the same time. Braun explained. As for the principle of the time turner, he didn't say anything. After all, these two people are definitely not interested. And your time turner that Braun? Theodore says you have. Braun glared at Theodore angrily. But in the end, it was taken out. Shown in front of two people. It turns out that the time turner looks like this, similar to a pocket watch. Shub and I looked at the time turner that Braun took out and couldn't help but say, what's important inside is the sands of time. This is an extremely valuable material, which is now in stock in addition to the Ministry of Magic. There are not many other places anymore. After explaining, Braun put the time turner back. After lunch, everyone rested for a while and went outside the castle. The afternoon class is a class on magical biological protection. It is a class that everyone is looking forward to. Senior students have said more than once how hesitant the magical creatures protection class is. Even the Slytherin fireplace still houses a salamander. It was in first grade when the older snakes were smuggled back from the magical creatures protection class. Everyone came early, talking about the morning's prophecy one after another. All of them wanted to see if it was the same as Braun's prophecy. Not long after, Hagrid came from outside the Forbidden Forest wearing that moleskin coat. There was a little excitement in his expression. Everyone's here. After glancing at the list of comparisons, Hagrid looked a little pleased. Okay, follow behind me, everyone. I dare say this lesson has definitely turned your perception upside down. You have never taken such an interesting class on amazing conservation. The little wizards looked a little puzzled, but still follow Hagrid towards the Forbidden Forest. Are we going to the Forbidden Forest? Just wait and see. The little wizards whispered, looking at the Forbidden Forest that was getting closer and closer, looking a little worried. But they soon breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone did not continue to walk towards the Forbidden Forest. Instead, Hagrid led him to a small paddock outside the Forbidden Forest. Although say small paddock, but it's not small inside. That's just a comparison to the Forbidden Forest. Everyone stood inside without the slightest crowd, not to mention. Instead, it felt very empty. Well, there is a lot of space here. Everyone scattered and don't get together. Hagrid said loudly. Also, open your books, we're going to. The words are not finished. He was interrupted by Malfoy. Professor. Malfoy dragged his long voice strangely. How do you open the book? What? Hagrid looked a little surprised, and at the same time a little cramped. It didn't seem to have occurred to anyone asking such a question. If these books with fangs bite us, maybe you can see that we are missing an arm. Malfoy's teasing words caused the little snakes around him to laugh. Watch the little snakes hold up books one by one, tied up with belts, or clamped with huge clamps. Some are overwhelmed. He looked at the lion cubs as if for help. It's just like a little snake. They don't have anything good to do either. One by one, like small snakes, they tied up the books with belts. Having never been in class, he was a little panicked for a while. Looking at the book that was moving around in the hands of the little wizard, I didn't know what to say. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly saw the book in the hands of several Braun people, but he was very quietly held in their arms. I couldn't help but be surprised. Well, Mr. Roar, you tell everyone how you managed to make your book quiet. The eyes of the little wizards were instantly attracted by Hagrid's words. Turning his head to look, sure enough, the books in the hands of Braun and several of them were very honest and not irritable at all. Good professor. Braun nodded. Without saying anything, he walked in front of everyone. He took out the particularly grumpy book in Hermione's arms. It's simple, just gently touch the spine of its book. Saying that, Braun raised his hand and stroked the spine of the book full of fangs. Then the monster book, which was originally still irritable, instantly became quiet. Even those fangs converged. Very good, Slytherin plus 10, Hagrid said excitedly. It can be seen that Braun's performance makes him very satisfied. It's just like Braun, it's very simple. Everyone can try it. Seeing this, naturally there is no need for Hagrid to remind him. Everyone started trying. Under the touch, these monster books that were originally eager to bite off the little wizard's arm became docile one by one. Malfoy in the back couldn't help but pout. Although there was some dissatisfaction with Braun's behavior in his heart, but nothing was said either. However, he did not intend to give up just like that. He didn't like this big tall man who always mixed with Harry and them, so he was ready to get this guy in some trouble. Well, that's right, you have textbooks. Then the next thing is the animals. Hagrid hurriedly took the first notes from his pocket and flipped through them. After knowing what he should do next, hurriedly ran towards the Forbidden Forest. You guys wait here. After that, before the little wizards could say anything, they left them here alone. Gee, looks like I have to mention it to my dad. Now anyone can be a professor. Or was the money my dad donating to the school embezzled? Malfoy said with emotion. It's just that the demeanor is more and how much it is beaten. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry said angrily. Just now, he couldn't help Hagrid, so he could only subconsciously avoid Hagrid's gaze for help. But now that he saw that Malfoy began to denigrate again, he naturally wouldn't agree. Oh Merlin? Malfoy's pretend surprise made everyone scratch their heads. But the next sentence made the little snakes laugh again. I just saw it, it turned out to be Harry the coward. You have to be careful, after all, there are so many dementors in the school. Just in case one day we pass out in Quidditch class. No one can help you in midair. Harry waved his fist angrily, ready to let Malfoy know why the flowers were so red. But before he could do anything, he was stopped by his good friend Ron. After all, Malfoy's two henchmen weren't vegetarians. Fighting doesn't do any good. As for the use of magic, a fight may not be anything. At most, it is to be said in 2 sentences. If you use magic and are caught by the professor, you will lose points. So no one wants to use magic unless necessary. Just when Malfoy was smug and wanted to say something more, but he was suddenly startled by the creature that appeared in front of him. Oh, my god, it was the creature with the body of a hippogriff. Some of the little wizards were taken aback. I hurriedly wanted to run over the paddock and run outside. Other girls panicked. After all, more than a dozen ferocious animals that were 2 meters tall ran towards this side, and the shock to the little wizards was still too great. Braun said quietly. The voice overwhelmed everyone, and also calmed the panicked little wizards a lot. These are winged beasts with hippogriffs. Level 3 magical creatures prescribed by the Ministry of Magic. It belongs to the tameable class. The school will not expose students to magical creatures that threaten them, so don't worry too much. Braun's explanation made many little wizards seem a lot calmer. Even some girls are afraid. But under Braun's comfort, he did not continue to run. It's close. Everyone also looked more closely at these huge creatures. This peculiar creature has the head of an eagle, but the body belongs to the horse, but it is covered with thick feathers. But when it comes to its paws, it becomes like a lion. He also has wings on his back. However, this strange look did not reassure everyone. On the contrary, he seemed more and more afraid. Those claws and beaks that are more than a dozen centimeters long and flashing with cold light are no joke. Dealing with a little wizard is enough to kill at once. Fortunately, these creatures have collars around their necks, and it seems that they must have been tamed. It seems very docile. See no? These big guys? These are winged beasts with hippogriffs and horses. A creature where griffins cross with a female horse. Look at how beautiful their claws and feathers are. Hagrid's tone was tinged with praise. At the same time, do not forget to tie these beautiful creatures from his mouth to the paddock. It's just that these beautiful creatures in his mouth don't seem to be very attractive to everyone. The little wizards looked at these creatures that were not far away from them and took a few steps back in fear, apparently unable to appreciate the beauty in Hagrid's mouth. Well, who wants to give it a try? Hagrid asked as he had memorized, looking a little apprehensive. Then there was excitement in his eyes. Great, Braun, it seems that you also like these amazing creatures. He was a little confused. What does he like about these amazing creatures? He didn't do anything? After glancing at the distance between himself and the group of people behind him, he suddenly realized. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Just now, when Hagrid asked him to show how to use the book, he stood there and did not leave. Instead, the other little wizards took several steps back. In this way, it shows itself all at once. Of course, even so, he didn't care much. He rode the griffins at home. Not to mention these winged beasts with hippogriffs on their bodies. Thinking about it, he walked towards these winged beasts with the body of the eagle-head horse. I want to make these winged beasts obedient. Start by looking them straight into the eye, and to show respect, you need to bow slightly. Oh my god, look at Braun. Hagrid looked a little dissatisfied. It took him a lot of effort to memorize the manuscript. This time it was interrupted again. But Braun, what happened to Braun? His heart suddenly became anxious. After all, no one knows what these little wizards will do. The hippogriff has winged beasts, although it is relatively docile. But they are also punished if they are not respected. Just thinking about it, he turned his head nervously. But the scene surprised him. I saw Braun standing motionless in place. On the contrary, those winged beasts with eagle heads and horses trembled and lay on the ground one by one. It's like seeing some terrifying creature. Braun casually picked the most pleasing one and sat up. What Hagrid did you say? Take a bow, and then that? Hagrid. You all rode on, I still said a farda? How did you get there, Braun? Hagrid couldn't help but swallow his saliva and asked. It is not easy to make so many winged beasts submit at once. The products of these griffins and marmor hybrids are very proud. I won't listen to others so easily. Seeing these guys so honest at the moment, the shock in his heart can be imagined. I have some griffins pulling carts at home. It's okay, I just ride them around and fly. Maybe these guys smelled the griffins on me too, Braun said. But in his heart, he knew that the reason why he was able to subdue these guys so easily was completely borrowed from the soul shock of the soul fruit. Although these magical creatures are somewhat intelligent, they are obviously not very intelligent. As soon as Braun released his coercion, it instantly made these winged beasts feel that they were more powerful magical creatures. Surrender will definitely be instantaneous. After all, the level among magical creatures is much stricter than among humans. So it is. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. He also thought that Braun would have some unique beast-taming skills. He, Hagrid, prides himself on studying magical creatures for years. If you really can't be compared to a little wizard so easily, how can you mess around? By the way, Hagrid, riding a winged beast with a hippor is no different from riding a griffin. No, you just need to gently clamp their abdomen. Hagrid shook his head. Braun didn't say anything either. After patting the winged beast of the eagle-headed horse, the other party was very clever to spread its wings and fly with Braun after a short run. The other little wizards who watched exclaimed. After circling around the school, it slowly landed. See Braun succeed. Everyone else was excited. I wanted to try it, but I was a little scared. Standing there in fear, I don't know what to do. Good, that's great. Who else wants to give it a try? I thought that with Braun's good start, others would sign up enthusiastically. But I didn't expect everyone to be very scared. Stand where you are, motionless. Seeing this, he had to call Harry over. Be prepared to give another demonstration to others. I have to remind everyone. Braun's behavior just now is just an example. Everyone absolutely do what I say. Otherwise, it may be dangerous. Hagrid said solemnly. Seeing that everyone was not distracted, he nodded with satisfaction. One of the griffins was brought over, gesturing for Harry to go over and try. Look into its eyes first. Very good, then bow. That's right, waiting for its reciprocity. Okay, then try to get closer. After Harry's success, everyone finally relaxed a lot. Braun's Terry didn't have to say it. But with Harry's success, everyone was visibly relieved. Don't see Harry being called a savior. But if you really look at the results, you can only say that it is average, not excellent. Some of the young wizards who had better grades than Harry felt that since the other party could do it, there was no reason why they couldn't do it. So they all jumped up. Remember, the bow is the most important thing. If you notice that they don't react or salute in return after bowing, don't try to get close. They're not easy to mess with. It was emphasized to everyone again. That's why everyone tries in turn. It may be that there are the first two successful cases. It made these little wizards obviously not so scared. And these winged beasts with hippogriffs and horses can be regarded as more cooperative. Almost everyone bows to them, and they will return the salute seriously. Take the little wizards and fly in a circle in the air. After that, a piece of meat given by Hagrid. Miazi greeted the arrival of the next little wizard. After everyone had tried it, Hagrid was also relieved. Not as nervous as just now. After feeding the meat with these winged beasts in turn, let everyone choose their favorite winged beasts in groups of 3. Try riding them yourself. Of course, he didn't relax either. Still watching carefully. It seems that I am afraid that something will happen. Touch their beaks gently. That's right, that's it. Seeing that Daphne was a little nervous, Braun comforted a few words. With Braun next to him, this winged beast with a hippogrimmage body naturally did not dare to be presumptuous, and honestly flew around with Daphne. Braun had wanted to help Hermione, but this girl is still very smart. Braun didn't make any moves yet. Over there, he had already mounted a winged beast on an eagle-headed horse and flew around, and just came down. Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The sudden scream made all the little wizards shiver. Turn your head and look. I saw Malfoy lying on the ground. The robe was scratched, not to mention that it still had bloodstains on it. A defensive item hanging from the front of the neck has also been broken. He moaned in pain. The miserable look startled the little wizards around. After all, I still felt that these tall creatures were not in any danger just now. In the blink of an eye, his classmate fell to the ground. To say in your heart that you are not afraid is false. Hagrid also looked nervous. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. But he also knows what to do at this time. He tied up the winged beast of the eagle-headed horse. only then nervously picked up Malfoy and ran towards Yuwu City. When the time comes, I will leave class by myself. After saying a word, he hurried away and disappeared from the shadow. The other little wizards looked at each other. Obviously, I didn't react from what happened just now. It seems that I am still more suitable for walking on my legs or using a flying broomstick. Shubinai silently took a few steps back. He should be fired immediately. Pansy Parkinson said in a sharp voice. You can see that she is extremely angry. The little snakes around were talking about it. It could be seen that Malfoy's tragic situation just now also scared them. By the end of class, Hagrid hadn't returned. Everyone left separately. In addition to Pansy, there was Crabbe and Goyle going to see Malfoy. Most of the others went back to the lounge. Of course, some went to the library. Braun, did you say Hagrid would be fired? Hermione looked a little worried. No, Hagrid was appointed by the headmaster. However, the winged beast of the hippogriff horse is likely to be put to death. After all, according to the Ministry of Magic's treatment of magical creatures, domesticated magical creatures maliciously injure wizards and cause serious consequences to wizards are punished. But that's obviously Malfoy's reason. Hermione followed a little anxiously. It was Malfoy who provoked the winged beasts of the hippogriff, and Hagrid said that if he was rude to them, he would get hurt. But the officials at the Ministry of Magic certainly don't think so. Okay, to the library. Braun's footsteps stopped. Hermione stopped asking. Walking into the library, under Mrs. Pan's scrutinizing gaze, the two men found a quiet seat and sat down. They each began to write their homework. Still, Braun could see Hermione's absent-mindedness. Shaking his head, he didn't say anything, but continued to do his homework. Not too many jobs. Mostly some reading tasks. After all, everyone can use eternal memory to record knowledge. Simply memorizing a memorized textbook is not too meaningful. Animagus is not that studious, so most of the time, Professor McGonagall asks everyone to read widely and complete the reading tasks she assigns after each class. Whew. Finished reading. 953. Braun let out a long breath and closed the book in his hand, turning to look at Hermione to the side. I saw that she was still doing her homework in distress. It seems that it should be arithmetic divination. This is a branch of divination that advocates the use of arithmetic to calculate certain events. Some are similar to probability in Muggles. However, Braun felt that arithmetic divination was not much different from ordinary occult divination. Probabilities are not so easy to calculate. The occurrence of a simple event may be the result of countless accidents. If you want to divinate through arithmetic, the amount of calculation is definitely not small. Relying solely on the human brain to calculate may not be able to complete such a huge amount of data processing. Its only strength may be controllability, and it doesn't require talent. But again, the results of divination are very touching most of the time. Hermione, I don't think you should waste events learning divination. No wizard can do it all. Seeing Hermione finally finish the homework at hand, Braun couldn't help but say, instead of letting the other party waste most of the semester before deciding to give up, it is better to give up directly while it is now. The province continues to waste time and energy. However, I see that there are many seniors who have taken 12 O's. Hermione said hesitantly, I still want to try again. I feel like I can do it? Braun couldn't help but slander in his heart again. Although he thought so, Braun said nothing. Hermione's personality was too stubborn, and continuing to persuade herself would only backfire. Seeing that Braun did not continue to stop herself, Hermione was visibly relieved. Then he took out the book that cut through the fog and saw the future. I began to ask about the observation of tea residue during today's class. Braun also explained very patiently. The last time I saw Malfoy was in potions class on Thursday. Ever since Malfoy was attacked by a winged beast with a hippogriff, this guy took this opportunity to take several days off. Basically, you either stay in the lounge or have your own bedroom. Even said that even the meal was brought by Crabbe and Goyle. Are you all right, Malfoy? Saw Malfoy walk into the potions classroom. Pansy couldn't help but ask nervously. Oh, I can still bear it. Malfoy pretended to be strong. At the same time, he hugged his bandaged arm tightly, as if he had suffered some particularly serious injury. Okay, sit down. Snape, who was standing on the podium, glanced at it and said. The little snakes had long been accustomed to Snape's favoritism. It is even a little strange, after all, this is the dean of his own family. On the contrary, the little lions, especially Ron and Harry, seemed very unhappy. If you are late, you have to be locked up or clean. When Malfoy was late, he sat down lightly. That's not fair. Although they were dissatisfied in their hearts, the two did not dare to say anything. I can only vent the anger in my heart on the potion in front of me. This guy is probably pretending. Yesterday the fireplace in the bedroom was extinguished, and when I came out to look for firewood in the common room, I found that Malfoy's bandage had long been removed. Theodore glanced at Malfoy, who was squeezing his eyebrows at Crabbe and Goyle, and muttered softly, It's okay with us, I think Harry and Ron have to be beaten up by him. Glancing up at Malfoy, who was whispering something with Crabbe and Goyle, Braun withdrew his gaze again. Continue to instruct Daphne in making potions. Although it's now in the 3rd grade, but the difficulty of the potion is not too high. Potions classes at Hogwarts were meant to allow young wizards to reach the standard of making potions that met the daily needs of their families after graduation. It's basically some relatively basic potions. At a higher level, you need to participate in a potions club or potions research group in the 5th grade or above. Professor, my arm still hurts, and there is no way to dispose of these materials, Malfoy said pretendly. Apparently, Braun guessed correctly. Malfoy wouldn't miss this opportunity to disgust Ron and Harry. Weasley, help Malfoy cut these daisy roots. Looking at the smiling Malfoy, Ron was furious. He wanted not to help, but because of Snape's majesty, he had to go over and help Malfoy cut those daisy roots. It's just that the anger in his heart still makes him cut those daisy roots into different sizes, which looks very messy. Oh, sir, look, Weasley cut my daisy root broken, Malfoy said in a long voice. Snape glanced at the daisy roots of various sizes. He glanced at Ron indifferently. Weasley, exchange your daisy root for Malfoy. But, Professor, I said, change. Seeing Snape's gloomy expression, Ron did not dare to defend anything more. He had to hang his head and put his evenly cut daisy roots in front of Malfoy, and he took the cut daisy roots. Malfoy was so proud. Then he looked at Harry maliciously. Professor, there is no way to peel my figures. Harry, peel Malfoy's figs? Snape said with a disgusted look at Harry. Compared to Ron, Harry seemed silent. After peeling the figs, he threw them in front of Malfoy. See that the material is well handled. Snape didn't stop here any longer and returned to the podium again. Continue refining his potions. From time to time, I comment on the potions of other little wizards. You did it on purpose. Your injuries are already healed? You just want Hagrid to be fired. Watching Malfoy stand proudly in front of the crucible, Ron couldn't help but whisper. Malfoy gave a harmless smile. You're thinking too badly, Weasley. What did I mean on? I'm just a poor, wounded little wizard. Despite Malfoy's words, the smile on his face grew brighter. Still, I have one thing to remind you. That's when my dad was mad at me for the herd thing. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. He had already written to the Ministry of Magic. That stupid big guy might have to be fired. Saying that, Malfoy sneered again. As a friend, you have to comfort him. Harry huffed, as if he wanted to punch Malfoy in the face. Don't hit him, Harry. He can't wait for Snape to punish you, Ron whispered. Although he was also angry in his heart, he knew Malfoy's careful thoughts. If Harry really punched Malfoy at this time, in the evening, you have to be sent to clean up. Even Professor McGonagall would not tolerate a student who attacked an injured little wizard. Harry took a deep breath and buried his head in his potion again, until Seamus behind him whispered to him a few times. Harry, look at this. Seamus pulled out a newspaper. It's the Daily Prophet. What was printed on it was about Sirius. Sirius has been discovered again. Hearing this, Harry's attention was indeed drawn. He followed Seamus's gaze. I saw that the font on the Daily Prophet was very large. Sirius is said to have been found in a Muggle house looking for food. The Muggle was frightened by him and quickly called the police. But by the time the Muggle police and Aurors arrived, he was gone. Seamus whispered to Harry while carefully watching Snape as he walked between the students. Maybe you should go to him, Harry. After all, that thing. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron said angrily. Malfoy didn't care and pretended to look at his crucible. Oh, it's pitiful. I don't know anything. I can only honestly stay in school. If I had, I would have taken revenge with my own hands, Malfoy said seemingly to himself. Looking at the argument between the two people, Harry was a little puzzled. What the hell are you talking about? Malfoy looked surprised. Your friend didn't tell you? You should ask Weasley. Just when Harry wanted to ask Ron what they were talking about, a roar made him stop. Longbottom, tell me, why can't you refine anything? Why did your potion become this color? What does the shrinking potion look like? Snape roared and roared at Neville. Neville, on the other hand, stood trembling and did not dare to speak. Snape was the one he feared the most. Otherwise, he would not have looked like the other party when facing Boggart. Even though he had been able to defeat Boggart on his own, he would still feel very scared when facing Snape. Why can't you just listen to the lectures? I have already said that some things in the textbook are wrong. Don't follow the textbook for everything. Since you believe in textbooks so much, use your pet to do an experiment. See what effect this potion has. Snape gave a malicious smile. Neville was terrified. Braun, bring the potion you have refined. Good professor. Although he was helpless in his heart, he could only take the shrinking potion he had just made. The pale blue potion contrasted sharply with the purple potion in the Neville's pot. Anyone can see the difference between the two. Everyone, come here. See the effects of these two potions? The other little wizards who were making potions were called over by Snape, gathered around Neville's long table. Okay, let's look at Braun's first. Snape grabbed Neville with one hand. One hand used a dropper to drop a drop of shrinkage into Neville's mouth. Followed by, Neville's appearance began to change. The hole began to shrink, and finally turned into tadpoles moving around in Snape's hands. Then Snape took out a transparent potion bottle from his arms and dripped the liquid inside into Lyford's mouth. Then, Lyford's appearance began to change. The whole form began to change from tadpoles to toads again. Once again, it was back to its original appearance. Then try Mr. Longbottom's potion next. A malicious smile appeared at the corner of Snape's mouth. The little lions of Gryffindor looked a little nervous. Although Neville's memory is not good, his popularity in Gryffindor is still good. Everyone was worried about his pet. As for Neville, he was even more afraid to look at it. But Snape wouldn't stop there. He took some of the potion from the crucible with a dropper and dripped it into Leifer's mouth. This time, Leifer's reaction was much more violent than Braun's potion just now, accompanied by a sound of frog chirping. Ref also became more and more irritable. However, it was still firmly grasped by Snape. Almost half a minute past the event. The change in Leifer is finally over. Its color has not changed much. On the contrary, the form looks terrifying. The front is still the original appearance of Leifer. The lower body becomes the tail of a tadpole. The back is even sarcoma growing, and it is very disgusting to look at. 5.8. Oh, Radford? Neville was on the verge of crying. Although this toad always likes to run around. But as his first pet, he still loved it. The little witches around were frightened and took a few steps back, apparently frightened by the change in front of Leaf. But soon, Leiford, who was still deformed, was once again treated with the potion in the small bottle that Snape was carrying. Although it looks a lot weaker than just now, but at least the twisted sarcoma and the black tadpole tail are gone. Take your toad, Longbottom. Snape scowled the toad into Neville's arms angrily. Remember to attend the next class? And also, bring your brains. Neville nodded in shock. The toad holding on to himself does not let go. Looking at Leifer, whose eyes were squeezed outward, Braun couldn't help but secretly feel sorry for this toad. That is, Refu belongs to magical creatures. Otherwise, even if it is not used as experimental material, sooner or later it will be played to death by Neville. And you, I've emphasized it more than once. Potions are never dogmatic from time to time. Eternal memory, though, can help you remember textbooks. But what is not entirely correct in the textbook either. Do you want to follow what I gave you in class? It's Professor. Originally, Snape wanted to take this opportunity to educate the little wizard again. But as the bell rang, Snape had to stop. The job is to refine a qualified shrinking potion. Submit before the next class. Okay, class. After that, Snape left without looking back. The other little wizards also hurriedly left the potions classroom after packing up the crucible potion. You guys go first, I'll comfort Neville. Greeted the three of Shabani. Braun came to Neville, who was cleaning up the crucible. Hey, Braun? Neville looked a little listless. Here you go. Braun didn't offer much comfort either. For Neville, it was worth giving him some magical plants rather than words of comfort. This is. Looking at the flower pot that Braun handed over, Neville looked a little puzzled. The seedlings of the peach fruit, I tried to plant and germinate. Cultivate it well, maybe you will be able to eat peach fruits in your own home in the future. Merlin's big mallet? Is this true? Neville happily took the pot. Even Leaf, who was still affectionate just now, couldn't care about it. He has also eaten a lot of peach fruit, and the taste is particularly good. He also tried to nurture, but unfortunately failed each time. Braun, you're a good friend of mine? Okay, Neville, I'll go first. There are still things. No problem. Neville waved his hand cheerfully. Noticed that the 08 force is all on the pot. Seeing this, Braun shook his head. Just hope Neville doesn't forget the time for lunch. Why are you here? Outside the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Hermione walked out looking tired. There was an unconcealable exhaustion in his expression. Send you a refreshing potion. Braun rolled his eyes. He handed over the potion bottle in his hand. Hermione didn't care, pulling the lid off and taking a sip. I feel that my brain, which is already a little swollen, is much more comfortable. Thank you. Braun waved his hand. It's okay, but I think you should seriously consider what I said. It is better to give up 1 or 2 classes. As he spoke, Braun took the 7 or 8 books stacked together in Hermione's backpack. I'm still hesitating. You should find your hobbies. Don't you really enjoy potions class? Why not learn how to become a potions master? Not only decent, but also respected. Braun couldn't help but ask. See Braun's resolute attitude. Hermione couldn't help but sigh too. Okay, I'll cut the divination class later. And Muggle studies too. Do you still need a teacher to teach you how to use the toilet or something running on the road instead of calling an iron box or a car? Braun said intrusively. Hey, Muggle studies do not teach us to use toilets. Hermione couldn't help but slap Braun's arm. However, looking at her hesitant look, it seems that there is indeed this consideration. Afternoon. Young wizards ushered in the first defense against the dark arts class of the semester. Everyone seemed excited. After Ron's publicity, many people in the school knew that Professor Lupin was a truly powerful professor. So much so that everyone seems to be looking forward to it. Of course, apprehension is also indispensable. Like Lockhart last semester. Although the fame is great, the strength is simply weak and scary. In class, there is nothing else to do except read textbooks and perform stage plays. Compared to him, Quirrell seemed nostalgic. Although there is a smell of garlic, at least he does not engage in moths, and he goes to class normally. They also don't require how strong the new professor is, as long as it is similar to Quirrell. Accompanied by class bells. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. A plainly dressed man walked in with a suitcase. Although compared to when school started, he still dressed the same way. But it was clear that his face was not as pale as when school started. The emaciated cheeks are also a little plumper. Hi everyone, I'm Lupin, your new professors. Over the next year, I'll be leading you through defense against the dark arts. Lupin said to everyone with a smile. Professor, are you only going to teach for a year? A little lion shouted. Lupin smiled. Of course, after all, the position of defense against the dark arts professor is still very dangerous. I just want to be able to get out as alive as possible. Lupin made a helpless gesture. The little wizards couldn't help but smile. At the same time, the sense of distance to Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor, has also decreased a lot. Lupin was still happy to see the reaction of the little wizards. At the same time, I feel that my rest and preparation in the past few days have not wasted time. We learn boggart in this lesson? Okay, you can go out with me, we're a practical class. He expected the children to be very happy. I just waited for a while and found that the expected cheers did not appear. On the contrary, the students all looked at themselves with doubt. Professor, our duel club learned boggart last year. Braun stood up a little embarrassed and said, learned. Lupin looked a little surprised. He had heard from other teachers that there was a duel club at school, but I didn't care much about it. I think it's just a game for little wizards. I didn't expect them to actually learn something. Nothing. We can also learn new dark creatures. How about a red hat? This is also a relatively basic magical creature. Well, Professor, we've learned about red hats too. Braun smiled awkwardly. 043 smiled. Learned too? That sink punna? Also learned. Leprechaun. Learned. Lupin. Looking at Braun with a smile, Lupin no longer knew what to say. Such a big book is basically learned. What else do I teach? Professor, actually, we haven't learned about dementors yet, or would you like to help catch one? Braun asked carefully. The other little wizards nodded as well. If they could deal with the dementors, they would still be very happy. For those guys who smoke pleasure, they don't have any good feelings either. Lupin glared at Braun. Didn't speak. Are dementors so easy to catch? Dangers aside, as a guard of Azkaban, attacking the dementors will be caught. I can't teach directly to Azkaban. Alas. Never mind. This lesson begins with self-study. I'll go and ask the headmaster if I want to teach you the patronus spell. Lupin waved his hand. The patronus spell is fine if it is only spread privately. If it is really taught on the surface, wouldn't it be equivalent to explicitly stating that he would fight with the Ministry of Magic? As a result, a defense against the dark arts class that all young wizards were looking forward to came to an end. Less poisonous snake tooth powder. Pay attention next time. In potions class, Snape, who saw that Neville had put less poisonous snake tooth powder, surprisingly did not punish him, but just said something lightly and not seriously. It could be seen that Snape had been in a good mood recently. Braun, what did you say was wrong with the professor? I'm always smiling these days. Daphne couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Maybe it's because Professor Lupin is deflated. Braun said helplessly. This time, because Braun created the duel club last year. From bronze grade to the upper grades, they participated. So much so that Lupin, who had originally done a good job of curriculum planning, had no lessons to teach. It's not really that there are no lessons to teach. For example, some dark creatures such as dementors, fire dragons, werewolves, and dark wizards are still not taught. After all, these things Braun can't buy, and even if he does, he can't bring them to school. Of course, Braun can't bring these things to school. Lupin naturally couldn't either. Although the patronus spell can be taught, it is not to cause jealousy in the Ministry of Magic. Lupin insisted on waiting until the headmaster allowed him to teach. This has also led to the fact that the defense against the dark arts class, which was originally the most anticipated by young wizards, has now been reduced to a self-study class for writing homework. And Lupin was reduced to a course instructor. Of course, he is not too competent as a teacher. After all, there are some things that he does not understand. Especially potions. Shrinkage potions can't be configured. Hogwarts is a place without secrets. The fact that Professor Lupin could not dispense the shrinking potion was naturally spread throughout the school. It was also the beginning of that day. The smile on Snape's face never stopped. And I think Professor Snape is in a slightly better mood. If you face a specific person, Harry Potter, what are you looking forward to? As I just said, the sleepless grass should be washed quietly and cut into evenly sized pieces. What are you doing? Slytherin deducted 1 point. Snape's roar rang out again in the classroom. It's just that the little wizards have seen it anymore. While Snape had a good mood, the bad mood, especially in the face of Harry Potter, was not less than last semester. On the contrary, it is more intense. A minimum of 5 points will be deducted for each lesson. And it's still a penny buckle. Various reasons will be found every time. The little snakes naturally have no opinion. They were all happy to see the savior deflated. It was Harry, who was reprimanded, who was very aggrieved. He felt that Snape was even crazier than he was last semester. Is he schizophrenic? 1 second it is still a smiling face, and the next second it is looking for various reasons to deduct points. See Snape go on tour with the other little wizards. Harry finally couldn't help but complain. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the big face of an old bat with greasy hair appear in front of him. Talking about the professor behind the scenes? All right. Harry Potter deducts 3 points. Now go out and wipe the floor for me. If you can't finish before class, I'll deduct your points. The surrounding little lions trembled and continued to dispense potions. It felt like Snape was even more terrifying this year than in previous years. Even some of the little snakes were a little frightened by Snape's moodiness. Looking at Harry, who left the professor to wipe the floor dejected, Braun sighed. There was some sympathy in his eyes. Hold on, kid. Your bitter days have just begun. Originally, Snape was shocked when he saw Harry's curly hair. Now that there is another nemesis of his former nemesis in school, this does not double the lesson Harry Potter? Braun even felt that if not no excuses. Snape now dared to report a werewolf in the school directly to the Ministry. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network? Let the Ministry of Magic send someone directly to take Lupin away. The color of the potion is right and the effect is good. The taste has a violet aroma. Perfect. Slytherin +10. Watch Snape's evaluation of his potion. Braun looked calm. No way. The life of a top student is so ordinary, and boring. After the potions class, the little lions scrambled to escape the potions classroom. The little snakes followed. The moody Snape also scared them a little. The little wizards ran to the outside of the castle. After potions class is a magical creature protection class. Compare to the first class on magical biological protection. At this stage, the magical biological protection class is obviously much more boring. Instead, it became a real cutie, the Flober caterpillar. These caterpillars, who eat and sleep, make the little wizards feel very bored. Because the only thing they can do is feed them leaves, or eat leaves. There is already more than one caterpillar that has been propped up to death. Stop feeding Shibani? This is already the third one you fed to death? Recently, these caterpillars have been feeding less and less, haven't you noticed? Stopped Sabani from continuing to feed leaves to the caterpillar that couldn't turn over. At the same time, he did not forget to put away the caterpillars that were holding up. After all, these are good potion materials. That is, Hogwarts has a lot of money to make them so ho-ho. I hate caterpillars. I've never hated a creature so much in my life. Sabani huffed and cut the leaves. Obviously, the seniors last semester were all learning interesting magical creatures. And we have to feed the caterpillars all day? Then you should go to Malfoy. Braun collected another hanging caterpillar, Nordjau. I want to too, but I can't beat his two henchmen. Sabani said very nakedly. If he hadn't beaten him, he would have beaten Malfoy a long time ago. Braun looked at the other party and rolled his eyes, but what else do you say? Honestly, feed the caterpillars and eat the leaves. Except after the class, Braun did not give up his research on his patron saint. Every day, he would study in his alchemy classroom to strengthen his control. Of course, he's not alone in Kai and Hermione. Although listening to Braun's words, the divination class was cut. But that didn't mean Hermione was easy. Hermione basically took close to 10 classes a day, and each course has a lot of work. If not some of it, you can use eternal memory for rote memorization. Braun felt that this girl had long since stopped. Hermione, what's wrong? Looking up to notice Hermione on the side who wanted to talk but was afraid to disturb her, Braun couldn't help but ask out loud. Braun, what does this text mean? Hermione picked up a tome and pointed to the earthworm-like pattern on it and asked. Prosperity. Braun replied after a glance. Runeven is regular. For example, this branch represents the meaning of the beginning, and of course it can be extended to human beings in special circumstances. Many of these lines combine to represent many people. That is, prosperity means. What about the word? The word is stable. In the alchemy classroom, Braun explained the composition behind these words in simple terms. Let Hermione understand better. Runeven is a kind of writing that depends on understanding to memorize. Simple recitation is actually not very effective on this kind of text. Braun explained to Hermione seriously. Okay, I see. Hermione nodded. Okay, let's be here today at 9 o'clock. Glancing at the wall clock, Braun spoke. The two said goodbye to each other in the corridor on the 4th floor, and each went to the lounge. It's not that they don't want to learn more. It's all because of the school's regulations. Because the Dementors are guarding the school and enter the school to patrol every night. Once it is found that the students of the night tour do not have any negotiation, they will deduct 50 points directly and then be awarded a 1-month toilet package. And the effect is also very good. Almost every little wizard who is caught will not 700 will reoffend, and will honestly stay in the lounge every night. Don't dare to go out for a night tour again. The only after effect may be that when you see the toilet, you want to brush them clean. Hermione, how to do this question? Ron, who had been sitting in front of the fireplace, couldn't help but ask with his textbook when he saw Hermione return. Harry didn't speak, but he meant the same thing. During this time, the relationship between the three of them was much better than last semester. Of course, it is only slightly closer than ordinary students. At most, it's limited to asking about homework, chatting casually and so on. As for other things, Hermione basically wouldn't talk to them much. Which, Runeven? That's what prosperity means. As she spoke, Hermione repeated what Braun had just taught her to Ron. After saying a few more casual words, he turned around and went back to his lounge. Alas, the gap between people and people is really big. I didn't understand it for a long time, but Hermione knew it all. Looking at Hermione's back as she left, Ron looked a little embarrassed. By the way, Harry, where are you going to go for Halloween? Play. Harry looked puzzled. I didn't quite understand what Ron meant. Just to Hogsmeade? Aren't we all in 3rd grade? You can also go to Hogsmeade. Don't you know? I remember that before the school started, the owls in the school sent the application form. Ron couldn't help but ask. Harry seemed to remember as if there was such a thing. But the thought of blowing Dolly's aunt into a balloon. His expression couldn't help but darken. The Dursleys would certainly not have signed off on Hogsmeade's application. I have to stay in the castle. Harry sighed. See your friends like this. Ron looked a little embarrassed. It seemed to be aware that Harry's aunt's family seemed unlikely to sign Harry for his trip to Hogsmeade. Trust the Ministry of Magic, Harry. They will be able to catch Black as soon as possible. In this way, we can also go to the Black Lake of the castle to play. Also, would you like to try asking Professor McGonagall? Maybe after you tell her about the situation, she may allow you to go to Hogsmeade. Professor McGonagall? Will she agree? Harry looked hesitant. It's just that there is still some intention in his expression. Everyone else was able to go to Hogsmeade and stay alone at school. He must have felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Definitely want to go around Hogsmeade. But Professor McGonagall, although she is the head of Gryffindor, is also very good to the little lions. But it is also very harsh in itself. He didn't have much hope that Professor McGonagall would allow him to go to Hogsmeade. We've got to try, don't we? Maybe the professor will agree with a soft heart? Despite saying this, Ron's heart was not very confident. Okay, I'll ask when I get back. Although he knew in his heart that there was little hope, Harry was ready to try it whenever he had the opportunity. Okay, Harry, let's get on with our homework. Alas, when will I be able to have a good brain to finish my homework easily? Ron sighed again and again, dipped the quill in the ink over and over again. Then I started writing on parchment again. So did Harry. Compared to Ron, his task is heavier. It's about to go to the Quidditch match. It is said that this year's Slytherin has a new set of equipment. The broom is faster than last year. To be honest, even Harry didn't have much confidence in this year's competition. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. The broom gap is not something Wood's strategy can bridge. At that time, it is bound to be another vicious battle. Not to mention Harry and Ron, who are still struggling to make up their homework. Braun also dragged his tired body towards the lounge after saying goodbye to Hermione. This year, the focus is on the patron saint. The temporary endpoint in alchemy is still the moving castle. As he walked, Braun wrote and drew in his notebook, planning what he would do for the next semester. When I was walking towards the building, I accidentally found a somewhat petite figure. Luna? What are you doing here? Seeing Luna standing by the window, Braun looked a little surprised. Not to mention when this little girl still had an owl squatting on top of her head. Braun. Luna looked dumbfounded. It didn't seem to think that he could run into Braun. I'm looking at the moon. You see, it's a full moon today. Luna suddenly pointed to the moon and said, full moon. Braun looked up. A white full moon is hanging in midair. Sprinkle its light on the earth. Isn't it beautiful? Luna looked at the moon and said with some ethereal expression. Braun nodded approvingly. He himself couldn't remember how long it had been since he looked up at the moon like this. Whew. Phew. The sound of blowing air kept coming from his side. Turning his head, he found that Luna was constantly blowing and fanning with her hand in her ear. There's a lot of harassment in your ears. I'll help you get rid of him. Looking at the girl's coquettish appearance, Braun smiled dumbly. Thank you, Luna. I feel a lot better now. That's good. The girl showed a happy smile. Okay, it's not early, let's go back early. Well, goodbye. He waved with Braun. Luna jumped upstairs happily. She was also followed by the owl lying on top of her just now. It seems that this little guy is also a little confused. Sure enough, what kind of owner there is what kind of pet. The personality of the pet is really similar to the owner. Shaking your head, Braun came to the lounge. After saying hello to Sabini and Theodore, he turned his head and fell asleep. The next day's herbology class. Braun and several people wore special wizard robes and picked beans in the greenhouse with other young wizards. This is the main content of their class. Pluck the pods off the bubble branches. The beans from these pink pods are then removed and placed in wooden barrels prepared in advance. Even if you wear a special robe. But every little wizard still seemed very cautious. These pods are different from bubble branches. They carry a fine layer of powder on the outside. Once these powders stick to the body, they will cause red bumps to grow on the body. No one wants to spend a while in the infirmary. Be careful with Weasley. These beans cannot fall to the ground. Professor Sprout reprimanded. Sorry, Professor, I was a little distracted just now. Ron's embarrassed ears were red. Especially the curious eyes of the little wizards around him. He couldn't wait to find a seam to drill into. There are no children. Just be careful. Professor Sprout did not mean to continue to blame. The reason why he was reprimanded just now was also because of Ron's mind wandering. When experimenting or trying everything magic related, mind wandering is a taboo. I repeat, everyone must be serious. Don't be distracted when doing experiments. In addition, these beans will germinate quickly once they come into contact with the soil, which is very dangerous for everyone to come. While speaking, Professor Sprout pointed to the place where the beans had just fallen. At this moment, a small patch of seedlings has grown there. The little wizards nodded one after another, and then once again plunged into the business of picking beans. Until the end of the herbal class, everyone hurriedly changed their clothes and ran towards the tower. This lesson is Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Neither the little lion nor the little snake dared to be late for Professor McGonagall's class. Even the naughtiest little lion would tremble when facing Professor McGonagall. My rabbit. It was bitten to death by a fox. That's right. That's what worries me the most. A Gryffindor girl cried outside the transfiguration classroom. Let many little wizards look over. According to the little lion, it was Trelawney's prophecy that came true. Her worst fears happened. In this regard, Braun just glanced at it casually and then withdrew his gaze. During this time, his Aunt Trelawney was proud. Because of Braun's case of showing prophecy in front of the church and predicting success. This also made the young wizards more and more convinced of Trelawney's prophecy. Most of the free time, Trelawney's office welcomes many young wizards, imploring Trelawney to help predict his fate. This girl is one of them. As for how he knew, of course, it was because he was also present at the time. Of course, perhaps because of Braun, a successful person, as an example. Most of the prophecies made are also ambiguous words, or encourage the little wizard to study hard. Braun didn't mean to debunk this. It's better to find a reason to scare young wizards into studying hard than to let them run around the school and vent their energy that has nowhere to vent. A few people ignored the Gryffindor girl who was still at the door telling her classmate about the misery of her pet. I went into the classroom and found a good place to sit. Same as in previous lessons. Professor McGonagall's main finish of the semester was animagus. It can be said that from beginning to end, I dissected this unique magic with everyone little by little. Of course, while explaining animagus, he also did not forget to help the students review what they learned last school year. Let many little wizards listen to it with relish. It wasn't until the end of class bell rang that he came to his senses. Don't leave yet, it's time to go to Hogsmeade this Saturday. Remember to hand over your license. If the Gryffindor students bring them now, they can give them to me first. If you don't bring it, you will be ready to give it to me at the banquet. Slytherin students, your Professor Snape reminds me. Let you teach him the license in your next potions class, don't forget. You can't go out to Hogsmeade without a permit. Reminded everyone. Many of the little lions with permits have also handed over their permits. Those who didn't bring them were going to teach Professor McGonagall until the evening feast. Professor, it seems that I lost my license, Neville said with some panic. Although he has eternal memories, most of the time he still forgets things as ever, especially the little things. Of course, in terms of courses, he is much better than before. Your permit has been sent to me by your grandmother, Mr. Longbottom. Oh my god, that's great. Neville was happy again. Professor McGonagall sighed. Okay, it's okay. Everyone can go. Remember not to lose your license. After waking up again to the forgettable little wizards, Professor McGonagall let everyone leave. Fantastic? It's finally time to go to Hogsmeade? In the first 2 years, watching those seniors go to Hogsmeade, I was envious, Shubinai said with some excitement. I saw a set of fireworks at Hogsmeade this summer, but unfortunately my mother never bought it for me. Now I can buy it myself? And those candies? Madame Defoe's cafe. It is said to be the most romantic place in all of Hogsmeade. Many little wizards have dated there. Daphne's expression revealed longing and happiness. I'm not going, I still have a lot of homework. Theodore said lightly. Braun, what are you? Shubinai couldn't help but ask. Daphne also looked at Braun expectantly. Well, I'm the same as Theodore. This Saturday I have to finish reading the history of ancient magic texts, and I also have to make a batch of spirit bottles. There are ghosts asking for goods again. Braun politely declined the invitation. Hogsmeade didn't seem very interesting to Braun. Most of the shops inside are still candy stores and toy stores. After all, they were originally Hogwarts students. And Braun has been there many times before. There is no need to waste a day shopping. Alas, it seems that I was the only one who went with Daphne. Really, I was going to give you a set of the latest fashion. Sabinai looked a little dissatisfied. Theodore and Braun looked at each other, and their hearts became more determined about the decision not to go to Hogsmeade. Sabinai's aesthetic has long been biased and cannot be seen. The other party's so-called fashion, needless to say, is that kind of bells and whistles. Even Daphne, who heard this, retreated a little. Who knows what horrible costumes Shubinai will pick out. But at this time, it is difficult to refuse, and I can only wrinkle my face and look very pitiful. Because it's close to Halloween. The whole of Hogwarts began to relax again. The professors also knew in their hearts that the little wizards' hearts were running to Christmas. However, during this time, because of the Dementors, everyone was indeed more nervous. So the school curriculum has also decreased. Most of the time I started leading the little wizards to review the things of the previous semester. Only Lupin seemed more bitter, because some little wizard named Braun has told almost all the lessons he is going to teach. So he had to replan the curriculum. Start teaching everyone more powerful dark creatures. And this creature is. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Everyone must be serious about the meeting. We may only have one class like this. It was specially fought for by the principal for everyone. Personally coordinated with the Ministry of Magic, and invited a Dementor to accompany everyone in class. Although it has already been accounted for, it will not hurt everyone. But there should be vigilance. Lupin said solemnly from the podium. And the little wizards were excited one by one. Who can refuse a living Dementor as an observation object in class? Even Braun was a little excited. He didn't even think that Lupin had actually called the Dementors. He felt that Dumbledore had allowed Lupin to teach the Patronus spell some time ago to be out of line enough. I didn't expect it to be superficial. Braun, you said there would be any danger later. Daphne grabbed Braun's arm a little nervously. It seems a little scary to treat what is going to happen. Don't worry, since the school dares to let the Dementors in, then there must be a way to deal with it. As he spoke, a faint gloomy cold aura came. The little wizards couldn't help but snort. At the same time, I also knew in my heart that this was the Dementor coming. The first to walk in was a fat wizard. 0 for flowers 0. It was the fat wizard I saw on the train that day when school started. Behind him was a Dementor wrapped in a tattered black robe. This is Commissioner Peg of the Ministry of Magic, who is also responsible for communicating with the Dementors. This time the exchange was thanks to Commissioner Peg. Lupin introduced the young wizards. Having wandered in magical society and human society for so long, he certainly knew to say a few good words. And Lupin's words obviously made the wizard named Peg seem very happy. His face was full of red light and nodded repeatedly. He even showed a kind smile to the little wizards. As for the idea of arrogance and the like, there is nothing at all. He graduated from this school. Not to mention that many of the students here are from pure-blood families. The brain show amused him to show superiority in front of these students. Building a good relationship is what is on his mind. Commissioner Peg, you can talk to the Dementors. Lupin whispered. Peg didn't delay either. After chattering with the Dementors for a while, the other party took off his robe very casually. The body below that terrifies the little wizards is revealed. It was a tall, thin humanoid monster. The reason why it is said to be a monster, it is because they do not resemble people in the slightest except that they have hands, skulls, and torsos like people. Hollow eye sockets. A large mouth that occupies nearly 2/3 of the entire skull. There is also a shriveled, ribbed body. As for the lower body, it is an invisible black fog. Livid skin was even more surrounded by a faint black aura. This terrifying look naturally made many little wizards startled. If it weren't for the fact that this was a classroom, I would have fled long ago. Dementors are humanoid creatures that are said to be a collection of human resentment and pessimism. Of course, this is just speculation, but no one has really verified it. Lupin lectured at the little wizards. I always thought robes were part of them, Daphne said in fear. Although the distance from the Dementors is far enough, but seeing the big mouth that occupied most of the head, I couldn't help but get scared. Those were given to them by the Ministry of Magic. After all, they can't be too distracted to see naked. How are you sure? Maybe they found the one themselves. A little lion who was close couldn't help but question. After glancing at the other party, Braun ignored him. Some people worship him, and naturally there are people who don't like him so much. Some little lions prefer to bar him. In this regard, all he can do is not respond to the other party. Of course, Braun's failure to respond doesn't mean that others don't. Shubinai was never used to this group of stupid lions. Braun's great-great-grandfather was the Minister of Magic, and Azkaban was built at his suggestion. What do you think the Dementors are supposed to be, and Braun doesn't know better than you? The little lion opened his mouth, unable to say anything that he was going to refute. I could only hold my face red and stop talking. How else is this? Azkaban was built under the leadership of its ancestors. What did the Dementors look like not to be more powerful than a Muggle-born wizard himself? Dementors are creatures capable of sucking human pleasure. Around them, all humans are affected. On the contrary, the animals will not be attacked by them. This is why most scholars in the wizarding world believe that Dementors are an important part of the concentration of sorcerers' grievances. The most dangerous thing in the Dementor's body is the Dementor's kiss. Their kiss can suck a person's soul and make a living person a walking dead. As Lupin spoke, the people's understanding of the creature of the Dementor also deepened. At the same time, fear increases accordingly. Well, remember the Patroness spell I taught you? Now everyone comes up in turn to face the Dementors and release the spell. Don't be afraid, I'm here and Commissioner Peg will keep everyone safe, Lupin said seriously. But the little wizards just didn't dare to step forward. It's one thing to teach the Patroness spell, and it's another thing to actually 130 to face these monsters. Seeing everyone, no one wants to come in person. Lupin had to reluctantly start the roll call. Braun roll. It's Professor. Braun quickly stood up and answered. You have no problem as the first one. Among these young wizards, Braun is the strongest. With him taking the lead, I believe that others should not be so afraid. Of course, Professor. Braun said indifferently. And the Dementor who was still flaunting his might couldn't help but shrink when he saw Braun. He looked a little scared. Dementors are more sensitive to the breath of magic than wizards. The moment Braun came over, he instantly thought of the huge Patroness some time ago. At that time, it was far away and not beaten, but that harmful thing actually scared it half to death. Hiss. Roar. His voice was hurried to say something to Peg. But before he could make a move, he was stopped by Braun. Are you trying to run? Go ahead. Do you look down on me? Along with Braun's words, a Patroness wearing Western-style armor with a crow's head appeared above Braun. In his hand, he held a heavy knight's giant sword. It seems that a little bigger movement can make the roof burst. The Dementor wanted to cry and tearlessly looked at the guardian saint in front of him, who was 6 or 7 meters tall, and was almost crying. Miserable? It's miserable? It is clear that what is good is to scare these little wizards. Then you can have some fun by the way. How did this Nima become the other party to scare himself? And the spicy patron saint? This sword must not split itself in two? I'm so scared. I already knew that there was a disturbance here, so I won't come. Hiss. The little wizards also gasped. Of course, more little wizards, especially the little wizards, couldn't help but light up when they looked at this tall patron saint. The armor is paired with the knight's sword, which is also too handsome. At the same time, it also made their hearts begin to look forward. I don't know what my patroness is, because Braun has never shown his patron saint since the last time he was on the train. So these little wizards don't know what Braun's patroness has become. Don't say it's them at the moment. Even Lupin was shocked. He was on the train and he went in the evening. Didn't have time to see Braun's patron saint. At that time, listening to what other little wizards said, I just thought that the little wizards were scared. That Chang thought, it was really so big? Turtle, 7 or 8 meters high? It is also a half-human form of a patron saint. This is simply breaking the wizard's cognition? Just by looking at the Dementor who was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, he knew that this patroness was definitely not simple. Well, Mr. Roar, you can stop. Give other students more opportunities to play. Lupin, who reacted, quickly stopped Braun, for fear that he would manipulate the guardian spirit's sword to split the Dementor in front of him. All right, Professor. Braun said with some hesitation. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network? At the same time, the huge figure disappeared. Originally, he wanted to test the power of his patron spirit. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Lupin. What a shame. Hermione, you're on? Remember what I taught you. Think about the happy things in your heart. Lupin quickly called Hermione, who was a good patroness spell learner, over. I'm afraid that there will be some kind of moth on Braun's side. Without Braun's patroness, the Dementors were visibly relieved. The small waist straightened and looked at the little witch in front of him. There was a burst of contempt in his eyes. Can't deal with the one just now, I can't deal with you? It suddenly felt like it was doing it again. However, after finding Braun's gaze, he instantly withered. It's no different from Braun facing the Dementors. Hermione was just a little closer to the Dementors. I feel like my mood is a little low. The body is even more gloomy and cold. Zero. Phew, call God guard. The tip of the staff only glowed some white light. After flashing, it disappears. Remember what I said, Hermione? Think happy things? Lupin reminded another body next to him. Hermione took a deep breath and her eyes became much more determined. My mind also began to recall the happy things that Lupin had said. First time meeting Braun, Braun fights Malfoy for himself. Braun comes to his birthday party. Went to the castle of the Braun family himself. Thinking about it, the corners of Hermione's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. And the spell was used naturally. Call God guard. The voice, which was not loud, burst out with great power at this moment. The tip of the staff, which had been motionless, shot out a large cloud of silver light. Then the silver light flashed and intertwined, forming a black and white spear falcon. The spear falcon makes a brisk call, circled around Hermione. Then he rushed straight towards the Dementors. Knocked down the Dementor who just stood up again. Let out a groan of pain. Is this my patroness? Hermione looked at the small bird in front of her in disbelief. With some joy in my heart. Braun's patron saint was originally a raven, and his own patron saint was a spear falcon, both birds and birds of prey. It made her very happy. Congratulations, Miss Granger. A nice patron saint. You can see that you do have a good grasp of the patroness spell. Ordinary people can't even release the patroness curse in the face of Dementors. Not only did you succeed, but you also condensed the entity 2.4 guardian spirit. Lupin said approvingly. Hermione's ability to condense the physical guardian was also somewhat unexpected. The other little wizards also congratulated. At the same time, I am more looking forward to my patron saint. Braun also flashed a smile at Hermione after being stunned for a moment. Originally, Hermione's patroness was supposed to be an otter, but now it turned into a spear falcon. However, the patroness is not static. Life experiences, state of mind when using the patroness, etc. will affect the appearance of the patroness. Compared to Hermione, who always followed the rules when she first entered school. The current Hermione may be because of Braun's intervention. It seems that it is no longer the same as before, although he also likes to abide by the rules, but when the two people get along, they are more a little tsundere. Braun is still happy to have this change. At the very least, it's better than her suppressing herself in her studies all day. Next, let's try it in turn. The next person is Theodore, remember what I just said. Very well, the next one. Each of the little wizards stepped forward in turn under Lupin's guidance, with mixed results. However, most of the wands under Lupin's guidance emitted white smoke. Although he did not complete the physical guardian spirit, he was considered to have successfully released the guardian spirit in front of the Dementors. Even Neville succeeded after 2 attempts. Okay, Harry's next. Looking at the list, Lupin exclaimed. Then, Harry stepped forward with some apprehension. There were still shadows and fears in his heart. I'm afraid I'll see the Dementors faint just like on the train. Don't worry, Harry, the Dementors aren't that hard to deal with. You see, he doesn't have much power at all right now, Ron said comfortingly, pointing to the hapless Dementor who had been hit more than once by the patroness spell. Seeing this, Harry's heart also had a lot of confidence. After secretly cheering himself up, he finally walked over. Harry, just face the Dementors as I said. First think about what is happy in your heart, and then release the patroness spell will be a lot easier. Lupin saw that Harry was a little nervous, and couldn't help but give a few more instructions. I see, Professor, Harry said with difficulty. He felt his surroundings become gloomy. The happiness I had just thought about was also covered by my gloomy mood at this moment. And the wizard refused to move before the originally half-dead Dementor met. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a deep breath. It could feel the joy in it and the fear of the wizard in front of him. Ah, Harry, what's wrong? The little lions are in a mess. I saw that Harry Potter, who was still holding a wand, was falling to the ground in pain and moaning at the moment. It seems that he has seen some terrible scene. Not only did Lupin as a professor look a little flustered, but even Peg was not much better. This is the famous savior. If something happens under your nose, don't say that your position has come to an end. Maybe it will be used as a scapegoat by the people above. When he thought of this, he felt that his life was grey. It's okay. Just fainted. Lupin said with a sigh of relief. Let's get out of class first. I took Harry to the 08 infirmary. Commissioner Peg troubles you to take the Dementors with you. Let's go to the infirmary to see what is going on. Naturally, Peg also had no opinion. After hearing that Harry Potter had just passed out, his face was noticeably better. After hearing Lupin's words, he nodded repeatedly. Well, no, Professor Lupin. Shall we go now? Throwing the robe to the Dementors, Peg looked even more anxious than Lupin. Lupin nodded. There was no further delay. Picking up Harry on his back, he ran outside. Behind him are the fleshball like Peg and the Dementors who fly up and dangle. See, no? I've said long ago that Broken is a coward. Such Dementors can also be stunned. Malfoy taunted loudly. It attracted the approval of many little snakes. Even the little lions can't argue with anything. In front of everyone's eyes, he fainted directly. And he was scared and fainted when the Dementor was beaten half to death. This makes the little lions also feel dull. Of course, this is also inseparable from Braun's extraordinary performance. Slytherin is best known as Brunroll. And the most angry Gryffindor is Harry Potter. The former is an alchemical genius in the wizarding world, and the latter is more famous and is the savior of England's magical world. But when facing the Dementors, Braun easily defeated the Dementors, not to mention, and also summoned a patroness who was exaggeratedly large. As for the savior Harry Potter, he fainted directly. In contrast, it will inevitably make Gryffindor's expectations of this savior lower. Usually, the College Cup is not comparable. Facing a Dementor was frightened. If they hadn't grown up listening to Harry's stories, they would have now begun to doubt the authenticity of this savior. In comparison, Braun is the real savior. His strength and fame are not comparable to that parallel Harry Potter. In the corridor, from time to time, you can hear the little snake talking loudly. That's right. That Harry Potter can't even deal with a Dementor. Braun has won 2 College Cups for us. That Harry Potter that? This kind of discussion was just a few little snakes talking at first. But when it was time to eat at noon, the news that Harry Potter was once again stunned in the face of the Dementors spread throughout the school. Now even Kitty and Badger are beginning to think that Harry Potter, the savior, is somewhat unworthy of the name. Alas, Braun, when will I be as popular as you? Shubini sighed. Looking at Braun, whose hands were stuffed with a large pile of love letters, it felt a little sour. From noon until now, he has seen Braun more than once just because he was stuffed with love letters. I only feel that my body and mind have been greatly damaged. I think it might be better if you could change your clothes. Looking at the green wizard hat on Shubini's head, Braun said without a trace. Why, how cute this hat is, and there are cute little frogs on it. Saying that, Shubini tapped his hat with his wand. See, no? How interesting? Those little wizards are looking at me, and they must have been attracted by my latest trendy hat. Sabini became happier. With his head held high, he walked to the auditorium full of confidence. Has he always been so confident? Astoria couldn't help but ask. Well, it's always been like this. It seems that I don't think it's good to say this about Shubini. Braun followed suit. Actually, if you ignore those weird dress UPS, Shubini is still good. He is not as NAVE as other little wizards. Shubini, how about going to play with dung eggs together after dinner? I bought a lot there. We can take advantage of the time after dinner to go to the Black Lake to fry fish people. A small snake who also rushed to the auditorium to eat shouted at Shubini, who held his head high. Oh my god, that's great. I'll definitely go then. Shubini agreed with a beaming face. Braun, looking at Daphne and Astoria who covered their mouths and snickered. He didn't even know what to say. I could only assume that I didn't see it and enter the auditorium with them. As soon as he sat down at the table, he saw a pale-faced Harry walk in. Sitting down at the Gryffindor table, Ron, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over for the first time. Whispered something to Harry. Braun, look at what? That Granger from Gryffindor? Shubini leaned over with a curious look. The frog on the hat is still calling for loneliness. Braun glared at the other party. Shut up. How old are you and still play with dung eggs? Dine? With that, he shoved a chicken leg from the table into Sabini's mouth. Shubini, first of all, I didn't mess with anyone. Harry, how are you doing? Ron looked at Harry, who was still a little pale, and asked actively. Harry shook his head. I'm fine. Madame Pomfrey gave me more rest. Although he said this, Harry's heart was still a little lost. He didn't think that he would be able to faint in the face of a half-dead Dementor. Is he really a little too weak, as Madame Pomfrey said? He didn't really want to accept that reality, but they had to accept it. The entire Hogwarts did not have a little wizard who saw the Dementor once he saw it, and fainted once like himself. Of course, what made him care more was the sound that appeared in his ears at that time. It was a woman's hoarse cry. There was also a man's presumptuous laughter. Especially the woman's words have been haunting his ears. Please, let Harry go. Is that my mom? Harry couldn't help but muttered to himself. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? He hadn't waited for him to immerse himself in that sadness. His thoughts were interrupted by Ron. What did you say, Harry? Did you hear what I just told you? Those little wizards are saying that your savior is not worthy of the name. Oh my god, I really don't understand them. Isn't it normal to be afraid of Dementors? Are they much better? Aren't there also a few who have successfully released the Patroness? Really? Ron complained for his friend. And at this moment, Harry finally came back to his senses. I just haven't figured out what Ron means. I didn't understand Ron very well. They talk about me? Why is that? He looked a little surprised. I don't know if I see my friends. Ron also began to tell the story from beginning to end. If I were to say that those people were well fed, what's the comparison? Even if Braun is good, has he defeated the mystery man? You defeated him at birth. The scars on your head can bear witness. Harry, who had just listened, looked a little unhappy. However, after no longer being angry, he became a little lost. Although the little wizards were not very good at what they were talking about. But now even he has some doubts about whether he is still a savior. Compared to Braun, he really doesn't look like a savior. You can't learn, you don't have talent. Maybe it's the identity of a Quidditch player that makes him a little more proud. Have you heard? This year, Braun Roll sponsored a new set of broomsticks for the Slytherin team, all the latest firebolts. Your news is long outdated? To thank Braun for his sponsorship, the Slytherin Quidditch team decided to give Braun the position of Seeker in this match against Gryffindor. 2 little lions, you said in a word. Harry, on the other hand, smiled wryly at the corners of his mouth. Well, this is not even a pride in the position of Seeker. Harry, that's a good thing. If only you could grab the golden snitch ahead of Braun. Then everyone will definitely not say these weird things again. You know, Braun had never been in Quidditch training. You have 2 years of experience. Ron's words brightened Harry's eyes. At the same time, the flame in his heart burned again. Oh, yes. If he had beaten Braun in the game, then these little wizards will definitely not say anything strange anymore. Slytherin's common room. Little snakes after eating their meal rest on the sofa with contentment. Other snakes play wizard chess. What's more, they even played chess with the Black Lake Fishman through the window. Braun, on the other hand, sat in the rocking chair closest to the fireplace, and in front of him was Marcus, the Slytherin prefect. Braun, please do it for this match with Gryffindor, Marcus said with a bright smile. Braun sponsored 7 firebolts, but he was thrilled. Originally, their broom had an advantage over other academies. Now the shotgun is changed for a cannon. This year's competition is even more secure. In order to thank Braun for his support, after consulting with the players, it was decided to cede the Seeker of the Gryffindor game to Braun. The other players even said that Malfoy, the original Seeker, had no problem with this. Although his hands have long been good. But since he was ready to let Hagrid's big man get out, then he has to continue pretending. Not until the Ministry of Magic gives a clear order. So to give it to Braun is to give it to Braun. My broom level is relatively average, aren't you afraid that I will lose? Although Braun's heart was a little moved, but he still knows his level. It's okay to fly casually on a broomstick. Last game wasn't good. 430. Everyone else believes in you a lot. Besides, the game. It's about participation, it's about participating, Marcus said with a smile on his face. It's just a game. It's nothing at all. With the help of the new broomstick, even if Braun lost, they were happy to get their points back against Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Okay then. Even if they don't care, they naturally won't refuse. Although there is no feeling for Quidditch in my heart. But it's nice to be able to play on your own. Goodbye Hermione. In front of the corridor on the 4th floor, Braun waved with Hermione. He was about to walk towards the lounge, but was stopped by the other party again. How, is there anything else? Braun's expression revealed some doubts. Braun, this. Hermione looked hesitant. However, looking at Braun's puzzled look, he gritted his teeth. So, can I invite you to Hogsmeade with me? Let's go shopping and buy some milk candy. Hermione said somewhat incoherently. Braun, who was watching, couldn't help but smile. Sorry, Hermione, you have an appointment. Hermione looked a little disappointed. Yes, is that Daphne from your academy? Daphne. Braun was a little stunned. Then he laughed dumbly. Okay, stop thinking about it. I didn't plan to go out at all this week. Looking at Hermione's furrowed brow, Braun couldn't help but tug at her little face. Are you going to go out? As if she was being pulled by Braun's face, Hermione's voice was a little distorted. After slapped Braun's hand down, he still looked a little surprised. Why not go? It's fun there. Didn't we go there last time during the summer vacation? Nothing interesting. And I still have a little more to do. Another ghost needs to buy a spirit bottle. During this time, I can do more while I have time. Braun said casually. However, we didn't go to many places at that time. Hermione stole a few glances at Braun and felt a little annoyed when she found that he didn't react. She specifically asked senior sister to make a good strategy. Ready to go to Hogsmeade's dating sanctuary. Now that Braun doesn't go, won't his plan be ruined? Okay, if you go then. Remember to bring this list back for me and bring this list to the alchemy material store I took you to during the summer. Braun took out a piece of parchment from the book in his hand and handed it over. Huh? Yes. All right. Hermione said a little dumbfounded. Looking at Hermione's cute look, Braun couldn't help but lean over. 10 minutes later, a little witch ran upstairs with a red face. Braun pursed his lips with some aftertaste. Orange flavored. The morning before Halloween. Braun, as usual, got up early. sit in front of the fireplace and prepare to brew a pot of black tea. This is his habit of waking up every morning. In the process of brewing tea, enjoy the feeling that the brain gradually becomes awake. It's just that today, it's a little bit different from usual. There were already many small snakes in the empty lounge in the past. Most were in the same grade as Braun. Mixed blood accounts for a large part. Braun wasn't so confused about this. After all, today is the day to go to Hogsmeade. This is nothing to most pure-blood wizards. After all, they can go whenever they want. But for those ordinary half-blood little wizards, it seems a lot strange. So it's no wonder they're so excited today. Braun, you got up early. Yes, Braun, have you figured out where to go? Seeing Braun, these little snakes greeted warmly. Braun's popularity is not bad. After all, Slytherin rarely has a small snake as approachable and powerful as him. Not to mention that he also hosted a duel club. Many of the little snakes are members of the club. Naturally, there is also admiration for Braun. I still have an experiment to do, so I'm not going. Braun smiled and said. At the same time, the wand tapped on those debris on the table. Then a dozen cups appeared in front of these little wizards. The boiled black tea flew into these dozen cups like a red water dragon. Drinking some black tea can lift the spirit, Braun said to the little wizard with a smile. I also took the cup and drank it. After drinking tea, Braun cleaned up a little and went to the auditorium. It was almost 6 o'clock. Normally, there is no one. But today is the day to go to Hogsmeade. At all 4 tables, there were many little wizards yawning and excitedly discussing where they were going to play later. The Twitter is not lively. This continued until the students left. Goodbye Braun. Goodbye, come back early. In the foyer, Braun waved with Daphne and Shinobi. It wasn't until after watching them leave that Braun turned over. I'll go to the library first. Theodore spoke. Well, see you in the afternoon. Both of them study without taking care of time. Just by looking at Theodore's pocket, I knew that the other party had brought a lot of food to the kitchen. It seems that he did not plan to go to the auditorium for lunch at noon. Braun wasn't too surprised by this. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to achieve such good results. Alas, finish the business first and then go to Professor Bobbling. Braun sighed. Slowly came to his alchemy classroom. At this moment, Gryffindor's ghost Nick has been waiting for a long time. In addition to him, there are 3 other ghosts of the academy. Fat Friar, Barrow the Bloody and Ms. Grey. Needless to say, their purpose is all the same. Braun, you're finally here. Nick seemed a little impatient. This year is arguably the happiest he has ever had. The flexibility of the soul body is no different from when it first died. All 5 senses that were lost have also returned. For a ghost, there is nothing happier than returning to a state of fresh death. Sorry sir, I'm a little late here. Just went to send a friend. Braun said a little embarrassed. Nothing, what about the spirit bottle? Nick asked seriously. Braun waved his hand. Rows of small spirit bottles appeared on the table in the alchemy classroom. There are also several medium-sized and large spirit bottles, but there are very few of them. No way, who let the ghosts still be poor ghosts? Large and medium-sized are not something they can afford. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? It is even said that some small spirit bottles have to be bought in partnership. See these spirit bottles. Nick didn't hesitate either. I took out the large pocket I had prepared in advance. These are the quiters that those ghosts brought. I named each item. Look. Braun glanced at it a few times. Most of them are ordinary alchemy items. There are also some potion materials or alchemical materials. There are even quite a few works of art from the Muggle world, such as famous paintings, sculptures and so on. None of this is very valuable. And these are the magical creatures that the ghosts drove Muggles to hunt. Nick pulled out a whole bunch of other things. There are obviously a lot more of these things. For example, the tongue of the boar monster, which is a very good tasting ingredient. The skin of a swamp lizard. This material is an important part of configuring swamp potions. Ghosts can still drive Muggles. Braun looked a little surprised. There are always some wizard families that have fallen, and no wizards have appeared in the juniors. Nick smiled and said. Braun nodded, agreeing with this statement. Anyway, how the material came from has nothing to do with him. This kind of thing is still a headache for the Ministry of Magic. There are 416 spirit bottles in total. There are 10 more that are your reward. Braun put away the miscellaneous things and said. No problem. Nick looked very cheerful. These things have nothing to do with him anyway. Those ghosts didn't lose his money even if they lost money. On the contrary, Braun would give him some spirit bottles in every transaction to make him very happy. First suck up the 10 spirit storage bottles. Feel that your soul is once again alive and full. Nick smiled with satisfaction. Then he put these spirit storage bottles into his pocket and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Gone Nick, followed by the Fat Friar and Barrow the Blood. The things replaced by the 2 of them are quite characteristic. The former's things are all some church, zhao utensils. What a Bible, a cross, and some holy grail and stuff like that. Most of them are some ordinary alchemy props. However, the above kind of divine attribute is worth Braun's study. So Braun also gave a price that was more satisfactory to the Fat Friar. The latter, that is, the Blood Barrow, is more gloomy. Most of them are black magic items. Braun also took it all. No alchemist would refuse a dark magic item. Until both of them left. Braun turned his gaze to Ms. Green. Okay, now let's talk about why you asked Nick to come to me. I'm not as rich as those guys. I don't have any friends who need my help. Compared to the other 3 ghosts, Ms. Green is Helena. It's obviously much more casual. I want you to show me to the Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets. Don't rush to refuse yet. Are you going to listen to my conditions first? 10 large spirit bottles plus 100 small spirit bottles. What do you think? You must know that the loss of the soul will also cause changes in appearance. Although now you still look beautiful. But hundreds of years later? How did you know the news? Helena asked coldly. He didn't think such a little wizard could get to the Ravenclaw Chamber of Secrets. This is what Tom Riddle told me. I think you know him well. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Braun's mouth. Braun noticed it last year when he was wrestling with the diary. There must be something wrong between these 2 people. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have possessed the Ravenclaw crown as a Horcrux. Tom Riddle. The corners of her mouth lit up with resentment. That's a shameless thief. He deceived me? Steal my wealth? Helena's excited soul trembled a little. Of course she remembered the guy who had used rhetoric to spell out the place of his crown. He even asked where 527 left the secret room. It wasn't until the other party became the Dark Lord that she realized how wrong she was. Actually helped the Dark Lord? Don't get excited. Tom Riddle and I are not with me. It even said that Voldemort and I were still bitter rivals. I think you should know this as well. Braun's words made Helena sober up a lot. The boy in front of him was right. She naturally knows about last year's crown. When she saw the crown, she couldn't believe it. Follow me. Helena glanced at Braun coldly. He didn't mention the pay, but turned around and walked out. This made Braun finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had planned to find an opportunity to go to the Ravenclaw common room himself. It's just that it never happened. Coupled with the fact that the crown was taken away, he could not be sure that he would be able to open the door of the Chamber of Secrets. So it was delayed. It wasn't until he came in that he finally decided to venture to Helena and try it. Unexpectedly, the other party really had a way to get in. After putting away the spirit bottles, Braun hurriedly followed behind the other party. Bah! Ravenclaw's lounge is at the very top of the entire castle. This may also be in line with the Ravenclaw motto. They are falcons looking up at the stars, and their eyes are only on the stars. What can recognize nature and transform nature casually? The bronze knocker asked. Painter? The painter uses his eyes to observe and understand nature, and uses the brush to create and transform nature. Braun replied calmly. Correct. Welcome your wise children. Accompanied by the gentle sound of the door knocker, the door to the lounge also opened. See that the lounge is empty. Braun breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the trickiest thing didn't come up. Braun. A puzzled voice made Braun's body stiffen. Only when he turned around did he breathe a sigh of relief. Whisper Luna. What are you doing in Ravenclaw? Luna seemed to have just woken up, still wearing a cute lion pajamas. He looked puzzled. There are things to do. Ms. Helena, look. Read violent novels, just go on the Philo Novel Network. He wanted to ask if he could bring Luna with him too. After all, if he forgot the charm, he didn't want to use it on Luna. Whatever you want. Helena said coldly. This made Braun breathe a sigh of relief. Feng Su's voice was still cold, but he did not refuse. That's good news. You'll find out later. After explaining softly to Luna, Braun set his eyes on the huge statue in the middle of the lounge. It was a graceful woman with a gentle expression and wisdom flashing in her eyes. This is a statue of my mother and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Helena said with some sadness in her expression. She made a lot of mistakes when she was young, even stole his mother's crown out of jealousy. So much so that he didn't have time to see his mother for the last time. In the hundreds of years after becoming a ghost, it can be regarded as truly understanding what it means to lose and cherish it. So how should I get in? Braun said puzzled. Tom Riddle though told himself that the entrance was behind the sculpture, but Braun didn't fully believe the other side. Not afraid of Helena because the other party is the ghost of the school. Under the school's magic rules, the other party cannot harm the students of the school. Even if there was any danger, she would tell herself. It seems that Tom Riddle didn't tell you everything. Helena scoffed. Seeing that Braun didn't mean to answer, he pointed to the position of the statue's palm with some resentment. Put your hand up, and if you can pass the test, then the Chamber of Secrets will naturally open for you. So, Braun tried to place his palm on the statue's hand. The test is not so easy, even Tom Riddle didn't make it, so I advise you to better also. Before Helena's mocking words were finished, she saw that the statue, which had been motionless, showed a charming smile as if it were alive. Then the statue disappeared. A spiral staircase was revealed. This. Helena looked a little incredulous. It's that simple and successful? This is something that even the Dark Lord has not accomplished. Braun felt that the speed of this success was somewhat unrealistic. But despite the doubts in his heart, he did not say it. Seeing Helena's look of disbelief, he knew that he had better not stimulate her now. Dang Liang pulled Luna down the stairs. After thinking about it, Helena still followed with reluctance. She also wanted to see why this little wizard could pass her mother's test and enter the Chamber of Secrets. The spiral staircase is not that long. Just walked for a while and came to the top. Everything here seems a bit dreamy. Even Braun didn't feel like he was in Hogwarts at all. Opening the door, Braun walked in cautiously. Elena, who was behind her, also followed behind the two men. I want to see what is kept in my mother's secret room. But the results were somewhat disappointing for the three, or rather overwhelmed. Behind the door is not a huge library, nor is it a secret room with various alchemy props. Rather, it is a peaceful lakeside. There is a chalet by the lake. It seems that everything is calm. This is not Hogwarts? Dreamland? Braun looked at everything in front of him and thought to himself. No matter how outrageous it is impossible to open the gate and then be by the lake. This is not the arbitrary door of Fatty Blue. Braun took 2 tentative steps, both by touch and smell, telling him that this was by the lake. Miss Helena, do you know what place this is? Braun asked as he cautiously walked a few steps by the lake. Helena shook her head, did not make a sound, but her eyes revealed some dazedness. Luna couldn't count on it. Lin Xian had to sigh and push open the door of the wooden house. In any case, this is also the secret room of the founders of the academy. I am also a student of Hogwarts, and no matter how I say that the founder of the Ravenclaw lady will not hurt herself. Big General. The wooden house is not big, but the furnishings inside seem very warm. Rocking chairs covered in woolen blankets, fireplaces burning with flames, and freshly baked bread on tables. It looks like someone has always lived here. Helena wandered throughout the room. It seems that some memory of her was triggered here. Braun, here's a note. Luna pointed to the spread notebook on her desk. There was nothing on the entire desk except a notebook. Not even a book. Rowena, this is Ravenclaw's notebook? Braun looked hesitant. I want to look through it and don't think it's good. The voice attracted Helena, who was looking for memories in the room. She flew over with some impatience. Pick up your notebook and start flipping through it. Seeing this, Braun also hurriedly rushed over. In the year 365 of the Age of Wizards, a strange creature invaded our world. They have no physical body, but they can manipulate native creatures to give them great power. Suddenly, the wizarding world suffered heavy losses. In the first part of the note, the seemingly plain handwriting revealed a sense of slaughter, and the next few articles are even more excessive. In the 401st year of the Wizarding Era, the Wizarding Council was defeated. The wizard turns from light to dark. This is the end of an era. In the first year of the Eternal Night Era, everyone was already in despair. The great prophet Trelawney predicted that the ravens would bring new hope. Just as Braun was about to continue reading, the diary came to an abrupt end in this place. When I started recording again, it became a different style. The beginning of the Dawn Era, with his help, we have won. The invaders of the void were repelled by us. The back is gone. Look at the torn pages. Braun was a little stunned. He also wanted to know what happened next. Who would have thought it would just be gone? He wasn't the only one disappointed. Helena was not much better than him. This is a relic of my mother. I want to take it. Helena looked at Braun seriously and said. Although it was a discussion, the tone was obviously unquestionable. No problem. Braun readily agreed. After all, he had also read this note, and there was nothing valuable in it except some history. For Braun, he couldn't fall out with the other party because of such a notebook. After checking the cabin again, I finally found nothing of value. Braun was ready to leave. This trip to the secret room made him a little disappointed. There is nothing of value other than a notebook. Once again, the 3 men pushed open the door when they came. I only felt a blinding white light flash in front of my eyes. When Braun opened his eyes, he found that he was still standing in front of the statue at the moment, his palm lightly pressed on the statue. Beside her, both Luna and Helena closed their eyes. So it was just a fantasy? When was I hypnotized? Braun, why did you come to our lounge? Luna asked curiously with wide eyes. Didn't I come early? Let's also. Ravenclaw lounges are not allowed to wizards from other houses. Helena also looked indifferent, as if she had never seen Braun before. Seeing this, Braun found that something was wrong even if he was stupid. It seems that they all have amnesia except themselves. But Helena still had the notebook in her hand. It seemed to detect Braun's gaze. Helena looked a little wary. This is what my mother left me? And you'd better hurry up and leave Ravenclaw, if you don't want to be locked up. After speaking, he got into the statue without looking back and disappeared. Get out, Braun. Otherwise, points will be deducted when the prefect sees it. Luna hurriedly pushed Braun out. Look at the bronze door in front of him. Braun's heart fell into deep thought. Obviously, both of them now have lost their memories except themselves. But what is there to hide in that fantasy? There was nothing but that notebook. If he couldn't figure it out, Braun no longer added trouble to himself. Simply forget about it. Prepare to pack up and go to Professor Ronavan Barbuling. Braun. Dean. Braun greeted respectfully. I was a little surprised to meet Snape. You didn't go to Hogsmeade. Snape's tone remained calm. I don't think it's interesting there. It is better to focus your time on more meaningful learning. Seemingly satisfied with Braun's answer, Snape nodded appreciatively. I need to configure a potion, but there is not enough time. Are you interested in being my assistant? Of course. Braun agreed without the slightest hesitation. Such an opportunity naturally could not be missed, although he had less thought on the potion. But that doesn't mean he gave up the potion entirely. Being able to personally be an assistant to a potions master like Snape would have taught you much more than you could have learned from a textbook. Seeing Braun agree, Snape seemed even happier. However, he did not say anything, but nodded slightly. Then he walked towards his office. I have to say that Snape's deterrent power is still very strong. The little wizards who were making a fuss along the way instantly quieted down after seeing Snape. They didn't dare to whisper anything until they went downstairs. Let's get started. I have to configure a potion. However, the steps of handling materials are somewhat cumbersome. You help me deal with it. Snape pointed to the pile of things on the open hole. Braun glanced at it a few times and found that he knew the plants above before he dared to nod and agree. See, Braun promised. Snape didn't talk nonsense either. After Braun had cleaned all the materials, he lit an alcohol lamp and began heating the crucible. Pure water. Braun hurriedly handed it over. 5 pieces of aconitum, 3 mm tablets. Braun precisely cut 5 pieces of aconitum with a scalpel. He was then thrown into the crucible by Snape at 3-second intervals. Wait until the liquid in the crucible turns pale green before opening again. 1 milliliter of narcissus extract. Braun picked up a test tube, carefully sucked some of the extract through the dropper and handed it over. It was dripped into the crucible by Snape without hesitation. Night bush grass, spider tail hair, bat tongue. One material after another was handed over by Braun. He was put into the crucible by Snape again. Along with the last shriveled bat heart is put into the crucible. The whole potion was finally completed. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Snape, who had originally looked indifferent, also had a smile on his face. Very nice, Mr. Roar. As a third-year student, your handling of materials is no less than that of a potions booster class. Speaking, his tone was a little regretful. If Braun could study potions, he was sure that the other party's achievements would definitely surpass his own in the future. Become the youngest potions master ever in England. It's a pity that the other party is more fond of alchemy. Is this wolf poison potion, Professor? Braun couldn't help but ask, looking at the familiar red smoke coming out of the crucible. His servant Cassandra was a werewolf. Naturally, he also purchased a lot of wolf poison potions. It felt that the potion Snape had refined was somewhat similar to the potion that his servant Cassandra drank. You know, Snape looked a little surprised. This is indeed wolf poison. It was the invention of Marcus, the potions master who received the order of Sir Merlin the year before. Seems to be in a good mood. Snape explained another rare sentence. Marcus and I have a good relationship. I exchanged it with each other with a self-created potion recipe. Seriously, kid, don't you really consider exploring the true meaning of potions with me? You know, you're very talented. I dare say that under my teaching, you are enough to become the youngest potions master in all of England before graduating? Braun smiled and waved his hand. Every wizard has his own pursuits, professors. Seeing Braun's refusal without the slightest hesitation, Snape knew that the other party would not go down the path of potions. While sighing in his heart, he also felt relieved for Braun. Not every wizard can find what he is after in this life. Most wizards just study in a muddle, graduate in a muddle, and then spend the rest of their lives in a muddle. Professor, is there anything else? Seeing that Snape was not angry, Braun breathed a sigh of relief. Help me bring the potion to you, Professor Lupin. Papped Braun on the shoulder. Snape poured the potion from the crucible into a beaker and handed it over. Good, Professor. Braun nodded. Zero ask for flowers. Without asking why, he obediently took the beaker and walked outside the office. Although Snape did not say it, the meaning of his expression was very clear. That was to tell yourself that Lupin was a werewolf and keep yourself away from him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found myself to help make potions today. I have to say that sometimes the old bat is still good, except for being a little tsundere. On the 3rd floor, Lupin's office. In the office at the moment, Harry was sitting in front of Lupin, drinking hot cocoa, his face a little pale. Using the boggart to practice the patroness spell will be slightly less effective. But for you at this stage, it is still enough. Professor, why do I faint when everyone else is fine? Am I really too weak? Harry couldn't help but ask. As a savior who has been called for 3 years, he naturally didn't want to be labeled as a coward for being stunned twice. So after trying many times and there was no way to get to Hogsmeade, he came to Lupin's office, intending to let the other party tutor him with the patroness spell. He believed that as long as he practiced the patroness charm, he would no longer be afraid of the Dementors. Harry, everyone is different. Lupin said seriously. Dementors are very evil creatures that suck your pleasure dry and then find the thing you least want to see. The more people who have suffered, the greater the impact. As he spoke, Lupin's tone lowered. Whenever you run into a Dementor, a woman's cry would appear uncontrollably in my ears. She is begging someone to let me go. Saying that, Harry's tone trembled a little. When Lupin heard this, his body couldn't help but get shorter. There was some sadness in his expression. Harry's words reminded him of his best friend James. Just as he was about to say something, a knock on the door brought him back to his senses. Please come in, Lupin said softly. Braun walked in with the potion. He glanced at Harry in surprise, then at Lupin respectfully. Professor, this is the potion that the Dean asked me to bring over. Yes, thank you, Mr. Roll. Lupin smiled. After glancing at Braun and seeing that there was nothing unusual about him, he was relieved in his heart. No, Professor. Braun's gaze was drawn back from the furnishings around him. I have to say that Lupin is miserable enough. Previous professors rapped quirrell. Basically, when I come to the school to teach, I bring my own things. Only Lupin. The furnishings, tables and chairs were all left behind by Lockhart, who had blown up last semester. The only one that belonged to him might be the suitcase against the wall and the huge aquarium. But it's normal to think about it. After all, the wizarding world is not friendly to werewolves. When he first saw Lupin on the train, the other party's appearance is also windy and sleeping, and the mix is not very good. It was only after arriving at school in the past few months that I recovered a lot. I finally bought a new set of robes. Much more decent. The dean said you can tell him if you're still not feeling well. He still has a lot of stock there. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Roll, on my behalf. Okay, Professor, then I'll go first. Nodding, Braun didn't stay here long. There was still more to his own, and there was no need to continue to exchange pleasantries with Lupin here. Don't look at Lupin's kind look to himself, but it's actually similar to Snape. There is a strong prejudice against students who are not in the college, just by looking at the fact that most of the questions in class were Gryffindors. See Braun's back disappear. Lupin also looked at the cup of potion on the table that emitted a faint red mist. A long-lost smile appeared on his face. Grab the potion and drink it all. Even the undissolved shriveled heart was swallowed by him. Harry was a little disgusted to watch. Enduring the discomfort in his heart, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Is there something uncomfortable about you, Professor?" "I've had problems since I was a child." Lupin smiled. "This potion is really a bit unpalatable. To be honest, if it weren't for the fear of upsetting the balance of the potion, I couldn't help but put a piece of sugar in it." Lupin changed the subject. And Harry was really attracted to this. Instead of tangling with Lupin's body, he began to talk about Snape. "I feel like Professor Snape hates me." It seemed that the practice of the Patronus spell just now filled his heart with negative emotions. "At the moment, I can't help but want to find someone to talk to." In almost every potions class, he would find all sorts of reasons to deduct my points. It was as if I had offended him. He has a dislike for me. Lou listened calmly to Harry's complaints, until the other person's dry mouth stopped. He spoke up again. "Perhaps, he has some prejudice against you, but you have to believe that he will never hurt you," Lupin said seriously. "But why?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "I never messed with him, and I rarely even spoke in his class." "Professor, you and Snape are in the same class. Are there any contradictions between you? I found that he wasn't very friendly to you either." With that, Harry shifted the subject to Lupin. It was well known that Snape was unfriendly to Lupin. Basically every little wizard can see it. Lupin was silent for a long time before sighing. "I do have some minor conflicts with your professor. This perhaps. That's why he doesn't like me very much. Severus was still good in some things, though." Saying that, he pointed to the beaker in his hand. "This potion is not cheap. Since working with Severus, I can drink this medicine for free. If anything happens to you later, trust me, ask Severus for help and he'll definitely help 24/7. Lupin said seriously. But Harry didn't think about it. He absolutely, if one day he asked for help from Snape, that must have broken his brain. "Professor, I'm resting. It's time to keep practicing." Lupin read Harry's thoughts. Didn't say anything. "Well, if you want. I didn't expect Runavan to be able to use it like this." Professor Bobbling was really talented as a professor of ancient magic at Hogwarts. I watched in admiration as the frog whose body was tattooed with dragon blood to represent the meaning of freezing turned water into ice. Braun's heart couldn't help but feel some admiration. Who would have thought that Runavan, which was used for alchemy, could also act on the bodies of living things? With this invention, at the very least, they can get a third-degree Merlin medal. It's just a pity that this magic is not yet mature. Dissect the frog that died just after casting the freeze and soak it in formalin. Braun took out his experimental notes and carefully recorded, and from time to time intimately paired with a delicate sketch on the side. From Slytherin's notes, he got the technique of stitching beasts. He had a hunch that if the two were combined, they would definitely be able to burst out with even greater power. Find ways to keep creatures from dying when they unleash their magic. It seems that you still have to look at the experiment. The goal has become one more. Braun sighed, rubbed his eyebrows, making his sour eyes feel a lot better. "Braun, I brought you gummies." Hermione walked in with a package. "You came back early." Braun looked a little surprised. "It tastes good. Toss a juice gummy into your mouth." Braun pursed his lips happily. The sweetness of the candy and juice made Braun's already somewhat irritable mood happy. "This is a specimen." Looking at the large and small jars, Hermione curiously leaned over to study them. Perhaps because she was a child, she was not too afraid of these specimens. "Yes, but the main value is still in the notes." Braun pointed to the table, not caring if the notes were seen by Hermione. "How did you go to Hogsmeade?" "Okay, after helping you deliver the form, I went to the bookstore and bought a few books. Then I went to Duke Honey and ran into your friend. Shinobi." "That's him, he bought several sets. Well, very unique clothes. Said it was ready to be given to you as a gift." Hermione's expression looked a little strange. "Obviously, I also feel that there are some problems with Shinobi's aesthetics." The cuckoo. The clock on the wall rang. "It's 6. Time is fast enough." I looked at the clock on the wall. Braun also sped up the speed of packing. Then he ran with Hermione towards the Great Hall. Today is more than just Hogsmeade Day. It's also Halloween. The two of them came relatively early. There weren't many people in the auditorium. Only some of the upperclassmen sat at the table. This year's decoration is more interesting than last year. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. Braun couldn't help but sigh. Last year's Halloween auditorium was a pumpkin house. This year, it became a flying pumpkin and a banner that swam like a snake. In the corner, there are skeletons. When the little wizard walked over, he would let out a terrifying cry. Many little wizards were frightened. "I'll go back first." Hermione said hello to Braun. Then he ran to the Gryffindor table. Braun also walked towards his dining table. You are, Theodore. Looking at Theodore, who was dressed in a funny costume, Braun almost didn't laugh. Laugh? Although laughs. You'll not be much better later. Theodore sneered, not seeming to take Braun's ridicule to heart. Before Braun asked, he knew why the other party said so. Oh, Braun, you're coming? Shinobi ran over with a look of excitement. All eyes were drawn to him. No way, he was wearing too bright. A red hat, a green cape, and a pair of yellow pants and shiny luminous shoes. He dared to say that he had never seen such tasteful dressing in his life. See the dress I picked out for Theodore? Isn't it handsome? Don't worry about my good brother. I certainly won't forget you. It's yours, just as stylish as it is guaranteed. Shinobi eagerly handed over a package with clothes. You don't need to take apart Braun to know that the clothes inside will definitely not be much better than Theodore's. Well, thank you brother. I love it. Braun pulled out a smile. I thought I could fool the past like this. Who knew that Shinobi's expectant gaze did not change in the slightest. Instead, he looked at himself more seriously. Don't hesitate to wear it. There was Theodore's malicious laughter beside him. Sure enough, the best way to transfer pain is to pull someone into the water. Looking at Shinobi's expectant gaze, Braun really couldn't say no. I was about to grit my teeth and stomp my foot to put it on. At this time, Dumbledore walked in. The banquet begins. Accompanied by the cheers of the little wizards. Braun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Hypocrisy, 1.7 Alas, I would have liked to wear it too. But now that the banquet has begun, I can only say sorry. Saying that, before Shinobi could say anything, he threw himself into the intense dry cooking business. Only Theodore's resentful gaze remained. Today's food tastes good. Braun looked a little surprised. It seems that the house elves' cooking skills have improved again. It's not just Braun who feels delicious. The other little snakes didn't give in either. The two Slytherin buckets, Crabbe and Goyle, wiped out the food in front of them without even lifting their heads. Until, ding ding, Dumbledore knocked on his cup. Everyone's almost eaten. Saying that, the food on the table disappeared except for the little wizards' respective plates. Halloween isn't just about eating a big meal, and our song and dance. Now there is a show that the Ghost Cabaret brings to us. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause, a group of ghosts dressed differently flew in from all sides of the auditorium. Then came a grand symphony. Not only is this music not as harsh as the ghost music Braun listened to last year, on the contrary, it has a unique charm. It's as if every tune has been tempered 1,000 times. The little wizards couldn't help but be moved by this music. The applause was even more as if you didn't want money. After the symphony, the choir represented by the 4 ghosts of the college began to sing the school song. Hogwarts, 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 you brought us knowledge. Whether it's a faltering old man or a babbling child, it is you who fill our empty brains with knowledge. Accompanied by a chorus of ghosts, the little wizards couldn't help but sing along emotionally. In the end, it became a chorus of the entire auditorium. Every little wizard was moved by the atmosphere. Even the usually naughty Weasley brothers didn't make any pranks. I announce, this is the end of the banquet. I wish you all a wonderful night's sleep. Today's banquet was really interesting, all so good, delicious food, emotional songs and dances, and 08 candy pulled out of the skull. Oh, my god, it was literally everything I dreamed of. No trolls invading, no shit airs, no lamb tripe pies with rotting maggots. Ron chattered at Harry happily, dancing from time to time. Even the pranks of his 2 brothers don't care. Harry on the side was also in a very good mood. Just like Ron said. Except for his failure to become Hogsmeade, everything was so good. It can be said that it is beautiful and unreal. He always felt like something was going to happen at this time. Not good? Go and inform the head and headmaster Dumbledore? There was a shout ahead. Harry, who was still smiling, instantly pulled his face down. Ron also showed a painful expression and groaned. I knew things wouldn't go this way. Ghost festivals are prone to chaos. The only good thing is that this matter finally has nothing to do with them. At the very least, there is no need to bear the white eyes of other little wizards. As soon as they thought of understanding this, the 2 of them planned to lean over to see the liveliness. Before they could see what was happening, they saw Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore hurrying over. The little wizards who were still huddled together also moved closer to the sides, making room for Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. The portrait was destroyed. Professor McGonagall's face looked a little ugly. The place where the portrait of the fat lady was originally hung has long been torn to pieces at this moment. Even the fat lady has disappeared. All that remained in place was a broken ball of drawing paper. As the caretaker of Gryffindor, the importance of the portrait is undeniable. Professor McGonagall, gather all the portraits and ask if they have found any suspicious people in the school. There are also ghosts that need to be summoned for them to look for in the school. Dumbledore pushed his glasses and said with a serious expression, Professor Snape, you are now responsible for coordinating the safety of the students. There is also the closure of the magic array of the academy to ensure that there are no suspicious people in the castle. Dumbledore turned to look at Snape who had just arrived. Okay, Snape nodded, his face still calm. Only the fist tightened slightly. And, oh, my god, you must be freaked out? An ugly ghost in a green suit tap danced and smiled out of the wall. If Braun had been here, he would have been very surprised. This is Pippi. It had been at least more than a year since the last time he had drained this ghost's soul power. I didn't expect it to appear again this time. Pippi, what are you doing here? Or do you know something? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and looked as calmly as he could at the oldest ghost in the castle. Pippi, who was originally still hippie and smiling, saw that Dumbledore's expression became serious, and he couldn't help but put away some hippie smiley faces. Oh, Pippi knows something. It glanced at Dumbledore slyly, but only said half of the word. Say, what do you want? Big dung egg? I want so many big dung eggs? Pippi smiled and grew his hands. Yes. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Pippi, who got the promise, turned his head happily. Okay. Dear Principal, everything you want to know will tell you. Are you looking for the fat lady? Alas, that was a poor big fellow. She was so scared that the painting was destroyed. The whole person almost died. Run and run like a big hippopotamus. To the point. Dumbledore didn't have the heart to listen to Pippi's treacherous nonsense. Although Pippi was dissatisfied in his heart, he continued concisely under the conditions just now and the majesty of the principal. She ran to the landscape painting on the 5th floor. Just hide in the grass and cry. Alas, it's pathetic, said and pretended to sigh, as if how sad it is. Of course, it would be more convincing if the smile on his lips was ignored. Professor McGonagall, you go and bring the fat lady back. And find a new picture frame from the storehouse of the college as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall nodded. Then he hurried to the 5th floor. For magic painting. Once the frame is destroyed, the figure in the painting is also damaged. You have to find a new portrait as soon as possible. Otherwise, the characters in the portrait will gradually dissipate their consciousness due to the passage of magic. Well, keep gossiping. Tell me who ruined the painting. Oh, this one? Pippi rolled his eyes. I need. Looking at Dumbledore's gradually indifferent look. Pippi did not dare to ask in the end. Some grievances sniffled, but he still looked excited. It finds that everyone is watching itself. Headmaster, Professor, 240 little wizards. This gives great satisfaction to its vanity. Who else but him? It said with a grin. Not yet the arrogant, rude, always mischievous guy. Saying that, it suddenly became a little angry again. He also has an old acquaintance? You know him for sure? Lupin? Lupin's face turned gloomy. Harry Potter's look was a little shocked. That grumpy guy came to find someone, but it's a pity that she didn't let him in. Pippi looked at Harry Potter. This gave Harry Potter a bad premonition in his heart. It's all you, Potter. He came to you? That nasty Sirius Black. After that, it laughed and walked through the wall. But it made everyone present dumbfounded. Little, Sirius Black. The little lions' voices trembled. Neville was even more frightened. There were numerous newspapers and television reports. The admonition of the seniors in the college. Even young muggle-born wizards knew about Black's horrors. At this moment, hearing that Blake came to the castle, how could anyone not be afraid of that? Snape's face also became gloomy. Glancing at Lupin, who still couldn't believe it. There was a deep hatred in his eyes. Snape muttered to himself. Even if the nail pierces the flesh, you can't notice it. What happened? I don't know. It is said that Sirius invaded the castle. Hearing Shibani's answer, Braun nodded. Not only Braun, but the other little snakes were also discussing in low voices. Just after they had already arrived in the common room, they were called back to the Great Hall by Barrow the Ghostblood of Slytherin. It wasn't until I communicated with the eaglets who arrived earlier that I knew what was going on. All right, the children? Dumbledore's expression eased considerably. I think you've all heard that there's a bad guy in the castle. My professors and I would conduct a thorough search of the castle. As he spoke, after checking that some of the students had already arrived at the auditorium. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick also closed all the doors in the auditorium. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the tables and chairs flew to the sides of the wall to set up. The ceiling is not a bat flying around, turning into a clear night sky outside. To be safe, everyone has to sleep another night in the auditorium. The prefects will be responsible for your safety. Then Dumbledore turned his gaze to Percy, the president of the student council. Mr. Weasley, if anything unexpected happens, you can contact the ghosts to let me know. No problem, Mr. Percy replied with some excitement. Dumbledore nodded and said nothing more. After calling the other professors, he left in a bit of a hurry. Wait until the door to the auditorium closes. The little wizards, who were still quiet, instantly began to talk lively. Merlin? Sirius? I'm scared. I want to go home. Wait, Harry Potter? Sirius is here to get you? The little wizards made a noise. Then he was stopped by a shout. All quiet, Percy said loudly. The little wizards who were still chattering shut their mouths in amusement. Now get back in your sleeping bag. Turn off the lights in 10 minutes. Although everyone did not have much affection in their hearts, they did not refute Percy's words. After all, in addition to Percy, the president of the student council, there are also prefects of various colleges. It's scary, Sirius is actually in the school. Although Shibani said lightly, there was still some fear in his eyes. Maybe he used some magic, such as phantom migration. A approaching eaglet couldn't help but say, Hogwarts is forbidden to move apparitions. Braun said softly, Hogwarts is wrapped in a huge magic array. After thousands of years of increasing magic, 80% of the magic in the wizarding world can be defended. Braun's explanation made the eaglet stop making a sound. It's just that the doubts are still not resolved. But apart from phantom migration, what else can be done to get him in? Maybe Lupina. Theodore, who had never spoken, said, I listened to those Hufflepuffs. At the time, Pippi said that Sirius was Lupin's old friend. Maybe they should join forces inside and out to catch Harry Potter. Theodore's answer was agreed by many little snakes. If Braun wasn't a crosser, he might think the same way, because Theodore's answer was so reasonable. But Braun, who knows the plot well, understands. Sirius wouldn't be in any harm at all. Or maybe it's been the calmest year at Hogwarts in years. Pettigrew has lost consciousness, or he thinks he is a rat. Maybe there's no way to make him turn back into a human now. Naturally, it was impossible to go to Romania to find Voldemort. However, when he spoke of Voldemort, he suddenly remembered the picture he saw when he signed into the talent of the junior prophet before. This made his heart a little heavier. Braun, what do you think? Seeing that Braun had not spoken, Theodore couldn't help but ask. I think everyone should sleep with peace of mind. Sirius can't catch us even if he catches him. Braun's words made the little snakes around him stunned. Isn't Sirius a follower of Voldemort? The other party is even if he is crazy. You can't do anything at Slytherin either. When I think of this, everyone is obviously relieved. Sleep fast? Now the lights are out. Percy shouted again. With his voice, the entire auditorium went dark. In addition to the faint moonlight from the ceiling overhead and the fluorescence on the ghost, the entire auditorium lost the slightest bit of light. After being reminded by Braun, the little snakes obviously became a lot calmer. One by one, they all got into their sleeping bags like Braun and fell asleep. Listen to the whispers around you. Braun's eyes became darker and darker. In the days that followed, the crowd never stopped talking about Braun. And Theodore's words that night also spread throughout the school through some eaglets. Many thought Lupin might be the one who helped Sirius get into school. Of course, there are many little lions who think that this is nonsense, a Slytherin slander. But no matter what everyone says, Sirius wasn't caught. Dumbledore led the professors all over the castle. Ghost also took turns with the prefect and the student council president. But even with such strictness, he still failed to find out where Xiaoshan Langstar was. He was like a ghost who came and went without a trace, suddenly appearing and disappearing. Except that Harry Potter was brought to the office by Professor McGonagall for a solo conversation, this did not affect the other little wizards much. Or rather, it was the events of the first 2 years that honed these little wizards into a big heart. Compare that to trolls and basilisks, which could kill people last year. Xiaotian Langxing is obviously much safer. After all, his goal was only Harry Potter. Everyone's mind was more focused on Saturday's Slytherin vs Gryffindor match. How is Braun feeling lately? How was Quidditch training? Shubinai asked with some excitement. He's a Quidditch fan. All the teams and tactics can be taught. However, when it comes time to ride a broomstick, he becomes a strong king with a strong mouth. After being eliminated from 2 consecutive team selections, Shubinai gave up on the idea. Instead, act as a spectator wholeheartedly. General. Braun ate the bread in his hand 3 by 5. He cast a cleaning spell on himself to clean up his robe. Only then did I finally sit down. The weather hasn't been very good lately, and I have to train in heavy rain every day. Braun sighed. Although it is a ticket nature to play, but basic training still has to be attended. It's just that after participating, he regretted it a little. No way, the weather hasn't been very good lately. It rains heavily every day. In order to adapt to the environment, Braun had to get up before dawn and go to training with the other players. Seeing that everyone else is working so hard, he naturally can't salt. So much so that I can only do all kinds of flying exercises like everyone else. The only luck was that this time of constant practice flying broomsticks allowed him to sign into the achievement of a Quidditch master. The training in the past few days has made him no less powerful than those official members of the real-world competition. Don't believe him? Braun's strength is very strong. I dare say he's fine if he goes to England national Quidditch now. Marcus on the side said with a smile. So powerful. Sabinai and Daphne looked shocked. Even if you study well, Quidditch still plays so well. It's just unreasonable. I used to think Braun wasn't very good at playing Quidditch, but now I know it's hiding. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. By the way, Braun, do you have the idea of officially joining our house Quidditch team? Next year, many of the Quidditch teams in our academy will graduate. But there are many less. If at the beginning he was just trying to win over Braun, now after seeing Braun's true strength. Inevitably, I wanted to invite Braun to participate. Slytherin Quidditch hasn't been very good these days. The old students go every year, originally there are few new Slytherins, plus there are not many talented people in it. It becomes green and yellow. And Gryffindor rose rapidly with a Harry Potter. Now the Hufflepuff captain has been replaced by Cedric. In this way, Slytherin has completely become a fishbelly team, and it is difficult to be a brother and brother with Ravenclaw. Forget it, Marcus. You know, I still have a lot of experiments to do. It's not good to say that, but Quidditch is just entertainment for me. Braun refused without even thinking about it. Participating in such a time is enough for him. If it becomes normal, he will learn a fart. Human energy is limited. If you want to achieve extraordinary things in one area, you must reduce your energy in other areas. Compared to Quidditch athletes, he still wants to become a powerful wizard or alchemist. Seeing Braun did not have the slightest heartbeat, Marcus looked a little regretful. Become a Quidditch player for ordinary little wizards. Then, in this capacity, it is a good way to wait until you graduate and participate in the official Quidditch team selection. Then for a gifted and powerful wizard like Braun, this is nothing at all. His own so-called conditions did not appeal to him at all. Let's go, it's time for Sabanai to go to class. This is a defense against the dark arts class. See Sabanai still rubbing there. Braun couldn't help but remind. It's okay, I went there early, Professor Lupin's class is also self-study. Sabanai said indifferently. Well, I have to remind you that today's professor is Professor Snape's deputy. Sabanai, what are you doing here? Don't hurry up yet? Hurrying up is finally not late. It was a thrill to come to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Most young wizards didn't know that the professor had changed. One by one, they had to rush to the defense against the dark arts classroom slowly. Or it's very easy to chat and play in the classroom. But this leisurely complacency did not last long, as a group of small wizards ran in with a terrified look. Snape also walked into the classroom. All go back to your places and sit down. I'll substitute for this lesson, Snape said with a flat expression. Suddenly, the little wizards who were still playing in the classroom all returned to their places as quickly as possible. Sit honestly. It seems that Lupin still makes you guys too rambling, but I think it's also true, he is also a self-study teacher. Snape said with a happy mockery on his face. Turn your textbooks to. Sorry Professor Lupin, I just went to training and just came back. Harry ran in panting. Just now, he was stopped by Wood to teach tactics, otherwise he would not have come so late. That's not a reason. Mr. Potter, and Gryffindor deduction 10 points. Hearing Snape's voice, Harry's expression revealed disbelief. Turning his head, it was indeed Snape standing on the podium. Why you? Professor Lupin? He was sick. I wasn't feeling well and couldn't go to class, so I came to substitute for the class. Snape's face revealed some happiness, but after seeing Harry, he couldn't help but feel disgust. Okay, don't ask questions anymore. Hurry up and go back and sit down. But Harry remained where he was, still looking at him with stunned eyes. What disease did he have? A disease that can never be cured. Snape said coldly. And? Because you didn't listen to me, you repeatedly delayed the class time. So Gryffindor was deducted another 5 points. Harry was going to say something, but looking at Snape, it seemed that he still intended to deduct points for himself. Still honestly sat down next to Ron and stopped talking. But in my heart, I felt that this matter was definitely closely related to the potion that Braun sent some time ago. I saw that everyone honestly sat in their places. Snape nodded in satisfaction. Very good, it seems that we can continue lecturing. Last semester, Mr. Roar held a duel club, and you probably learned a lot. So tell me, Mr. Roar, what other chapters have you not learned? See Snape calling his name. Braun quickly stood up. Werewolf, Professor. We haven't learned werewolves yet. Very good. Slytherin plus 10. This answer seemed to satisfy Snape very much. Without hesitation, he added 10 points to Braun. Then we'll learn about werewolves in this lesson. Turn the textbook to 394 pages. But, teach, good Zhao Zhao, to teach. Professor Lupin said that we still have to learn about ordinary dark creatures outside of those textbooks to learn about werewolves. Dean Thomas of Gryffindor couldn't help but say, I think that's pure nonsense. Dealing with those ordinary dark creatures is what you will do in your second year. Didn't Mr. Roar teach you how to deal with ordinary dark creatures? A simple fragmentation spell can easily kill them? Are you stupid trolls with wooden sticks? Snape's unceremonious taunt made Dean Thomas blush. I want to refute but don't know what to say. I could only honestly bow my head. Now, can anyone tell me the difference between a werewolf and a human wolf? Snape asked. The little lions pretended not to see it. It seems that he intends to express his silent protest in this way. But Snape didn't care, or he didn't intend to let Gryffindor answer the question at all. Mr. Roar, you answer it. Braun, who had long known that he would be ordered, immediately stood up. For the werewolf, it can be said that no one in the crowd here knows better than him. Among the three, werewolves are the strongest, followed by wolves, and then ordinary wolves. Werewolves were originally produced by wizards experimenting on other wizards. They have a virus in their teeth that can turn bitten wizards into werewolves depending on how infected they are. They will transform on a full moonlit night, lose their minds and frantically attack other humanoid creatures. Magic resistance, as well as hand-to-hand combat and recovery ability, will be greatly enhanced. Powerful werewolves can even control their own transformations. Very dangerous for wizards. Human wolves are the same as werewolves, except that they are infected with ordinary muggles. Compared to werewolves, they cannot transform and will always remain wolf-headed and have some recovery ability. But most of them have low strength, and ordinary spells can deal with them. Snape's eyes revealed admiration, and he even took the lead in applauding. Great answer. Braun is right. Isn't the purpose of their competition for the Quidditch Cup the House Cup? Since there is Braun's assurance, the House Cup is fine. So why did they ruin Slytherin's reputation because of such a game? Pay for one's whistle. Marcus apparently understood this too. Nodded, his gaze became firm. Up. Okay then. Wait for the meeting or follow our training. Everyone try to contain Gryffindor as much as possible to buy time for Braun to find the golden snitch. Watching the little snakes that were still decadent become energetic, he couldn't help but smile on his face. Strength is the foundation of everything. Intrigue will not last long. As Marcus beckoned everyone to eat in the auditorium, Harry's side had just woken up not long ago. compared to the Slytherin common room buried deep in the bottom of the lake. The Gryffindor common room can feel the changes outside, although the windows have already cast special spells, but the wind outside was still clearly audible. Dancing trees, pouring rain. Everything can tell that today's weather is a tough battle for a Quidditch match, and such weather is especially unfriendly to a small man like him. High winds will make him blow at all, poorly controlling the broom. By the time he arrived at the auditorium with his head groggy, just in time to see Braun being surrounded by those little snakes and leaving. They also each held a light wheel in their hands for 2,000. This made him look a little stunned. However, the cold wind in the corridor still made him wrap his robe tightly and enter the auditorium. It wasn't until I drank a large bowl of oatmeal that I felt a lot more comfortable. Harry. The rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had also arrived. They seemed a lot more relaxed. Especially Wood. He is particularly spiritual. It seems that he can't wait to fight Slytherin. Today was good for us. Braun of Slytherin was just a newbie. Although I haven't watched him play, it's certainly impossible to develop a seeker so quickly in 3 or 4 days. This is your advantage, Harry? Saying that, Wood patted Harry's shoulder. It seems that he wants to transfer his power to him as well. Some of the other team members nodded along. The female seeker Elia in the team also cheered along. Wood is right, we have an advantage in this game, and in such weather their firebolts will not play the advantage of speed. No wonder I just saw that their entire team was replaced with 2,000 halo wheels. Hearing Elia's words, Harry looked a little stunned. Switched to a light wheel? Haha, we don't have any suspense in this game, Harry. Braun is very good in other places, but that doesn't mean he understands Quidditch. Rashly replace the new broom before the game. He will definitely suffer a big loss because of this. Your advantage is even greater. Wood was not disappointed when he heard Harry's words, but he felt that the game was already in his hands. Although he didn't understand why his old rival Marcus hadn't stopped Braun's absurd behavior, but he clearly had no intention of reminding him. Hopefully. Harry's heart was faintly uneasy. He always felt that he could see what Braun usually did. You will never fail to see such a problem. Wood, it seemed a little too early to rejoice. 7:30. The heavy rain still has no intention of stopping. On the contrary, it has become more and more intense. But even that couldn't stop the enthusiasm of students and teachers for Quidditch. Everyone poured out. Run across the lawn to the Quidditch pitch. Read violent novels. Just go to Fiction Network. Even the chicken drizzled in soup doesn't care. Sit in the Slytherin waiting room and watch the little wizards walk through the heavy rain. Braun thought to himself. Of course, he didn't worry much himself. Waterproof spells he still will. Braun has arrived at me. After applying a waterproof spell to the last small snake warn, he moved the body, while listening to Marcus talk about today's tactics. Until after seeing Gryffindor, everyone walked to the arena under the leadership of Marcus. Looks like your equipment is still the same, Wood. The enemy is very red when he meets. As soon as he got closer, Marcus took the lead in mocking. Wood, who was originally in a good mood, couldn't help but darken a little. Compared to the wealth of Slytherin, Gryffindor is indeed very poor. Not to mention the wizard robe of the thermostatic spell. Brooms are the sweeping 7 stars of the school. Sometimes what's the use of good equipment? Good technology is true. Use newcomers and change brooms temporarily. I hope you don't cry when you lose. Wood replied unceremoniously. It's just that Marcus's face did not appear as he expected. Instead, he smiled indescribably at himself. Wait and see. Lady Hooch solemnly interrupted the cordial exchange between the two teams with a black umbrella. Both sides also sat on their own brooms. Accompanied by Madame Hooch's sharp whistle, everyone kicked into the air. This is a wonderful feeling for Braun. Looking at the little wizards who were waving excitedly at themselves, he seemed to understand why so many young wizards were eager to become a Quidditch player. This is the same as some girls in previous lives always like to find a boyfriend who plays basketball. It is all the instinctive yearning for violence and the display of force. He saw Hermione, Daphne, Luna waving at him, and, of course, his bizarre good friend Shinobi, subconsciously ignore the other party's hot-eyed equipment. Braun looked at the Gryffindor team in front of him again. Harry Potter was holding on to his broom as tightly as possible to avoid being blown away by the wind. Captain Oliver Wood stood in front of the jam, looking particularly serious. How about Braun? Still adapting? Marcus asked with concern. No problem, don't worry. With the blessing of Quidditch Master. He didn't dare to compare with professional athletes. But against these ordinary little wizards, there is still not much pressure on the corpse. After receiving Braun's affirmative answer, Marcus did not continue to say anything, but returned to his position. The training in the past few days naturally allowed Marcus to see Braun's Quidditch talent. Since Braun said it's okay, there's definitely nothing wrong with today's game. With the whistle of Mrs. Hooch, the ghost flying ball, bludger ball, and golden snitch all flew into the air together, and the game has officially begun. The Slytherins, taking advantage of Braun's waterproof spell, took the lead in controlling the ghost flying ball towards the Gryffindor goal. The Gryffindors were the first to get 10 points before they could react. Eat big dung, Wood? Marcus scoffed at Wood, who had a somewhat ugly face. Then, without stopping, he continued to control the ghost flying ball and rushed towards the Gryffindor goal. The broom advantage, the physical advantage, and the spell advantage unleashed by Braun made the Gryffindors a little overwhelmed. However, in just 10 minutes, the score was 50 points apart. Harry, Get down? The sharp whistle blew again. Both sides were all left behind. Wood was looking at his team members with an ugly face. He also understood that he did not blame them for the loss of points just now. Who would have thought that the gap in the game would become so big? Slytherin didn't even use those crooked ways, but he actually compared them with his own strength. If it goes on like this, once the score difference exceeds 150 points, even catching the golden snitch won't help. I called a timeout. Because the rain was so heavy that Wood had to yell loudly. The Gryffindors came under a large black umbrella. Every member of the team was shaking the water on their bodies. Harry followed suit and wiped his eyes. I made a mistake. I didn't expect them to have such an advantage in this weather. If this continues, even if Braun doesn't catch the golden snitch, Slytherin alone will be able to grind us to death. Wood sighed and said without concealment. Their robes are waterproof, and I'm going to get soaked in just a while. George Weasley sighed again. Rainy days burn too much calories on the body. We simply can't survive them. Fred on the side also added. The two female players obviously have their own troubles, and in ordinary weather, they can get more speed with their lower weight. But in this rainy and windy weather, it is disadvantageous. Even the broom is difficult to control. So, Harry, the next thing is up to you. You must catch the golden snitch as soon as possible, Wood said seriously. But I can't see clearly with my glasses on, Harry said with a sigh. Wait, I have a way. Fred's eyes lit up. Despite the doubts of several people, he ran to the audience. Not long after, he ran over with another person. Hermione. Several of the team members didn't quite understand what Fred meant. Fred said, let me help release the waterproofing spell. Hermione said generously. It's the only way I can think of it. Harry's glasses are waterproof and moisture-proof, so he can better find the golden snitch. Fred spread out his hands. After several other people looked at each other, they had to admit that this was a good idea. Then please, Hermione, Wood said solemnly. Hermione waved her hand casually. The wand flicked lightly and clicked on the glasses. Then there seemed to be a faint film on the glasses. In addition to glasses, Harry's robes and clothes were also subject to a waterproof charm. Sorry, my spell level is not high yet. The waterproofing charm can't be used a few times. Hermione gasped a few times and said a little tiredly. Several people, although regretful, did not say anything. After all, it was best to be able to see Harry's glasses. Come on guys, let's beat those Slytherins. Just when all the hopes of the Gryffindor side were pinned on Harry, the Slytherin side also drank hot cocoa and rested. Haha, you didn't see Wood's face just now, that guy is just ugly? There are other Gryffindors, one by one, like the falling chicken. The little snakes drink hot cocoa while not forgetting the spicy taunts of their nemesis. By the way, Braun, you have to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. My guess is that Wood's next tactic would be to get Harry Potter to find the golden snitch to end the game as much as possible. Marcus drank the hot cocoa in the cup and said seriously. No problem. Braun nodded along. He spotted the golden snitch while he was on the field. It's just that I haven't done it. Because according to the rules of the Quidditch Cup, points are calculated. Whoever ends up with the most points wins. Now that Slytherin has earned 50 points, after catching the golden snitch himself, Slytherin will directly receive 200 points. With such a large advantage, even Slytherin lost 2 games later. As long as the score is not too ugly, the Quidditch Cup will not run. With the whistle, the game began again. Braun took to the air again on a broomstick. The Gryffindors who had determined the strategy were obviously much more difficult than they had just been. Of course, it is also possible that they have begun to adapt to the environment on the field. Lightning will illuminate mid-air. Braun also spotted the golden snitch swinging left and right in the rain curtain. Without the slightest hesitation, he controlled the broom and flew over. Braun's movements certainly caught the attention of the other Gryffindors as well. After following Braun's gaze, he naturally found the golden snitch in the rain. Harry, just go, right behind you, just go, Wood shouted anxiously. Now Harry's only advantage is distance. It's just that according to Braun's speed at the moment, the distance between the two sides is actually shrinking. Hearing Wood's call, Harry hurriedly looked behind him. Then he controlled the broom and rushed towards the golden snitch. It just made him wonder. I don't know why, those fierce shouts suddenly disappeared. It was as if someone had suddenly pressed the mute button. Just as he was wondering, a familiar cold appeared beside him again. It felt familiar to him. This is Dementor? Subconsciously looking down, hundreds of Dementors were rushing towards the arena. Many of them have already come to the audience. Greedy absorbs the immense pleasure. Once again, a woman's voice appeared in his ears. Please, let Harry go. It's just that this shout didn't last long. The cold on his body was dispelled. A patron saint appeared in the arena. Braun, standing under him, seemed to be possessed by a god. The little wizards who were still panicked were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. Call God Guard. Thanks to Lupin's teaching during this time. Although most young wizards can only simply emit a faint white light from the tip of their staffs. Of course, under the accumulation of numbers, it still looks particularly shocking. The Dementors were also terrified by what was in front of them. Reason, which had been blinded by greed, gradually returned. Once again, they thought back to the fear of being dominated on the train. They fled to the sidelines. But Braun won't leave them a chance. The rays of those patron spirits were absorbed by the giants above him. The figure that originally seemed illusory became more solid. Even the patterns on the plate armor on the body became clearly visible. Then, the giant was seen raise his great sword and let out a roar. The broadsword swung down, and a huge sword radiance flew by. The fleeing dementors screamed and were purified by white light. The originally howling wind stopped. The dark clouds in the sky were cut open with an invisible sword mark. It was as if the entire sky had been split in half. This. Peg, who was rushing towards this side, was so frightened that he didn't know how to speak. The huge broadsword, the dead dementor, and the sky that seemed to be split in half at this moment all left a great shock in his heart. Originally, he had come to stop those dementors, but now it seems that there is no need. All but a few of the dementors sent to Hogwarts survived. Already all dead. But even so, he had no intention of asking Xingxi to ask for sin. He didn't want to try the power of the giant sword in the hand of that patron saint. I can only leave with bitterness at the corners of my mouth. He has already made up his mind. I'd rather keep my feet busy in the ministry than continue to guard Hogwarts. Here, it's really terrifying. Braun didn't know what Peg was thinking. The consumption of the sword just now was not small. At this moment, the Patroness Charm 0 has long been cancelled. I saw the giant in the sky slowly dissipating, but the sun fell from the split clouds. I think this game should be that we won. Braun calmly raised the golden snitch in his hand. Let the little wizards who were still in shock just now come back to their senses. Deafening cheers resounded throughout the venue. Dumbledore, who was watching not far away, also stopped. He's even more talented than Tom. Snape on the side did not speak, but his eyes flickered a little. I think instead of worrying about Braun, you should think about Lupin. What other way would Sirius come to school besides him? Snape's voice was filled with malice. During this time, he investigated in the school more than once, but no matter how much he investigated, he could not find any trace of Sirius. There are many ways to do Severus. We cannot doubt our colleagues for no reason. While speaking, Dumbledore glanced towards the big black dog standing in the stands not far away, staring intently at the arena. Then he said with a smile on his face, "It's just that such an answer did not satisfy Snape." He snorted coldly, stopped talking, and walked towards the tower with anger. "Braun, that's great. I dare say you are the best seeker." A celebration feast was being held in the Slytherin common room. The purpose was to celebrate the Slytherin victory against Gryffindor. As Braun, who got the golden snitch and successfully eliminated the Dementors, he undoubtedly became the center of the little snakes. Everyone chatted with him in turn, and Braun did not snub politely, even in the face of those half-blooded little snakes. This equal attitude also made many little snakes more satisfied, because they are respected here in Braun. Time for a feast. Dumbledore's appreciation encouraged the little snakes. Although the person who is appreciated is Braun, they can also feel and honored. Don't cry, Harry. No one can catch the ball all the time, and an occasional mistake is nothing, the Weasley brothers said vaguely as they ate bacon. To this, Harry returned with a bitter smile. Although everyone did not blame him, even Wood did not say anything. But he still felt guilty in his own heart. Losing doesn't taste good. Especially if he still loses so completely. Golden snitch, not caught. The Patroness spell that was hard to learn was even more different from Firefly and Haoyo compared to Braun. When facing those Dementors, he didn't even have the courage to chant the spell. This is what frustrates him the most. The only thing he was looking forward to now was the next Quidditch match. He believed that when facing other academies, he would definitely not lose again. 1.2 is always unused. Fast forward to Tuesday. "Hello, Braun? Are you free this weekend?" "Sorry, I have to do an experiment." After politely turning down a little witch who came over to talk to him, Braun turned his attention to the toast in front of him again. In the past few days, the little witches who come to talk to each other are becoming more and more. Among them, there are many junior students. Of course, there are also seniors. It can be said that it makes him hurt and happy. "Which one is this morning?" "6th. I kept counting that," Sabinai said dejectedly. Every girl who came to talk to him was a critical blow to him. No way. Who made him famous that? Now there is no one in the 4 colleges who does not know Sabinai. Now in addition to some of the little witches of the Snake Courtyard, they are still chatting with Sabinai. The other little witches were hiding. It can be said that Sabinai has lost the right of preference in choosing a mate in recent years. "I told you earlier, you don't listen." Theodore gloated. Didn't wait for Sabinai to refute anything. Then I heard the sound of wings flapping. As soon as this voice is heard, as if reflexively, everyone began to pack up their things. Pack up everything you like. Milk or something, as soon as you drink it, it will be placed under the table. Even some of the newly enrolled young wizards have learned the same. It didn't take long. A flock of owls with letters flew in. Why are there so many owls today? Theodore couldn't help but frown. Most of these owls flew to the teacher's seat. Letter after letter was placed in front of Dumbledore. But soon, with the Daily Prophet, everyone finally knew what was the reason. "Braun, you were mentioned above." Sabinai pointed to the headline of the newspaper. Ignore the so-called official rhetoric. Braun looked directly at the content. In general, it was Braun's destruction of the Dementors that made the Ministry of Magic very dissatisfied. They harshly criticized things like that. Needless to say, those letters that flew towards Dumbledore naturally went for this as well. Among them, England's Ministry of Magic even expressed the 08 meaning of needing Braun's initiative to apologize, and the dignity of the Ministry of Magic cannot be violated. If Braun does not apologize to the Ministry of Magic, Braun's nomination for Sir Merlin's Order this year will also be cancelled. In this regard, Shinobi and they are all a little worried. But Braun only smiled slightly. It doesn't seem to take this matter to heart. The Ministry's reaction was expected. Having killed so many Dementors himself, it would be strange if the Ministry of Magic could still act as if nothing had happened. It's just that he doesn't care much in his heart. At this time an owl flew in front of Braun. A little Tsundere placed a letter in front of Braun, and then waved his wings again and left. Dear Mr. Braunroll, we hope you will be able to come to the principal's room for afternoon tea at 3 p.m. today. Dumbledore looking for me for tea? For the Ministry of Magic? But after thinking about it, Braun understood what Dumbledore meant. What's wrong, Braun? Who wrote the letter? Headmaster. He invited me for an afternoon meal? Okay, it's almost time for class, let's go early? See, Braun doesn't want to say. A few people did not force it. This was Snape's potions lesson. The little wizards have begun to learn some heart manipulation techniques. After all, the handling of medicinal herbs in potions class is also very important. In groups of 4, Braun and Shinobi were given a crocodile with its mouth tied. The crocodile's strength is still very large. The 4 of them managed to tie it to the table. Oh, Harry, what the hell happened to you that day? Stunned by those Dementors? You little wretched. I really took Malfoy. It's like he'll die if he doesn't tease Harry Potter. Looking at Malfoy, who came to Harry's side again, Theodore said with some annoyance. Him? Let's quickly dissect it. Daphne, you come first? Seeing that Daphne had been staring at the crocodile, Braun tentatively handed the scalpel over. Huh? No, or you come first. Braun? Daphne waved her hand repeatedly. Sabini and Theodore had no intention of starting. Braun had no choice but to be disrespectful. Rubbed the sharp scalpel. Braun's expression also became focused. For anatomy, he specially learned it from Nick during the summer. After all, some knowledge of stitching beasts also requires anatomy. Finding the position of the knife, Braun did not hesitate in the slightest and swiped gently. The crocodile's skin is separated from the flesh and blood inside. Then, according to Snape's request, the muscles were sliced layer by layer, carefully avoiding the blood vessels. Finally, I saw that beating heart. He didn't take the heart out. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Instead, the skin and muscles are restored to their original position, sprinkled with white freshness. Recovery as before. The skin that had been cut open was once again restored to its original state. Only the terrified crocodile became confused. But it hasn't waited for its already small brain to think carefully. Then there was another pain in my body. This time it was Theodore who started. Compared to Braun's gentle approach, his anatomy was much rougher. This also makes the crocodile on the table twist more and more. But fortunately, Theodore's knife is still quite stable. Didn't poke the heart. Recovery as before. Then came Sabini and Daphne. Finally, after 3 shots were restored, the crocodile was dissected several times in a row. Finally, the heart was removed by Braun with an unlovable face. It ended this life of grievance and helplessness. Next, according to the textbook, the heart needs to be embalmed. We need to first. Braun's words are not finished. It was interrupted by the scolding and fighting in the classroom. I saw that Malfoy's face was covered in blood. There is also a crocodile heart at his feet. On the other side, Ron looked angry. Mingle with Harry with Crabbe and Goyle. Enough. Stop it all. Snape 907 said with an ugly look. Fight. Throw classmates with crocodile hearts. Gryffindor deducts 50 points. It's not fair. It was obviously Malfoy looking for something. Harry glared angrily at Snape. Fair? Deduct another 50 points. Snape sneered and said mercilessly. Harry could only gasp and glared viciously at Snape without saying a word. He didn't want to be tired of all his classmates deducting points with him because of his own reasons. It seems that our Mr. Potter now understands fairness. Okay, all out. Wash it well. Others continue with lessons. I'll check your results when class ends. With that, he pulled Malfoy and Harry out of the classroom. Okay, let's go ahead and do our homework. Took his gaze back. Braun said lightly. The 3 did not refute either. Continue to follow the steps just now to wash the heart of the blood in the new house. Then bleaching and rinsing with special magic reagents. The process is particularly cumbersome. The purpose of this is to keep the specimen longer. It is said to be the advanced experience learned by ancient English shamans from Egypt. The end of class bell rang. The little wizards ran out of the potions classroom in a hurry. Walked towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. There was no shortage of discussions in the corridors about today's events. Of course, most of them admired Ron and Harry for daring to talk back to Snape. They didn't blame them for deducting points for Gryffindor. Perhaps the reason for being suppressed by Slytherin for 8 years in a row. After the failure of the first 2 years, these little lions have gradually become interested in the Academy Cup Buddha. Of course, there is no way to do it without Buddhism. Hermione, who loved extra points in her first year, is still doing the same. But in class, you basically don't raise your hand again. Other lion cubs deduct more points than extra points. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't compete for the house cup, and before Harry deducted points, their house score was the last one. Not to mention now, probably already cleared to 0. If it's defense against the dark arts or Snape, I'll skip class. Ron said angrily in the hallway. Just now, Snape not only deducted their points, but also ordered them to clean up. The entire classroom was cleaned. The only thing that made him feel a little happy was that not only were they punished, but Malfoy was also punished for working with them this time. But even this could not quench the hatred in their hearts. Okay, Weasley, if you have the ability, you will skip class, Malfoy said with a sneer. That is, the defense against the dark arts classroom has arrived. Otherwise, the two may fight again. How is Lupin? Looking at Lupin, who was pale in wizard robes in the classroom, Braun was a little surprised. Generally, werewolves will have bloodthirsty rage for 3 days before and after the full moon, and it usually lasts for several days to recover. This is true even if you drink wolf poison. I didn't expect Lupin to be so soon. This was really unexpected. Seeing Lupin, the little lions were particularly surprised. Professor, Snape asked us to write a thesis on werewolves and 2 more pieces of parchment. That's right, Professor. And he thinks we're moving too slowly? Learning those basic dark creatures is a waste of time. Little lions, you said every word. Lupin couldn't help but frown. On the contrary, it made his face look even paler. All right, everyone. I'll tell Professor Snape about this to put this assignment on hold for a moment. The little lions cheered. Okay then, let's learn Kaba. This is a water monster that resembles a neon kappa. It's just that Kaba relies on slender fingers. With that, Lupin pointed to the huge tank. Inside, there seems to be a creature swimming hidden in the aquatic weed. I saw a little wizard coming over and suddenly approaching the glass. Startled many little wizards. Their weapons are slender fingers. It drags the entrance into the aquatic weed and jams their necks with their fingers. But again, their fingers are also their greatest weakness, and slenderness means vulnerability. You just need to. With the end of class bell, Lupin also stopped. Everyone was happy in this class. Lupin wouldn't reprimand them like Snape. Let's go, Braun, go eat. Okay, let's go. Glancing at Harry Potter, who remained in the classroom, Braun replied and left with Shubinai and them. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. What's wrong, Harry? Is there something going on? Lupin asked softly. It's such a professor. Harry looked hesitant. Even during the game, I still encountered the Dementors. Oh, what do you think? Harry shook his head. No, I don't even have the courage to pull out my wand and cast the spell. He sighed, looking extremely ashamed. However, after thinking about his purpose, he raised his head again. Professor, can you tell me why Braun's patroness is so huge? Is there any special way to do that? It turns out that you are for this. Lupin was stunned, but soon he shook his head again. It's natural, Harry. Patroness is not something we can decide. He is produced differently according to each person. But, why? Harry didn't seem so happy with that answer. Have you heard of the Invincible Andress? Invincible Andress. He didn't know much about this unfamiliar name, or that he doesn't know much about historical figures. The Invincible Andress is an ancient Greek wizard who can summon a giant patroness 7 or 8 meters tall. Not even a wand. He is also the first wizard known to date to possess a huge patron spirit. In the future, there were many wizards with huge guardian spirits, and this appearance did not have any rules. So, it's unlikely that you want to have Braun's massive patroness. Even if there is any special method to make the patroness bigger, it is a secret that belongs to a family, not yet qualified for an ordinary wizard like me to know. Hearing Lupin's answer, Harry looked a little disappointed. It seemed impossible to accept this fact for a while. I'm so weak. I can't deal well with the Dementors. This is not weakness, Harry. Lupin pointed sharply. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Harry's heart. Everyone has something they are not good at. But, Zhao, Braun will do anything. Lupin. Most people have things they are not good at, and you are affected more than others. That's because you've suffered horrors far beyond anyone else's before. Dementors are the most evil creatures. They absorb all the pleasure until they make that person just like them a walking dead. You are so affected that the hidden pain in your heart is amplified by them. There's nothing to be shy of, Harry. It is precisely because of the pain you have suffered that you have come to a peaceful life in the wizarding world today. Let's have a piece of chocolate. Child, I think you'll love them. Patted Harry's shoulder. Place a huge chocolate plate in his hand. Harry broke a small piece and put it in his mouth. Bitterness mixed with a hint of sweetness. It made him feel a lot better. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Braun arrived at the headmaster's room on time. Perhaps he had already said hello, and the stone statue outside did not stop Braun. Pushing open the door, Dumbledore was sitting at the table reading a book. Mr. Roar? Well, very punctual. Dumbledore pushed his glasses and smiled. Looking at Braun, who entered the door, Dumbledore said with satisfaction, "Sit, don't be inhibited." Dumbledore's wand waved. The desk turned into black tea and pastries. Braun was also not polite, and seemed to sit down very naturally. After drinking tea for a while, Braun put down his cup. Did the professor come to me for the ministry? Braun asked straight to the point. Apart from this, he couldn't think of anything else that would make Dumbledore come to him. It seems that you all know. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and put down the teacup in his hand. These are orders from the Ministry of Magic to Hogwarts. One of the most important points is to ask you to apologize to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible and make compensation. Those people are seeking ownership of eternal memories, or the ownership of some other alchemy item. Am I right, Principal? Dumbledore's words were interrupted by Braun before he could finish speaking. There was also some disdain in his expression. He knew all too well what was going on in the minds of those people in the Ministry of Magic. It is false to kill the Dementors by killing yourself, and it is true that you want to find a reason to take back the alchemy items you authorized. It stands to reason that for Braun's achievements, a Sir Merlin's regiment is more than enough. But I couldn't get it selected. What is the reason? It's not someone who gets in the way yet. At the time of the selection, the Ministry of Magic had more than once hinted that Braun would give up some benefits. It was just ignored by Braun. Now the soft can't come hard. Otherwise, a group of dark creatures, the Ministry of Magic can really stand out for them? I wanted to tell you about some of the reasons for this. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Dumbledore sighed. He did not agree with the actions of the Ministry of Magic. But the benefits of the eternal memory developed by Braun are too great. This 203 alchemy formula is not completely in the hands of the Ministry of Magic itself, and they will definitely not be at ease. Originally, he planned to persuade Braun to give up some of his interests. But looking at Braun's clear look, the stakes must have been clearly considered. To be honest, I don't want you to continue to fight the Ministry. It won't do you any good. Giving up some of the benefits will make you grow more smoothly. When you truly become an alchemist, everything lost in the past will come back. It seems that he is afraid that Braun will not understand. Dumbledore carefully explained the truth to Braun again. Mine is mine. Why should I give it to someone else? Just because the Ministry of Magic is strong? Everyone is so Braun. Even I experienced something similar back then. Dumbledore sighed. Is that right? Dumbledore looked a little puzzled. He didn't seem to understand what Braun meant. I mean, everybody does that, right? Braun said seriously. So what are you going to do? Looking at Braun's confident look, Dumbledore couldn't help but be interested. He didn't think the little guy in front of him was a reckless fool. Since the other party has this confidence, he has obviously left a way back for himself. Well, the time should be about the same now. Glancing at the clock overhead, the hour hand had already pointed to the position of 4. Without waiting for Dumbledore to continue wondering, one newspaper after another rolled out of the fireplace. Letters followed. This is. Dumbledore beckoned suspiciously. Several newspapers flew into his hands. These are newspapers published in other countries on the continent, and although they are in different languages, they all record the same thing in the headlines. It is reported that in the alchemist competition held in France this year, Alchemy Castle won the championship with far more votes than other players. Other newspapers have different headlines though, but the approximate content is similar. The most shocking thing is the photo of the Alchemy Castle in the newspaper. The forest castle of Samba is also a moving castle though, but in the final analysis, the technical content is not high. It's just to control the movement of tree people, and the requirements for the environment are also very large. But Braun's Alchemy Castle is different. It is an alchemy item that is completely mechanically constructed and has added flesh and blood alchemy. That is to say, as long as there are design drawings, wizards can make unlimited manufacturing according to their design drawings. There will be no constraints. This is the weapon of war that truly belongs to the wizarding world. According to the judges of this alchemy conference, the great alchemist Nicolaim, the Alchemy Castle was researched and made by his disciple Braun. You expected it. Dumbledore's face was shocked. He had overestimated Braun's potential as much as he could. I didn't think that I still underestimated the teenager in front of me. As the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world in England today, he knows all too well the value of this alchemical castle. The reason why the 2 Dark Lord rebellions in the wizarding world failed was simply because a large number of wizards believed that they did not have the strength to fight muggles. Those guns, bombs, and the like, it's okay to say. But the cannons, ships, planes, and even nuclear weapons made the wizards have no power to fight back. This is why no matter how strong the Dark Lord rebellion, it will ultimately fail. Because in today's society, there is no soil for wizards to live for a long time. But the appearance of the Alchemy Castle seems to have made this impossible a new possibility. I didn't think as far as I thought. I asked my teacher to help me sign up for this competition during the summer vacation. I didn't predict the Dementors. Braun shook his head. Dumbledore was relieved. That's only reasonable. If you can really anticipate the scene in front of you in advance, it is not a genius, but a monster? Headmaster, do you think I will still be sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic? Looking at Braun's smiling appearance, Dumbledore's face looked a little complicated. You really, always surprise me. There are so many things going on, it's no longer something for the Ministry of Magic to sanction you. Instead, think about how to keep you as a genius. Sighing, Dumbledore drank the tea that still had some warmth in his cup. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The truth is indeed as Dumbledore said. Ministry of Magic. Office of the Minister. Fudge was leisurely sipping coffee. At the same time, there was some anticipation in his expression. The pressure on Hogwarts was planned by him. As the Minister of Magic, it was naturally impossible for him to let go of such a big cake. Now the good news should come over. Taking another sip of coffee, Fudge muttered. Minister? Minister? A woman who looked like a toad ran in anxiously. His expression revealed panic. What's wrong, Umbridge? Fudge asked with some displeasure. Didn't I say that? Don't disturb me while I'm drinking afternoon tea, and knock on the door when you enter the house, Fudge criticized. Then he leaned back in his chair. Say, whatever. It's Braun. Oh, Fudge, who was still leaning back in his chair, was happy. Did he agree to sell the benefits? The main part of the division of eternal memories must definitely be controlled by the Ministry of Magic. It's not? Minister? It was Braun who won the championship of the Alchemy Conference? Many countries in the continental Europe have issued announcements to invite each other. He was nominated for this year's Plantagenet de France. With the German Iron Cross? Listen to Umbridge's hoarse report. Fudge almost fainted. How is it only a morning time? The world suddenly changed? Ministry of Magic. Conference room. Fudge sat in the main seat. On either side of the long table sat a row of serious-looking wizards of the Ministry of Magic. They are all directors of the Ministry of Magic and counselors of the Ministry. And the only purpose for them gathered here today is for Braun's affairs. I said it a long time ago. If we don't take talent seriously, then talent will leave us for other countries. An old wizard said hoarsely. Asking Braun to apologize and seek his interests is entirely Fudge's private decision. I think Fudge as the Ministry of Magic should be responsible. That's right. I approve. Look at the directors who dump things on themselves one by one. The corners of Fudge's mouth lit up bitterly, although he had some selfish intentions in this matter. But if these people don't look at those interests and support them behind them, will he dare? Now if something happens, they will all smash it on their heads. Dorfin? This matter. I won't help you with this. Anyway, our family used to come from France. It's a big deal to go back now, Dorfenroer said with a sneer. He said how to transfer himself outside. It turned out to be to seek the alchemy formula of his nephew. Now you find that you can't do anything, and you want to let yourself help persuade. It's beautiful. Dorfin's lack of cooperation made Fudge's face even more ugly. If you want to say something, you are afraid that you will provoke the other party and let him go directly. At that time, there will really be no room for relaxation with the Luoer family. In case this family really compares the axis, go straight to England and return to France. He felt like he had to be sprayed to death by those pure-blood families and ordinary wizards. Discuss it yourself. Don't look for me. You are seeking our family's things. I don't have the entire wizarding world to publicize it. It is already a face for the Ministry of Magic. After speaking, he looked at everyone and snorted coldly. Without the slightest nostalgia, he turned away. Only a group of ugly-faced wizards were left looking at each other. Now let's talk about it, everyone. How to solve this matter. You also know in your hearts, don't try to throw the pot. Big deal, if I step down, you will have to be poked in the spine, Fudge said tiredly. The other wizards who had wanted to continue to accuse also fell silent. Start thinking about how this should be solved. Fudge was right. This matter is also supported by them. If Fudge really provokes Fudge's dead net, they will definitely not be able to please. The most important thing to do now is to think about how to deal with it. Otherwise, let's let the Daily Prophet deal with it cold. Cold treatment? France and other countries are going to send invitations to that child. The newspaper even said openly and secretly that we are jealous of the virtuous ability. Cold again. Do you believe it or not? Everyone has left the British Isles? So what to do? Shall we really apologize to him? We are the Ministry of Magic. As a wizard in England, shouldn't the results of research be shared with us for free? If I want to say just arrest him. Forcing the alchemy recipe? A wizard looked a little disgruntled. He was just greeted with a fool's gaze. Do you really think the Ministry of Magic can do whatever it wants? If they really dare to do what this wizard said, tomorrow the Ministry of Magic will have to be overthrown. Not to mention that those hidden old monsters would not agree to such an organization to act on their heads. Even the wizards in the ministry couldn't possibly say yes. Wizards are not muggles. If a wizard with magic is really provoked, even if he can't deal with you, it is more than enough to deal with his family. No one wants to have someone behind them who wants to kill their enemies all day long. And even they don't care about it. It's not so easy to catch Braun. Hogwarts is home to Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in England today. Hogwarts was his kingdom. No one can arrest a student from him without his permission. The wizarding world seems backward though, but sometimes messaging isn't that slow. For example, England's Ministry of Magic punished Braun for killing the Dementors, but in a few hours, it spread throughout the continent, and caused an uproar. At the same time, it also gave hope to other countries that had no hope of inviting Braun. After denigrating the Ministry of Magic in England, he began to brag about how good the welfare benefits of his country welfare. What kind of treatment can Braun get in the wizarding world of their country? This can make England's Ministry of Magic and those pure-blood families a little anxious. If only Braun had accepted the invitation to run road. They have to be laughed to death by other countries. When the time comes, don't say that it is to harvest the money of other countries by eternal memory. It would be nice if the market in your own country was not harvested. I don't care about continuing to waste time. The medals of Sir Merlin's regiment are arranged directly. And the reparations of Galleon and finding a few scapegoats? Can't wait any longer. Continue like this, people really run. Now the whole continent is waiting to see our jokes. A somewhat old wizard said with a serious expression. The other wizards also nodded in agreement with the old wizard's words. Seeing that the matter had come to this, Fudge did not say anything, but sighed deeply. Regarding the awarding of the medal, let me go. Although changing the time seems out of compliance. But I believe that everyone on the other side of the jazz group will also understand. This time, the crowd did not refute it. Someone has to be soft. It's better for Fudge to take the initiative to show favor than to let them force it. Inside the auditorium, the little wizards ate their meals and chatted about the sky. But most of the conversation was about what was reported in the newspapers this morning. Just when everyone is talking, Dumbledore walked in with a few wizards. That's Minister Fudge. Oh my god, what is he here for? Maybe he came to catch Braun. After all, he killed the Dementors of the Ministry of Magic. The little wizards who recognized the people talked about it. I couldn't help but think about the morning. Braun will be there later, or you should be soft. Otherwise, you're going to get caught. Shinobi glanced at Fudge, said with some concern. Braun glanced at the teacher's table, then turned his attention to the food in front of him. Don't worry, they won't catch me. Otherwise, it would not be the Minister of Magic but the Aurors. Braun said lightly, not worried in the slightest. After winning from his alchemy castle spread throughout the continent, it would be absolutely impossible for the Ministry of Magic to pursue its own killing of the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic is not a fool. He used to be just a small wizard with some alchemy talent, and he had no teacher. There were no inventions that could be mastered after that. At most, it will be considered some good luck by the people of the Ministry of Magic, and they can do it as they want. But now it's different. He proved his worth, and he was even related to Nicola Flamel, the most powerful alchemist in the entire European continent. Became the other party's apprentice. In addition to his own pure blood identity, some of the means of persecution are even more useless. Then the result is clearly clear. You can only come and win over yourself. Although it is not yet clear what the Ministry of Magic will pay, but it shouldn't be too stingy to think about. Quiet kids, read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I'm going to announce something now. Dumbledore knocked on the glass in his hand. It made the little wizards who had different minds quiet down. He looked at the teacher's seat with a puzzled expression. I think everyone around me should know everyone. This is the current minister of the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Connolly Fudge. Fudge stood up slowly. A kind smile barely appeared on his face, and he waved hello to everyone. This is Counselor Matthew from Visengamo. The old man standing next to Fudge also got up expressionlessly. They're coming this time. Headmaster Dumbledore, just let me say it myself. Fudge said with an awkward smile. 0 ask for flowers 00. He wasn't sure Dumbledore would say anything nasty. Or did he himself say that it was safer? An unspeakable smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. Obviously understanding the other party's concerns, he shrugged his shoulders and signaled him to continue speaking. Fudge was relieved. A smile appeared on his face again. I'm here this time to honor Braun roll. The honor won by the other party at this alchemy conference won honor for the English wizarding community. We, the students, didn't have the heart to listen to Fudge. What they care about is that Fudge just said to recognize Braun. Also, at what alchemy congress did it win awards? They feel a little cloudy. Something is not what you imagined? Shinobi and they were all dumbfounded. Didn't they come to arrest you to go to Azkaban? How did it become a commendation? You're just going to Azkaban. Looking at Shinobi's puzzled look, he couldn't wait to scrape his ears. This brain supplement is also too much. Talk about it? What exactly is that alchemy competition? Shinobi did not care about Braun's unkind tone, but seemed particularly curious. The little snakes around were obviously not much better. One by one, they all came to hear what was going on. Why is the morning still a stern look? The afternoon became this most hyped ability. The gap between the front and back really made them a little confused. I just went to Samba country during my summer vacation. Then came the inspiration to make an alchemy prop. Then I asked my teacher to help me sign up for a competition. I accidentally got a prize back. Braun spoke out about it in a few words. Doesn't sound difficult. A little snake murmured. Then he reacted in the eyes of everyone looking at the fool, and lowered his head with a blushing face. Braun said it wasn't hard to be polite with them. Braun's life was once again back to normal. Of course, there are still impacts. Needless to say, the newspapers are full of praise. Passing through the school corridor will cause a string of amazed glances. If the past is just an envy of good students, then now it becomes admiration and respect. He is used to this. More time than attending classes is spent in the lab for alchemy. In November, Ravenclaw defeated Hufflepuff. Despite the difficult game, it left Gryffindor with more hope. Neither team has accumulated many points. For Gryffindor, this has advantages. The Slytherins apparently noticed this too. After repeatedly inviting Braun to no avail, Marcus also began to increase his training volume like Gryffindor. Every day from morning to night, even the cold wind of December Thorn 08 Bone can hinder them. Before you know it, time has passed quietly. Until another Hogsmeade day off. Braun, let's go to Hogsmeade, Sabini said excitedly. As for Mo Sabini, you've only been there for a few days. Don't you visit Hogsmeade during your summer holidays? Braun looked a little dissatisfied and put down the book in his hand. As a friend, the last time he rejected Sabini was it. This time, it is not very good to refuse it. So when Shinobi invited himself to Hogsmeade again, Braun did not refuse. Instead, he readily agreed. As a result, for 3 days in a row, Sabini was immersed in the joy of returning home the next day after going to Hogsmeade for Christmas. So much so that every morning I howl like this. Shut up, Sabini, you've been disturbing my sleep for 3 days in a row? If you come back from vacation and still do this, I'll mix the witch potion into your pumpkin juice. Theodore, who was lying on the bed on the side and was woken up, couldn't help but say angrily. Shinobi shrank his head in fright and covered his mouth. The witch potion is a potion that can turn people into witches. The aim is to help some people with unique interests experience this feeling. Of course, as a little wizard with a very normal sexual orientation, Sabanai felt it would be better not to have this experience. Coldly snorted, and Theodore, who was woken up, did not plan to continue to sleep. A few people got dressed, packed up, and headed for the auditorium. Because it is about to be Christmas, the auditorium has been decorated with a Christmas atmosphere. Mistletoe and vines snake around the pillars of the auditorium. The tune of the Christmas joy song also sounded in my ears. The school didn't know where to invite a group of elves. They flew in the air, throwing candy at the students from time to time. Everyone was very happy. Even the senior wizards had arrived, and it seemed that they were planning to enjoy the Christmas atmosphere in Hogsmeade in advance. It's so early, Daphne. Braun said hello to Daphne, who was eating bread. I'm up a little early today to Hogsmeade, do you want to go with Braun? Well, Sabanai invited me several times, it's not good not to go. Braun took the salad dressing handed over by the other party. Had breakfast. The four men showed the application form to Filch, and then they went down to Hogsmeade under the guidance of the senior wizard. It wasn't until outside Hogsmeade that the team dispersed. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Here, too, Braun has been here many times. In terms of prosperity, Hogsmeade, which relies on the school, is indeed more lively than Diagon Alley. After all, no matter what world it is in, students obviously have better money. Where do we go first? Looking at the streets full of little wizards, Braun asked nonchalantly, do you want to go to Duke B first? My gummies are gone. Shabanai proposed with a look of excitement. Several people had no opinion, and naturally followed Shabanai behind and walked towards Duke B. The Duke of B is a very famous confectionery shop in England. Almost 3 generations so far. A variety of novel candies and a pattern of selling them on the train made Duke B known to most young wizards. There are all kinds of exotic sweets here. Peppery urchins, exploding candy, bee candy, and cockroach heaps that the principal has deemed delicious. Only you can't think of anything you can't buy here. Because a few people came early. So there are not too many people in the store. Only a few small badgers wandered around the store. In the past, Braun had always come to Hogsmeade to go to the alchemy material shop or potions shop. Rarely come to the candy store. The first time I saw so many candies, I couldn't help but be a little curious. Try this, Braun. Shabanai handed over a yellow-orange candy. It tastes good. Kindness. Is this nourishing bee candy? Looking at his body that gradually flew into the air, Braun felt a little strange. Horned bee stinging in it. Kekumoto is a unique magical creature that is stung by them and will float. Their spines have the same effect. However, the content may not be high. Braun only floated for almost a few tens of seconds before falling. Later, Sabanai Braun tasted the pepper urchin and the bloody lollipop and other candies. It's all sugars that are interesting but don't do any harm to the body. As for the explosive sugar, the sulfate sugar that can burn the tongue out of the big hole and the like, he didn't touch it. Of course, these candies also need to be accompanied by parents to buy. A little wizard like Braun can only buy something ordinary. After eating a large circle, I tasted all the general categories. There are quite a few little wizards like him. Of course, everyone is not stealing. At the Duke of B candy store, all the sweets can be tasted for free. The shopkeeper, Avery, apparently didn't care about the little wizard's candy. And most little wizards just taste a few. Everyone has their favorite taste. Basically, every time I visit the store, that is, after trying a new product, I buy the candy that I often buy. See that the number of people in the store is getting more and more. After loading the candy, several people also came to the counter to prepare for the checkout. See Braun again. Helping to pack was the old woman Braun had met on the train. The lady of this shop is Mrs. Horn. Yes, Mrs. Horn, long time no see. I came over with my friend to buy some candy. Is it? Bee candy is indeed a very delicious candy, but you can't eat more, otherwise you will decay. Mrs. Horn expertly helped pack the post. Then he handed it to Braun. He didn't continue to exchange pleasantries. After all, the other party is still busy now. After giving the money to the other party, they hurriedly left with Shabanai. I have to say that it is indeed popular here. It was only 10 minutes, and the shop that was still empty just now was already overcrowded at this moment. I finally got out of here against the crowd. A few people were attracted by the orders and announcements patrolling outside. Recently, due to the escape of Little Tianlang Star Black, in order to ensure the safety of residents, the town will be officially supervised by the Dementor Patrol after 5 o'clock. Please do not go out unless necessary. Because Celestial Star was found in a Muggle village not far from Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was also affected. However, unlike the Dementors at Hogwarts who were driven outside the school by Dumbledore, at Hogsmeade, these Dementors officially took over patrol duties. Every day after 5 o'clock they will take over. Really? That's how it was last time? Sabanai muttered dissatisfiedly. At the same time, don't forget to pinch a candy from a pocket full of candy and throw it into your mouth. Sirius is not so easy to catch, as the heir of the Black family he is very strong. Theodore said seriously. Harry Potter is also a coward. Don't even dare to take revenge? If my parents were killed by Sirius. Okay Shabanai, this matter has nothing to do with us. Go to the 3 broomsticks. Let's have some butterbeer. Before Shabanai could finish his words, Braun interrupted. This made Sabanai look a little shocked. But after shrugging his shoulders, it didn't matter. Okay then, 3 broomsticks. Seriously, I haven't seen Mrs. Rosmota in a long time. I miss her a lot. If only she would be my girlfriend. Shinobi said with regret. Daphne rolled her eyes. Don't be silly, Shinobi, she's at least 20 years older than you. I just mean. A few people walked noisily towards the 3-8 room. Wait until they leave. Several footprints suddenly appeared on a white snow in the corner. Then a thin boy wearing glasses appeared there. He is none other than Harry Potter. After getting Fred and George's Marauders map, Harry couldn't wait to leave the castle and come to Hogsmeade. As soon as he came out, he ran into several people from Braun, who originally planned to go around. But Shinobi's words made him think. Braun knows something for sure, Harry murmured. Malfoy's taunt of himself still stuck in his memory. It's just that he took this matter to heart after asking Ron to no avail. At this moment, I was able to know something related to my parents. How can my heart not be excited? Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Thinking about it, he did not continue to hesitate. Instead, he put on the cloak of invisibility again and followed. He wanted to hear what his parents' relationship was with Sirius. 4 Butterbeer lady? Be hot? 3-8 broom. Braun sat at the small square table and shouted at the plump and beautiful witch at the bar. This is Ms. Rosmoda, the owner of the 3-8 broom. Her husband was an Auror who died in the Second Wizarding War. She has since run the bar alone. It looks like the open house at Hogwarts has arrived again. Mrs. Rosmoda smiled. At the same time, I brought the butterbeer ordered by several people. Looking at the spectacular pair, even Braun couldn't help but be secretly attracted to the attention. It's no wonder there are so many male customers in the bar. Cheers. Several people touched their glasses. The warm butterbeer went down, only to feel that the whole person was warm. Whew, really? This weather is still suitable for staying in a tavern. Braun let out a long breath. Suddenly, he stopped and looked into an empty corner. Then he turned his head casually, and a wistful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, Harry actually came. Let's finish our beer and go outside. Still don't want it. Daphne looked a little resistant. It's so cold outside, and now it's starting to snow again. Let's go back early. Braun nodded along. We can order cakes and snacks or something. And then how about playing wizarding chess here? Saying that, I don't know where to take out a beautiful wizard chess set. A few people naturally will not refuse. As he spoke, the door was pushed open again, only it was not the little wizard who came, but Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. What are the professors doing here? Sabini subconsciously lowered his voice. As a Slytherin troublemaker, the fear of Professor McGonagall came from the heart. The teachers, good King Zhao, must also relax. Braun said lightly. At the same time, his eyes glanced into the corner again. This surprised Harry Potter, who was already suspicious. He felt like Braun had definitely found himself. I'll go to the bathroom first and come back later. Glancing at the corner, Braun said to a few people. When he came to the outside of the tavern, he waited for a while. An emaciated teenager has only just reappeared. Tell me, Harry, what are you looking for me for? Braun asked casually. Just as he left the candy store, he found Harry Potter. This prevented Shinobi from continuing. Unexpectedly, the other party actually followed. You know about my parents, right? Harry asked seriously. Although it is a question, his expression is particularly serious. Yes, I do know something. Braun said lightly. Then you? Equivalent exchange for Harry. Equivalent exchange. 10 minutes later, Braun left with a parchment and a bright smile. And Harry was still immersed in what Braun had just told him. Your parents cast a spell called the Heartless Loyalty Charm to avoid capture by the mysterious man. And Sirius is the one who keeps this spell secret. What they don't know is that Sirius is the mysterious man's henchman who betrayed your parents. This led to their deaths. Braun's whisper still seemed to echo in his ears. Now he can't remember anything in his head. He just wanted to go back to school early and think about it. Why did you come back so slowly, Braun? Sabini looked particularly dissatisfied. I was pulled by an acquaintance of my grandmother and talked for a while. Braun said with some helplessness. Several people did not pay attention to it, and focused their attention on the wizard chess in front of them. After playing for a while, several people did not stay in the tavern for long because of the reason that they had to rush back to the castle early. So while it was still dark, he hurriedly left the tavern and rushed back to Hogwarts. It was also thanks to the fact that they came back earlier. The wind and snow on the road are very strong. The usual half-hour walk took an hour, and by the time a few people arrived at the castle 280, the entire cloak was covered with snow. Clean up. After a brief cleanup, several people ran towards the auditorium. Although the banquet has not yet begun, there are already many small wizards in the auditorium. Compared to the lounge where there are no people, or the beautifully dressed auditorium is more interesting to the little wizards. Beautiful little gift leaning against the corner. There are also a variety of delicious sweets hanging on the Christmas tree. The little wizards were very happy, and they were very happy to eat a feast. Back in the lounge, the little snakes took out the fireworks again and celebrated. Braun also sat on the sofa with pumpkin juice and watched with a smile. At the same time, he also did not forget to study the Marauders map spread out in front of him from time to time. Above, the names of various people are displayed on it. They all stay in different locations. Classrooms, offices, and grass. At a glance, it seemed to be the names of 2 upper-class couples. He subconsciously ignored these 2 people. I started looking at who was everywhere else. Question mark. Suddenly, a strange little red dot came into view, which made Braun look a little stunned. Even Dumbledore's name can be seen on the Marauder's map. Why does this person have no information? He didn't wait for him to think about it. This eerie red dot suddenly disappeared from the map. It's as if it never happened. Braun, stop fiddling with your torn sheepskin. Play hard together with fireworks. Before Braun could refuse, a lit firework was stuffed in his hand. Fireworks burst onto the roof, and clumps of streamers fell. Make the little snakes happy. It wasn't until late at night that everyone finally couldn't bear the exhaustion and hurried to bed. Ron, everybody that? Harry asked a little stunned. The dormitory was empty, even inside the lounge. Except for Ron eating toad candy in the lounge and feeding Madara Spot. There will be no one else. Today is the holiday, Harry. Everyone went home. I was going to wake you up. But look at how you sleep too hard. Ron said as he pushed a sandwich off the table. Eat, Harry, the sandwich I brought when I went to the restaurant in the morning. Oh, thank you. He had been hungry for a long time and was not polite to see the sandwich. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. While eating, he couldn't help but chat with Ron. Ron, I know about my parents. Ron's face looked a little surprised and hesitant. It was known from Braun. It really didn't occur to me that Sirius turned out to be my parents' secret. He betrayed them? Harry. Ron hesitated, not knowing what to say, as if to comfort his friend, but not knowing what to say. Braun, where are you going for Christmas? On the way to AIDB, Maud. Hermione couldn't help but ask. Go to France and receive the award. There are also some activities to attend. Braun said calmly. This way. Hermione looked a little disappointed. She had wanted to invite Braun to her home. I'll send you a gift then. Rubbing Hermione's fluffy hair, Braun comforted. The two talked for a long time, until they were separated on the train. Braun also brought his luggage to the Slytherin carriage. Have you heard, Braun? That winged beast of the eagle-headed horse is going to be executed. As soon as he entered the carriage, Shinobi announced the news. Executed? No wonder I heard Malfoy yelling when I got into the car just now. During this time, he stayed in the alchemy classroom and did not know much about things outside. Yesterday, all I thought about was that weird red dot. Naturally, they did not care about this news. It is said that the Committee for the Disposal of Hazardous Organisms handles. Almost the sentence was not long after the Christmas holidays. Theodore also raised his head from the side, his voice calm and did not seem to have any special feelings because of the death of a winged beast with a hippogrimmage. Braun, I heard my dad say you received the Plantagenet of France. Indeed, the award date is almost after this Christmas. He wasn't surprised that Theodore knew about it. The other party's father worked at the Ministry of Magic, and he was well informed. Okay, don't talk about that. Is there anyone who wants to play hard to pull fireworks? Shinobi doesn't like these topics about learning very much. Instead, he excitedly pulled out a large handful of fireworks. The explosion in the carriage kept Tom, who had been sleeping soundly, to be woken up, grabbed Sabini's hair and pecked it. Oh, let him stop, Braun. Stop him, noisy. The train soon arrived at King's Cross Station. Accompanied by the roar of the whistle, Braun also pushed his luggage with the other young wizards and got out of the car. There are so many people. Braun couldn't help but say. The platform outside was crowded with people. Parents everywhere came to pick up their students home. It's not as good as when school started. This year's academy has Dementors. No little wizard wants to spend the holidays with those guys. So they all ran back. Sabini was holding a licorice stick on the side, his hair looking messy. I'll go first. Shinobi pushed his luggage and said goodbye to several people first, running to a woman in a red dress with excitement. This is Shibani's mother, Mrs. Shibani, a widowed woman who died 7 husbands. Seeing Shibani leave, several people said hello to each other and then left separately. Braun got up early in the morning. When you open your eyes, there is a mountain of gifts all around you. A variety of stacks are placed in the bedroom. Most of these gifts are given by people I don't know. As he became famous, many people who wanted to befriend him naturally would not miss the good opportunity of the holy birthday. Of course, there are many friends who are in school. For example, Daphne gave herself a red scarf, and Hermione gave him a pair of gloves, but it looked a little ugly. It should have been knitted by herself. In addition to this, there is a copy of Theodore's unique book on potions. There are several interesting potions in it. Sabini's limited edition BB multi-flavored beans are said to contain the latest tomato cow poop flavored multi-flavored beans. As for those guys who don't know, most of the things sent are books, and some alchemy recipes and materials. Instead, Braun saved a lot of galleons. After tidying up the bedroom a little, Braun left the room. It's early, Braun. Nicola Flamel said as he sat at the table and smiled. Teacher. Braun walked down respectfully. When he left the station yesterday, he did not go home, but was directly picked up by the key and locked to Nicole's estate. Don't be inhibited, sit down. Nicolame said casually. Breakfast was not much but all exquisite. Compared to the dark cuisine of England, the diet in France is pretty good. Give. Your Christmas present. Nicola May wiped his mouth. He handed over a piece of parchment. It made Braun feel a little puzzled. However, when I saw the contents of the parchment, I immediately understood. Here are some of the problems I found in the alchemy castle during this time. Watching Braun want to say and stop, Nicolame waved his hand. There is no need to say thank you. Work hard to surpass me in the future. Nicolame said casually. Braun took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Nicola Flamel's face also showed a smile again. Okay, let's go. The award ceremony can't keep those old guys waiting too long. Come outside the castle. Nicolaim did not go to his own carriage, but called Braun to the alchemy castle. This is my alchemy castle. Looking at the lavishly decorated living room, Braun was a little incredulous. It was really too far from what he imagined. The original minimalist, nothing, space directly became magnificent. Classicism and elegance are evident everywhere. I took advantage of my time to let the locks clean them up. Otherwise, your teacher, would I have to take that big whiteboard of yours to participate in the alchemy competition? When the time comes, those judges will sit with me on the broken sofa you originally put and stare wide-eyed. Braun's face was grim, and he laughed a little embarrassed. He didn't think so much at the time. Where did he know that there were so many ways to participate in a competition? Sometimes it's not just about strength. Have a relationship, have a background. Otherwise, why would you stand out? After educating Braun, he nodded with satisfaction when he saw that his apprentice was not impatient. Now he is more satisfied with this apprentice. At first, he only agreed to accept this apprentice just because he wanted to help Dumbledore with a small favor. Later, with Braun's various inventions and various whimsy, he gradually and truly regarded him as his heir. Just thinking about it, the castle also slowly fell into a valley. It wasn't until the castle fell that Braun really saw the complex. The style carries the typical court style of the 18th century, but interspersed with 19th century architectural ideas. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. However, it did not make it feel abrupt, but with a unique sense of harmony. This is the palace of the Plantagenet dynasty in France. After the fall of the dynasty, it became the seat of the French Wizarding Council. Later, a German plane crashed here, smashing some buildings. Patched again. In the end, it became what it is now. Braun is told the history of the building, and the two men emerge from the castle. Your Excellency. An old wizard wearing a blue wizard robe respectfully greeted the arrival of the two men. Nicolaim nodded. Let's go, the time should be about the same. Led by the old man, the two men passed through the tall iron gate, and through a slender corridor. Finally, come to this hall that resembles the Colosseum. Perhaps the award ceremony has not yet begun. Many wizards were chatting first. But the moment Nicolaim came in, all the wizards who were still chatting came together. With a humble and hypocritical smile on his face. Mr. Flamel, you've finally arrived. All kinds of praise come out of the mouths of these people as if they don't want money. And Nicola May smiled back. Braun, on the other hand, stood aside and seemed a little speechless. Come over here. Several young wizards about Braun's age shouted at Braun. Hello, I'm Braun Roll. Braun shook hands politely with the boys. Hello, oh, my god, it turns out that you are Braun Roll. Several boys looked a little curious and stared at Braun for a long time. One of them exclaimed, appearing particularly excited. It wasn't until the slightly older boy at the head coughed a few times that the men stopped. I'm sorry, they're just a little excited. The boy said a little embarrassed. Then he hurriedly stretched out his hand as if remembering something. I am Macedonia, Macedonian Ward. I'm really sorry I forgot to introduce myself just now. It's nothing. Braun shrugged indifferently. Serious friend? I didn't expect the person who was awarded the Plantagenet medal this time to be so young. No wonder you became a disciple of Monsieur Flamel. The boy's tone was filled with envy. LeMay was the most powerful alchemist in the entire continent, and there was no one who did not aspire to become his disciple. Especially these teenagers in their own countries are idolized by them. I just got a little luckier. By the way, are you also a participant? Of course not. A fast-mouthed little fat man next to him said loudly, and the person who exclaimed just now was also his husband. We don't have the strength of yours. It's all about getting to know my family. The little fat man looked exceptionally frank and did not look embarrassed. So much so that the corners of Braun's mouth couldn't help but show a smile. Talk and laugh for a while. Finally, it was time for the medal to be awarded. The wizards who were still laughing all became solemn. Everyone sits in their place. One of the oldest men slowly walked up to the middle platform. The list of candidates for the Order of the Plantagenet is now announced. First up is Warren Diggs. His songs have been widely distributed throughout the continent and have been nominated as wizard singers. In recognition of his contribution to France, he was nominated for the Plantagenet 3 degree. A man dressed in an extremely dirty bag with 120 Lockhart stood up from his position on the left. With a bright smile, he walked onto the high platform. Wave at everyone. Cheers for me, everyone. It was as if he was meeting a crazy fan. Warren Diggs? It's not time yet. The old man said with a dark face. The looks of the others did not look very good. Sorry, so sorry? The man's smile froze. He withdrew his arm and ran back to where he had just been. This guy is really stupid. You'll have to forgive a guy who dropped out of school in Beauxbatons 5th grade. The kid who had just invited Braun whispered. Seeing that Braun didn't know, Macedonia also explained on the side. Warren Diggs is a Beauxbatons student, but he studies averagely, plus he is not serious enough in class, he always wants to be famous, and he likes to show off in various ways. All were expelled from school after failing the makeup exam 3 times. After leaving school, he joined a singing band and eventually became famous. Became a singer. Of course, most people did not agree with him, and if he had not spent a lot of money this time, he would not have been able to obtain the Plantagenet 3rd degree medal. Isn't this a candidate? Braun asked quietly. It's all about the process. You have the highest medal level among those who pass this time. Except for this Bao who won the 3rd degree medal, the remaining few were almost all wizards with hard power. Macedonia squeezed his eyes. But don't worry, even if these guys buy it, they can only spend money on a 3rd class medal. The 2nd class medal and above are all based on hard power. It seems that he was afraid that Braun would misunderstand the gold content of the Plantagenet medal. Macedonia followed suit and added. After Warren Diggs, there were several more nominated wizards, most of whom were 3rd class medals, and a large number of them were so-called scholars and singers. Of course, there are also a small number of truly powerful alchemists and potions masters. After everyone had announced, the last name was finally read. Braun Roll, the youngest of the entire candidates, the alchemy item Moving Castle he created won the 1st place in the alchemy competition. Brunroll's alchemical work, Moving Castle, is the perfect combination of magic and muggle technology. It is another new direction in the development of alchemy, war alchemy items. Therefore, after the joint decision of the organizing committee, nominate Brunroll as a Plantagenet 2nd class recipient? For a while, the applause was thunderous. Everyone seemed very face-giving. Okay then, now it's officially voting. The teacher pressed his hand and signaled everyone to stop. After the vote, read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Just now, the Warren Diggs of the Bunchful Bag got his wish and won the 3rd degree medal along with several other powerful alchemists. Warren Diggs cried a lot of snot when he was put on the medal, but even so, he still didn't forget to impromptu a speech. But he was quickly interrupted by the black-faced host, and then driven back to his position by the striker. Come next. The person who received the Order of the Plantagenet 2nd degree is Braun Roll, unanimously passed. Wow, everyone applauded eagerly. No one is going to be discouraged at this time. Braun also slowly came to the stage with a smile. Keep up the good work. Braun, his teacher, Nicolami, came over with a medallion with a purple ribbon and put it on his wizarding robe 0. He also patted him on the shoulder with gratification. I will, teacher. Braun nodded. At the same time, his expression revealed excitement. This is different from the medals of Sir Merlin's order. The former is just a transaction, which the Ministry of Magic is unwilling to give to itself in order to block the outside world. But the latter represents his teacher's approval of him. And the Plantagenet medal was created after the Merlin medal. But in terms of temperance, it is much better than the Merlin medal. At least the Plantagenet medal has never been awarded and then withdrawn. As for the Merlin medal, just look at Dumbledore's reclaimed medal. Just as Braun was about to step down, a middle-aged wizard suddenly stopped him. It was the same wizard who had just been awarded the Order of the 3rd degree. The expressions of several strikers who were guarding changed and they quickly ran over. I'm afraid something will happen. You know, there is Nicola Flamel standing in the stands now. Who knows if this guy who just received a medal will have a cramp in his head. Although he certainly couldn't hurt Nicolame, it was enough to show their dereliction of duty that they didn't stop it. The male 4.3 witch who stopped the stands did not move, nor did he care about the blowers who chased him. Stood calmly in place. I want to challenge you? From alchemy? The man's expression was still calm, but Braun still saw the unwillingness in his eyes. It is a kind of unwillingness to easily produce the cause for which you are fighting in the hands of others. You guys hurry up and pull this guy out of the brain. The old wizard in the stands was very dissatisfied with the few blowmen who stood in place. Nor did he expect that so many things would happen today's Plantagenet award. First there was a clown stirring things up, and now there's such a guy making trouble. That is, the rules of the award make it impossible to take it back, otherwise he will have to take back the medal of the guy in front of him? Wait. Nicola Flamel said with great interest. The strikers who were supposed to make a move stopped. What do you think of Braun? Nicola Flamel asked, looking at Braun. I promise. Braun said with a calm face. As you become more famous, things like this challenge will definitely become more and more numerous. If you are young, you will definitely not be strong in the eyes of others. Instead of letting others speculate for no reason, it is better to directly prove yourself with strength. Well, let them compare. I think everyone has time. Naturally, everyone will not disagree. After all, they actually muttered about Braun's strength in their hearts. It's just that because of the majesty of Nicolame here, the crowd didn't say anything. Now there is such a stunned young man to test it for them, and at the same time get the consent of Nicolame himself. Naturally, everyone will not refute anything. Just watch quietly. That person should be the second place in the 08 alchemy competition this time. Sharp-eyed people recognized the identity of the challenger. According to his vision, if a group of puppet legions were created, the overall strength of the wizard would be greatly enhanced. There is an understanding to explain it. While everyone was talking in exchange ears, the arrangement on the stage has also been completed. A simple alchemy table, gold, circuit inscription knives and so on. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't care about speaking. France because of Nicolamir influence. Everyone has more or less respect for alchemy. Naturally, the disrespectful one will not say anything. As the crowd quieted down, the competition on stage has also officially begun. In order to save time, today's competition will be conducted according to the most basic alchemy circuit competition. The main body of the seal engraving of the circuit is. The old wizard randomly drew one of the notes written by the two men. Show in front of two people. Dagger. The middle-aged witch's face showed joy. His research direction is alchemy puppets. In order to increase the power of the puppet, the dagger will naturally not be spared. He still has a lot of experience in the study of daggers. It's miserable. Braun is good at large-scale alchemy items. Definitely, you can see it by looking at the alchemy castle. Now Braun is at a disadvantage. Several Macedonians sighed, but did not complain about anything like unfairness. Everything is in accordance with the rules. Luck is sometimes a very important factor for alchemists. It's like Nicolam's philosopher's stone. If it weren't for luck, it might not be able to be refined. It's just that wizards don't emphasize luck too much. Looking at the joyful middle-aged wizard in front of him and the people around him who did not look highly of him, Braun was expressionless. It's just that when I look at the label, my expression is still full of some strangeness. If it is other types of alchemical items, perhaps his certainty was not great. After all, how to say that his contact with alchemy was still too short compared to others? There is a certain lack of insight. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. The same is true for some refining items. Because refining the moving castle took him too much energy and time. So far as alchemy items are concerned, he has not mastered much. But who knew that this time he accidentally drew the dagger? You know, his first alchemy item was a dagger attached to the Lawbreaker alchemy circuit. The study of daggers is arguably the most familiar to him. Your Excellency Flamel, do you think that on the alchemy circuit? Hard. Nicola Flamel said lightly. The old wizard nodded and took a deep breath. His expression also became serious. Limited to 1 hour, the alchemy circuit is hard. Finally, the damage of the daggers after colliding with each other is used as the basis for judgment. The two people who got the conditions picked up the seal-carving knife without the slightest hesitation. The seal-carving knife stained with corrosive liquid was constantly outlined on the dagger. Traces followed. 1 hour of time. There are not many options for two people. Although there are some powerful alchemy circuits, under such a time limit, they can only be selected from those ordinary ones. This is a great test of the alchemist's grasp of the alchemy circuit. A wizard in the audience who was quite interested in alchemy looked in the direction of the middle-aged man and nodded. The rock is indeed the most stable and basic, and there should be no better choice under the limited time. It is believed that Braun should also have chosen this alchemy circuit. Indeed, the result is undoubtedly a tie, and of course it may be that one of the more accurate ones is slightly better. Everyone present had studied alchemy to a greater or lesser extent, and naturally had no opinion on such a statement. It's just that when they looked at the alchemy platform of 140 Braun, they were suddenly stunned. It's really too different from what they imagined. What is the alchemy circuit? A middle-aged wizard couldn't help but ask. The others shook their heads after looking at it for a while. To be honest, I don't feel like Runevan. Not like Runevan? Could it be that Mr. Flamel taught some special alchemical circuit? It seems that there is no suspense in the result. Braun lost? An old wizard sighed. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the others, he explained out loud. The basic alchemy circuit has been experimented countless times. They are all made up of the most basic Runevan. Even if Mr. Flamel taught any new alchemy circuit, it could not be simpler than this alchemy circuit. Perhaps Braun's alchemy circuit engraved at the moment is more effective. But it will certainly be more in terms of the time spent. One careless, an hour simply cannot be completed. This child is still young. Everyone sighed. Young and vigorous, it can be said that every young person has experienced countless setbacks. They all think that they are the most powerful, and the world cannot turn without themselves. Later, after experiencing more setbacks, I realized that the world would turn around without anyone. And at this moment, they finally end up with the young and frivolous teenager Braun. But I don't know that I have become a negative teaching material at this moment. He was putting all his energy into the dagger in front of him. Braun's throne? This dragon language circuit is obviously much better than the rock. As a special sedan for the Dragon King, the strength of the bronze throne is undoubtedly powerful. This is true even if it is constructed as an alchemical circuit. At the same time, familiarity with this spirit is also an important reason why he will choose. He didn't care about the words of the wizards around him, and put all his thoughts on the alchemy circuit in front of him. An hour passed quietly, and 2 daggers were also placed in front of the judges. Most people don't think much of Braun's dagger. In the second half of refining, the other party directly stopped. In their opinion, this is completely a feeling that there is no hope, and they are just giving up. Not only did they think so, but even the old wizard who presided over the game felt the same way. He was the most flustered in the crowd. After all, if Braun loses, but he drew it, who can guarantee that he will not be angry? Let's go. I think that letting the alchemist test it by himself is the best way to test the performance of the alchemy item. Even Nicola Flamel said this, and the others naturally had no opinion. It's not a good idea, you're careless kid. You should use the most familiar alchemy circuit. The wizard who was about to challenge Braun just now said lightly. In his opinion, the outcome of this match was already doomed when Braun used other alchemy circuits at will, or that there will be no more suspense in this game. Victory is within reach. Braun looked calm and said nothing. Seeing this, the witch shook his head. I just feel that Braun is not willing to accept this fact. He clenched his dagger, under the old wizard's command. Wave at the same time as Braun. Touch, duh, with a crisp sound. The front end of one of the daggers was not broken in the slightest accident. The tip of the knife is blocked by a prearranged protective cover. The expressions of everyone present were filled with stunned, as if no one expected the result to be like this. The male witch, who was originally proud, looked at the half-cut dagger with his hand broken with a look of amazement on his face. Even the bloodstain that the dagger had just brought up across his cheek did not make him care. I lost? There was a certainty in the doubt, and it seemed impossible to believe that this was the result. I announce, this game, Braun wins? Under the shouts of the old wizard, the crowd quickly applauded. It's just that the shock in his expression is difficult to hide. Who would have thought that Braun, who was not optimistic about them just now, would be able to turn defeat into victory? On the contrary, the male witch they favored was defeated. While shocked, he also wondered what kind of alchemy circuit Braun used. You must know that although the toughness of the rock is not the strongest, it is the best in the basic alchemy circuit. Even so, it was broken with one blow. Fragile is the same as paper paste. As if hearing the doubts in their hearts, Braun said lightly. And Nicholm, who had been in the old gods on the side, seemed to be not worried about the game at all, also stood up. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Don't guess. Braun's alchemical circuit was created by himself. Not any of your impressions, not what I taught him. Self-created. The wizards who had been shocked by a new alchemy circuit and did not know what to say were once again blinded by this news. Are the little wizards so terrifying now? Not to mention the high level of alchemy, you can also create an alchemy circuit by yourself? Even those alchemy masters are difficult to do. For a while, the eyes of many people revealed doubt. Otherwise, why do you think I should accept Braun as my disciple? My apprentice is not someone who wants to be, Nicholm said domineeringly. Although Braun was a little embarrassed to listen, but none of the other wizards had that idea. Instead, his gaze towards Braun became even more fiery. If only they had shown respect because Braun's teacher was Nicholm. Now it's because of Braun. As the greatest alchemist today, Nicholm's disciples will certainly not be idle people. Creating your own alchemy circuit may seem extremely strange to ordinary people. But if this person is a disciple of Nicholm, maybe it won't seem so surprising. I will definitely attend your banquet when I have time, Mr. Antonio. Braun exchanged pleasantries with a middle-aged wizard for a while. This is finally the alchemy castle. Aren't you feeling tired? Nicholm was sitting on the couch drinking tea and reading the newspaper. Seeing Braun come in, he couldn't help but ridicule. I thought you would enjoy those banquets. After all, there are quite a few noble ladies inside. Many are daughters of pure-blood families. I think they wouldn't mind having something happen with a young genius. Teacher. Blau, monies. Ian smiled wryly and didn't know what to say. To be honest, I prefer to stay in the alchemy laboratory to study alchemy, and I don't really want to talk to those people. Braun loosened his tie. The dress made him a little uncomfortable. You sometimes live like an old man. Let's have some youthful vitality. Your teacher and I were heartthrobs when I was young. When I was working in the library, all kinds of aristocratic ladies would be jealous of each other in order to have a romantic date with me. You really don't look like me at all. Nicholm shook his head and said noisily. It provoked Braun to pout secretly. This 600-year-old man is also powerful. His own master said that he was a log when he was young, and he would blush even when talking to girls. Also love the prodigal son? After going to France to receive the medal, Braun spent some time at Nico's castle. Compared to summer vacation, Christmas vacation is not too long. By the time Braun returned to Hogwarts, it was the second semester of the academic year. Everyone is still the same. As soon as I arrived at the school, I couldn't wait to start sharing what I saw at Christmas. Most of them are nothing more than where to play. And then I bought some interesting toys and so on. Braun, did you eat that box of BB beans? It was bought this year's limited edition when my mom took me to visit BB Doway Company? Shubinai asked excitedly as he sat at the dining table. Daphne and Theodore covered their mouths and snickered. Of course Shubinai, the taste is exceptional. However, I was unlucky and didn't get the limited taste. I think only you can help me try it. Braun righteously took out the box of multi-flavored beans. Good things should be shared together. I propose, the four of us should eat together. You're right, Braun? But don't worry, I've got both Theodore and Daphne ready. Theodore and Daphne also took out a beautifully packaged box. Well, the taste is still different. 137. One is smoked stinky herring and the other is sweet and sour slug. Braun. Sure enough, Shubinai never let him down every time. Just when Sabinai was about to pull the three of them for a thrilling BB multi-flavored bean adventure, the noisy voice made several people turn their heads in unison. I saw Harry Potter and Malfoy scuffling together, and Malfoy's two henchmen beat Ron together. It took a while for the two sides to be separated by the professor's scream. Although they were not deducted points, they were all punished for not being allowed to eat today. I had to stand honestly outside the auditorium, like the gargoyle outside the headmaster's room. What's going on with them? Sabinai asked curiously about the little snake who had just gone over to make a scene. What else? Hagrid's stupid big man was sent in, and it is said that he stayed in Azkaban for a while. That's right. It was said that Malfoy told his father, that winged beast with the body of the eagle-headed horse must also be executed. The two little snakes muttered, and soon Sabinai joined their conversation. Then they hooked up and went to play with dung eggs. The next day, classes officially started. In the class of protecting magical animals, Braun also saw Hagrid, who was sent to Azkaban yesterday by the little snakes. Although he looked a little sad, he still dutifully taught everyone a lesson. Perhaps a lesson from Buckbeak. He didn't bring that big guy over again. Instead, he changed to a salamander according to the textbook. This is obviously much better than the Flyber caterpillar. In the piles of bonfires, these salamanders dance happily. I'll go pick some branches. After saying hello to a few people, Braun ran away. Hermione? What are you doing here alone? Seeing Hermione squatting alone under a tree, Braun couldn't help but walk over. Asleep. Watching Hermione lean against the tree making an even breathing sound, she still held the time shift in her hand. Braun understood what was going on in an instant. Ha! Braun? Hermione rubbed her eyes and woke up, yawned, and at the same time couldn't help but snort. Sleeping outside in this weather, you are not afraid of getting cold? Braun said reproachfully. I stayed up late yesterday to write my homework, and I helped Hagrid check the law on how to let Buckbeak go. It's useless, Hermione. The Ministry of Magic has long decided that the debate is all about going through the motions, and there is no way you can change the outcome. Saying that, Braun handed over a bottle of cold medicine. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Drink it, take precautions. Otherwise, if you really have a fever, you will have to spend at least 2 days in the infirmary. Hermione took the potion with some reluctance, waiting until she drank it before looking a little surprised. I added a little flavor to enhance the taste a little, Braun said indifferently. Yay, Braun, I can't stay any longer. I still have classes. Okay then, see you later. Also, it's not good to relax the time turner and use it too much. Waving at Hermione, Braun also walked towards the campfire with the branches he had picked up. That stupid big monster will be killed sooner or later. Shut up, Malfoy. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wait until Braun returns with a branch. Malfoy, who didn't look at each other, and Harry Potter fought again. I don't know if it was a real fire yesterday. Today, the two of them are particularly ruthless. Come on, Malfoy smacked him in the nose. Looking at Sabine Braun, who was full of excitement and shaking his fists, he didn't know what to say. Typical to see the excitement is not too big. Of course, he had no intention of persuading him to throw the branches into the campfire. Then he stood around a few people and watched Malfoy and Harry Potter's real PK with the other snakes. It wasn't until Hagrid separated the two reverses that the little snakes became honest. He glared viciously at the little wizard who was booing on both sides. Hagrid then glared at his colorful hair. Who made you fight? Didn't I teach you a lesson yesterday? Both hair did not speak. It all looks miserable. Harry Potter's glasses were crooked, and there was a lot of dirt on them. There are also a trace of blood stains at the corners of the mouth. Of course, Malfoy wasn't much better. Covering his bleeding nose, he kept hissing. No way, the hair was all cut off a large chunk. And Crabbe and Goyle, who scuffled with Ron. All three of them had more dark eyes. It's just that Ron is a pair. Let me go? Go to the infirmary first and then find Professor McGonagall? I think she'll teach you a lesson? Hagrid said angrily. Then he pulled everyone to the infirmary. Even if the Malfoy people were not convinced in their hearts, they did not dare to really refute the professor. So I had to walk honestly towards the infirmary like Harry. But what exactly is in the heart is not known. So many points deducted. At lunchtime, I saw that a large number of green gemstones were missing from the scorer placed in the center of the auditorium. Braun looked a little surprised. Of course, Gryffindor has more points. They had not scored much, and at this moment, the red gem in the bottle was only left with a thin layer. This made the little snakes and little lions who were gloating in class 10 times couldn't help but become angry. Slytherin was good to say, because of the Malfoy's power, everyone only glared viciously at him despite their dissatisfaction. Don't dare to act or say anything excessive. And Ron and Harry are not so good. Although the little lions like to break the rules, they are also a little unbearable to be detained so many distractions at once. All kinds of pointing are definitely indispensable. It made them feel as if they were back to the time when they were deducted points for sending Nobo home in first grade. It was frustrated. Even the recent gift of a firebolt couldn't make Harry happy. Of course, someone is frustrated and someone is happy. The Eaglets were the biggest winners of this Gryffindor-Slytherin fight. Their score jumped from second to first. This undoubtedly made the Eaglets very excited. Even many people have begun to look forward to what will happen after winning the House Cup. However, most smart Eaglets still feel that there is Slytherin brawn, and their desire to get the House Cup can only be extended indefinitely again and again. Malfoy, they're not feeling very good right now. The face is almost black charcoal. Shubinai couldn't help but smile. In fact, as he said, Snape, who was sitting at the table, had an ugly face. But even more ugly than him was Professor McGonagall. Compared to second place in Slytherin, Gryffindor's score is already number 1. It's still countdown. If this continues, Gryffindor will be in the bottom this semester. This was unacceptable to Professor McGonagall as the head of Gryffindor. Okay, don't gloat. Our scores have fallen to second. Maybe this year's House Cup is going to hang. With you here, what are you afraid of? Sabinai ate the bacon on his plate indifferently. There are many young wizards who think the same way as him. Perhaps the excellent performance of the previous 2 years. It makes all the little snakes have a honey confidence in Braun. I feel that as long as Braun is there will be basically no problem with this year's House Cup. Braun rolled his eyes. He is also very tired in class to answer questions. Okay, end of lunch. After a short rest, the little snakes went to the divination class again. Trelawney is still the same, telling knowledge in an ethereal voice in a sweltering little room. In this lesson, they learn palmistry and judge the fate of each person based on their palmistry. It's just that the response doesn't seem to be that good. After a semester of trying, the little wizards have long lost their initial enthusiasm, especially after the divination class was able to successfully prophesy except Braun. The intention is to understand that divination is not something they can learn. If it weren't for the credits, maybe these little wizards who came to take the exam would have run out long ago. Your lifeline is the shortest I've ever seen, child. Picking up Harry's hand, Trelawney couldn't help but exclaim. However, she no longer needed to pretend to be a ghost, and she quickly comforted her. Any palmistry is superstition, and wizards do not believe in this. What else is there to say that even a limited life can create great achievements? It sounded good, but it still made Harry's face darken. If only I hadn't seen divination. But Braun personally tested to prove the authenticity of divination. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. So much so that he still believes in these things now. Harry, don't take those things too seriously. Palmistry is not allowed. Watching Trelawney look for someone else, Ron couldn't help but comfort his friend. I know, Ron, I'm okay. Harry nodded absent-mindedly. But I didn't think so in my heart. On the contrary, it became more and more depressed and worried, especially in the case of multiple coincidences. Then I saw it in the playground during a Quidditch game, and then happened to meet the Dementors. And at Christmas, he saw the black dog again through the window. Once or twice may also be a coincidence. But 3 times in a row, no matter how much it is emphasized that it is a coincidence, something is wrong. With doubts in their hearts, Harry and Ron left the divination classroom. Instead, Braun was left behind. Thanks to you for this time, Braun. Trelawney said with some excitement. During this time, her reputation has improved a lot. At least she will not be called a liar by those little wizards. In addition to this, the attitude of those colleagues is obviously much better. Nothing, grandmother, I should have done. Braun also did not mean to take credit, and still seemed very modest. I exchanged pleasantries with Trelawney for a while. Braun walked outside. But as soon as I reached the door, I heard a low hoarse voice. Darkness will strike again, the wheel of time's rolling, the stars returning to their places. Braun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just now, Trelawney made a prophecy. Although this prophecy is not finished. However, there is not much information revealed. What is darkness? What do the stars mean? He had so much to ask. But Trelawney has returned to normal. What's wrong, darling? I'm sorry, I may have dozed off just now. Nothing, grandmother. I went first. Taking a deep breath, Braun revealed a bright smile. Left the divination classroom as calmly as possible. In the Slytherin common room, Braun sat in front of the couch, his face pensive. Still thinking about Trelawney's words in my head. This made his mind messy, and he didn't even have the heart to read the book in his hand. Listening to the rustling in his ears and the whispers of the little snakes did not calm Braun. Because the Dementors also have the owl exam that will be conducted. The library is full of little wizards who are preparing for exams. Little wizards like them could only stay in the common room to complete their homework. For a while, it also made the lounge more people than usual. Oh my god, what exactly is salamander worth studying? Braun, show me yours. Shub and I came over with some madness. Gather close to Braun and prepare to read Braun's paper. Ah what? Braun, who was still thinking again, suddenly woke up. Subconsciously, 410 handed over the parchment on the side. Braun, Merlin, you haven't written your homework yet. Shub and I exclaimed, holding the parchment as if he couldn't believe it. This seemed too shocking to him. Braun didn't even write his homework? Braun, I always feel that you are a little distracted after returning from divination class today. Daphne put down her pen and rubbed her somewhat sore wrist, said with some concern. Nothing, just thinking about things. Smiling, Braun still didn't say what he had heard prophetic. Sometimes saying something only worries other people for nothing. There is no other use than that. Okay, let's talk about the salamander paper. There are many places to write about this. For example, because of the habits of salamanders, most of them live in craters and even in higher magma. The second is that salamanders sustain life through heat energy, so they don't need to eat. Of course, in other conveniences, such as their medicinal properties. Looking at Braun, who had once again become eloquent, Daphne and they did not say anything in the end, although they were still a little worried in their hearts. Just think it's really stressful to think about things, as Braun said. In the alchemy laboratory, Braun studied the Marauder's map, since the last time the weird red dot appeared. Nothing like this has ever happened on this map. So much so that Braun even began to wonder if he was hallucinating that day. But it doesn't always feel like it. However, the refining method of the Marauder's map is somewhat like the sorting hat. He was given a Dementor and gradually developed a part of his own mind because of the passage of time. Looking at the insults on the map, Braun said to himself. The pointed fork reminds Mr. Roar not to be too clever sometimes. Bigfoot warns Mr. Roar that blackmail is not a good habit. Moonface agrees with Mr. Bigfoot's words. Wormtail says Mr. Roar should return the things to their original owners. Look at these words that come up every time you use them. Braun smiled. With a wave of his wand, the handwriting disappeared. It turned into a piece of parchment again, and was received into Braun's arms. It's a pity, I don't know what way James used to link the map with the magic of the school. Looking at the table, I made an imitation from a marauder's map. He couldn't help but sigh. All refining methods are the same, or even better. But it still can't see the location of everyone in the school like a marauder's map. Even magic needs to be provided by Braun himself. Braun. Didn't bother you. Hermione, who was originally excited, saw that Braun was frowning and looking down to study something, and couldn't help but subconsciously lower her voice. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. Nothing. What's wrong, Hermione? Is there something to look for me? Braun asked with a wave of his wand to tidy up the somewhat cluttered table. It's this. Hermione excitedly handed over the magazine she was holding. Seeing Braun's puzzled expression, he motioned for him to take a look. Spell of the day. Braun pronounced the name of the magazine. He is not that unfamiliar with this magazine. Professor Flitwick is one of the editors-in-chief of the journal. When Hermione took out the magazine, he knew that Hermione's paper should be selected. Sure enough, when he turned the magazine to the best newcomer column, Hermione's name was prominently listed. Research and combination of the nature of the flotation spell and the flying spell. You know, I'm very familiar with the flotation charm, and then when I was studying in Muggles, I suddenly thought that the flotation charm and the flying charm can control the movement of objects. So if combined that? This was agreed by Professor Flitwick. That's when I wrote this paper? Hermione's eyes had some pride and anticipation. Braun didn't say anything discouraged either. Instead, he rubbed Hermione's little head encouragingly. That's awesome. I dare say that no little witch in all of Hogwarts is as smart as you. That is. Hermione looked up arrogantly. Then he slapped the big hand on the top of his head again. Don't always touch my head, it won't grow tall. Saying that, he puffed out his cheeks with anger. But it's not like being angry, it's a little like coquetry. Braun didn't care, but asked seriously. Did Professor Flitwick invite 4.4 to join his charms club? Of course. He said I was gifted. But I'm still a little tangled. After all, it meant I needed to give up some more classes. Saying that, Hermione also showed some distressed expressions. She has already given up several classes. Don't want to give up any further. You can think about what you really want, Hermione. Braun said calmly. The essence of these electives is to help students choose their own path. Protecting magical creatures, studying how to get along with muggles, Runeven representing alchemy, divination is more about keeping students focused on the present. Each course has its own meaning. But no one can have it all. Like your father, would being a dentist think about learning all surgeries and becoming an all-around doctor? Braun's words made Hermione look pensive. At the same time, I am thinking about how I should choose in the future. She also knew in her heart how useful it was to participate in the Charms Club. Not only can you learn a variety of more powerful spells, but you can also get more detailed instruction from Professor Flitwick. You know, most of the students who were invited in the past were in the 5th grade. And she's only in 3rd grade now. It can be seen that Professor Flitwick attaches great importance to her. I'll think about it. Hermione said solemnly. Over the next few days, Braun was still working on the Marauder's map. However, the frequency is significantly less. He has other things to do, and he can't all put it all on a Marauder's map. After receiving the Plantagenet from France, orders from the Ministry of Magic began to increase. Some of these eternal memories and the like are fine. It's all the responsibility of the school. However, the Ministry of Magic needs to replace it with a new batch of alchemy items. For example, alchemy cloaks and the like require Braun to spend some thought. Not to mention the reporters of the 08 daily newspapers and various magazines who want to publish their articles. Most of these were initiated by some professors who approached Braun for help. He couldn't refuse. Therefore, it also caused him to be more and more hurried during this time. Harry, have you noticed that Hermione is a bit abnormal during this time? Looking at Hermione, who didn't sit long at the table before quickly finishing her meal and then hurriedly leaving, Ron couldn't help but hesitate. Hermione has been practicing spells lately. Neville, who was fiddling with plants, couldn't help but say, spell. Several people looked puzzled. That's what Braun told me. Hermione's paper was published in Magic today. She now goes to Professor Flitwick's Charms Club every week. Neville's news shocked several little lions around. Apparently he didn't think that Hermione, who was getting more and more low-key, could be so powerful. Not to mention Ron and Harry. Harry, in particular, made him feel more and more ridiculous about his name as a savior. At the same time, I was not in the mood to continue eating. I'll go first, Ron. I had to ask Professor Lupin to continue practicing the spells. Ron came back to his senses from Hermione's message. Waving at Harry. It's nothing, Harry, you go first. I wish you to become your own patron saint as soon as possible. Come to the 4th floor. He happened to see Hermione walking into the classroom with Braun. Originally, he had no intention of going over. Just driven by curiosity. He leaned out the window to look up. I saw it in the classroom. Hermione was practicing the spell, which didn't surprise him. On the contrary, when he saw Braun, his expression revealed horror. Not to mention, the body of a mouse was dismembered, and the limbs were replaced with the limbs of a frog. Even the head. Braun was carefully stitching it with a needle and thread. Under the overhead lights, it was as scary as the horror movies he had watched during his summer vacation. He covered his mouth in fear, carefully clinging to the wall and escaping here. It wasn't until I came to the defense against the dark arts classroom that I finally calmed down. Harry, I came in a little early. The dark classroom suddenly lit up. Lupin was sitting on the stool looking surprised. Oh, Professor? Harry was startled and took 2 steps back with some heart palpitations. Sorry. Lupin stood up awkwardly. Boggart likes the dark, so I didn't turn on the lights to scare you. Another Boggart. Harry was distracted by Lupin's words. The gaze also fell into which suitcase. I found it in Filch's cupboard. It took me a lot of effort. Harry looked a little embarrassed. There was no need to trouble Lupin again. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. But the last time he practiced, he burst the Boggart because of his beauty control. So I had to find another one. So this time you have to be careful. If only this one was blasted again. Then I can only buy it with Hogsmeade. I won't pay then. Lupin teased. At the same time, it also relaxed Harry, who was originally nervous. Okay, time is limited, let's get started. Remember that you can't use spells other than the Patronus spell anymore. After another reminder, Lupin also opened the suitcase. In an instant, a black shadow flew out. Harry, on the other hand, subconsciously took 2 steps back. He was already skilled in the face of Boggart. After Boggart transformed into a Dementor, he once again sounded a cry in his ears. Let Harry go. Please. Fuck off. You stupid woman. Listening to the cry that had been repeated countless times in his ears, Harry's heart was calm. Without the slightest hesitation, the incantation was repeated. Call Godguard. Wand waving. For some reason, he has never been as determined as he is today, and influenced by Harry's will. The white mist that had been scattered had finally changed, turned into a silver buck. Then the buck ran and flew out the Dementor who kept thinking about Harry flying over, landed heavily in the box, and those screams in Harry's ears disappeared. I just feel as if I have soaked in a hot spring. Jamie. Looking at Lupin, the patron saint of the eye, he couldn't help but murmur, and the corners of his eyes seemed to overflow. 630 Professor. Sorry, I remembered something. Lupin said apologetically. Then he took out a piece of chocolate encouragingly. Very nice, Harry. I didn't even think that you would release the entity Patronus at this age. Lupin said praisefully. Looking at the bucks standing beside him, Harry was filled with a sense of intimacy. I feel like it's connected to me. Can I keep trying, Professor? No, kid. You can only try it once, and that's what we said. Nothing happens overnight. Go back and think about it today. Remember the feeling of releasing the spell. Harry sighed. I can only honestly cancel the Patronus and leave the classroom disappointed. Wait until Harry's back disappears. Only then did Lupin withdraw his gaze. He took out a bottle of wine from his arms and drank it. From time to time, stroke the yellowed photo in your hand. The eyes reveal nostalgia. Jamie, your son is like your Patronus. He is a good seeker. If you can see it, you may be gratified. As he spoke, tears dripped down a little irrepressibly. Once again, the spicy rum was drunk into his stomach. It's just a pity. Everything, there is no going back. In the yellowed photo, 4 boys hook up and smile happily. Gone? Braun? Well, see Hermione later. 2 people in the corridor on the 4th floor greeted and said. Seeing Braun go downstairs, Hermione straightened her clothes and walked towards the lounge. Hermione. Harry. Looking at the pale-faced figure, Hermione looked a little surprised, but also did not ask much. The original iron triangle, because of Braun's mess, now became the Hogwarts twins, Harry and Ron. Hermione's relationship with Harry can only be regarded as ordinary classmates who have a good relationship. What's the matter, Harry? Hermione asked calmly. You shouldn't be with Braun. You didn't see him experimenting with those mice and frogs? It's none of your business, Potter. And Braun's time was approved by the Ministry of Magic. But, isn't that cruel? With those little animals. Harry stiffened his mouth and wanted to say something more, only to be interrupted by a wave from Hermione. Didn't we dissect those animals during potions class? Like those crocodiles and bats? And the beetles that did the experiments in the transfiguration class? Go back to the lounge early, too. After speaking, he didn't wait for Harry's reaction. Then he walked down the stairs towards the lounge. Seeing that Hermione didn't take her admonition seriously in the slightest, Harry's heart couldn't help but become annoyed. He was obviously for Hermione's good. Maybe it was the depression of everything going well during this time, or maybe it was the success of the Patronus spell that made his mentality a little inflated. He couldn't help but rush upstairs to Hermione and shouted, Braun, he's a Slytherin? Beware of him lying to you? Hermione, who was originally going upstairs, paused and turned her head coldly. It's none of your business. Braun is 10,000 times better than you. Also, Harry Potter, take care of yourself. Instead of always getting in trouble with the Academy deducting points. After saying that, he ignored Harry's increasingly ugly face and went upstairs. Only Harry, with a gloomy expression, stood in place. Those Ravenclaws were trying to surpass me, but their old-fashioned sweeping 7 stars are not my opponents at all. Malfoy stood at the lounge table holding up a butterbeer and bragging to the crowd. The little snakes were also very face-saving and cheered for Malfoy, as if Malfoy had deducted points a few days ago. After all, Malfoy did make a big difference in today's game. Just this afternoon, in the Slytherin vs Ravenclaw match, Slytherin ended up winning against Ravenclaw by a narrow margin. This made the little snakes who had been in a low atmosphere for a few days because of the deduction of points cheered up again. Needless to say, this requires a grand celebration. Don't read, Braun. Let's dance together. Daphne ran over and invited. It seems that because she drank a lot of butterbeer, the girl's cheeks were a little red. It looks like a tempting red apple that makes you want to go up and taste it. Well, before he could finish speaking, Braun's hand was pulled up. The piano in the lounge also began to play cheerful tunes, and in the song, the little snake held hands and danced in each other's arms. Until the end of the song, the two sat back in disbelief. The celebratory banquet didn't last long. After all, there is a bigger challenge waiting for the players of the Slytherin team after the celebration. Harry Potter has a firebolt. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. God Shubinai mysteriously ran over and said, "What's in this? Doesn't our academy also have it?" Daphne didn't quite understand. "It's different." Theodore shook his head on the side. Harry Potter's technique is better than Malfoy, and if he is blessed by a broomstick, Malfoy will not necessarily be his opponent. Braun nodded approvingly. Although Harry's Halo 2000 is not broken, but because he bought a new broom for Slytherin, Xiaotian Langstar still purchased a fire bolt for Harry Potter as in the original plot. This would be quite a challenge for Malfoy, but problems like this, Marcus, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, apparently also discovered. For the next few days, almost every morning, Braun could see a group of team snakes yawning toward the training ground. At the same time, Marcus did not forget to explain the strategy on the sidelines. "We have to work hard. Don't be careless. Especially Malfoy, you must be steady. Don't fall for Harry Potter. It's going to be an uphill battle for us." Such admonitions are heard almost every day, in order to ensure that the team can have a good rest environment. The little snakes have spontaneously lowered their voices in the evening, in order not to disturb these people's rest. Greeted a few people who walked out of the lounge together. Braun went upstairs towards the alchemy classroom. Today is Saturday, which is also the day of Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff. Marcus and they ran to the arena early, ready to study the Harry Potter game later. Prepare for the subsequent match against Gryffindor. Braun has little interest in this kind of competition, which has nothing to do with his own academy. So, he didn't go to the playground with other little wizards to take a spot. After taking some pie from the auditorium, he hurried back to the alchemy laboratory. The protective cloak he designed passed the approval of the Ministry of Magic. It is now ready for production. He also had to hurry up and design other alchemical items. Now Braun designs these things, and money comes second. King Qian's is really Trelawney's prophecy, and the words of his teacher Nicolae make Braun feel a sense of crisis in his heart. A sense of crisis from the Void Order. Although it has not been a semester since I heard that this group of crazy people are doing things carefully. But in his heart, Braun never let down his vigilance. Although the Ministry of Magic is seriously corrupt, it also has many troubles. But the strength should not be underestimated. Helping these people strengthen their strength is also to better ensure their own safety in the future. His uncle had written to him in advance, vaguely mentioning that this time the Ministry's equipment replacement had to be taken seriously. In comparison, there must be something in this that you don't know. "Hermione, you're here early." Pushing open the door and seeing Hermione practicing spells in the room, Braun greeted in surprise. "Ha, Braun, here you are." Hermione yawned. He also took the pie handed over by Braun and ate it. "I woke up early this morning, and my roommates all went to cheer for the academy. And so I got up by the way. Kindness. This pie tastes good. Eat slowly." Braun handed over a bottle of heated milk. Then he turned his attention to the black scorched figure on the wall. "Flame spell? It feels more powerful. It's the new spell taught by Professor Flitwick," Hermione said with a little smugness. "My learning speed is much faster than those seniors. This spell they haven't learned that yet." Braun laughed dumbly. As he spoke, an owl flew in. There was still a letter in his mouth. "Give, little one, eat it. Feed the owl a little nut." Braun opened the letter and looked at it. Then he casually threw it into the trash. "Why did you throw it?" Hermione couldn't help but ask curiously. "A guy who doesn't know much and has the same personality as Lockhart said he invited me to join his tour." "The same guy as Lockhart? Also a liar?" 890, "That's not true." Braun looked up and explained. "I saw a French singer at the Plantagenet ceremony." Kindness. The medal of this guy was bought. It shouldn't be Lockhart's kind of liar. I mean, this guy is as messy as Lockhart. It's no different than a turkey dressed up. Braun's words made Hermione laugh out loud. For two people, this is just a small episode. Not long after, the two men began their own experiments. Braun went on to design new alchemical items. Hermione focused on the study of charms. Perhaps the reason for the return of the time turner to Professor McGonagall and the reduction in the number of lessons. The smile on Hermione's face was noticeably much more during this time. No longer always that sad look. The whole person also looks a lot more relaxed. Ding dong, ding dong, the wall clock began to ring again. Seeing that the time had reached 12, the two did not continue to stay in the alchemy laboratory. Together we went to the auditorium. Just as soon as I arrived at the auditorium, I found that the atmosphere became a little strange. The Gryffindor table was bustling. Slytherin, on the other hand, looked bleak. The three of Malfoy, in particular, sat alone in the corner as if they were isolated. "What's going on?" Braun asked quietly. Sabini sighed and glared angrily at Malfoy in the corner. Only then did he explain in a low voice. "Which Malfoy guy dressed up as a Dementor with Crabbe and Goyle to scare Harry during the game just now?" who knew that he was not scared, but he was knocked to the ground by Harry Potter with a patronus spell. At this time, the sub-academy was deducted another 150 points. Braun subconsciously looked towards the scorer in the center of the auditorium. I saw that Slytherin, who had returned to the first place under his unremitting efforts during this time, fell again. It was even said that it fell to third place. Below is Graph Finder, which still has few scores. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Instead, the Badgers became second. It's no wonder that those guys who are usually Buddhists seem so excited. What did Marcus say? Braun asked. Not waiting for Sabinai to speak. Marcus, who had just been mentioned by Braun, came over. Braun, we need your help. We lost another 150 points because of Malfoy, and we couldn't lose any more Quidditch Cups. Otherwise, our 9-year championship this year would be completely gone. Abe. Saying that, he glared at Malfoy, who was probing this way as if puzzled, causing the other party to bow his head honestly. Meeting the expectant gazes of the other little wizards and Marcus, Braun sighed heavily. To be honest, he didn't really want to participate in any Quidditch tournaments anymore. However, it is difficult to refuse the expectant gaze of other little snakes. Okay, I promised. Without waiting for Marcus to cheer, Braun continued. First of all, I don't have much time to participate in training. There are other things, if you don't agree. Agreed? We all agree? Before Marcus could speak, the rest of the team agreed with Braun's statement. Compared to Malfoy's unreliable, Braun was much more sedated. And the strength is not comparable to Malfoy. If they hadn't all seen that Braun really had little interest in Quidditch, they couldn't resist choosing Braun as captain of the Quidditch team. With Braun's consent, the little snakes, who were originally worried, were obviously much more relaxed. The mood is also much better, and this change naturally attracted the attention of the Gryffindors. Harry, lately we've had to train more. Looking at the Slytherin appearance, he planned to have Braun compete in place of Malfoy. Wood's face didn't have the initial joy. The last match against Braun still sticks in his mind. Especially Braun's easy look when he grabbed the golden snitch also made him uneasy. Now we still have a certain gap with Slytherin. If you want to win, you have to play steadily. Strive for more goals in the following games. Wood began to emphasize to the crowd on the team. Everyone's expressions were extremely serious. But soon, as Dumbledore walked into the Great Hall, everyone also fell silent. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face. Hello, boy. Nice to meet you guys. The middle-aged man waved his hands at everyone in an extremely complaining manner. But the response was very flat. None of the people seemed to have any interest in this person. On the contrary, it brought back memories to many little wizards. How do I feel like this guy is so much like Lockhart? Sabinai whispered. I feel that way too. Theodore's face was a little strange. And Braun's face is even more bizarre. He didn't expect that this guy would come to school. It's not Neville's fault again? That Cadogan Knight has to change his password once a day. I think the one who deserves the most punishment should be that guy. Simon, who was Neville's roommate, couldn't help but complain. The Cadogan Knight has been sent away. He was sent back to the Nobody's Tower. Hermione added. He also sighed for Neville. Neville was punished more than the portrait. For example, Professor McGonagall sternly told Neville in the common room yesterday that he would not be allowed to go to Hogsmeade this semester. At the same time, no one else was allowed to tell him the password. If he wanted to go back to his bedroom, he could only wait until someone else took him back. You say, what the hell is that Sirius for? Why not kill Ron? Meet everyone's somewhat strange gaze. 920. Simon busily added. I mean, he's so vicious. Maybe he's afraid of getting someone's attention. After all, he definitely can't run in the castle. Harry voiced his speculation. At the same time, I can't help but feel palpitations. If Sirius had been bold yesterday, maybe he would have died yesterday. Sirius is friends with your father, and they are inseparable at school. The thought of his father being betrayed by Sirius made his heart feel hatred. In the days that followed, the school became significantly more stringent. Patrols patrolled the school every day. It was even said that Dumbledore had once again held a great search. It's just a pity that the results are still not very good. Still no trace of Sirius found. So much so that the little wizards became a little suspicious. It always felt like Sirius would pop out of nowhere. That flower peacock told you to drink tea again. Hermione saw Braun come in, without lifting her head, and continued to focus on the tome in front of her. Alas, who knows what wind this guy smokes? Braun muttered. During this time, he was invited by Diggs almost every day. Go to his lounge covered with posters. It is known as the exchange of Plantagenet winners. In fact, he was pulled by Diggs to brag. Listen to him brag about the competitions he has participated in, and those trophies that were earned. Even though Braun found a reason to refuse several times, the other party still invited him as before. So that sometimes it is really shirked, but it can only go. My only hope now is for that guy to finish his show before it's too early and get out to other countries. Braun said hatefully. I thought you would never express such a strong dislike for a person. Hermione covered her mouth and snickered. I'm also an ordinary person. It's not normal to vent some emotions. While chatting, the door was opened. An old bat with a gloomy face walked in. Braun, you come to help me. It didn't seem to think that Hermione was here too. Snape looked hesitant. Professor, Granger-san is here to practice magic spells. Snape nodded. After hesitating for a while, he said slowly, Miss Granger, come with you? After saying that, he left without looking back. Gone? Why are you stunned? A smile appeared on Braun's lips and he pulled Hermione towards the outside. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. What are we going to do? Hermione asked in a low voice, glancing at Snape in front of her from time to time looking very cautious. Help Professor Snape refine potions. Wolf poison potion, I think you must be interested. After speaking, he no longer explained, and took Hermione's small hand to follow Snape's side faster. More than 2 years of life can be regarded as having made him explore the character of this guy Snape. He is not good at words, and he does not like others to waste his time. Sure enough, see Braun keep up. Snape's face, which was still tense, relaxed a lot. Without further ado, he came to his office with 2 people. Braun was already familiar with the furnishings in front of him. I didn't feel much when I saw those specimens. I washed my hands very skillfully. Then the herbs were processed. Instead, Hermione was stunned by the dense crowd of specimens in the room, standing motionless like a piece of wood. Don't be in a daze, Miss Granger. I'm here to help, and I'm not here to let you check out my office, Snape said with a stinking mouth. Hermione was embarrassed and quickly ran to Braun's side. Some rusty wash hands. He also handled the medicinal herbs under Braun's guidance. Snape's face was a little better. Also began to warm up the crucible, ready to start refining potions. Sir, Mr. A pale-faced boy ran in. Malfoy, what are you looking for me for? Snape's expression subconsciously became a lot more serious. Malfoy deducted a lot of points during this time. If not for his father's annual donation of galleons to himself as a fund for the experiment, he had already followed McGonagall's example and locked up Malfoy. The first impression of seeing the other party at this moment is that the other party has broken into trouble again. Sir, I see Harry Potter, right in Hogsmeade? He sneaked out. 3.9 Regardless of the mud all over his body, Malfoy said with excitement as fast as he could. Harry Potter sneaked out. Snape's brow furrowed. Are you sure you saw him at Hogsmeade? Malfoy was a little embarrassed at the moment. After all, he didn't think that there was someone else in Snape's office. But soon he pressed this emotion to the bottom of his heart. Instead, he nodded affirmatively at Snape. True, Dean. He also hit my head with mud. I ran back as soon as possible. I dare say he certainly hasn't come back yet. Good, I know. After saying that, he didn't care about the potion that had not yet been refined, and hurriedly left here with Malfoy. Looks like he went to catch Harry Potter. In the dark tunnel, Harry gasped and ran towards the end of the tunnel. Just now, because he couldn't get angry with Malfoy's words, he smashed a large piece of mud on the other party's head. The anger is sprinkled, but it also exposes itself. He now had to get back to the common room before Malfoy went back to school. Otherwise, his end will inevitably be another deduction of points. Thinking of the feeling of being isolated some time ago, he subconsciously shivered. Thinking of this, his running speed became faster. Especially when I saw the trapdoor in front of me, I was even more relieved in my heart. The invisibility cloak on his body was hidden in a corner of the secret passage and covered with stones. After making sure nothing goes wrong, he hurriedly opened the door, climbed out of the statue of the one-eyed hunchbacked witch. Fortunately, no one found out. Looking at the empty hallway, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I don't care about collecting the cobwebs on 09. Carrying the toy he bought from Hogsmeade, he ran towards the stairs. It's just not going far yet. I saw Snape who was rushing over angrily and Malfoy with a muddy head. Professor, you see, Harry Potter? Malfoy shouted excitedly. The eyes were filled with excitement and pride. He knew Harry Potter would be punished later. Snape certainly saw Harry Potter too. Look at the package in the other person's hand and the cobwebs all over his body. It was instant clear that Malfoy wasn't lying. What are you doing, Mr. Potter? Snape asked coldly. I didn't do anything, Professor, Harry said stiffly. Subconsciously, he lowered his head to avoid looking at Snape's eyes that seemed to be able to see through other people's thoughts. Professor, look at his bag. It's all those joke props? Malfoy opened Harry Potter's bag, a dogleg invitation. Snape's gaze lingered on those joke props for a few minutes. Then it was taken back. So, Harry Potter, should you explain to me what this stuff is all about? Professor, this was brought to me by Ron last time. I just went out to play these things today while no one was around. As he spoke, Harry's voice became quieter. Such an excuse simply could not fool himself. Not to mention Snape. Not to mention. Professor, look at this. Here is today's receipt. Malfoy took something new out of his pocket. This made Harry feel more and more resentful in his heart about Malfoy. I was also annoyed why I didn't throw the receipt slip. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much going on at the moment. Deceive the professor. Leave the school in violation of school rules. It seems that our famous Mr. Savior is still so arrogant. Everyone is thinking about how to keep you safe. And you, as the party concerned, don't care at all. Snape said lightly, but his voice revealed coldness. This made Harry a little ashamed. He would rather let Snape scold him than be ridiculed like this. This made a deep sense of guilt welling up in his heart. Follow me to the office. I think Professor McGonagall will have a fair punishment for you. Harry walked dejectedly towards Snape's office under Snape's emotionless gaze. Beside him was a smug Malfoy carrying a package. Harry glared at Malfoy viciously. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. He can't wait to use the magic wand in his hand to give this guy who loves to play small reports a big melon avida nibbles. Snape's office was opened again. The sound of the door opening attracted Braun, who was working on the material. Turning his head, in addition to Snape and Malfoy, there was also a dejected Harry Potter. Harry groaned in pain. He didn't think that Hermione and Braun were also here. And what could be better than being ugly in front of your classmates? Although his relationship with both of them is not good, but this feeling made him more self-contained. Professor. Harry looked at Snape with some pleading in his gaze. It's just that Snape didn't mean to do Harry strongly at the moment. He picked up the spoon on the fireplace and sprinkled a spoonful of silvery white powder into the flames. Professor McGonagall, I have something to talk to you about here. It didn't take long for the green flame in the fireplace to change. A figure came out of the flames. Severus, what are you looking for me for? Harry, are you here too? Professor McGonagall suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Professor McGonagall, Harry Potter left Hogwarts in serious violation of school rules, and also vainly trying to deceive the professor. With that, he placed the bag of joke props in front of Professor McGonagall. Is it, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. The look looked particularly ugly. Professor McGonagall, I'm 137. Just wanted to explain. Snape's office was once again pushed away. Professor Snape, those joke props were brought to Harry last time. Ron gasped and thought of saying something more. But looking at Professor McGonagall's angry gaze in the office, she still lowered her head honestly. See no, Professor McGonagall. They seem to be planning to partner to deceive me. Snape's grey eyes glanced at Ron seriously, and then he looked away. Mr. Potter, I think you should give me an explanation for this. And also, Gryffindor deducts 20 points. With that, he pulled the two of them out of Snape's office. It could be seen that Professor McGonagall was not in a good mood. You go back too, Malfoy. Remember to wash your hair. Seeing that Harry and Ron were taken away by Professor McGonagall, Snape didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Malfoy on the side. Seeing Harry Potter who was punished, Malfoy naturally no longer wanted to continue staring at the mud. After gladly agreeing, he left with excitement. Okay, go ahead and make potions. Give me aconitum first. Inside Professor McGonagall's office, Harry and Ron stood there without saying a word. You shouldn't be like this, Harry. You should know that Sirius is looking for you everywhere. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Sorry, Professor. Harry replied sheepishly. But Harry's apology apparently did not satisfy Professor McGonagall. There's no need for you to apologize to me, Mr. Potter. What you're sorry for is your parents. They sacrificed their lives to keep you alive. And you put yourself at risk for these toys. Think more about what you should do, Mr. Potter. Don't do this kind of thing again. After speaking, Professor McGonagall waved her hand. Although, Professor McGonagall didn't punish him for anything. But that didn't make Harry happy. On the contrary, it became worse in my heart. It was as if he remembered his mother's hoarse screams again. And Voldemort's unbridled laughter. He felt more and more sad that he had left school for Hogsmeade. The two of them walked down the stairs with loss in one after the other. They all looked a little frustrated. I'm sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have encouraged you to come to Hogsmeade. Nothing, Ron. It's my own reason. Harry soothed. While sad, he remembered his invisibility cloak. It seems that he should have no chance to take it. You can only wait until the end of the semester. Ron saw Harry hanging his head and thought he was in a bad mood, and didn't say anything more. The two of them returned to the lounge with their own thoughts. Done. This time the effect is better than the last time. It seems that your confirmation really studied the manual I gave you. Snape glanced at Braun in admiration. Then he looked at Hermione. Miss Granger, you obviously still have a lot of deficiencies in some basic herbal treatments. For example, aconitum, as I once said, is obviously better cut into small pieces than whole in them. There are also bat wings, steamed to make the medicinal effects exert. Usually, you also have to strengthen your practice, and your medicinal material handling techniques and potion refining are very rusty. Compared to Braun's amiability, it seemed a little ruthless to Hermione. Of course, Snape didn't always belittle with a bad mouth, but more of a point to Hermione. This also made Hermione very grateful. The two men left Snape's office. They all seemed very happy. After refining the potion, perhaps because of Harry's punishment, Snape was in a good mood. He then instructed them in refining potions. There aren't many opportunities for a potions master to open a small stove like this. Braun was fine, although his potions level could not be compared to Snape. But the foundation is very solid. Some of Snape's points were just a little inspired. On the contrary, Hermione benefited more. So much so that the little girl didn't care about Snape's poisonous tongue at all. An owl flew towards the two men. I'm looking for you. Hermione looked up in disbelief. That flower peacock is looking for you for tea again. During this time, she could often see Braun being dragged to tea by the singer who was temporarily staying at Hogwarts. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I've long been used to it. Only this time she guessed wrong. The owl suddenly turned a corner as it passed by Braun. Instead, it flew towards her. Throwing the parchment in his mouth into Hermione's hand, he flew away without looking back. Sorry, Braun. It was Hagrid who invited me to his cabin. I can't accompany you to practice spells. Hermione put down the parchment and said with an apologetic face. Is it? It's nothing. I'll be on my own. Braun said understandingly. You hurry up, don't let Hagrid wait. Hermione saw that Braun was not angry, so she nodded. I don't care about changing my clothes. He hurried out of the tower. It seems that it should be Buckbeak's business. In time, Hagrid should have lost the case. He didn't care much about a winged beast with a hippogriff. But if Hermione was really for it, he wouldn't mind writing a letter to his uncle asking for help. After all, as the director of the Magical Creatures Disposal Office, he still has some face. Take a winged beast that should be executed secretly, and basically no one will say anything. Isn't this how the Braun House elves and griffins came? The wizarding world is a society of personal feelings. Everyone has more or less relationships. No one will say anything about such a trifle. As winter passed, the weather at Hogwarts was no longer always gloomy. The sky began to clear and the little wizards all took off their heavy clothes. I changed into a much lighter spring dress. And with the arrival of spring, Easter is approaching. The school also gave the little wizards a 3-day Easter break. It's just that most of the people didn't leave school. They didn't run around the school, but they all stayed in the dormitory with tacit understanding. Why so many homework? Obviously it's a holiday. And it's still a long time before the exam? Sabinai cried out in pain. It's just a pity that no one was able to give him an answer. The little wizards were all writing their homework. Even the players on the Quidditch teams were no exception. Don't complain, this year is shorter than last year. And there are many courses this year. The professors were afraid that we would not adapt to so many courses for the first time, so they entered the review in advance. Braun rolled his eyes. Hand over a bottle of refreshment. Don't give me a drink of it. I want to vomit now when I smell the refreshing potion. Sabinai pushed the potion away in disgust. He really didn't want to drink this thing. Well, if only this year could be the same as last year. No exams, no electives. I remember running by the lake last year, when I was still so happy. After writing the last stroke, Braun let out a long breath. After drying the ink, carefully roll the parchment. Unless there is another monster in the secret room, of course, you can also expect the Dementors to invade the school system. Braun said teasingly. Shubinai apparently knew this was unlikely, so he grumbled again. That's why I focused on my homework. Soon the lounge was quiet again. Until nightfall. The little wizards had just finished their homework one after another. The lounge is also no longer so dull. Braun, then we must be more than 150 points ahead of Gryffindor. So you'll have to wait until our score is more than 20 points above Gryffindor to catch the golden snitch in time. A corner of the lounge. Braun was sitting with the other Quidditch players listening to Marcus discuss strategy. Now the difference between Gryffindor and Slytherin can be won even if Braun directly catches the golden snitch. The reason for the huge score gap is entirely for the House Cup. Because Malfoy's multiple deductions made Slytherin's score very low, even with Braun's relentless points. Now it's just the second. Although the Eaglets are usually Buddhist, it is also because they do not see the hope of winning the Academy Cup. Now there is a chance to win. The Eaglets also 477 became serious. Start actively answering questions to help the college gain points. Some mischievous Eaglets were warned not to discredit the Academy House Cup that influenced Ravenclaw. This also led to a large gap between the scores of the current Slytherin and Ravenclaws. I want to make up for it except for getting a big advantage on Quidditch. Then according to the Quidditch Cup Plus principle, there is no way to overtake Ravenclaw in one fell swoop. I see, there won't be a problem then. Braun replied lightly, his expression revealing casualness. But people didn't think Braun was bragging. On the contrary, it is a matter of course. After all, Braun's strength is obvious to all, and no one will think that Braun does not have the strength to complete the task assigned by Marcus. After the holidays. Perhaps this is why the Quidditch game is getting closer. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor also began to become somewhat confrontational. It started out in class, but later after a senior lion teased the snake with an ajseeb, the battle officially began. The two sides began to fight in the corridor. Or it's a secret tripper. Dung eggs, flea powder, cakes adulterated with medicinal agents. All kinds of means come out in unison. So much so that every day a small snake or a small lion cup is brought into the infirmary. However, for the sake of the college cup, everyone is sure that it is a misunderstanding. So much so that even the professor can't do anything. All petrified. Another guy who tried to attack himself into a statue. Braun sighed bitterly. This is already the fourth wave of the week. Because many little snakes have targeted their revenge on Harry Potter. This also led many young lions to target Braun, who was also a chaser. Sometimes he wondered, didn't this group of Gryffindors have brains? 4 sneak attacks, 4 were petrified and then taken to the infirmary. Still come over again and again. I really don't understand what this group of people thinks. Although Braun didn't care much about it. After all, he was not threatened in the slightest. But this still made the little snakes dissatisfied. They began to take more and more blatant revenge on Harry Potter. Apply superglue to his chair. Class sneaks up on him. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Or give him a facial cleansing with a cake in the cafeteria. This while making Harry Potter miserable. It also made the little lions angry. Naturally, they couldn't let the seekers of their house get bullied by Slytherin. So he began to spontaneously protect Harry. So much so that now Harry Potter even goes to the bathroom there will be a large group of onlookers. It was as if I was afraid that he would not be able to pee. Fortunately, this atmosphere of saber rattling did not last long. because the time for the game has finally arrived. Early in the morning, Braun and the other players dressed up and went to the Quidditch arena, and accompanied by the whistle blowing. Both sides did not let go of the air. A fierce confrontation began. Perhaps both sides have suppressed too many emotions during this time, so much so that the game became extraordinarily intense at the beginning. It's not so much a fight as a fight. The bat is no longer used to play ball, but has become a hit on the head. Free throws one after another. Madam Hooch's whistle never stopped from beginning to end. Strategy that? It's a ball? Discreetly dodging the Weasley brothers' grip, Braun's eyes were about to start searching for the golden snitch. No way. Marcus couldn't count on it anymore. At the moment, he is playing real PK with wood. Now the scores of the two sides, although relying on the dirty hands of Slytherin, are temporarily ahead. But as the players were sent off one by one, if Braun doesn't catch the golden snitch soon, the final result of the match will be very bad for Slytherin. Ignore the outraged audience. Braun's expression also became serious. A small golden ball at the Gryffindor goal was rapidly flapping its wings. Perhaps the reason why the corner is too hidden. No one has found out yet. Seeing this, Braun did not hesitate, controlled the broom and flew over quickly. At the same time, do not forget to shout to avoid attracting the attention of others. Get out of the way, Marcus. Let wood taste my awesomeness. While speaking, Braun waved his fist and rushed over. So much so that many Gryffindors were a little confused. It is not understood why Braun also participated in the battle. That's the golden snitch. A sharp-eyed little lion stood in the audience and shouted. His shouts attracted Lee Jordan, who was narrating. Look, Slytherin player Braun Roar is chasing the golden snitch. He gushed with vile means to attract the attention of others. The biased explanation naturally made many little snakes look angrily. Professor McGonagall immediately revoked his explanatory qualifications. After all, this is equivalent to informing the Gryffindor team, which is a serious violation of the Quidditch game rules. The Gryffindors who had been prompted also reacted. Harry began to control the broom and flew in the direction of Braun. It's just that the other little snakes are naturally not vegetarian. Slytherin was now 50 points ahead of Gryffindor. Naturally, they will not give up the upcoming champion so easily. One by one, they controlled the broomsticks as if they were dead, and they crashed towards the Gryffindors. The two female players were immediately hit and almost fell off their brooms. What are you doing? You guys are violating the law? Wood shouted angrily. But that didn't stop Marcus. On the contrary, his expression was particularly gloomy. You asked for it. Who let that black race break the rules first? Braun's expression was also not very good. His means of avoiding conflict are relatively peaceful. Neither did he learn from other little snakes to fight, nor did he make any radical measures. Unexpectedly, that Lee Jordan took the initiative to expose his actions. But, even if he is exposed, looking at Harry Braun, who was chasing after him, he showed a meaningful smile. Just as Braun was about to raise his hands, the broom actually began to shake uncontrollably. It seems to be controlled by someone. The little wizards also discovered this change and exclaimed, "All curses are over." Braun drew his wand and disappeared into his broom with a flash of light. The broom, which was still shaking, instantly stabilized. However, Braun did not relax in the slightest, but scanned the crowd with a gloomy face. Is he? Look at the wizard who left in a hurry. Braun thought thoughtfully. A sharp whistle sounded. Everyone was surprised to see a small golden ball lying quietly in Braun's hand. Race, it's over? The little snakes cheered and celebrated their victory. Many people held silver-green flags and waved. So much so that the entire arena turned into a sea of green. The little lions roared incompetently, but even then there was no way to change the result. He could only accept the Slytherin victory with his head down. Lounge. Another huge banquet. Whenever the little snakes have something happy, banquets will be held here as scheduled. As the one who turned the tide and caught the golden snitch, Braun was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. It's just that he doesn't have the heart to celebrate at the moment. Instead, all I think about is what just happened on the field. Don't worry, Braun, I told the others. The black breed that broke the rules of the game. We will punish him, guaranteed to give him an unforgettable lesson. Marcus thought Braun was still unhappy about today's events. I couldn't help but comfort me. The other little snakes agreed. That's really troublesome for everyone. Braun gave a smile just in time. It's just that no one knows what is really going on in his heart. For the next few days, Braun wondered if the guy who left that day was Diggs. I just haven't got an answer all the time. However, there was one thing that distracted Braun a little. That's what happened when Lee Jordan was revenged by the little snakes. After being knocked unconscious, the big black man was changed into women's clothes and was drugged with witch potions. Or was it discovered by a little male witch who went to the toilet? After that, it instantly became the laughingstock of the whole school. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Although Lee Jordan knew that the Slytherins must have done this, there was no way to retaliate without evidence. After all, this matter was indeed his violation of the rules. It's just that he didn't think that the vengeance of this group of little snakes was so strong. He actually let him die in public. The girl he originally liked even proposed to match his sister. So much so that until the effect of the medicine disappeared, the grief and indignation in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. After this episode of Lee Jordan, the school gradually calmed down. No more Quidditch matches. The little snakes and the little lions did not have the initial saber rattling. The time has come to June. The weather gradually becomes warm and cozy. Every little wizard thinks about rolling in those grasses or going to the lake to bask in the sun. But when I think about the upcoming exams, the little wizards gave up anyway. Start staying in the lounge to review. There is no difference between parents all over the world. If you don't get a good grade, you may not only be mixed doubles, but also be nagged by relatives and friends. So for the holidays to be able to have fun, all the little wizards worked extra hard. Even Braun is no exception. After the last Quidditch match, he felt that things should be inseparable from Diggs. Only later did I learn that the other party had already left school to start a tour of England. So much so that he has no goal. However, thinking about the upcoming exam, he still suppressed the doubts in his heart. Start thinking about how to get a good grade. Exam week has officially begun. The castle, which used to be noisy and full of laughter, has become quiet. Apart from the bell for the end of the exam, no sound was emitted. With the end of breakfast, the little wizards each ran to different classrooms. It's different from the first or second-year-old exams, because the third-year students took different courses. So it also led to the fact that the exam was conducted in different classrooms. Greeted a few people, Braun hurried to the classroom where the Runavan exam was. Professor Bobolink has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing that several students had arrived without delay, the exam officially began. 20 minutes. Complete a simple alchemy matrix composition. Professor Bobolink said the topic of their exam. But no one was surprised. Everyone started writing on paper after getting the title. Runavan is inextricably linked to alchemy. The content of the exam will naturally be linked to alchemy. As for the simple investigation of silent writing Runavan, there are not a few students who take this course with this idea. It's just that Professor Bobolink clearly shows the learning content and emphasizes that once he does not pass, not only will there be no makeup exam, but he will also fail the course. These little wizards changed their courses from the good to the flow. In the end, the remaining 10 people don't care what the level is. There is definitely no mess around. After all, no one jokes about their achievements. The construction of Runavan is very exquisite. You can see that you have made progress in alchemy again. After seeing Braun's test paper, Bobolink said with undisguised admiration, "There are some new ideas." Braun smiled and nodded. Bidding farewell to Professor Bobolink, Braun came to the 4th floor non-stop to test transfiguration. "Over here, Braun," Shinobi shouted from the crowd. Not only him, Daphne is also here. "Theodore still has 2 classes, we will come first after the exam." Sabini opening belt. "How did you do in the test, Braun?" Daphne asked curiously. "It's okay, Professor Bobolink told me, it's a perfect score." The 3 didn't talk for long. Braun heard his name shouted from inside the house. "I went to the exam first. See you later, see you later." Entered the classroom. The previous student who finished the exam had just left. "Hello, Professor," Braun said politely to Professor McGonagall. "Hello to you, Mr. Roll. Now get ready to start the exam." Professor McGonagall's expression was serious. After getting an affirmative answer from Braun, a teapot was placed on the table. The topic is simple: turn the teapot in front of you into a mouse in 3 minutes. The final test score is judged based on whether there are patterns on the final mice or not. Professor McGonagall spoke up again. "Now you have a minute to observe the teapot of 317, and when the countdown ends, the exam will officially begin." Braun nodded. No time was wasted, although the transfiguration was not difficult for him. But he remains meticulous in his inspections. Wait until the end of the minute. The exam has also officially begun. Quick transformation. Braun's wand waved, but it took only a few seconds. The appearance of the teapot began to gradually distort. Finally, the teapot disappeared. A fat mouse appeared in place. The rat looked around warily, while carefully running a few steps on the table. Finally, under Braun's control, it was once again transformed into a teapot. Very exciting. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but push her glasses. There was amazement in his eyes. "I can see that, Mr. Braun, you have almost mastered transfiguration. I dare say you can officially try animagus next semester." As a master immersed in transfiguration for many years, Professor McGonagall could say that she had lived so many years and had not seen a child like Braun. However, it is only the 3rd year, and his mastery of transfiguration is no weaker than that of some 5th-year students who have taken the ordinary wizarding exam. Even some ordinary wizards with average grades may not be able to perform such exquisite transfiguration. "I'll try it next semester. We will need your help then." "Of course, I would love to." Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. It is a recognition of Braun's statement. "Get out of the classroom." Didn't wait for Braun to say anything. I ran into Hermione, who came out of other subjects. "How's the test going, Braun?" "It's okay. You that? I see you coming out of the astrological exam." "No problem," Hermione replied confidently. The 2 people just said hello simply. After all, there are many exams today, and you have to rush to the next exam room non-stop. It wasn't until lunchtime that the little wizards were finally less anxious. One by one, they poured into the auditorium, either happy or sad. It's as noisy as thousands of flies buzzing around the head. "What's wrong?" Picked up a glass of pumpkin juice and drank it, looking at Sabini and Daphne, who did not say a word. A little strange. It was fine in the morning. How did it become like this now? Transfiguration didn't do well. Theodore sat on the side and munched on the apple pie. A morning exam can exhaust him. Alas, my mouse sprays steam. Not only that, but it can also spit tea out of its mouth. I dare say that my score will definitely be deducted quite a bit, Daphne said with a stunned look. Before Braun could comfort him, he heard another resentful voice next to him. I'm much worse than you. My mouse even has a teapot pattern on it, and what is even more unfortunate is that the tail is a teapot handle. Professor McGonagall's face was scary dark. I'm finished. It was Shinobi who spoke, compared to Daphne's sad face. He looked even sadder. There are quite a few young wizards similar to Shinobi. Many little snakes are frowning over their exams. Whose rat still has a pattern on it? Whose rat did not completely become, on the contrary, there are traces of teapots. That's all about the things discussed. And this may have to continue until the end of the exam. I dare say that no exam is simpler than this. Don't worry about failure, don't worry about being scolded by professors. It gives me confidence in magic again, Shinobi sighed while feeding the leaves to the Flober caterpillar in his hand. Watch out for Sabini, your caterpillar is dying. Braun rolled his eyes. Although the requirement of the exam is to keep the caterpillar alive for an hour without dying, it can be said that it is very simple. But like Sabini keeps stuffing leaves into the caterpillar's mouth, it may not take half an hour for the brainless caterpillar to be held to death. I feel the same way. Daphne nodded in agreement. If only all exams could be so easy. Yesterday's exam was a nightmare for her. Morning transfiguration, deformation error. The laughing spell in the afternoon was not well controlled and hit Professor Flitwick's head directly. If Braun hadn't solved the spell in time, perhaps Professor Flitwick would have laughed. Comparatively, today's Fantastic Beasts conservation class just feeding the bugs was just perfect. She couldn't wait to keep going like this. Hagrid. Potter walked over with Ron. Looking at the gloomy Hagrid, he didn't know what to comfort. Buckbeak may have been locked up for too long during this time. It's not always very happy. Things will get better, Hagrid. Harry spoke. It's just that even he himself does not believe such words. In 3 days, Buckbeak would be executed. I just hope he can be comfortable then. Hagrid sighed deeply. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Apparently, he has no hope that Buckbeak will be rescued. In the conversation of several people, Hagrid's exam was quickly over. Undoubtedly, no one fed the caterpillars to death, so everyone got a passing grade. The smile on each young wizard's face could tell that they were satisfied with the result. But good luck doesn't last forever. The afternoon exams once again pulled them from heaven to hell. Because of the afternoon exam, it belongs to Snape. Potions classroom. The little wizards trembled and handled the potion, afraid that they would be noticed by Snape, who was patrolling. But they obviously overthought it. Snape's attention was more on Harry Potter. He stood motionless behind Harry Potter, his grey eyes staring at his every move for a moment. Any slightest mistake would invite him to ridicule and roar. Look at those viper teeth. Did I teach you that? Steam slugs instead of slices? This way you will let the blood inside splash everywhere? Can't your brain, which is not much bigger than a walnut kernel, think about it? Something went wrong again. Looking at Harry Potter who was refining potions, the other little wizards looked sympathetic. But more attention is paid to his own potions. It seems that he intends to take advantage of this time to finish refining the potion faster. Don't give Snape any time to pick a prick. However, sometimes the more anxious you are, the easier it is to make mistakes. Accompanied by the first explosion, there seems to be a chain reaction in the back. The potions in front of more than a dozen small wizards exploded continuously. Unpleasant green gas filled the classroom. Clean up. With a strong wind, the green smoke was blown away in an instant, so that there was no worse ending. But even so, Snape's face was still not very good looking. Can't you just use your brains? And you Longbottom? Why are you every time? A dozen small wizards with water packets lined up pitifully in the middle of the classroom. After drinking Snape's potion, before the blisters on his body dissipated, he was once again driven back to refine the potion. How miserable and miserable it looks. After dealing with these little wizards, Snape ran back to Harry Potter again, and then he didn't finish his taunting words just now, until the end of the potions exam. Everyone couldn't wait to run out of the classroom, for fear of being stopped by Snape. The afternoon divination class was even more unsurprising in comparison. Aunt and grandmother. Braun walked into the divination professor and said respectfully. Trelawney nodded. After chatting with Braun for a while, he motioned for Braun to use the crystal ball to make predictions. This wasn't that hard for Braun. With the magic in the body surging, the crystal ball also began to gradually appear some intermittent pictures. Just as Braun was about to finish, a loud roar smashed heavily into Braun's mind. It was a huge black dragon that broke through the flames. Countless creatures wailed, many of them classmates from school. Wait until he wants to take a closer look at what happened, only to find that those images have long disappeared. Himself still stands in the office of Representative Trelawney. The palm of the hand is still placed on the crystal ball. Very nice kid. Undoubtedly full marks. There seems to be no anomaly in Braun. Trelawney was very satisfied with his score. Huh? Thank you, Aunt, Grandmother, I went first? Braun forced a smile. Trelawney left here with some strange eyes. How do I feel that your face is a little ugly? Daphne, who was waiting outside, asked a little strangely. Sabini and Theodore also nodded. The consumption is a bit big. After all, making a prophecy is still quite magical. Braun smiled and said, New prophecy? What is that? Shinobi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Well, I've got another prize. This time in Germany. The little wizards around who were originally interested turned their heads expressionlessly. The gap between wizards and wizards is indeed greater than the gap between wizards and trolls. They won't dare to listen. Laughing and laughing, several people walked towards the auditorium. Divination is the last exam. Sabani, their exam has long since ended with 3.7. It can be said that from now on, they have a week to play. They can go to Hogsmeade at school or after consulting with the professor. During the week, all little wizards can relax. Where are we going? How is the lake? Sabani asked excitedly. Let's eat first, it's still noon. Glancing at the time, Braun suggested. After thinking about it, several people did not refuse. It's really time to eat. If you play, there is time in the afternoon. Several people walked while not forgetting to talk about some things during the exam. It didn't stop until in front of the steps of the tower. There stood a fat man in a dress. As if it was the reason for the heat too hot, the fat wizard had been wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Go over and say hello. Braun whispered to several people. Everyone did not refute either. Apparently they all recognized the identity of the person. Minister of the Ministry of Magic, Fudge. Good day, Your Excellency, Minister. Fudge, who originally stood in place and looked a little impatient. Several students greeted him. I was a little surprised. However, when he saw the person at the head, the surprise on his face instantly turned into a smile. Braun? And a few little guys from the Sabani family, Theo, and the Greengrass family. Did you finish the exam? Fudge asked kindly. As a minister, some of England's more famous pure-blood families naturally need to be recognized. After all, the Minister of Magic who does not maintain a pure-blood family well will not last long. Yes, Minister Fudge. Just finished divination. Where are you? Is there something wrong with coming here? Braun asked with some doubt. There is a wounded eagle-headed horse with winged beasts, and I am here to be a witness today. As he spoke, 2 more people came down from his upstairs. A strong man with a tall figure and an axe pinned to his waist. A small old man who does not smile. Uncle Dorfin. Braun hurriedly greeted the strong man. It's Braun? I can see the photo of you receiving the award some time ago. Those Frenchmen shot you well? Dorfin patted Braun's shoulder cheerfully. It can be seen that he is still in a good mood to meet Braun here. Well, I can't talk to you anymore. We'll have other things to do later. Yes, Uncle Dorfin. Watching Fudge and the 3 walk towards the hunting ground. Braun and several others also went to the auditorium. Maybe the school was also until the little wizards were hungry. The long table in the auditorium has long been filled with 09 delicious food. There were already many young wizards who had finished the exam, sitting there and eating happily. After eating, Braun and Shinobi spent some time in the sun on the grass and hurried back to their bedroom. He had to think about the prophecy he had just seen in the exam. Ron, how's the test going? Outside the divination classroom, Harry asked in a low voice. Generally. Oh my god, he asked me to make a prediction for her with tarot cards. Who would have thought that I had drawn a Grim Reaper? Trelawney's face is simply dark and ugly. I dare say she certainly won't give me a good score. Ron's face looked extremely ugly. Before Harry could properly comfort his friend, he heard shouts coming from inside the classroom. I had to wave his hand with Ron helplessly and walked in. Sit down, kid. Trelawney said in an ethereal voice. At the same time, do not forget to take out a crystal ball and place it on the table. Come on, see what you can see in it. Harry Potter, who had long known that he did not have a little talent for divination, even though his eyes widened. There is also no way to see anything from it. But meeting Trelawney's gaze is hard to say. His brain is a bit of a mess. In his head, Hagrid's words from yesterday's exam were in his head. There are also concerns about several other exams. What children did you see? Trelawney spoke up again. A winged beast with a hippogriff? Professor? As soon as he finished speaking, Harry regretted it a little. He could only keep his head down and pretend that nothing had happened. Hopefully, Trelawney will stop there. Winged beast. Trelawney looked a little surprised. Alive or dead? Or have you seen anything else? Blood? Or a crying Hagrid? Nope. Harry replied seriously. This winged beast of the hippogrimmage is happy, and it soars freely in the sky in search of his partner. But that answer didn't quite satisfy Trelawney. But she didn't say anything more, just nodded expressionlessly. Okay, you can go. Scores will be announced later. Heard Trelawney let him go. Harry let out a long breath. He fled immediately and left here. I don't know why so many mixed thoughts appear in my head. I just felt a little uneasy in my heart, as if something big was about to happen. At this moment, he couldn't care about his grades, and just wanted to leave here quickly and go back to his bedroom to get a good night's sleep. Maybe it's all over when it's night. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Harry. As soon as he ran out the door, he saw Ron anxiously greeting him. His expression revealed panic. What's wrong, Ron? Harry couldn't help but ask, but the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Look at this. Ron handed over a piece of parchment. We lost the case. The Ministry of Magic decided to execute Buckbeak at sunset. I'm going to take this kid around and maybe never get the chance to see school again. Also, don't come here. This is too cruel for you. Look at the note. Harry's heart finally understood where this uneasiness came from. We can't leave Hagrid alone with some of them. We have to get by. Harry took a deep breath and said seriously. But We couldn't get out, Harry, and now it's almost sunset. Filch was already waiting downstairs. He will take us back to the tower according to the list. Then seal the castle, Ron said with some embarrassment. With the cloak of invisibility, Harry said seriously. We can't keep Hagrid there by himself anyway. On the other side, Braun, who was still in the dormitory with the slightest prophecy, suddenly heard a sharp knock on the door. Braun, someone is looking for you to be Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, Marcus said outside the door with a loud voice. Braun couldn't help but frown. Hermione looking for me. He suddenly thought about meeting Fudge today. The other party 247 is all ready for that winged beast with the body of the eagle-head horse. He had forgotten to tell Hermione just thinking about the prophecy. I'll come, shouted outside the door. Outside the Slytherin common room, Hermione waited anxiously until Braun came out of the lounge. His expression was obviously relaxed. Braun, Buckbeak. Braun raised his hand and shook it. His gaze glanced behind him. I saw Malfoy looking this way in the lounge. Hermione closed her mouth in amusement. Let's go to the alchemy lab, Braun whispered. Seeing the door of the laboratory closed, Hermione, who had been impatient for a long time, finally couldn't bear it. Braun, the Ministry of Magic decided to execute Buckbeak today, just at sunset today. Oh, my god, what should I do? I dare say Hagrid must be sad. Looking at Hermione, who was chattering, Braun never made a sound. It wasn't until the other party finished speaking that he opened his mouth to comfort him. It'll be okay, Hermione. I just ran into my uncle. He would help buy this winged beast with a hippogrimmage. Braun had already written to his uncle about this. Fudge certainly won't stay here forever. As the Minister of Magic, the most he could do was take a few looks. At that time, when the execution was carried out, it was his uncle himself. At that time, as long as the other party confirms that he is dead, there will be no problem. Even the Malfoys couldn't say anything more about a winged beast with a hippogrimmage. Really? Hermione asked incredulously. Of course, at that time, that eagle-headed horse-winged beast will at most suffer a small injury, and it will not be a problem to deal with it in time. The vitality of magical creatures is much stronger than that of ordinary creatures. As long as it is not to cause damage to them with alchemy props, ordinary sword wounds can be recovered quickly. Besides, as long as it's a magic potion, in addition to some terminal illnesses and spell injuries in the wizarding world, ordinary trauma can recover normally as long as it is treated in time. Braun's words gave Hermione a lot of relief. The originally tense mood has also relaxed a lot at this moment. If you're really not at ease, we can go over and see it now. Well, there is still some time until sunset. Glancing at the gradually setting sun outside the window, Braun replied. Won't Filch catch it? He is now patrolling the first floor. The little wizard is not allowed to leave, Hermione said with some concern. Don't worry. Braun smiled lightly, grabbing Hermione's waist in the other's exclamation. Jump out of the window. Okay, open your eyes. Looking at Hermione, Braun, who was holding herself tightly in her arms because of fear, she said softly. Watching yourself float in midair. Hermione couldn't help but be a little curious. She hadn't seen Braun use any magic at the time. But now how is it done? But soon she turned her attention to Braun's wizarding robes. Is it because of the wizard's robe? Hermione asked tentatively. That's right. Braun smiled and nodded. The Ministry of Magic is replacing a new batch of equipment. This is one of the experiments I made. 2 brief introductions. Braun then controlled the cloak to land slowly. Because of the flight, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the hunting lodge. I just didn't go in, because there were several people from the Ministry of Magic standing outside the hut. Fudge is also in the middle of it. They were talking to Hagrid. Not far from them, tethered to a huge hippogriff, a winged beast with a body. It seems that he has a premonition of his impending destiny. It was particularly restless moving around. Want to go in? Braun asked in a low voice in the grass. Looking at Harry and Ron, who cautiously ran into the cabin, Hermione shook her head. No, let's wait here for a while, Hermione said after a moment's hesitation. Braun has nothing to lose. The two men used the illusion charm and walked down the grass in the direction of Buckbeak. I saw that Fudge had left. Only Dorfin and the old wizard were left in front of Buckbeak. The axe was held by Dolphin in his hand. He walked up casually. The originally fierce eagle-headed horse-bodied winged beast looked a little afraid at the moment. It tugged irritably on the rope and wanted to leave, but couldn't move. I could only watch as Dorfin got closer and closer. Even the attempted roar of threats did not deter him. Relax the big guy so you can suffer less, Dorfin said casually. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. He executed no less than a few hundred of these magical creatures. Not to mention that the eagle-headed horse has winged beasts, and he has killed the winged demon with his bare hands. And how can it be afraid? Lightly dodged the sharp claws. An axe in his hand instantly smashed up. But after a few strokes, the originally fierce Buckbeak fell to the ground and hissed miserably. Then Dorfin grabbed Buckbeak's throat and slid it hard, and blood gushed out, soaking the ground. And the old wizard on the side took out the photo stone that had been prepared long ago and started to take pictures with the camera. Braun. Hermione closed her glasses in fear. The impact of the scene just now was still too great for her. Especially the scene of blood splattering made her grab Braun's arm in fear. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Magical creatures are stronger than our vitality, Braun said comfortingly. Just shortly after the old wizard finished taking the picture, Buckbeak, who originally seemed to have lost his breath, stood up staggeringly again. The location of the wound was coated with a bright white object. This. How is it possible? Hermione looked at Buckbeak, who slowly stood up in disbelief. She had just seen that Buckbeak was dead. The vitality of magical creatures is very strong. Okay, let's go. In a few moments, the tower will really close. Hermione nodded. Was about to leave with Braun. A scream suddenly caught her attention. I saw a big black dog dragging Ron towards the beating willow. Then he disappeared into the tree hole. Hermione, you go to Professor McGonagall and I'll come over and take a look. Braun said solemnly. Hermione nodded, looking a little nervous. You watch out, Braun. Don't be impulsive. After saying that, he ran towards the tower in a panic. She knew that the best way to do this was to report to the professor as soon as possible. Following Braun would only get him in trouble. Seeing Hermione gradually running away, Braun finally let go of his heart, and he did not immediately follow in the direction Ron left. Instead, he ran to the hunting grounds. Uncle, Braun, how are you here? Shouldn't you be in the tower? Dorfin became serious. Ben wanted to reprimand a few words but was interrupted by Braun. Uncle, I just saw a Hogwarts student being dragged away. Dragged away? What dragged him away? Dorfin looked puzzled. This is Hogwarts. He was dragged by a big black dog into a secret passage under the beating willow, which was connected to the Screaming Shack. The Scream Shack is a haunted house in Hogsmeade where evil spirits are said to be inhabited. There is a shrill howl every month. Seeing Braun's serious expression, it didn't look like he was joking with himself. Dorfin's expression also became serious. You hurry back to the tower. I'll get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible. Inform the Aurors patrolling there. If I'm not mistaken, that black dog is Sirius Black? After that, after instructing Lon again, he pulled the old wizard and left in a hurry. Sirius is no small thing. Not to mention that the other party still has a student in his hands. Watching his uncle leave, Braun didn't delay any further. After casting a phantom spell on himself, he jumped into the secret passage under the beating willow. Ahem. Harry coughed and crawled out of the tunnel. Looking at the messy room in front of him, he secretly became vigilant. The wand was even tightened by him, and it seemed that he would use a spell if something was wrong. A faint glow illuminates the room. It's a mess all around. Cobwebs hang everywhere. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground. A clear trail can also be seen. Harry was sure it belonged to Ron. Can't help but become more and more vigilant in his heart. Walking through the dimly lit foyer, he finally arrived at Ron's figure. Don't come here. Harry, Ron cried out in pain. It's a trap? That's not an ominous dog at all, not an ordinary big black dog. That's an animagus? It's Sirius Black? What? Harry Potter, who heard the news, was taken aback. The wand in his hand subconsciously raised. But before he could utter the spell, the wand was shot out. Except for your weapons. A tall and thin 960 figure came from the corner. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard and a sallow face with melancholy eyes. Sirius, Harry said with some gritted teeth. There was resentment in his eyes. Nice to meet you, Harry, Sirius said softly. With a wave of his wand, Harry's wand flew into his hand. You traitor, you killed my parents, Harry said angrily. Sirius's face revealed a hint of sadness, but this sadness was quickly concealed by him. Now is not the time to talk about that. Soon you will understand the truth. Sirius's expression became serious again. Just as he pointed his wand at Ron, a sound of footsteps came again. The expressions of several people became wary. Except for your weapons. A sound suddenly appeared along with a beam of light. Sirius couldn't dodge the wand in his hand and instantly escaped. But as a seasoned wizard, the wand of the other hand also waved instantly. There are many obstacles. Countless messy pieces of furniture stood in his way, and the figure of a teenager also appeared. Braun. Harry and Ron looked shocked. How could he not have thought that this person who came to save him turned out to be Braun? Children of the Roar family. Sirius's expression became serious. On the way to escape, he naturally saw those reports in the newspapers. For this alchemy genius in front of him, he also had some jealousy in his heart. Hello, the last heir of the Black family? It doesn't look like you're doing well. An unspeakable smile appeared at the corner of Braun's mouth. The wand kept waving. Flames. Armor talisman. Sirius dodged Braun's spell in horror. Although he had just escaped from prison, his body was exceptionally weak. But he didn't think that he couldn't even beat an ordinary little wizard. Just when he lost his mind, a disarming spell suddenly hits his wand. Then the rope tied it up. It seems that life in prison has weakened your magic. Braun smiled and put both wands back. What are you going to do? Sirius spat out the blood from his mouth and his expression became calm. To the Ministry of Magic, of course. Maybe the Ministry of Magic will award me a Merlin Medal of the first degree, Braun said with a smile. The expression was very indifferent. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Of course, if you are willing to sign this contract, maybe I will be willing to let you go. Braun pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and said, You're a good calculation. Sirius glanced at the contents of the contract and said sarcastically, You can't use those books in your family anyway, do you? This is at least better than losing your life. Braun looked calm. There didn't seem to be the slightest concern that Sirius would sign the contract. I hope you keep your promise. Black, Adjf, glanced at Braun coldly, bit his finger and viciously pressed it on the contract. and the rope on his body was also untied at this moment. Braun, you can't this. You have no reason to order me. Harry coldly glanced at Harry Potter, who looked angry. Braun calmly withdrew the contract into his arms. Well, now you can go. In a few minutes, the people of the Ministry of Magic will surround here. Sirius didn't answer. Instead, he pounced viciously on Ron and pulled a fat rat out of his pocket. Give it back to me? That's my spot? Ron shouted angrily. But Sirius didn't react in the slightest. Instead, he stared at the rat and his eyes were red. Don't pretend to be Pettigrew. He pinched the rat hard, as if he was talking to someone. But the rat apparently didn't understand what he meant. Instead, he shouted in shock, desperately trying to escape his palm. This weird scene naturally caught Sirius' attention as well. His expression became more and more strange. In the end, there was a wild laugh. Even tears burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to escape for more than 10 years. It turned into a real mouse. Turned into a real mouse. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You deserve it? He angrily threw the rat on the ground. Stomp hard to death. And accompanied by screams, the figure of the mouse gradually disappeared. What appeared in place turned out to be an old bald man. This, my spots. Ron couldn't believe it. He didn't understand why the pet mouse he was with turned into an old man. When he thought that he often took the bath with him, his face couldn't help but turn pale. Harry, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you that I am not a traitor to what you say. I never thought of betraying your father. The real traitor is Peter Pettigrew. He lurked for 12 years to hide from me, as if he had a great vendetta, Sirius said calmly. Pettigrew, Harry murmured, feeling a little disbelieving in his heart. The original hero was the murderer of his father, and the original enemy seems to be also a victim, but he didn't wait for him to think about anything. A green beam suddenly shot in from outside the room, and the target is precisely him. Get out of the way. Armor talisman. Braun waved his wand instantly, but even so, the armor curse was only able to change the direction of the death curse. Looking at the approaching green light, Harry closed his eyes. Just when this thought came to his mind, suddenly, I felt a pain in my body. It was as if something had knocked me down. When he opened his eyes, a tall figure was lying on his body. It's Sirius Black? The other party saved himself in the last moment. Give you wands. Braun chased out with a gloomy face. He didn't think that someone else had just tried to kill Harry Potter. If it weren't for his timely reaction, he used the iron armor spell. Coupled with Sirius throwing Harry down, the consequences would not depend on the imagination. After so many years of publicity, Harry's savior identity is no longer just representing himself. It's a hope. Usually wizards probably don't care dash. But when Harry Potter is actually killed, then the consequences will be terrible. They will panic and frighten. Then came anger. And Braun is undoubtedly a good target for anger. When I think about the consequences of this, Braun's heart began to pour out with anger. Damn it. Look at the empty street and feel the faint magic fluctuations. Braun couldn't help but scold secretly. The guy was too vigilant and immediately moved away as soon as he missed the shot. Braun was not given the slightest chance to pursue it. Braun, didn't I tell you to go back? Dorfin came over with a somewhat annoyed look. He was followed by several aurors in black robes. It seems to be observing something. Sorry uncle, Sirius is in the house. Braun didn't bother to discuss with his uncle why he was here. Instead, he went straight to what these people were most concerned about. Really? After Braun finished talking about Sirius, Dorfin even wanted to reprimand something more. He could only hold back the anger in his heart and surround the screaming shack with the others. Bang! The gate was knocked open. But Sirius was not found. Only Harry and Ron lay on the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. This is Peter Pettigrew? The limping old auror just now couldn't help but exclaim, in amazement. Several others apparently noticed the problem. His expression became solemn. So, you followed the other person to the screaming shack and found out that the big black dog was Sirius. Yes, Your Excellency. I think the most important thing now is not Sirius escaping, but why Peter Pettigrew survived. And the man who attacked Harry Potter. Braun said calmly. There was no panic in the face of the Minister of Magic. In today's affairs, except for the contract with Sirius, he did not behave out of line. Even unauthorized actions can be said to be to protect classmates. Fudge's expression looked a little complicated. With his wisdom, he could naturally guess what happened to Sirius back then, and there might be something strange in it. A dwarf, who had been dead for 12 years, suddenly appeared, if not something wrong with the events of that year. How could a wizard be incognito for 12 years? Then I think of Pettigrew's broken finger. Needless to say, Peter Pettigrew is the real mastermind behind it. And Sirius, who had been in prison for 12 years, was just a backpot man. For a while, Fudge's face became a little complicated. Pettigrew's corpse was not only what he saw, and the aurors and the Hogwarts professors who rushed in after them. This matter cannot be concealed at all. Maybe tomorrow this time there will already be news about today's day in the Daily Prophet. The Ministry of Magic mistakenly caught a good person, and the last heir of the Black family was wronged for 12 years. When he thought of a title like this, he felt helpless in his heart. At that time, those pure-blood families will definitely make trouble again. Did you see what the person who used the death-killing charm looked like? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Braun shook his head. The man was cautious and used the phantom to move away instantly after discovering that the spell was unsuccessful. Alas. All right. If there is anything else to do later, we will contact you again. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, a figure walked over with worry. There was also a serious-looking professor next to him. Professor McGonagall. Well, go back early and rest. It's late today. Professor McGonagall glanced at Braun and was relieved to see that Braun was fine. Then he left in a hurry, apparently going to report to Dumbledore. Nothing happened to you. Hermione came over worriedly. What can I do? I'm awesome at that. Saying that, Braun raised his arm, as if to show Hermione the muscles in his arm. It made the other party laugh. He did not continue to pester Braun, but told him to rest early and return to the lounge. Who the hell is that person? On the way back to the bedroom, Braun kept thinking about it in his mind. Today's operation is too smooth. It was so smooth that it made him hurry up a little unreasonable. Lupin, who was supposed to come looking for Sirius, didn't come. Instead, a mysterious man who wants to kill Harry appears. This made Braun, who had originally obtained the Black Family Collection, not only not happy. On the contrary, a shadow was cast in my heart. Take it one step at a time, sighed. Braun walked down the stairs and stood outside the door of the Slytherin common room. Password. A portrait of a serious old wizard appeared on the stone door. Wizard. Braun, hurry up and tell me about your experience yesterday. Great Hall, Slytherin table. Shubinai excitedly leaned over to Braun's side. After a night of fermentation, yesterday's events also spread throughout the 4 academies. As a first-hand experiencer, in addition to Braun is still awake. The remaining 2 are still in the infirmary. What do you want to hear me talk about? Braun slowly picked up a piece of bread and ate it. The look looked a little nonchalant. Of course it's Sirius's thing. Shubinai subconsciously lowered his voice. Did I tell you shortly yesterday? I just went with him, and I don't know exactly where he ran away. Braun shrugged. Although the Ministry of Magic did not say what happened yesterday, the meaning was very clear. That is, I don't want Braun to talk nonsense when the Ministry of Magic has not yet issued the notice. Braun naturally won't find himself bored and cause himself any trouble. You guy is really boring. 9. Shubinai complained twice, but Braun's refusal to elaborate also made him feel uncomfortable. I can only go to other little snakes to gossip about what happened yesterday. And just while Braun was enjoying breakfast, both men in the infirmary also woke up. Harry, you're awake. Ron looked a little happy. He had woken up earlier than Harry and was sitting on the edge of the bed eating pie. Ron, where are we now? The white ceiling in front of him and the smell of disinfectant water in his nose made him a little distracted. It took a long time to react before he finally came to his senses again. Infirmary? By the way, what happened to Harry yesterday? Ron couldn't help but ask. I just remember Sirius saving your life, and then a flash of white light. I can't remember anything. It seems that 610 is Ron's reminder, which makes the memory in Harry's mind gradually become clear. Gradually recall everything that happened yesterday. You saved me? Why? Harry had disbelief in his eyes. This is what I should do, kid. I'm best friends with your father. He used a powerful magic to protect you, and I was the one who kept it secret. Only in the end I replaced the secret man with Pettigrew in order to confuse Voldemort. It's my fault. Maybe if I hadn't done that at the time, it wouldn't have happened. Saying that, Sirius West's expression showed pain and sadness that was difficult to resolve. But that's all over. The Ministry of Magic is coming, and I know all too well what the guys are like, and I'll be greeted with a Dementor kiss. I deserve it. It makes me very happy to see you before I die. Looking at Sirius, who already looked a little relieved, an impulse surged in Harry Potter's heart. Nope, you don't deserve to die. It has nothing to do with you. You are the one who has been wronged. Sirius looked at Harry Potter with a determined look in surprise. He was a little stunned, and he didn't seem to have guessed that the other party would say this. But soon his stunned relief turned into relief. I'm glad you were able to forgive me at this time. Saying that, Sirius hesitated, but finally gritted his teeth and said, Would you like to have one more godfather? I mean, well, I mentioned this to your father and he agreed. His expression was a little apprehensive, as if he was afraid that Harry would not be happy, and he finally added, It's okay if you don't want to. Godfather. Harry was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Of course, I couldn't be more than happy to do so. Will I be able to live with you then? You know, I ran away from home. Sirius didn't seem to think Harry would agree so cheerfully. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Of course, you can go whenever you want. The movement outside caught the attention of 2 people. It seems to be because Harry promised. Sirius, who had planned to die, had no intention of staying. I'll come pick you up, Harry. Believe me, Harry. What's wrong? Ron? Harry woke up, sobered up from the original memories. What did I just talk to you? What happened after I fell into a coma yesterday? Ron seemed a little upset that Harry hadn't listened carefully to what he had to say, but soon his expression became tense again. Is there anything else you're uncomfortable about? I'll help you call Madame Pomfrey. Read the violent novel, just go on the Philo Novel Network. No, Ron, I'm fine. Harry hurriedly stopped it. I was just reminiscing. But unfortunately, I fainted after you fainted. Sirius must have taken the opportunity to escape as well. Looking at Ron's thoughtful look, Harry felt a little guilty in his heart. He also didn't want to cheat on his friends. but he didn't dare to say anything about Sirius becoming his godfather. Alas, what a pity. If you knew, maybe we could still make a galleon. Ron sighed. It was quickly forgotten. He put his mind on the pie in front of him again. Earn galleons? What does that mean? Taking Ron's pie, Harry ate it and casually asked what he had just said. 0. That's it. A wanted warrant issued by the Ministry of Magic. Those who provide information have the hope of getting the galleon. But I hurriedly got the money. Don't talk about us, even Braun doesn't know the news. Harry looked in the direction of Ron's finger. There is a daily prophet there. It looks like I just arrived today. And the first side of the page above is about Sirius's wanted warrant. It was no different from what Harry had seen before, except that the crime became the remnants of the Death Eaters. It also emphasizes that the battle between Pettigrew and Sirius was a civil war among the Death Eaters. It was decided to withdraw the Merlin medal given to Peter Pettigrew. This silenced Harry for a moment, anger welling up in his heart, but it didn't take long for it to dissipate into nothing. He was just a student. What else but the identity of a savior? Even though he told the others that Sirius had been wronged, who believed that? Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Braun, what you say may not carry much weight. But the other side is different. If only Braun had helped. Maybe it's a real chance that the Ministry of Magic will change its mind. Only, how can I tell the other party? 1.6. Auditorium. Look at the newspaper at hand. The corners of Braun's mouth couldn't help but show a mocking smile. He knew that the Ministry of Magic would definitely not be able to admit mistakes. It's about the majesty of the Ministry. As an official organization that governs the entire English wizarding community, even if there is a mistake, it will not admit it. It's just that I don't know what price the Ministry of Magic paid to make those pure-blood families stop pursuing this matter. Presumably, it won't be too small. Shaking his head, he left the newspaper still on the table. Stop bothering the whispering little wizards. Holding his book, he left the auditorium. The matter is a foregone conclusion. Isn't it fragrant to have this gossip time to practice alchemy? Isn't this funnier than gossip? Alchemy classroom. Braun, who was reading a book, was interrupted by a cooing sound. Looking up, a barn owl was standing outside the door. Come in, little one. Braun raised his hand. The door of the originally closed classroom slowly opened. The owl finally flew in as it wished. Seeing the dried fruit Braun prepared for it, there was a touch of human gratitude in his yellow eyes. Then he gulped down. Braun is also in no hurry. Patiently wait for the other party to finish eating. Only then did he remove the letter from the other party's back. That guy again. Look at the extraordinarily coquettish sapphire blue envelope in your hand. Braun was powerless to complain. He was even able to tell who sent the letter without looking at the name. Except for that Lockhart doppelganger Warren Diggs, no one would use such an envelope. Take a look at the signature. Sure enough, my friend Braun Roll. I sincerely invite you to join me at Hogsmeade this evening. I dare say it will be an unforgettable 09 trip. Looking forward to your arrival. Warren Diggs. The letter was accompanied by a metal nameplate. This is a credential to watch the game. He doesn't plan to attend any concerts, especially the Warren Diggs concert. Judging by what he knew about the other party during this time, at that time, you will definitely show off your achievements with great fanfare. Maybe. Yes, I will definitely pull myself on stage to take a photo. Express how good the relationship with yourself is. He didn't want to be seen like a monkey. Braun, look at this. Hermione ran in with a look of excitement, still holding something in his hand. This is the ticket issued by Professor McGonagall. It was Warren Diggs who invited the whole school to his concert this evening. Braun's gaze fell on the ticket in Hermione's hand. Compared to his metal nameplate, the ticket for this concert looks a little shabby. A plain coated paper with the name and time of the concert written in enlarged and bold font. The singer's avatar is also printed in the upper left corner. It looks similar to Braun's Hades in his previous life. But that's not the point of his relationship. But Warren Diggs actually invited the whole school to the concert? It seems that he can't refuse now. How did Warren Diggs remember inviting the whole school? Did Professor McGonagall say that? It seems that the Ministry of Magic is trying to search schools. They thought Sirius Black must still be hiding in the school. Hermione replied after a moment's thought. It caused Braun to roll his eyes. He thought the guys at the Ministry of Magic were a bunch of idiots. At this time, Sirius would have fled as long as he wasn't a fool. Schools are now searched all about giving parents an explanation. Sometimes Braun didn't know how to describe the people at the ministry. Huh? You also received a ticket? Why is it different from ours? In the wastebasket, Hermione found the metal nameplate. After wiping it clean, it was placed on the table. Maybe a VIP room. Braun said casually. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. I was going to refuse him. Now that the whole school is gone, I don't go, but it seems bad. Saying that, Braun sighed. If you just invite yourself, you refuse to refuse. It's okay either. But if everyone goes and doesn't go, it is equivalent to pumping their mouths on each other's heads. He didn't intend to do this kind of offending thing. It's just that the faint uneasiness in his heart still makes him decide to be ready. 5 o'clock in the evening. The little wizards finished their dinner. Under the leadership of the prefect and the dean, they happily walked outside the school. Everyone was talking about the upcoming concert. Headmaster? Isn't he going? Seeing that only the dean led the team in front, Braun couldn't help but ask. The headmaster is said to have gone to the Ministry of Magic. As if someone was looking for him. Theodore turned his head and said. It's just that these words made Braun's heart even more uneasy. Since Hermione had looked for herself in the morning, that uneasiness became more and more intense, even to this day. It was as if a voice was warning him not to go to this concert. But he eventually came. The school's requirements are not something he can change. However, in order to ensure his safety, he has written to his family to ask DOM to bring his moving castle over. When the time comes, it's best if nothing happens. Anyway, I can't stay at school for a few days. Big deal, just take your own moving castle home. In case something happens, there is no problem in saving one's own life with this alchemy castle that has been partially improved with the help of his teacher Nicolaim. Thinking about this, Braun was relieved. As just now, he quietly followed 027 in the team, listening to the other little wizards excitedly discuss the matter of the upcoming concert. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at Hogsmeade. Compared to the last time Braun came over, today's Hogsmeade is exceptionally beautifully decorated. Posters of concerts are plastered everywhere. The streets are full of pedestrians. In the heart of Hogsmeade, a huge stage has been set up. Colorful lights shimmer with light. There are also various Pokémon flying in midair. Although the concert has not yet begun, it has already attracted a lot of people. Oh my god, this is Hogsmeade? Sabanai shouted in surprise. It's not just his expression. The little snakes around were no better. One by one, their faces were full of disbelief. All quiet, don't talk. Professor McGonagall, who was leading the team in front, turned around solemnly. The little wizards all shut their mouths in amusement. Honestly followed behind, but his eyes kept skimming around. Especially the young wizards who have just entered Hogsmeade and have not yet been to Hogsmeade. Big eyes filled with anticipation and amazement. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall, Braun even suspected that they were going to go around. The arrival of a group of small wizards did attract the attention of some wizards, but after seeing the leading professors, these wizards all withdrew their gazes in amusement. It didn't take long to go. The little wizards came to the middle of the square. The huge stage excites every little wizard. Professor McGonagall. The person who came was a fat wizard. Braun was no stranger to this man. It was the fat wizard Peg who was in charge of the Dementors in the first place. He was transferred from Hogwarts after Christmas. I didn't expect to meet again now, Peg. Professor McGonagall nodded. I'll take you to the location. Diggs has reserved a place for Hogwarts students, Peg said enthusiastically. With the little wizards, they walked towards the other side of the stage. Compare that to the large row of seats that everyone just passed. The location here is a little smaller, but the view is very good. Be able to see the whole stage. Depending on the academy, the little wizards are also ranked in different positions. Start patiently waiting for the start of the show. DOM. Braun said softly. I'm the little master. A shrill voice came into Braun's ears. Braun didn't tilt his head that way. Instead, he continued to watch the stage. It's just that the mood is a lot more relaxed. As long as DOM comes, then it means that the castle has also arrived. Even if something really went wrong, he didn't need to be afraid. Boom, boom. The sudden burst of fireworks startled many little wizards. But I was soon fascinated by this beautiful scenery. And with the fireworks blooming in the sky, the whole stage also went dark. Wait until it lights up again. A group of wizards in costumes have appeared on it. It's a shame that I can't go. I dare say Hogsmeade must have been interesting tonight. Ron looked out the window and sighed. Harry also glanced out the window a few times with some envy, because Madame Pomfrey thought that he needed to rest for a while longer. They didn't make it to Hogsmeade to see the show. I could only look at the scenery outside the window in the ward, eating bread and bacon that were already a little cold. Look at Harry. Firework? Ron excitedly pointed out the window and shouted. I saw a brilliant flame of light suddenly blooming in the originally dark sky outside. One after another. It is dizzying. It's beautiful. Ron couldn't help but sigh. Harry nodded along. It's just that when I look at it casually, I find that something is wrong. I saw it illuminated by fireworks. A group of Dementors dressed in black robes are walking around the campus without people, and the gloomy and cold breath also made Harry tremble. Even the wand was a little unstable. Call God Guard. The calm voice was accompanied by the tall silver wolf. During the run of the silver wolf, a large number of Dementors were repelled. Harry, who originally seemed to be drowning and revealed despair, gasped for breath, and his face flushed with an abnormal flush. Are you all right? I saw Lupin walking in with a tired face. Professor, what happened? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Ron asked with a look of fear on his face. Not only was Harry frightened just now, but the gloomy aura also made him unable to move. It's just that he can't understand why so many Dementors suddenly appeared. And still on campus? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure these Dementors were definitely not allowed by the school. I've already messaged Professor McGonagall. Believe they will be back soon to deal with it. Lupin shook his head, but his expression still revealed worry. How strange this thing looks. Everything seemed to be planned, and most of the school's strength was taken away. The professors in the school alone simply could not withstand the invasion of so many Dementors. And the entry of these Dementors is also somewhat strange. You must know that Dumbledore gave instructions on protective magic. It's impossible for these Dementors to come in. Suddenly, he thought about the scene he saw when he left the tower. These Dementors kept coming out of an office. And that office belongs to Warren Diggs. He suddenly remembered who owned that office. Only Warren Diggs lived there for a while. Students are in danger. Lupin's face changed instantly. Since this matter is inseparable from the other party, now the students are taken away to watch the concert. There must be some conspiracy in this. Professor, looking at Lupin, whose face was blue and white, neither of them knew what to say. You follow behind me. The school can't stay any longer. Lupin took a deep breath and said seriously. Regardless of each other's purpose, now none of them can continue to stay in school. Mixing in with the Dementors is not a good thing. The only way now is to go to Hogsmeade and talk to Professor McGonagall as soon as possible. I just hope that the time is not too twilight yet. How's the plan going? In the dressing room of the Hogsmeade stage, Warren Diggs asked expressionlessly. At this moment, he did not have that hippie smile, but instead looked indifferent to people thousands of miles away. My lord, the Dementors have been introduced to Hogwarts, but the search will take a while. No hurry. Good. Gus gave a grim smile. With so many students as hostages, I think that old guy Dumbledore will obediently hand over the Deathly Hallows. The black-robed man did not speak, but pressed his head lower. Okay, it's almost time. The show is about to start. Accompanied by lively singing and dancing on the stage, the little wizards were also excited. I didn't expect this flower peacock to sing really well. Sabanai waved excitedly at the stage. It's like a fan who sees a beloved star. No matter how I say it, I am also a famous singer in France, and the level is definitely there. Braun looked at Diggs, who was singing on the stage, and couldn't help but hum along. I have to say that the level of the other party still has claws. A song was sung, and the audience cheered in unison. And Diggs also bowed and waved at everyone very politely. Welcome to my concert. Here is the final battle of my England tour. I'm glad that so many people will be coming. Diggs said with a bright smile. The audience sat in their seats to hear what Diggs had to say. I love England very much. Braun's brow furrowed. The vigilance in my heart appeared again and intensified. He had a desire to escape from here desperately. The host. There are giants? Dom's voice was tinged with some nervousness. The voice that suddenly appeared in his ears made Braun can't help but be surprised. Giant. You must know that giants are rarer in England than Dementors. Because they are stupid in their brains, plus they eat a lot, and they can't do any delicate work. He was banished after being defeated by wizards. You can only survive in some cold places or deep in the forest. How could it be here and that? I didn't wait for Braun to think about it. The movement around them obviously attracted the attention of the other 330 wizards. With the sound of heavy footsteps, a group of tall figures surrounded here. This change obviously alerted the wizards around. What are you doing? Don't be nervous, everyone. Like I just said, I love England very much. Especially the culture of England. Have you heard the story of the 3 Hallows of Death? Regardless of whether everyone answered or not, Diggs continued to talk to himself. It seems that these people are not taken seriously. Death gave 3 brothers the Deathly Hallows, a wand, a resurrection stone, and a cloak to avoid death. It is said that once you can gather these 3 things, you can become the new Shinigami. As he spoke, he casually waved his wand and knocked a wizard who was about to flee to the ground. Let me reintroduce myself again. Diggs' face turned cold without a smile. Against the background of the brightly colored performance clothes on his body, it looks particularly weird. The Void Sect, Order, Deacon Warren Diggs of the Nightmare Side Sect. The voice just fell. The dancers on stage no longer hide it. They all drew their wands. Phantom migration. A wizard instantly wanted to move away with a phantom. But the body had just disappeared halfway, followed by a scream. When it appeared again, the corpse was separated not far away. This also made the faces of those wizards who originally wanted the phantom to move away. Sitting in his seat, his face was gloomy. Diggs, on the other hand, still watched quietly with a smile on his face. It seems that everyone has not done such irrational things again. I'm happy with that. Everyone didn't say a word, but their faces became more and more ugly. Trust me, as long as you don't do anything drastic, I will keep everyone safe. Despite Diggs' words, the crowd clearly did not mean to believe it. Everyone is not a fool, and instead of putting hope in others, it is better to think about how to save yourself. If it weren't for the inability to use the phantom migration, everyone would have left long ago. Seeing that everyone did not answer, Diggs did not care. Leaving the stage and returning to the dressing room. Sir, do you still want to collect their wands? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The Black Robe asked respectfully. Diggs waved his hand. The magic array has been opened, no wizards can leave, and the magic array will continue to extract their magic power as it runs again. Now the important thing is to send a message to Dumbledore, the old fellow. Deal with it as soon as possible, and change later? Yes. Braun, what do we do now? Daphne asked with a pale face. There was nervousness in his expression. This is not an isolated case. The other little wizards were no better. No one thought that just coming to a concert would happen such a thing. I'll have to go find the professor. You guys help me cover up. Braun took a deep breath. There was no answer to Daphne's words. Instead, he lowered his body and moved slowly in the direction of the professor. Although several people did not understand what Braun was going to do, they did not refuse. Instead, they covered each other so that Braun could smoothly come to the front position. Braun's small movements naturally could not hide from the giants and wizards who were guarding. However, in their opinion, Braun, a student who has not yet become an adult, cannot turn over any storms. After observing it a few times, I didn't care. Most of their attention was still focused on the wizards sitting in other positions. As for these Hogwarts students, they don't think these students have any combat effectiveness. Also thanks to these people who did not take Braun seriously, this made him come to the professor's side without risk. Braun, what are you doing here? Snape asked in a dark voice. Professor, I have a way to leave. The clock was ticking. Braun picked things straight out. What, do you have a way? Snape cautiously glanced left and right and found that the people were not paying attention here. That's a sigh of relief. Just looking at Braun's eyes still revealed doubt. When I came to participate, I had a strong sense of danger in my heart, but I was a little uncertain. In order to ensure safety, I asked the house elves at home to bring the alchemy castle in advance. As long as I have the opportunity to climb the castle, I can guarantee the safety of all students. Braun said seriously. He wasn't lying, either. If there is a sufficient opportunity to climb the castle, these giants and wizards will face the powerful defense and attack power of the alchemy castle. It's nothing at all. The only thing to worry about right now, how to send everyone to the castle. Snape's expression was gloomy. If it is really what Braun said, then this plan is still promising. House elves are not affected by magic arrays, or that most wizards' magic is ineffective against them. And he had heard of the name of the alchemy castle. Braun was awarded the Merlin Medal for this invention. Are you really sure that you can keep the students safe? Snape asked again. It's just that this time he looks a lot more serious. I'm sure, as long as everyone can climb the castle, then these people will not be able to break the attack of the castle at all. See Braun's eloquence. Snape didn't say anything even though he still had some doubts in his heart. Instead, he took a deep look at Braun and signaled to the other teachings. Although Braun did not understand what it meant. But Snape quickly replied. The professors agreed with Braun's plan. The premise is that Braun can protect the safety of the students as much as possible. Braun certainly has no problem with that. Braun, what did the professors say? Sabinai asked in a low voice impatiently. I asked DOM to bring the alchemy castle over in advance. I'll take you away later. The professors are responsible for creating chaos with other wizards. Several small snakes around looked happy, but before they could say anything, Braun spoke up again. Now is not the time to pay attention to the contradictions in the academy? Braun said solemnly to the little snakes around him. Let a few small snakes who originally had bad intentions have a heart. Understand that Braun is warning them. However, some of the careful thoughts in my heart have indeed been let go. No one wants to joke with their lives, especially when such an opportunity is only once. Also, these things are divided, one per person, and some people are not allowed to ask for more. Braun pulled out a package with some pain. This is the alchemy props he has accumulated over the years, and most of them are exchanged for Nick and other ghosts. Originally, he planned to open a special antique alchemy prop shop after accumulating more. Those pure-blood families like this kind of historical stuff. It's just a pity that the plan can't keep up with the changes. After comparison, it is better to look at the immediate situation first. Since he agreed to the professor, he must ensure the safety of the little wizards as much as possible. But there are always surprises. For this reason, it is especially important to add an insurance policy. Talisman props. Looking at such a large package of alchemy props with various talisman spells, several small snakes swallowed their saliva. A flash of greed flashed under his eyes, but soon this greed turned into admiration. So many alchemy props still have to be given to other little wizards for free. They don't have that much courage. Divide it and listen to my signal later. Braun whispered emphasis. The little snakes around also knew the current emergency, and no one refuted anything. Nor did they rush up to grab it. Instead, he cautiously took one casually and handed the bag to the next person. The little wizards of other academies also gradually learned about this under the transmission of the little snakes. It's just that everyone is very tacit, and did not speak, but quietly waited for the distribution and remained silent. Until the package was once again transferred back into Braun's hands. He was relieved. He has done everything that should have been done, and whatever the final result he has done the best he can do. Even if a little wizard dies in the end, it can only be blamed for his bad life. Although Braun's movements on his side have become as small as possible. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. However, it still attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. What were you doing? A wizard approached cautiously. The wand in his hand was even raised. And this is like a signal. The professors who had already discussed nodded their heads in understanding. Then the spell struck the wizard who came over at the same time. Flame curse. Braun shouted. The little wizards, who had prepared in advance, subconsciously waved their wands. The flame spell is not a very powerful magic. Little wizards learned this spell in first grade. It can be said that everyone returns to the show. It's just that everyone doesn't understand why Braun would let everyone cast this spell. Zero ask for flowers. Vulcan opened the way. Watch countless flames flying in midair. Braun shouted waving his wand. I saw countless flames condensed together. Then it was like a fire god in battle armor. Rushed towards the group of guarding giants and wizards with irresistible force. Although they raised their wands as much as possible, it seemed useless in the face of such a huge magic. Not to mention those giants. Excellent magic resistance, although they are able to withstand the damage of the spell. But under this powerful magic, the magic resistance not only did not have the slightest use, but brought them pain. Under the scorching flames, the tall giants became burning men, wailing and running around. Other wizards naturally would not miss this good opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos of the guards, they all used their own means. Rumble! The Vulcan slammed into the protective shield of the magic array, emitting a violent roar. But the effect is only to ripple the protective cover. But the next moment, there was another huge roar. The ground couldn't help but tremble. Vulcan has disappeared. However, a huge gap appeared in the position of the original protective cover. A huge castle more than 10 meters high revealed its traces. There was also a faint white smoke in the thick barrel, which filled the air with the pungent smell of gunpowder. Rush! Braun ran outside first. The surrounding students also followed behind excitedly. What happened? The huge shock not only excited the wizards who were originally waiting to die, it also made Diggs, who was originally in control, angry. The destruction of the magic array and the huge shouts of killing made his face ugly. Especially when they saw the little wizards who were constantly pouring into the castle, they were even more angry. You know, these little wizards are all chips he uses to blackmail Dangbada. If they all run away, what else did he threaten Dumbledore? When he thought of the cost of mission failure, he couldn't help but snort. At the same time, I also regretted why I was so careless. But now is not the time to think about this. The priority is to quickly catch these little wizards. Give it to me. Get them. There is resistance to kill on the spot. Diggs said fiercely. He has always believed that the brain is more important than strength. So you won't kill unless necessary. But now, looking at these fleeing little wizards, he decided to use thunder means to make them understand who is the master here. Only if they are afraid, these guys will be honest. A group of black-robed wizards rushed out. After chanting in a low voice, they all grabbed a dagger and plunged it into their chests at the same time, as if they all had a tacit understanding. In a tooth-biting scream, a group of mantis-like monsters with scythes rushed towards these anti-970 wizards. Naturally, some of them rushed towards Braun and them. Hurry up! All hurry up! Braun unleashed spells while throwing alchemy items from time to time. But even so, it was only a slight barrier to the group of Void Sect members who had already sacrificed. Braun, who had long been an old rival with this group of people, knew that it was absolutely impossible to deal with so many guys by his own means. He gritted his teeth, took another bottle of energy potion. Once again, his eyes turned bloody, and a tall crow-headed giant also appeared behind him. Susanoo? This time, Susanoo was not as tall as the previous ones. It's only 3 meters tall, but the body is exceptionally solid. It's like a real person. The broad giant sword was held in its hand. Under Braun's control, he fought with the wizards of the Void Order. Under Braun's delay, the little wizards finally ascended the castle. And those adult wizards did not need Braun's orders to fight and retreat. It's just that compared to the smaller wizards, their state is obviously not so good. When facing the little wizards, these wizards are still a little left. But when dealing with these adult wizards, it can be said that there is no mercy at all. Many people have already hung up the lottery. Among them, another part of the wizard fell to the ground. DOM? Fire? Watch as enemies become more and more because of the attraction of these wizards. Braun said decisively. His own life is the most important, and he can't sit idly by and watch those enemies rush over. DOM, who received Braun's order, did not hesitate in the slightest. The giant cannons on the castle once again glowed with a pale blue light. Then, a loud roar fired a blue energy projectile. The wizards who originally rushed over changed color one after another, and they lay on the ground without thinking. The faces of those originally fierce giants and wizards of the Void Sect changed drastically. They all saw the explosion just now. Even the extremely defensive magic array can blast out a big hole, not to mention their small size. It's just that in the face of the energy bombs that flew out, they couldn't dodge at all. It can only turn into a stump and a broken arm in the sound of explosions. Braun roll. Diggs, who was originally in command, apparently discovered who the source of this turmoil was. Looking at Braun gritted his teeth even more. He admitted that he was careless. I thought that although this child who was only 13 years old had a strong talent in alchemy, he could not do anything in the magic array. So there is not much attention either. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Only waiting to take the Deathly Hallows from Dumbledore, he took the other party away and became the exclusive alchemist of the sect. Unexpectedly, it was because of his own carelessness that the other party destroyed his plan like this. I must kill you. The magic array was broken, and his men suffered heavy losses. Even if he fled here and returned to the sect, he would definitely suffer a great punishment. Instead of that, it's better to die with this guy. Thinking about this, his eyes revealed a fierceness. And those black-robed wizards also seemed to know each other's intentions. The monsters that had turned into the form of praying mantis began to buy time for Diggs as much time as possible. Greatness from dreams? You are the master of nightmares, the death sickle that harvests souls. As he chanted, a dry finger appeared in Diggs' hand. He raised his wand and cut off his little finger 0. Ignoring the gushing blood, he pressed his dry fingers on it. I don't know whether it's chance or the moisturization of blood. The originally dry fingers gradually regained their vitality. It came alive. And Diggs's body also began to show strange changes. Strange wings, sickle-like arms. Braun naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch the other party's changes. Alchemy Castle full power startup. Energy cannon after cannon. But under the obstruction of those black-robed wizards who were not afraid of death, they still did not have much impact on Diggs. So much so that Braun became irritable. Use that. Braun's eyes were red and fierce. Yes, master. Fiend by Braun's expression at the moment, DOM, quickly agreed. Along with his operation, a huge roar sounded throughout the castle. The thick smoke of steam makes people feel like they are in a fog. A huge exaggerated cannon replaced the original muzzle. Unlike the energy bomb just now, this is a cannonball with various patterns engraved on the surface, accompanied by the charging of the barrel. The color of the shell gradually emitted a faint red light. This is Braun's masterpiece. A unique metal material obtained from Check-in is paired with dragon alchemy. 1.5 also uses some muggle shell-making techniques. It is also the most powerful weapon in the entire castle. If it weren't for the threat given to him by Diggs on the other side, he would never have used this untested weapon, because he can't guarantee how powerful it will be. With the full power of the castle running, the colors of the shells also became more and more vivid. Just when it finally reached the top of the charge, Diggs also fulfilled his call. It was as if a powerful consciousness had descended here. Launch. Braun roared. Bright red shells emitted a deafening roar. In Braun's roar, he rushed forward to finish the huge arm found from the ground. Boom. The deafening blasting sound made the ears of everyone present instantly deaf. The dazzling light makes the original darkness like daylight. Vaguely, Braun seemed to hear an unwilling roar. But soon this roar was overshadowed by an even stronger wave. When the sight was restored, there was no Diggs in place. Even the stage that had been set up had disappeared. A huge hole appeared in the place where the stage was originally staged, and the surrounding magic array was even more broken at the moment. But fortunately, there is a magic array as a countermeasure. This saved the surrounding buildings. It was only slightly impacted by the loud sound and slightly damaged. Otherwise, with the power just now, the surrounding shops may suffer. The little wizard hiding in the castle obviously saw the shocking scene in front of him. Especially the huge pothole shocked them. I didn't come to my senses for a while. DOM, take control of the castle and go to Hogwarts. 09. Braun said calmly. It's just that deep down it is also a heartfelt shock. The explosion just now shocked not only the little wizards around him, but also all the shocks he received. This is the first time he has used this shell. I didn't think that I would give him such a big surprise as soon as I came up. Perhaps the damage power of this explosion is no less than that of ordinary missiles? And there are quite a few of the own warehouses of metals like the ones that make such shells. There are even many stronger ones. If you give him time. The thought that he could create a more powerful weapon made his heart get excited. There has always been an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Most of this pressure came from the Void Sect. But there are also quite a few Muggle sides. The human government of Amelia has a precedent of using mushroom bombs to clean up wizards. Although the continent is obviously much more tolerant. But who knows what it will look like in the future. He didn't think wizards would be Muggles' opponents. At that time, even with the ability of magic, you can escape the hunt. But after that, living in exile? Compared to that kind of life, he wants to have enough strength. Take your own destiny into your own hands. Accompanied by the roar of steam, the alchemy castle moved in the direction of Hogwarts. Everyone just feel free to rest, it's okay now. A few words of comfort to the students who looked like frightened rabbits. It's just that the effect doesn't look very good. Obviously, the shocking scene just now still made them unable to react. Almec, get everyone some hot cocoa, Braun said lightly, and a fire snake also emerged from the fireplace. After respectfully agreeing, cups of hot cocoa flew into the hands of each little wizard. Perhaps it was the fire snake in front of them and the hot cocoa that flew that caught their attention. So much so that they began to discuss the decorations in the castle, and some even tentatively sat down on the sofa. The atmosphere was not as serious as it was just now. Professor, are you all right? Braun asked as he walked around the corner. The deans of all 4 academies sit here. It's just that his face is still a little pale. When they fought against those void sacks, they were under a lot of pressure, and they withstood many attacks so that the little wizards could ascend to the alchemy castle along the forest. Snape didn't speak, just looked at Braun with some surprise in his gaze. It seemed that he hadn't thought about this little wizard he had always thought should shine in potions. He actually has such a great talent in alchemy. Don't worry, this is nothing to us. What happened to the other students? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Just now, the attention of several of them was focused on the people of the Void Sect, so they were not very clear about the situation of the students. Only a few people suffered minor injuries. Braun spoke. Professor McGonagall was relieved by this result. As long as no one dies, say nothing more immediately. After drinking the medicine, he rested silently. Instead, Professor Flitwick was more interested in castles. Dragged Braun around the castle. Alas, my dream back then was also to become an alchemist, but it's a pity that alchemy is too expensive. Professor Flitwick reluctantly stroked the castle, sighing twice from time to time. Braun was still thinking of saying something, but he was attracted by the sudden appearance of Almec, the spirit of the castle. The host? There were other wizards running towards the outside, followed by numerous dementors. Other wizards. Braun's brow furrowed. Could it be a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic? Professor, let's go. How long do we have to run? Ron asked with a gasp. From time to time, He looked behind those dementors with fear in his eyes. Originally, they planned to use a flying broom to escape here. It's a pity that these dementors didn't stop them halfway through. So only 383 was able to use the Patronus spell and fight and retreat. Finally escaped school. However, the consumption of using the Patronus spell all the time is very large. Not to mention the dementors. If this continues, perhaps they will be caught by these dementors before they reach Hogsmeade. Thinking of what Professor Lupin said in class, the soul-sucking dementor kiss, Ron couldn't help but tremble. Hold on a little longer, Hogsmeade will be almost there. Lupin gasped. He is under even more pressure. If not for the firm conviction in the heart, maybe it won't be able to support it now. Look at his Patronus, who has become a little grey. Lupin was secretly anxious. If he continued like this, he would definitely not be able to hold on to Hogsmeade. Rumble. Rumble. Airplanes. The sound of mechanical friction and the roar of steam attracted the attention of 3 people. I saw an exaggerated-looking castle striding towards them. The huge searchlight resembles the eyes of a monster, greedy looking around his own food. This cast a shadow on the hearts of the 3 of them. Professor Lupin. A voice that seemed astonished came from the castle. The 3 looked and saw a teenager standing in the position of the tower. Braun. Roar? Lupin shouted incredulously. Harry and Ron were not much better. This huge castle in front of you is Braun's? Didn't you go to the show? And other professors that? Lupin couldn't help but ask. There were too many doubts in his mind at the moment. But Braun smiled. Professor, let's solve your troubles first. Looking at the dementors behind Lupin, Braun spoke. Lupin looked behind him and nodded hesitantly. Now is really not the time to ask about those things. The priority is to quickly solve these dementors. But can it be solved? Without waiting for Lupin to wonder, I saw a huge barrel facing me. The huge sense of crisis made him stiffen. Not to mention Ron and Harry beside him. Even so frightened that even the Patronus could not sustain it. And this also made the 2 people desperate in their hearts. You must know that behind them are dementors? Without the guardian spirit, I can't deal with those dementors at all. The disappearance of the Patronus would have been a good thing for the dementors. It's just that at this moment, they did not feel happy in their hearts, but a burst of fear emerged. Although they are dark creatures, they still have that mind. The huge sense of crisis made them unable to care about the 3 humans in front of them at all. I just want to escape this dangerous place without looking back. It's a pity that when Braun appeared here, the end was already predetermined. Rumble, accompanied by a dazzling white light. A beam of light flew from the barrel. All the dementors who were swept away did not even have time to wail, and they burned in the white light and turned into black ash. When the white light swept by, only a layer of black ash remained in place. Whew. Standing in place, Lupin couldn't help but weaken his legs when he looked at the tragic situation of the dementors behind him, but fortunately he reacted in time so that he didn't make an ugly appearance. However, when he looked at the strange castle in front of him, he was more and more frightened. That force is simply too powerful. He couldn't even believe what the consequences would be if that beam hit him. Maybe it'll end up the same as those dementors. Lupin thought to himself. Okay, the crisis is over, you guys come up quickly, Braun said with a smile. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Well, the 3 people naturally supported each other without saying a word and boarded the castle. After entering, I was also struck by the inner decoration. It's so luxurious. If you didn't know that this is a moving castle, they also thought they had come to the palace of some nobleman. Ron, Harry, here you are, Merlin bless. Fortunately, you guys are okay. As soon as the 2 entered the castle, they were surrounded by little lions. He talked about what had just happened at Hogsmeade. The words are filled with adoration of Braun. It also let Ron and Harry know why they came to the castle. You say this is Braun's alchemy castle. Harry's expression revealed disbelief. Although he had seen the photo in the Daily Prophet, read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. But compared to the real thing, the gap is still too big. Of course. Harry, you didn't see it then. Braun makes their house elves fire cannonballs, so handsome, and the power is also very powerful, directly blast out a big pit. That digs must not even have scum left. Once again, everyone began to discuss it. Only Harry and Ron continued to stand in place and doubt life. So, the school is also occupied by dementors. Braun couldn't help but ask. Lupin, on the other hand, let out a long sigh. The faces of the professors around were not very good looking. Who would have thought that Diggs, a harmless guy from humans and animals, was hiding so deeply? It's not just about catching them all. It has long been planted nails in schools. Taking advantage of their departure with the principal, they directly put a large number of dementors into the school. Fortunately, Braun was more astute and brought the alchemy castle over. No, it turned out to be unimaginable. Professor, shall we go back to school directly? Looking at the campus in front of him, Braun asked Professor McGonagall. I've already contacted the principal. He should be there soon. Let's wait in the castle. Although she would love to get these filthy things out of Hogwarts as soon as possible. But now it's more important to keep students safe. When the headmaster returns, even if there are more dementors, it is not worth mentioning. Do you want to clean up the castle's holy light bombs? Braun suggested. It will only be effective against dark creatures, and will not accidentally injure buildings and the like. Professor McGonagall looked a little moved. After all, it is also good to be able to get rid of these dementors as soon as possible. Are you really sure, Braun? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. Don't worry, Professor, absolutely no problem. Seeing that Professor McGonagall agreed, Braun's face showed a bright smile. Even ordered Almac to continue using the holy light bullet just now to clean up the Dementors in the castle. Get orders. The castle lit up again, Shano good, and lit up. Stout barrels stick out from the castle. Aim in the direction of Hogwarts, before the Dementors could react. One white light after another began to sweep across the campus. Like a hot knife cutting into butter, one after another Dementors wailed and died. The remaining Dementors who were still alive saw the miserable situation of their companions, and without thinking, they rushed in the direction of the teleportation array. Unfortunately, most of them were shrouded in light before they arrived, turning into clouds of black and grey. Hogwarts was attacked. Dumbledore, who was watching the white light raging from afar, looked furious. After receiving the news from Professor McGonagall, the vice president, he rushed here as quickly as possible, in order to ensure the safety equipment of the students. But now it seems that he is still a step away. Thinking of this, he felt even more angry in his heart. Vulcan opened the way, accompanied by the waving of Dumbledore's wand. The magic in the air seemed to riot. Half the skies dyed red. Like a shooting star, it flew straight towards the alchemy castle. Finally finished cleaning up. Looking through the telescope, the Dementors in the castle were cleaned up. Only a cloud of black powder remained in place. Just as he was about to go back and share the good news, a sense of crisis came to mind. I saw a huge fireball in the sky in the distance, flying towards himself or his alchemy castle. The vast momentum made his soul tremble a little. Activate the shield with all your might. Braun shouted. There is no longer the usual polite look. Countless barrels contracted instantly. The surface of the castle is lit with a faint light. Then a bronzed shield wrapped the entire castle. Braun thought about defense at the beginning of the construction of the castle. Or attack is not the most powerful place in Alchemy Castle 343. As a wizard who cherishes life, his first priority is to ensure his safety. With the appearance of bronzed shields, layer after layer of protective shields lit up on the surface of the castle. It wraps the entire castle like a Matryoshka doll. And at this time, the huge flame finally arrived. Bang! The crystallized flames that scorched the earth were helpless in front of this castle wrapped in a thicker than a turtle's shell. After breaking the outermost layers of shields, in the end, he couldn't help but stop. Stalemate with the shield. And at this time, Braun finally saw this flame clearly. Headmaster Dumbledore. He couldn't help but exclaim. Look at the other party's vows to give up. Thinking about his own behavior in the castle just now, he instantly understood the reason why the other party did this. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a wry smile. I was misunderstood by the other party, but the most important thing now is to stop this old bee. Dumbledore, who had planned to continue to increase his magic, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard the somewhat familiar voice in the castle. Even magic is much weaker. Headmaster, I'm Braun. This is my alchemy castle, Braun. Listening to this familiar business, Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, I saw a teenager standing on the lookout of the castle. And not only him, but also McGonagall, the school's vice principal, and several other professors. At this moment, even Dumbledore knew that he was making trouble. The old face couldn't help but blush, becoming a little embarrassed. The magic was also dispersed. Seeing this crazy old man finally calmed down, Braun was also relieved and quickly closed the protective cover. Although he was confident that Dunhee would not break the castle's defenses so easily. But I'm not ready to try it myself. After all, these defensive magic were carefully carved by him one by one. Breaking the shield will also cause damage to the magic array. He didn't want to destroy all these magic arrays in order to test the castle's defenses. With the disappearance of the shield, Braun and the others also appeared in front of Dumbledore more clearly. This also made Dumbledore, who was still a little wary in his heart, completely let down his guard. Controlled himself and flew over. I'll just say that Nico, that guy is right. You are very talented in alchemy, AJBF. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. The magic array can resist my magic? Dumbledore said with a slight exaggeration. Braun, on the other hand, quietly watched Dumbledore's performance. He's not stupid. Isn't this praise to save the face of his principal? You can't admit that you made a fuss. See, Braun doesn't eat this set. Dumbledore coughed twice in embarrassment. So what's going on? Why did even the alchemy castle come out? Professor McGonagall heard Dumbledore ask. He also hurriedly stepped forward to tell the cause and consequence. And Dumbledore's expression became more and more serious. I really didn't think that so many things would happen. Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But soon the attention was on the alchemy castle in front of him. An alchemy castle capable of crushing the summoned evil gods. Such a powerful castle is enough to become a weapon of war, if it can be equipped on a large scale. Dumbledore's mind could already imagine that shocking picture. What's that shell? Dumbledore looked at Braun with fiery eyes. I call him the Destroyer. Braun introduced for a moment. I combine the two alchemical circuits of decomposition and annihilation in alchemy. At the same time, there is Muggle shell dynamics plus demon refining gold. Braun spoke excitedly. But listen, Dumbledore called a halt. His specialty is not alchemy, and after he can understand it at first, it becomes a little cloudy. Just tell me how long it will take for this shell to cost. Well, 100,000 galleons, plus if I carve the magic array myself, it's almost a month. Hiss. The professors around couldn't help it. 100,000 galleons. That's no small amount. There may be wizards who have never seen so much money in their lives, but after thinking about the effect of this shell, the professors stopped talking. Although the cost is large, the effect is just as good. Dumbledore was not as shocked as the professors around him. 100,000 galleons is somewhat expensive, but it is still acceptable. The only thing that made him frown was time. It takes a month for one shell. It seems that if you want to equip on a large scale, you have a long way to go, but there is no shortage of hope. The most important thing at present is this castle. But now is not the time to care about the castle. The most important thing to do now should be to clean up the aftermath. Early in the morning, the little wizards all came out of the alchemy castle. The things that had been energized yesterday made them a little exhausted. Whether it was that fight with Diggs or cleaning up the Dementors, it kept their spirits tense. In the castle, I just barely closed my eyes and rested for a while. So much so that now all of them are sleepy-eyed. But when I saw the school in front of me, they were all relieved again. They all returned to the lounge under the leadership of the prefect. It should be the reason why Braun cleaned up in time yesterday. The professors at the school were not only a little frightened. It didn't hurt much. After helping clean up the campus, Braun had planned to leave with the other little wizards. But he was stopped by Dumbledore. Are you looking for me for something, Professor? Braun sipped his coffee and said with a sigh. Braun, who had gone through 2 battles and helped clean up the campus compared to the other little wizards, was noticeably more tired. I wanted to ask you about this castle. Dumbledore said straight to the point. About the castle. Braun frowned. Do you have any plans to sell the alchemy drawings of the castle? As if afraid of Braun's refusal, Dumbledore added. If you want, I will also pay a price that you are satisfied with. I don't lack Professor Garin. He didn't want to sell the drawings of the alchemy castle just like that. Although even if they give drawings to other alchemists, they can't create an alchemy castle as powerful as themselves. Although I don't object to other people's manufacturing, I don't want it to spread so wantonly. His original plan was to wait until he actually figured it out. Build your own factory specializing in the production of alchemy castles for sale. This ensures that the technology is completely in your own hands. At the same time, it can also ensure its own technical advantages. This is also the path chosen by most wizarding families in the wizarding world. What business is the most profitable? Monopolize? So Dumbledore's proposal was not quite in his interest. Seeing that Dumbledore did not seem to be dead, Braun did not continue to push back, so as to avoid the other party continuing to have some unrealistic illusions. Professor, do you think that with such an alchemy formula, I will set up my own factory to sell the finished product? Or a hammer to sell alchemy drawings, that? I acknowledge the righteousness of those wizarding worlds, and for this I am willing to donate money and supplies, and even give a batch of alchemy castles for free if needed. But the wizarding world also has to respect my knowledge? This is the power that the Wizarding Federation has made clear. The intellectual property of the wizard is sacred and inviolable. Braun said seriously. Dumbledore, who was originally ready to emphasize how important the alchemy castle was, could not help but be speechless. Is Braun wrong? That's right. Even if he were to change it, he would do it. I was impulsive. Dumbledore sighed. I am indeed a little anxious. Perhaps it was the previous successful cooperation that gave him an illusion. He thought Braun would not refuse his request. But now it seems that things have changed. In the past, the child who needed school shelter to ensure that his interests were not harmed by the Ministry of Magic. Now there is a power that the Ministry of Magic cannot ignore. The request made by myself is indeed excessive. Watching Dumbledore leave disappointed, Braun was expressionless. Although he used the shelter of the school. But again, the benefits are not given to the school. The two sides are inherently equal in partnership. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Even the Ministry of Magic took the initiative to give away a lot of benefits. At that time, he couldn't help. Who made him weak? But now it's different. He has the power to protect himself. Even the Ministry of Magic would not ignore his voice. Naturally, he will not continue to make compromises. What is learning magic for? He agreed with protecting the wizarding world. But this cannot be done by selling out his interests. He can take the initiative to give, but you can't ask for it when he doesn't give it. These are two different things. Maybe after today has passed, Dumbledore was able to truly formalize himself, rather than treating him as a student who could handle it. Big news? Big news? Warren Diggs, a famous French singer and recipient of the Order of the Plantagenet 3rd degree, is actually the leader of the Dark Wizards. At the train station, a newsboy shouted with a newspaper. There are many newsboys like this. Most of them are some squibs or magic weaks. Not every wizard has the ability to send children to Muggle society homes. Some of them were sent to orphanages or abandoned to live alone. And newsboys are their main occupation. Sometimes, the wizarding world isn't always so rosy. The newsboys' shouting attracted the attention of many wizards. They all pulled out Nat and prepared to buy one. Sir, the latest Daily Prophet, do you need it? The boy's gaze towards Braun revealed envy. However, Kazu quickly hid and asked respectfully. Of course. Braun handed over a Seiko. Without waiting for the other party to find money, he waved his hand. The rest is for you as a tip. Regardless of the other party's gratitude, he left with the suitcase. The day after the concert that day, The little wizards were all picked up by their parents after some rest. The school did not block it, but contacted the Hogwarts Express to send the students home as soon as possible. After all, no one can guarantee whether there is anything left by Diggs in the school. It's quite a great description of me. Looking at the praise of himself in the newspaper, Braun couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The efficiency of the Daily Prophet is naturally not slow. Or maybe the movement that day was too big. The huge explosion and magic fluctuations naturally could not escape the eyes of the Ministry of Magic. A large number of aurors quickly assembled after Braun and they left. Naturally, things emerged. However, the Ministry of Magic did not use anything other than condemning France. However, Braun felt that this should be fudged, did not want to make a big deal. After all, the election is imminent, and appeasing the people at home is the most important thing. It should be right here. Looking at the New World laundry room in front of him, Braun checked the address again and confirmed that there was no problem, and then walked over. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Lovegood appeared outside the laundry room with a bright smile. Braun was not surprised. I have invested in the stake, singing for so long, and I have never seen it in person. The reason why I came here today is also an invitation from Lovegood. I said I wanted to do an interview with myself. Braun himself also had the intention of going to inspect it, so the two sides also hit it off. No Muggle protection charms are cast here. Braun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Entering the laundry room, Braun did not feel any magic breath. It is even said that this is an ordinary laundry room 193. Dozens of washing machines are placed against the wall, and there are special coin slots on the side. There is also a smell of laundry detergent in the air. Newspapers don't use that big space, and we usually need to buy some Muggle items, which can also save money. Mr. Lovegood looked a little nervous. Whoever makes his boss a pureblood, he doesn't know if his behavior will make the other party feel disrespectful. After all, pureblood's contempt for Muggles is deep in their minds. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Lovegood. I don't have much prejudice against Muggles. Kindness. Or that I don't discriminate against them, Braun said with a smile. Lovegood also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Over here, Braun. Lovegood pushed open the door to a conference room. Inside, large and small workstations fill the room. Although it is only morning, there are already quite a few employees at the workstation. Editor-in-chief. Several employees saw Lovegood come in and quickly got up to say hello. There was just some curiosity in his gaze towards Braun. This is Mr. Braun Roll, the majority shareholder of our newspaper. Alchemy genius in the wizarding world and recipient of the Order of Merlin. I think you've heard his name. After such a reminder from Lovegood, everyone suddenly understood the identity of the young man in front of them. There was also more and more respect in his eyes. As a member of the wizarding world, Brunroll's name was naturally heard. This is a genius that has gained fame in recent years. Although he was only in his 3rd grade, he had already accomplished some things that wizards could not accomplish in a lifetime. And the battle at Hogsmeade a few days ago is also said to have been caused by the other party's control of the alchemy machinery. They had all seen that horrible pit. Mr. Roar. Meeting everyone's respectful gaze, Braun nodded slightly. Let's do an exclusive interview first, and then talk about the development of the newspaper during this time. Several members of the newspaper could not agree. Quickly set up the camera, took out a pen and paper to prepare for recording. Braun, on the other hand, sat unceremoniously in the position of editor-in-chief and answered questions from his resignation. Really? The boss brought another strange guy. Catherine muttered to herself as she looked at the back of Lovegood and Braun leaving. But soon, attention was on the TV overhead. Start happily chasing dramas and touching fish. She is a clerk in the New World Laundry. Well, the only clerk. The daily thing to do is mop the floor in the morning, help customers with laundry detergent and clean after work. The work is very easy. After all, every washing machine has a coin slot, so she doesn't need to manage the money. And the boss is also very accommodating, or rather not at all. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He spent all day in the office dressed in fancy clothes with his group of fox friends, and he was known as founding a magazine. But she also sneaked up on it once, and the so-called magazine content was something that an 8-year-old didn't believe. What lake is there a monster? Where are there magical creatures? And what crisis has the wizarding world encountered? This kind of cliché stuff science fiction magazines don't write about anymore. Now the world is popular with superpowers. Who still plays magic? Catherine felt that the boss's magazine was completely self-hilarious, or she would not have seen him sell for so long. If it weren't for the worry that one day this boss would have a brain pump, sold the laundry room and changed it into a magazine agency, making her lose her job. She won't care so much about who the boss brings there every day. Isn't it fragrant to touch the fish with peace of mind? Just when she was chasing the drama while applying nail polish over and over again, the doorbell rang. Welcome, this is the New World Laundry, and we provide dry cleaning here. As she spoke, Catherine's smile gradually became frightened. I saw 2 black men with pistols walk in. From time to time, he looked around nervously, and at the same time did not forget to force Catherine to hand over all the money. Sorry sir, there is no money at the counter, here is the self-service laundry, the money is in the washing machine. Catherine said with a sad face. Such robberies are not uncommon in England. It's just that Catherine didn't think that she was so unlucky that she could meet in the laundry room. Are these robbers poor and crazy? Big brother, it seems that there is really no money here. Xiaohei on the left looked at the cash register and found that it was empty, and said helplessly to Dehei next to him, "Stupid, won't you let her give us the keys?" Dehei was a slap in the face. "Oh," Xiaohei nodded quickly. He looked at Catherine again. "Hurry up and give us the keys. The keys are in the owner's? I'm just a waiter. Where is the boss? Boss 2.2 in that room. Look at the guns that fill the entire table in front of you." Braun couldn't help but get excited. He had plans to study firearms before. It's like your own Kungunir, adding an alchemy matrix is enough to transform it into a more powerful weapon. It's a pity that I haven't been able to buy it for many reasons. At this moment, seeing so many weapons, I was still very excited in my heart for a while. Most of these are automatic weapons, which are legally bought in weapons stores. Lovegood explained from the sidelines. "I think our newspaper should have an issue dedicated to Muggle weapons. In this way, wizarding doors in the wizarding world can know more about Muggles." Braun said seriously. Today's wizarding world is not only capable of understanding the Muggle world by Muggle-born wizards. Those little wizards who were born from the wizarding world had no idea how far the Muggle world had developed now, and such a resting end can only usher in destruction. Of course. Lovegood readily agreed. The two were about to chat about the details. The door was slammed open. "Robbery? Hand over the keys and money?" The two blacks raised their small pistols and shouted arrogantly. It's just that the scene after entering the door surprised the two of them. No fear, no crying. "Some are just a table full of automatic weapons and grenades," even said. "And RPG bazooka? Is it really the laundry room that you robbed yourself, not the gangster lair?" Glancing at the weapons these men were holding. "Look at the small pistol in your hand." The 209 robbers, who were originally cruel, instantly showed the brightest smile in their lives. They bared their big white teeth, as if afraid that others would not know how friendly they were. "What we mean is that if there are robbers who do this, they must not dare to rob your eldest brother," the two little black sycophants said flatteringly. "At the same time, do not forget to put your small pistol on the ground respectfully. Turn around and want to leave. Slow down," Braun said lazily, accompanied by the sound of being loaded. The two turned around and almost cried in fear. "But do not dare to disobey." I could only honestly turn around and barely show a smile. Several, how many big brothers, what else is going on? Watching the grenades that kept being thrown up and down in Braun's hands, I was terrified. It seems that he is afraid that the other party will throw the thing over in the next second. "Don't worry, I won't throw it." Before the two blacks could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard Braun's cruel voice. "This thing is still very quiet and easy to blow up the door, or automatic rifles are good to use, that is, it leaves some holes in your body." Two blacks. They don't even want to have holes? Faint. He waved his wand and did not wait for the two men to beg for mercy, but was knocked unconscious by Braun. He was then put into a pocket where Braun had applied a traceless telescopic spell. "Find two people to sell, the auction recently is quite out of stock." Braun casually handed his pocket to Lovegood. The other party was stunned and didn't say anything more. As an editor-in-chief who deals with the news all day, he naturally knows the secrets that many ordinary wizards in the wizarding world do not understand. It's like this slave trade. In fact, there are a lot of people doing it. He didn't feel too cruel about Braun's actions. After all, it was these two muggles who wanted to rob them. Then being captured and sold as a slave cannot complain about anyone else. "I'll go enlighten the muggle clerk." Lovegood spoke up. Braun didn't care, nodded and let the other party leave. "The boss won't be fine, he hasn't come out for so long, maybe he has been killed. I shouldn't have been raped first and then killed." At the counter, Catherine was tied up against the wall. The eyes revealed despair. Suddenly, the sound of the office door opening made her shiver. She was already able to think about her next tragic fate. "I'm still a student. Can it be lighter? Also, take security measures?" Catherine shouted in horror. "When I opened my eyes, I realized that the people who came were not the two little blacks. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. On the contrary, it is his own boss. Mr. Lovegood, those two robbers. It's all right, I had a cordial exchange with them." After that they left through the back door. Lovegood said with a bright smile. Although Catherine didn't know what happened, she also felt in her heart that it would not be as simple as her boss said. But she didn't plan to get to the bottom of it. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. "Well, today you are also scared lightly, hurry home to rest, and go to work normally tomorrow. Help untie the rope," Lovegood said with a smile. And Catherine did not refute and left in fear. Today's events really scared her a lot. Naturally, she no longer thinks about going to work today, and she just wants to rest well. Things settled. Solved. That girl is very smart and didn't ask more. Lovegood replied with a smile. Braun didn't care either. "By the way, Braun, do you have any plans for the summer vacation?" "Intend?" Braun was stunned for a moment. Although he had been on vacation for several days, he had not yet thought about what he was going to do. Germany's Iron Cross has not yet been issued. Originally, his plan was to stay at home and continue alchemy. Now look at Lovegood's meaning. It seems that he wants to invite himself somewhere. Seeing the doubt in Braun's eyes 170, Lovegood did not hide it. "That's right, our newspaper office plans to go to the Black Continent this summer. Look for vine elephants in the tropical jade forest there. By the way, I also took Luna on a tour, so wanted to ask if you have time." Black Continent, vine elephant. He had never heard of such a creature as Tangxiang. This is a magical creature that a book friend from the Black Continent wrote to tell us. It is a semi-plant living body. This creature is said to be immune to disease, and many readers are interested in this creature. That's why we plan to go to the rainforest of the Black Continent. Lovegood explained. Braun nodded abruptly, looking a little hesitant. Okay, about what time to go? There is still some time to go to the award ceremony. His heart was also curious about the vine elephant in Lovegood's mouth. Just take advantage of this time to pass and take a look. Even if you can't find it, it's nothing to think of, and there's nothing to lose anyway. Seeing Braun agree, Lovegood also showed a bright smile. It's tomorrow? I guarantee that you will never regret your choice. Braun packed his bags early in the morning. Of course, if you want to say that it is luggage, there are not many things. Except for a few essential items, there is nothing. For this trip to the Black Continent, Braun still has some expectations in his heart. After saying goodbye to the servants at home, he left home via Flo, Sing the Contrarian newspaper. Accompanied by a green flame, Braun's figure disappeared. Amelia. A luxurious room. Several old men looked slightly serious. Diggs is dead. The mission of the Deathly Hallows failed. One of the old women sighed. We can't wait like this any longer. How can my lord be revived if we continue like this? One of the old men said angrily. We should go to war. Those muggles have long been infiltrated by us. Wizards can't resist us, but that would be exposed. Listen to the quarrel of the crowd. The high priest, who sat at the top, was silent. No one knew what was going on in his mind. All right, all quiet. It wasn't too loud, but it made everyone who was arguing stop. Another lord is resuscitated. This time we have to successfully summon it. The mission is given to the Nightmare Scythe. This time, no more failures allowed. The grumpy old man sitting on the left was agitated. Gloomy, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at the old man's gaze. Next, you have to speed things up. All the sects in the order must act as soon as possible. The Nordic side is the area in charge of the Tooth of Gluttony. Infiltrate Durmstrang as soon as possible. Also, let Voldemort act as soon as possible. Cause as much chaos as possible in the wizarding world. Let the Muggle world know as much as possible about these things. Yes, everyone respectfully agreed. No one had any objection to the old man, as if everything seemed so taken for granted. A new era. It's coming soon. The old man murmured, while the eyes of the others revealed longing. We're going by boat. Looking at the cruise ship at the dock, Braun frowned. Taking a boat ride from here to the Black Continent is not a good experience. Especially since this is a Muggle ship. There will be a lot of inconvenience in it. Well, this ticket was given by that reader. And then I have to write some travelogues on the way. Lovegood said awkwardly. Seeing this, Braun was not good to say anything more. After all, Luna on the side did not make a sound. Naturally, he was not good to say anything. Then let's go. Carrying his luggage, he followed Lovegood towards the cruise ship. When the check-in was over, everyone came to their cabin. This reader seems to be relatively rich. The ticket bought for them is also a suite, so they don't have to huddle underneath like everyone else. Endure musty smell and dampness. This was Braun's first time on a boat, and he was a little excited. How about Luna go to the deck? Braun suggested. Although the view from the suite is also relatively good, but he still wanted to go around the deck. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Okay, it seems like I haven't been out for a long time. It could be seen that Luna also seemed very excited. Two people came to the deck. Many tourists stand here to watch the scenery. The salty and wet smell of the sea is accompanied by the sea breeze blowing to everyone's nose. The sun is shining and the seagulls are flying with the sails. The two people walked around curiously, but no one took these two children to heart. How about going fishing? Braun suggested. In the corner of the cruise ship, several passengers are holding fishing rods and chatting while fishing. It looks very leisurely. Luna thought about it and thought it was good. Sir, can I borrow your fishing rod? My friend and I wanted to give it a try. Braun asked aloud. Fishing? Will you too, Bub? The man turned his head in surprise, but still handed over the fishing rod in his hand. Of course, I'm still very experienced. Braun said seriously. He signed a lot of skills. Fishing is naturally among them. It's just that the man didn't take it seriously, and praised it as if amused. Then he started chatting with his friends. Stephen, this journey is a mistake. You can't find the so-called shore. The one who spoke was a big black man who looked a little impatient and complained to the man who had just handed Braun the fishing rod. I'm sure, Cooper. Trust me, this will be an important part of my career. As long as this documentary can be made successfully, I was able to truly become a tenured professor at Taurus University. Help my brother. Only of my friends has experience in war photography. The man said pleadingly. Big Black Cooper sighed. Well, only once. If we don't find it, leave quickly. Stephen was relieved. There was gratitude in his eyes. It's just that Cooper doesn't have the heart to care about this. When Stephen found him, he had a faint sense of foreboding in his heart. If it wasn't for the other party's strong request, he would definitely not come over to help. He trusted his keen instincts more than the comfort of the other party. If it weren't for this outrageous intuition, he, Li Lihao, would not have been able to serve as a war correspondent for more than 10 years. You must know that most of the people who were his contemporaries had already returned to the Lord's arms, and even the few who survived had changed careers. Only he persisted for more than 10 years, just as he was immersed in his sixth sense. An exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Merlin? 3 fish? Braun, how did you do it? Luna shouted excitedly. I saw 3 fish hanging from Braun's hook. And it's also more hooked than the usual kind of wastewater. It's a fish biting the hook. The remaining 2 fish bite the tail of the hooked fish. This peculiar scene made Cooper and Stephen, who were still watching the excitement, also startled. Can this fish still be fished like this? 3 salmon. You're out of luck. I looked at the bucket that I had fished for half an hour without a fart. Look at the 3 salmon bouncing alive in Braun's bucket. There was some complexity in Stephen's eyes. I'm just good at technology, Braun said immodestly. After all, he relied on the talent of the beast whisperer and the talent of the fishing master to succeed. Pure technology. Look at this nonsense child in front of him. Stephen couldn't help but feel a little funny. I don't know if his companion promised to make him feel a lot better. At this moment, I also had the intention to chat with Braun. Child, you also went to the Black Continent? There's nothing fun there. We were traveling over there. My friend's father, an editor-in-chief, was going to the rainforest in search of a mysterious creature. Braun said casually. There is nothing to hide at this point. It's just that this editor-in-chief is the editor-in-chief of the Wizarding magazine. Editor-in-chief. Stephen was slightly surprised. As the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, he still has a status in society. You guys. Braun flicked the rod and hooked another fish. It's just that this time it's not as shocking as just now. Just a separate one. 287, only this time it's cod. Our purpose is similar to yours. Stephen laughed. We were going to make a documentary about the Shur in the primitive tribes. Have you heard of it? Braun shook his head. How did he know what the hell was the Shur? There are quite a few natives of the Black Continent. The Shur are a race that uses man-eating snakes as their totem. It is also one of the oldest races in the entire Black Continent. For the next half or so hour, Braun spent almost all of the time listening to the other party's story. If Luna hadn't been interested in the story that Muggle told, he had long since left without looking back. Another one. Look at your own already full keg. Braun casually threw the salmon into Stephen's bucket. The splash of salmon sobered up Stephen, who was still immersed in storytelling. Sorry, Mr. Stephen, we have to go first. It's time for lunch, Braun said apologetically. Glancing at his watch, Stephen also looked a little embarrassed. I also lost track of time. By the way, let me help you mention these fish. They will help with the processing. What is your room number? Instead of speaking, Luna looked at Braun. Although the story of the other party is very good, but she still has the vigilance that should be. Room 404. After hesitating, Braun replied. Originally, he wanted to mention it himself, but after thinking about it, I gave up. After all, there are a lot of fish in this bucket, and although I can mention it, it seems a little unreasonable in the eyes of these people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better not to do anything that is not reasonable. Okay then, see you later. Looking at the back of the 2 people leaving, Stephen's smile narrowed. It's the first time I've learned that you like children so much. The big black man who had not made a sound just now couldn't help but complain. The father of the 2 children was the editor-in-chief of a newspaper. When the time comes, the release of the documentary is indispensable for publicity. It doesn't hurt to have a good relationship. Oh, how are you so sure that the other party is not the poor editor-in-chief of a tabloid? The black man said playfully. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. And Stephen glanced at the other party angrily. What poor editor-in-chief of a small newspaper do you think would live in a luxurious suite? We still live in an ordinary middle class? The big black smile froze. Lang snorted and left angrily. What's wrong with Cooper? What do I think of him being angry? A beautiful blonde woman came over, without shying away from sitting on Stephen's lap. Crushed by my intelligence. Sniffing the aroma in his blonde hair, Stephen said softly, Don't be here, there are too many people. The woman slapped Stephen's strange big hand away. The other party didn't care either. You caught these fish. Looking at the bucket full of fish, the woman couldn't help but ask. Not me, the son of an editor-in-chief. After we make the documentary this time, we may have to rely on that person. Stephen said casually. Honey, do we have to make that documentary? The woman said with some embarrassment. That was my dream, darling. With it, I can become a tenured professor at Taurus University. Stephen's eyes were filled with fanaticism. But, trust me, Lowry, whether this time is successful or not, we will get married when we come back. Help me. Well, the woman sighed. Looking at the man he loved, he still didn't say anything to say no in the end. It's just that my heart still casts a shadow over this tour. You're back. I just wanted to ask you to go to dinner. Inside the room, Lovegood, who had taken a lot of photos, got up and said, Dad, Braun took me to the deck just now to fish a lot. Full of a bucket. Luna said excitedly. Is it? It seems that Luna is having a lot of fun. Lovegood touched Luna's blonde hair and said with a smile. Not much surprise that Braun could fish. Geniuses will always be beyond ordinary people. There is nothing surprising about this. We also met a Muggle. He also told me a lot of stories. Muggles. It's a Muggle professor. It is said to go to the rainforest in search of that primitive tribe. Braun explained lightly. Nodded. Lovegood did not take it to heart either. After all, this matter is nothing. As long as your daughter is not deceived. However, with Braun around, this should not happen. Even if you are deceived. Look at the girl who is holding Braun's arm and chattering. Lovegood snorted coldly. That was also deceived by this kid in front of him. The contrarian laundry room still made a lot of money. In addition, before coming, Lawgood also went to Tumble Alley to exchange a lot of pounds. So a few people didn't worry much about money. With money, life naturally cannot be lost. And luxury restaurants have become the first choice for several people. Compared with the ordinary restaurant on the deck, the decoration of the luxurious restaurant is more luxurious. And the food is not self-service, but prepared by the cruise ship's dedicated chef. Simply from the service point of view is a higher level. Hello several, just now a gentleman delivered a bucket of salmon to the back kitchen. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to sell it to the back kitchen or, well, help us process a salmon, and leave the rest to the back kitchen? Braun thought for a moment and said, they must not be able to eat so much fish. It's better to sell it to the back kitchen for some money that, although the money in exchange may not even be worth the value of the meal, it is not enough. Yes sir, the waiter replied respectfully. There is nothing to look down on or so, emotions. The place where the other party can eat in the luxurious restaurant is also a superior suite. Such a person is certainly not something that he can offend. Because it is at sea, the food is mainly fish. From cod to salmon, caviar is also indispensable. Although I didn't drink alcohol, I didn't drink juice. The trip was not short, at least 3 weeks. This is also because the cruise ship is a new ship, and there are special fairways. Otherwise, it will probably take longer. This time, Braun's daily life also seems relatively monotonous, except for doing some research in the room. It's about going to the deck to bask in the sun, then talk to that Steve that day. I also got to know the rest of their 7-man team. For example, Big Black Cooper, Steve's girlfriend, and documentary filmmaker Lowry. The remaining few, basically all lighting and videography, are members of Lowry's team. Braun is also limited to acquaintances, and the other party obviously doesn't want to talk to his little fart about anything. Braun, where are you going to go first? Stephen asked with a bright smile. The exchange during this period also made him more and more familiar with this family of 3, especially the other party's boldness that does not treat money as money. It even made him think that Lovegood was a big editor. Otherwise, it would not be possible to eat every meal in a luxurious restaurant. Now even the chef knows them pretty much. Although that Mr. Lovegood always looked crazy in a big robe, and from time to time he liked to talk about magical creatures and the like. But all this becomes a writer with money and preconceptions, always a bit of a quirk. On the contrary, it has become more and more enthusiastic about it. Maybe rest for a few days and then go find a guide to buy a boat. Braun said casually. Rainforests can be dangerous for these ordinary people, but for them, it seems ordinary. Maybe walking in the rainforest can even come across the gathering place of local wizards. These words livened Steve's heart. How about we work together? You know, our team is also very professional. Since you came to the rainforest to find that magical creature, maybe those magical creatures are with the sure people we are looking for? Even if they are not together, they may be able to get some information from those indigenous people. Not waiting for Braun to answer, Mr. Lovegood didn't know where it came from. Steve, your suggestion is very good. Let's go together then. I also want to see the original Muggles. What life primitive man is? I think my readers must be interested. Looking at the excited Lovegood, Braun patted his head. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? Yes, now it seems that it must go. The cruise ship gradually docked. The sound of the whistle also heralded the official end of Braun's month's journey. Be careful. Holding up Luna, Braun, who had almost fallen, said softly. After drifting at sea for such a long time, there are indeed some discomforts when going ashore. Standing with Luna on the dock for a while, the 3 of them walked towards the city. Banana, a seaport city and the closest city to the rainforest of the Congo Basin. Along the way, dockers can be seen moving goods in full swing. The streets are crowded with people and shouting. The vendors selling various specialties gathered around for the first time after seeing the Braun 3 want to sell their specialties. Ivory carved sculptures, various wooden dolls, and some beads ground from animal bones. It's just that soon after seeing that the 3 of Braun had no interest, they all dispersed. Hello, I am a staff member of the Ministry of Magic of the Black Continent. On the corner of the street, a wide and fat black woman walked over. He shook Lovegood's hand. Braun feels perfectly normal about this. The arrival of foreign wizards must be declared in advance. One is to avoid any problems that arouse the vigilance of the other party, and get some help from the local Ministry of Magic. Hello, I'm Lovegood. The contrarian editor-in-chief came over this time for an article. We need to go to the rainforest in search of magical creatures. It was no secret, he had already mentioned it on the application form. Bessemer. The black woman nodded, her expression still calm. I'll take you to the hotel. Lovegood waved his hand. No, in order to ensure the authenticity of this article, we have to go with the Muggles. So stay in a Muggle hotel. With Muggles. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. She knew how much the English wizards looked down on Muggles. I didn't expect these people to be with Muggles. However, after a brief surprise, nothing was said. This is the freedom of the other side. She came here to confirm whether this wizard was a spy in England. Now looking at the other party, a man with 2 underage children has confirmed that the other party is not threatening. After all, even if you engage in espionage, there is no need to bring your children with you. Add to that Lovegood's bohemian look. If such a person can also become a spy, then the wizarding world in England can be regarded as no successor. Without saying anything more, Bessemer turned to leave. It quickly disappeared from the crowd. Daddy, why doesn't she have a wand? Luna looked at Bessemer who was leaving, and couldn't help but ask. The Black Continent is not suitable for wands, they all use gestures to cast spells. Compared to wizards in the continent, their spells are less affected, but their power is also weaker than ours. Lovegood explained a rare sentence. At this time, the 7 people of Steve also came over in small bags. Mr. Lovegood, you haven't looked for a hotel yet. Let's go together. Before I came, I found a hotel owned by our British. You can go there and take a break. Wait until tomorrow to find the boat and guide, Steve said enthusiastically. Then it's going to trouble you. Lovegood also nodded repeatedly. As a wizard, he naturally understood the other party's careful thinking. But he didn't refuse. As a Muggle-born wizard, there was not much discrimination against Muggles. 800, and he felt that if his trip was with Muggles, the articles written after that may be more likely to arouse the likes of readers who sing and contradict. As for the danger, even if his own strength is stretched, it is more than enough to deal with Muggles. No matter how bad it is, there is still Braun. He felt that there was no problem in protecting himself and his own daughter with the strength of the other party. A group of 10 men led Steve towards the hotel he had spoken of. It took almost half an hour to find the hotel called Old Jack. The hotel is small but the decoration is very cozy and there is no strange garbage. In addition, this hotel only accepts travelers from the European continent, so it is quite clean. After drifting in bed for so long, I slept in bed again. Braun seemed a little unaccustomed, but I don't know if it's too tiring these days. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wandless casting. Listening to the familiar voice, Braun was expressionless. It's been 3 years, I've long been used to it. Feel the power of the new extraction. Braun seemed to have a feeling in his heart. Even if he doesn't use a wand, he can still unleash magic. Yugatamai Mitaviosa. With a snap of his fingers, the glass of water on the table floated over. Watching the originally cold water in his hand gradually come out of steam, Braun drank it with confidence. The casting speed has increased, but the mana cost has also increased. On the contrary, the power has not decreased much. After getting acquainted with his new abilities, Braun stopped. Open your suitcase. Kalu, Jessica, come out. It's the master. There was an emotionless voice from the box. Then a strong Zulu man jumped out of the box. He is Kalu, an alchemy doll refined by Braun using human body alchemy. Because the other party itself is Zulu reasons, Braun felt that living in the Black Continent was still very advantageous. And the strength is also very good. It can be used as cannon fodder when necessary. Except for Karu. There is another black woman. He is also another successful Braun after experimentation. Compared to Kalu, this alchemy puppet Jessica, who has long been brainwashed by him through the kaleidoscope riding wheel-eye, is more intelligent. And the strength is not weak, with the venom ability derived from the basilisk, and Braun also used the corpse vein he drew to this woman. So don't look at Jessica looking skinny, but if you play against Kara, you can be evenly matched. Okay, let's go down and eat. If those muggles ask you anything, say you're my bodyguards. Yes. Downstairs, Steve's group was sitting in the hall eating breakfast. Yawning one by one, it looks like they didn't sleep well last night. I said, Steve, what are you doing so nice to those 3? Making documentaries also takes them with me. There are also 2 young children. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. At that time, we will have to rent at least a big boat. It was a little black who complained loudly. He was also part of the shooting team, responsible for lighting and also proficient in some computers. Jamie, Mr. Lockhart is the editor-in-chief. He has promised to help us promote our documentary. Don't you want to become famous with this film? Who knows if he's a liar? Jamie muttered. Although I say this in my mouth, I also understand it in my heart. Those who can afford luxury suites and have spare money to travel abroad with their children are certainly not poor. He only said this to complain. Except for Jamie, the other man and woman did not say anything strange. The 2 of them are kind of Laurie's students, and this time they came here because of the pie that Laurie painted. There is no right to speak in the crew zero. Braun got up so early. Hearing the sound of coming downstairs, Steve looked at the person and said with a smile. Braun nodded. I woke up a little early today. Saying that, he walked down with Kalu and Jessica. Looking at the 2 people behind Braun, all 7 looked a little curious. It's just not good to ask more. Only Laurie intentionally or unintentionally probed it. Who are these 2? My bodyguard. Braun smiled and sat down. Without a glance, he picked up the bread on the table and ate it slowly with the jam. Bodyguard. Laurie looked a little stunned. You know, they're only here for a while. The other party found 2 bodyguards? That's too fast. They came early. After all, the Black Continent is not safe. You have to find 2 reliable talents, and their skin color can better integrate into the local area. Braun said casually. This also made several people nod. The other party is right. If you don't trust it very much, you can't find it in one night. For a while, everyone didn't care. Only Cooper's face was still solemn. That innate 6th sense allowed him to clearly perceive the horror of the 2 people in front of him. Even when he was with the army in the wild, the tigers he met did not put as much pressure on him as these 2 people in front of him. Originally a little contemptuous of the three of Lovegood, he couldn't help but pay attention to it at this moment. Sorry to sleep more. Lovegood walked down with a 5.1 sleepy-eyed Luna. When he looked at the two blacks behind Braun, he was stunned for a moment, and soon his expression revealed a touch of joy. Braun's alchemy puppet? It's not too much of a secret. There are not many people in the wizarding world who can alchemize, but there are no fewer wizards who have a general understanding of alchemy. Plus Braun didn't mean to hide it before, so many knowledgeable wizards can also recognize this as an alchemy puppet. It's just that everyone tacitly didn't mention it. After all, this kind of thing is still slightly sensitive. Of course, Lovegood's joy is not because there is new news to write about. It is because of the great strength of the alchemy puppet. With the protection of this puppet, at least the security of the security is no longer necessary to worry about. Mr. Lovegood, sit down. This is the bread I specially asked the boss for and the local cassava, Steve said softly. It seems to be extraordinarily enthusiastic. Hey, that's really bothering you. Lovegood nodded, and did not politely pull the girl, sat down and ate. It looks extraordinarily casual, but the business is still not forgotten. When are you going to set sail? Are there any boats to find with the guide? Boats that want to go deep into the rainforest are naturally essential. If you walk into the rainforest, those poisonous insects are not a small problem. Of course, I already told the boss yesterday that he had a way to find a guide who would take us to find the Shur people. Seeing that the other party had already made arrangements, Lovegood nodded and did not say more. Eating breakfast, the group did not delay. After packing your bags, we set off towards the pier. Braun, who are they? By the dock, Luna asked in a low voice leaning next to Braun. His eyes looked at Kara and Jessica behind Braun without blinking. Just now she was very puzzled, but because there were those muggles in 09, she didn't ask out loud. At this moment, seeing that the muggles were negotiating prices with the owner of the fishing boat, he couldn't help but ask. Alchemy puppet, keep us safe. By the way, this one is also for you. Braun pulled out a delicate silver open-work bottle from his pocket and placed it in Luna's hand. This is an anthelmintic drug, specially made. There are too many mosquitoes in the rainforest. Watching Luna fiddle with the silver bottle in her hand with a curious look, Braun no longer said anything and stood quietly on the side waiting. The dangerous journey for Steve and the others was nothing more than a relaxing trip for him. With a different mentality, it is natural to appear less alarmed. Let's get on board. Steve waved at this side. The three of them naturally didn't say anything, and naturally followed them and boarded the fishing boat. The owner of the fishing boat is called Matai, a mulatto. I usually make a living by fishing, and from time to time I also take some activities that bring tourists for sightseeing. Believe me, you guys are definitely the right choice to come here to make a documentary. The scenery here is very good. I have brought a lot of people here. Mathai said in a chattering manner. But Braun could see that Steve's expressions were a little unnatural. It seems obvious that their purpose is not stated. Braun did not debunk this, but sat on the deck with Luna to watch the scenery on both sides. As for Lovegood, he was mingling with people from the facility group. It seems that he is very interested in the recording equipment and various camera machines. Braun only wanted him to do something magical. All right, everyone, let's head towards the Negro River, Captain Matai said excitedly. Control the fishing boat towards the rainforest. The expedition starts in the Congo Basin and goes deep into the rainforest. Enter the untouched rainforest and explore the legendary unknown race, the Shur. Braun stood in the corner of the deck watching the film crew's long guns and short cannons shoot the documentary. I can't help but feel very interesting. It was the first time he had seen what making a film was like. In a previous life, it was because there was no chance. After crossing over, there is no movie in the wizarding world. Braun, I think it's a lot of trouble for muggles to shoot these things. If you use the developing potion, will it be solved directly in the near future? Luna ate the fruit and made two comments from time to time. It's still different. After all, the developing potion has no sound. Braun replied with a smile. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Luna was about to ask something, but was interrupted by a roaring curse. The man who spoke out was Captain Matthew, who was arguing with Steve about something at the moment. You lied to me? When you first got on board, you didn't say you were going to find the Shur? Matai blushed angrily, and his eyes revealed panic, as if several people had violated some taboo. Relax, man. We just went looking for primitive tribes. Just for the sake of making a documentary, Steve said soothingly. But this did not make Matai relax, but made him even more angry. Do you know what the Shur are? They are a lost people. Worship the giant serpent. Anyone who intrudes into their territory is considered an intruder by them. They will control the serpent and give those people the cruelest punishment. Even from afar, Braun could feel the fear in the other party's heart. But those around them seemed unimpressed. That's just a legendary brother. Little Black Jamie said out loud. He looked a little unimpressed. It doesn't seem to take Mattle's words to heart. We must return immediately, Matai said resolutely. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Stephen's face was not very good. After all, he did not expect things to turn out like this. I thought that even if the other party knew afterwards, he would not say anything to appease him. But who would have thought that the other party would become so fierce after knowing his purpose? We can add money, Steve said, trying to save himself. This documentary is about whether he can become a tenured professor, for which he spent a lot of money and favors. Now that he was able to enter the rainforest right away, he was only one step away from success. How could he retreat that? It's not a matter of money. Having said that, it is obviously not as decisive as it was just now. His home is in difficulty, otherwise he would not have taken tourists around the river during the flooding season. However, he still understands the importance of money and life. Unless the other party can really give him a satisfactory price, he will definitely not be willing to continue driving. How about 10,000 pounds? Braun walked over with a smile. The Dementor revealed Steve's embarrassment. As participants, they certainly can't give nothing. It wasn't that Jamie's complained in the morning that he didn't hear either. 10,000 pounds is nothing to them. But it can make these people no longer feel that they are a burden, and he feels that the money is still necessary. More importantly, he also became interested in the so-called sure. I also want to know what makes this captain so scared. 10,000 pounds. Several people around couldn't help but exclaim. In this day and age, this amount of money is not a small amount. A mature skilled worker may be as little as 200 pounds a month. A doctor like Hermione's parents who runs a clinic on his own may have worked hard for no more than that much money for a year. You know, doctors who can open independent clinics are already considered the top in this industry. Most middle-class people probably won't earn that much in a year. Don't look at the director, it's a professor. But in fact, the salary is not very high. It's just that the social status is relatively high. And so much money was easily said by the young man in front of him, who was not yet an adult. And it doesn't seem to be a joke. Are you sure? Matt couldn't help but ask. 10,000 pounds? This amount of money in the Black Continent is enough for him to reinvent his small ship from the inside out. Or allow your bedridden mother to go to the highest hospital to recuperate. Is it just that this teenager in front of him can really pay so much money? Of course. Braun replied with a smile. Ignoring everyone's shock, he just turned his head slightly, and Karu behind him took out a thick wad of banknotes from his arms. Without the slightest hesitation, it was handed to Mattel. It seems that this is not money, but a wad of waste paper. Take us over, this 10,000 pounds is yours. After that, if we do find the shore, I will give you another 10,000 pounds. What do you think? Matt looked at the pound sterling in his hand and swallowed. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Instead, it became firm. 10,000 pounds was enough for him to work for. Not to mention that the other party also promised another 10,000 pounds afterwards. You know, he takes passengers around the river every day for only a few pounds. Among them, they are also responsible for the refueling of their own fishing boats, and the food of the people. 10,000 pounds was enough for him to save for several years. I took a deep breath and refused to say it, but I couldn't say it. I can take you, but you have to listen to me. Matt said in a stiff tone. Without any more care, everyone returned to his cab. Looks like the matter is settled. Braun smiled at the people who were still stunned. Seeing that the weather began to become gloomy, he did not continue to stay here longer, pulled Luna and went back to the room. This little guy is so rich. Jamie couldn't help but muttered to himself. And he just asked the doubts in everyone's hearts. A teenager's shot is tens of thousands of pounds. This doesn't look like an ordinary person. You know, even they can't get so much money at once. All right, let's go back, everyone. Now that the matter is settled, the recording continues. Steve had doubts in his heart, but it was very sensible and did not say much. Bodyguards can easily take out tens of thousands of pounds. Such people are not something they can offend. Recording with peace of mind is what they do. The climate in the rainforest is always changeable. Originally, it was still a clear sky, but in an instant, it turned into a heavy downpour. And as everyone went deeper and deeper into the rainforest, the fog became thicker. This also makes the fishing boats slower and slower. Help? Help me? Here. Braun looked out the window. Not far away, a fishing boat is stuck on the shore. An old white man dressed in red was waving and shouting again. It looks embarrassing. Just looking at the appearance of the old man, Braun's mouth hooked a smile. A demon week? Interesting, matey? Hurry up and get the boat closer there. Read violent novels, go on Filofiction Network. Steve quickly commanded the captain. Right away. Perhaps Braun's pound sterling played a role. Captain Mattai is still very conscientious. The fishing boat, which controlled him, leaned towards the other vessel. The old man in red is very strong. First, he threw his backpack over. Then, he jumped on the boat after him. What's wrong with your ship? Lori handed the other party a towel and couldn't help asking. Thrusters? The ship's thrusters are broken? Thank you, Lord. Thank you for letting me meet you guys. The old man in red said excitedly. There was excitement in his expression. Steve waved his hand. It's fine, but we probably won't have a chance to send you away. We're going upstream. It's nothing. It's already very happy that you can give me a ride. The old man smiled and took Steve's hand. But his eyes were looking around the ship. It seems to be observing something. When his gaze saw the boy standing in the cabin leaning against the door and looking at him, his original smile stiffened. I could only pull out a rather stiff smile. The gaze did not dare to continue to look more. I see a lot of harassment on that guy. They are afraid of him? That's not a good person. Luna, who was originally standing next to Braun, suddenly said. Harassing. Black brother Jamie couldn't help but speak out. What's that? A bug that ordinary people can't see can make people's heads mess up. Braun said to Jamie with a smile. But his eyes were full of surprise. Although he knew that Luna could see things that ordinary people could not see. but I didn't think that the other party could judge a person's emotions based on those things. This was really a bit of a surprise to him. Yes, Jamie muttered to himself. He always felt that the little girl who had always been with Braun looked a little strange. No, it's Braun who are a little strange. However, he agreed with Luna's words. This guy really doesn't look like a good guy. Okay, Jamie, let's go back first. Call us at dinner. Braun said very kindly. Well, I will. Xiaohei nodded repeatedly. Since Braun took out that 10,000 pounds at random, originally looking at him the most upset Jamie, changed his attitude. Began to enthusiastically follow Braun's set. Braun didn't say anything about that either. Very calm. The heavy rain stopped at 4 o'clock. Eating in the rainforest certainly can't be that punctual. Instead, it varies depending on the weather. The Braun 3 people were naturally also called out. Luna sat quietly on the stool, curiously watching Lori and her schoolgirl Carrie Woods wash dried fish and start serving instant noodles. Braun, on the other hand, took pictures with Lovegood on the shore with a camera. These are the material of the newspaper. And with them were Steve and others. They clearly have the same intention. It's just that the camera is the camera and not the camera. Look, the most primitive way to fish? The old man in red who was rescued shouted loudly. On the sharpened wooden pipe, a huge freshwater fish was inserted into it. Very good way to fish, we can take pictures next time, Steve said with a smile. The fish were taken onto the boat by the other party and carefully divided into small pieces. Then it was placed on everyone's table. Sashimi, this fish tastes great, the old man in red said with a smile. I took the lead in cutting a piece and putting it in my mouth. What's your name? And it looks like you know a lot about the rainforest. Steve couldn't help but probing. As a sociologist, 413 psychology is a required course for him. He could occasionally tell that this man didn't seem as simple as he appeared. My name is Paul, a Paraguayan. The old man in red shrugged. Roll the instant noodles on the plate with a fork and stuff them into your mouth. Paraguay. Yes, Paraguayan, I used to want to be a priest. It's just a pity that my ability is not enough. So you can only make a living everywhere. Not enough ability. Jamie couldn't help but scoff. Is there anything else that is not enough to dance with a straw hat? These words seemed to make the old man a little angry. Seriously and coldly said. Not everyone can see the real world, and it's not as simple as you think. After speaking, he didn't care about everyone's expressions and walked into the cabin. This old man is really a stubborn temper, Jamie muttered. And Lori glared at him dissatisfied. Respect other people's customs, Jamie. Looking at the back of the old man leaving, Braun didn't say anything. Continue to focus on the noodles on your plate. In this regard. What a fragrance? Night sleep. The smell of jazz and tobacco lingers throughout the fishing boat. Braun, on the other hand, worked with his specimen in the room. It has to be said that the animal resources in this rainforest are indeed very rich. In just one day, Braun collected more than a dozen insects that were not available on the European continent. It's a small gain for him to come here. Braun? Firefly? Luna lay bored on Braun's bed. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he pointed out the window excitedly. I saw that in the originally dark sky, countless fireflies flew in the air. The faint light flashed and flashed, like stars in the sky. Do you need me to catch a few for you? Looking at the longing look of Chow, Braun couldn't help but say. Luna thought about it and finally shook her head. No, I like fireflies. But I prefer that they be free. Okay. Knock knock. A not so hasty knock on the door made Braun stunned for a moment. But soon he motioned for Karu to open the door. But the person who appeared made him unpredictable. Hello, I'm Paul. Paul Salon. Appearing in front of Braun's door was the old man in red that he had met in the morning. It's just that at the moment, his face does not have the defiance of treating other people. Instead, with a humility that goes deep into the bones. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. You know me. Braun looked a little surprised. Of course. Ajeb saw that Braun did not immediately reject him. Paul hurriedly walked in. I've read the Daily Prophet and I've read newspapers in my country. Know that you are the most outstanding alchemical genius. The old man's expression was still respectful. Sit down. Braun snapped his fingers. The place where the backpack was originally placed was an extra table and a chair. Braun's transfiguration shocked Paul. If when you first entered the door, you only respected the other party because of their alchemy, then now, after seeing the other party's breathtaking wandless casting, the little bit of caution in his heart has disappeared without a trace. The boy in front of him was not just an alchemist, even without alchemy props, he could not resist by himself. Not to mention that there are still those 2 alchemy puppets watching. I thought you wouldn't find me. A demon weak, appeared in the rainforest. No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a victim. Braun picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip. Although the tone was flat, it was enough to make Paul break into a cold sweat. So his identity was seen? For a while, he also became more and more in awe of Braun. Tell me why. Braun asked straight to the point. The strength of the other party is too low. The demon is only slightly stronger than the squib. Wands and spells cannot be used. At most, there are 1 or 2 magic props for self-defense. Such a person does not need him to make a move, and the alchemy puppet is enough to teach him to be a man. Paul's gaze turned to Luna. It seems to signal the secrecy of this matter. But Braun was unmoved, pretending not to see it. In desperation, Paul was not good to say anything. You've heard of the blood orchid? Paul asked aloud. Blood orchid. It seemed to see Braun's doubts. Paul quickly explained. Deep in the rainforest, there is a unique plant called the blood orchid. Its juice can keep people young forever. At the same time, it can also allow ordinary people to get perfect evolution. Paul's expression revealed obsession. So your purpose is to purify the bloodline? Braun asked lightly. The purpose of the other party is obvious. For a devil, my biggest dream is to become a wizard. And now, that hope is at hand. Needless to say, Braun knew what was going on in the other person's mind. That's right. I was once fortunate enough to get a dried blood orchid from a local native. This turned me from a squib to a devil. I have a hunch that as long as I continue to possess the blood orchid, I will definitely be able to become a true wizard. So you were so kind enough to tell me the news? Why not come there yourself? Braun scoffed. He didn't think that the other party would be so kind to tell himself about this magical treasure. Needless to say, know that the other person is sure, there is a purpose. There is no strength. Paul sighed. The blood orchid is guarded by the Shiur clan, and they have the ability to manipulate giant pythons that are more than 10 meters long. That's not something I can deal with as an ordinary demon. Originally, I planned to rely on these muggles as bait to control the python through alchemy props and seek help from the local Ministry of Magic. But now that you are here, I want you to help me. Braun's fingers tapped on the table, expressionless. Paul, who was sitting across from him, was particularly nervous. The moment he recognized Braun, he knew that his attempt to rely on these muggles as bait had failed. He couldn't be sure of Braun's relationship to these people, so the best thing for him at the moment is to turn to Braun for help. He didn't believe Braun would be unmoved by that magical plant. Of course, there is also a high possibility that he was killed by the other party. Then Braun has the blood orchid alone. However, for him as a demon, there is nothing to lose. Becoming a wizard has almost become his obsession. Sometimes he wondered if he had never seen the real world. Maybe it's going to be fine now. It is because I have seen the light that I am so unable to endure darkness. I promise you. Braun's voice was not loud, but it sounded like heaven to Paul's ears at the moment. The heart that mentioned the eyes of the throat finally fell back. Sometimes don't always expose your whole cards so obviously. Not every wizard is as well behaved as I am. Braun said lightly. The palm gently lifted and placed the 3 alchemy props on the table. At the moment of seeing the prop, Paul was horrified. He touched his pocket in horror, but found that the alchemy props in his pocket had long disappeared. Braun put his own alchemy props in front of him. For a while, he became more fearful of the wizard's unpredictable methods. But it also strengthened his belief in becoming a wizard. Looking at the other party's shocked look, Braun was very satisfied. This guy is very dishonest. From the moment he entered the door, he had been observing the careful thoughts in this guy's heart with his dementor. And taking away the other party's alchemy props silently through the soul fruit is a small means of deterrence. Since he was able to take away his alchemy props without him noticing, he was naturally able to easily take off his head. I believe that this sophisticated Paul can understand Braun's mind. Don't think that with 1 or 2 alchemy items, or even a gun, you can solve the wizard. Well, it's not early. It's time for you to leave? Glancing at the disappearing figure outside the window, Braun frowned. Yes. Paul nodded respectfully. Then looking at the figure outside the window, he couldn't help but show a touch of cruelty. Need me to help solve them? No, the game. It's interesting if there are many people. Look at the smiling Braun. Paul only felt that the boy was getting more and more terrified. Not daring to say anything more, he carefully left the room. But in my heart, I am more and more spirited. With the help of this genius wizard, it became easier to obtain the blood orchid. When he thought of the moment he became a wizard, his heart couldn't help but heat up. Steve? What's wrong, Owen? Steve, who was mixing oil with his girlfriend Lori Miri, hurriedly buttoned his clothes and walked out. When the others heard the movement, they couldn't help but follow. Steve, when I went to record just now, I saw that Paul went to Braun's room today. They seemed to say something more. And that Paul was still very respectful to Braun's appearance? They definitely know each other? Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. I dare say they have ulterior schemes? Owen said in a panic. He felt that the other party was likely to notice him. Went to Braun's room? It can't be. I heard that Luna tell Braun in the morning that this Paul was not a good person. Little Black Jamie muttered. And everyone else seems to believe it. Braun arrives on the Black Continent on a cruise ship with them. Today, the man is from Paraguay, and he doesn't look like he knows him. Listen to yourselves. As if he felt that everyone doubted him again, Owen angrily took out his recording device and started to play. And everyone listened seriously. It's just that there is no other sound in the tape recorder except the sound of insects. This made everyone's faces can't help but become a little strange. What's going on? Why is that? Owen was in disbelief. Obviously, he heard it and recorded it. Why isn't there that now? What's the matter? It's just affecting my rest. Little Black Jamie glanced at Owen speechlessly, and returned to his room with a chatter. And the other people's looks were obviously not very good. Owen, are you too tired without resting today? There is a miasma in the rainforest, and I'll let Cooper help you check if you're hallucinogenic. As a teacher, Lori comforted from the sidelines. And Owen's girlfriend Carrie Wool also glanced at her boyfriend worriedly. I'm normal. Owen couldn't help but say. Just looking at the expressions of everyone, it was obvious that they did not believe him. Okay. Steve couldn't help but scold. inexplicably disturbed by good things, but in the end it turned out to be an oolong. If it weren't for his good temper, he would have cursed at this time. Cooper, check it out for Owen. Rest well, Owen, don't think about it so much. After that, without looking at Owen's face, he took Lori back to his room. And Carrie, who is his girlfriend, also went back to the room with some fear. Okay, kid, I'll check it for you. Big Black Cooper Wynn said. You also think I'm hallucinogenic? Owen couldn't help but say, I don't know. Cooper looked at the other's eyelids. Then he handed over a glass of warm water. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. But I understand that Braun is dangerous? His 2 bodyguards are even more dangerous. Don't provoke them if you don't have to. At the moment, it seems that he is still friendly to us. After that, Cooper patted Owen's shoulder and left here. Drinking warm water, Cooper was speechless. It's just that what he didn't find out was, in dim light, a gray shadow crawled out along the tape recorder. Then it melted into the darkness and disappeared. River. The weather in the rainforest always seems unpredictable. Heavy rain and fog are the norm here. In addition to these, poisonous insects can be seen everywhere. Bang. The huge impact made the hull crooked. Braun, who was reading in the room, was also disturbed by this movement. Listening to the screams outside, he frowned. What happened? Braun casually put the book down and left the room. Braun. As soon as he went out, Braun saw Luna and Steve, who looked a little guilty. I'm so sorry that the boat hit the riverbed. Now stuck there, can't move. I wanted Caro to help push the boat together. Hit the riverbed. Braun was stunned. Looking out the window, sure enough, the fishing boat 187 was stuck between 2 huge rocks and could not move. No wonder you have to ask Karu for help. Just a few people on the boat really can't push. Karu, go help. Seeing Karu following, Shifu showed a grateful smile. Didn't bother Lovegood either. Instead, he left with Karu. It's a nice view. Because they were children, Braun and Luna did not go down to help. Instead, he sat on the deck and watched the crowd push the boat while enjoying the view. Luna, on the other hand, still looked curious about everything, didn't say much, just stared at the waterfall in the distance, and was startled. The 2 of them are too easy? We're pushing boats here. They were there to see the view. Little Black Jamie complained dissatisfied. I am tired and panting here, and people are watching the scenery quietly over there. The big gap made him angry. Okay, they can't help either. Can't Karu come? Steve gave Blackie a warning look. The other party was honest. Braun, do you say there is a wizard academy in the Black Continent? Luna suddenly turned her head and asked. Of course there is. Kagadu is the wizarding academy here. Vagadu. Luna's eyes were a little dazed, as if the word was not stored in the cerebellum. Vagadu is one of the 7 wizarding academies recognized by the International Federation of Wizards. It is also the world's largest wizarding academy. It is said to be in the Moon Mountain of the Black Continent. Braun Cop said. Just talking and talking, but I noticed a faint sense of crisis. Something seemed to be rushing in his direction. Didn't wait for him to feel it carefully. I heard a scream. I saw that among the people who were pushing the boat, a huge python suddenly appeared. And little Black Jamie and Steve, who was close, were rolled up by the giant snake. Karu? Sell? Braun said angrily. After all, after getting along for such a long time, he definitely can't watch the other party being eaten by the giant python. It's a big deal to erase their memories. Karu, who was originally standing in the water without moving, received Braun's order and rushed towards the python without the slightest hesitation. Oh my god, come back soon? Although worried about her boyfriend, Lori still doesn't want anyone else to die because of it. It's just that before she could stop it, she saw Karu rushing forward without hesitation. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The python is like a toy in Karu's hands, without the slightest strength to resist. It didn't take long to be knocked unconscious by the other party. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? This. Paul swallowed his saliva and looked at the growing vigilance in the big black man's eyes. Originally thought that the other party was just a servant of the wizard. Now it seems that he was wrong. Recall Braun's alchemist status. It was an instant understanding of who Karu really was. As a result, his offer Braun became stronger and stronger. Oh god. Compared to Paul, Lori was more shocked. A person was able to capture a giant python more than 10 meters long. It's just bizarre. But the facts are in front of them, and they have to believe it. Master, the other one is dead. Karu said indifferently as he put Steve on the deck. Braun sighed. Although he let Karu strike in time, he was still one step slower. 0. No way. These muggles are too vulnerable compared to wizards. What happened? What happened? With such a big movement, Lovegood naturally ran out of the cabin. I was still startled when I saw such a big snake on the deck and an unconscious Steve. Braun, this, no problem. Looking at the bloodless Steve, Lovegood asked worriedly. This muggle gave him a nice feeling. He didn't really want the other party to die like that. Braun leaned over to Steve's side and took a closer look. The bite mark is in the position of the shoulder. At the moment, the wound is already a little blackened. It can be seen that the toxicity is still very strong. Braun tried to pour some antidote into the wound. The results were not found to be very good. It is only able to produce inhibition for a short time. The potion is not very effective. I need to study the venom composition of this giant python to be able to solve the problem on the other party. Braun said with a frown. You guys help him to the room first, and putting this in his mouth can suppress it for a while. Braun pulled out a small piece of white moss-like substance and put it in Lowry's hand. Although the other party has doubts in his heart, it is not good to ask more at the moment. Only 4.8 can nod his head repeatedly. Together with Cooper and 2 other students, they carried Steve back to the room. Okay, you can ask if you have any doubts, Braun said lightly. When Karu made a move, his identity was already exposed. Since this is the case, it is better to show it in front of them straight to the point. Anyway, he is in a foreign country, and the Ministry of Magic in England can't control himself. It's a big deal to erase the memories of these people after the tribe leaves. Who the hell are you? Lori asked tremblingly. Originally, she thought that Lovegood and the others always looked careless, and it was by nature. Now it seems that it is entirely because the other party does not care about these possible crises. Especially when Karu made a move, it made Braun and several people seem more and more mysterious. Wizard? Of course, you can also think of us as magicians. It's all about the same. Braun waved his hand casually. A cup of hot tea appeared in front of several people. This magical scene made several people especially shocked. Lori took a deep breath. I want to beg you to let us take Steve back. He now needs to go to the hospital for treatment. Braun shook his head. I'm sorry, but we need to go to the shore first. And I am Ho, even if you go to the hospital, it is useless. Snake venom in Steve is the damage of a magical creature. Hospitals can't cure it. Now the only way to keep him alive is to wait for me to study the ingredients of snake venom. Lori felt a little unbelieving in his heart. But under Braun's magical magic, he did not dare to say anything. After all, if the other party is willing, even if they are forcibly not allowed to leave, they can do it. That Karu is not easy to mess with. Since he can kill the giant python, he can naturally kill them easily. It seems to have seen the concern of several people, and Braun also gave a few rare comforts. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I am interested in muggles. In other words, ordinary people like you do not discriminate. The journey didn't last long. After that, you will still return to your normal life. At this time, it was naturally impossible for him to let these people go back. Halfway through, returning the same route will only waste time. The rest of the journey was pretty smooth. But everyone's hearts began to change. Especially after Braun showed his strength. He could clearly feel the fear these people had about him. Of course, there is also an indescribable longing. Hissing, why attack us? Hissing, people. Control. Eat. Kill. The abilities brought by Parseltongue allow Braun to easily subdue snakes. The giant python in front of him is naturally no exception. It's just compared to a basilisk that can communicate smoothly. This snake is obviously not smart enough, and even ordinary snakes are not comparable. There are no other thoughts in the mind other than killing and eating. Speech is also intermittent. This makes Braun's access to information particularly difficult. Mr. Roar, I'm Paul. There was another knock outside the door. Braun waved his hand and revealed Paul outside. What's the matter with me? Seeing the murderous python respectfully in front of Braun, Paul quickly lowered his head. That's Mr. Roll. We have reached the Sea of Snakes, and the rest of the journey needs to go to the forest. Sea of Snakes? There are a lot of snakes here? He couldn't think of any other conclusion than this. This is where the shore keeps snakes, and it is also a natural danger for them to ward off outsiders. After crossing the Sea of Snakes, you will be able to reach the shore people. Well, take a break here today and leave tomorrow. After a deep groan, Braun said. Ordinary people may still be afraid if they face these terrifying snakes, but for Parseltongue, this is no different from returning to their own home. Seeing that Paul hadn't yet, Braun couldn't help but ask. Do you have anything else? Yes sir. It's about the muggles. After hesitating, Paul decided to tell what he saw. This can be seen from Braun's willingness to let his alchemy puppet make a move. This little wizard is not like ordinary purebloods, without the arrogance of those purebloods. What happened? Braun narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't mind protecting those muggles. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. But if they are not interesting, then he is not prepared to make a move. He has killed a lot of wizards, and naturally he will not be merciful. Feel the strong pressure coming from Braun. Paul quickly lowered his head. The bamboo tube poured beans and said the matter. You mean they want to deal with me? Braun's face became a little strange. It stands to reason that they shouldn't be so irrational. They have guns, so they think they can beat you, and they decided to do it at dinner time. It seems that my attitude towards them is too good. A cold glow flashed through Braun's eyes. You're doing a great job. Don't worry, I promised you that I will give it to you. And this one for you. Braun casually threw over a somewhat rough-looking orb. But even that excited Paul. As a demon weak, although you can't use spells, the use of alchemy items does not affect at all. It was instantly clear that this was an alchemical item similar to a grenade. With it, I have another whole card. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely take care of things for you, Paul said excitedly. Seeing that Braun did not take care of him, he left the room full of joy. In the room on the other side of the deck, Lowry, Cooper, the captain of the fishing boat, and Owen and his girlfriend. The 5 people sat around in silence. For a long time, it was Owen who took the lead in breaking the silence. I said it a long time ago, he's with that Paul. We're going to get out of here? Can't go any further. Today's death made him realize that this journey could never have been so smooth. You know, now wizards have appeared. And the huge python is not a normal creature at first glance. If you don't want to die, then the best thing to do is to hurry up. But How do we leave? 800 Owen's girlfriend said worriedly. They didn't want us to drive back. And Steve's injury still needs help from the other party. Lori sighed. The captain of the fishing boat, as well as Cooper, were silent. I don't know what's going on in my mind. Why should we be afraid of him? We have guns? Owen said excitedly. That guy is just a kid. Could it be that he could unleash magic as fast as a pistol? And who knows if the other party is lying to us? Maybe Steve's injury wasn't as serious as he said at all. This remark made Lori look a little hesitant. Compared with the gifts of others, she still hopes that fate can be in her own hands. However, the uneasiness in her heart made her hesitate a little. I'm not involved. The captain of the fishing boat got up and said. Without caring about a few people, he left with him. I grew up living in this wild land. He understands the dangers of Monty Python better than anyone else. And Braun, who can capture the python, is obviously more dangerous than the python. It wasn't like he just lost his life in vain. I'm not involved either. Cooper also got up and said. Owen's suggestion just now, he really had a hint of heartbeat. But when he decided to agree that day, the sixth sense in his heart made him change his mind. He would rather not participate. Looking at the two people leaving, Owen gritted his teeth indignantly. Without the help of two people, with the help of the three of them, he was not sure to deal with Braun and them. But if he gave up like this, he was unwilling. This is a wizard. If he could kill them, wouldn't he also be able to have that kind of power beyond ordinary people? As soon as the idea appeared, it became somewhat out of control. It burned like wildfire in his heart. Owen, what are you going to do? Lori eventually relented. She hoped Steve would survive. Instead of pinning her hopes on Braun, she preferred to return early to get Steve to the hospital. Seeing that Lori did not leave, Owen breathed a sigh of relief. He started talking about his plans. We brought reptile tranquilizers when we came. We just need to be at dinner. It was getting dark. Fishing boats are also docked on the shore. Once again, the mist in the rainforest rises. It gives people a sense of dampness. Everyone sat around the table, and the atmosphere seemed a little strange. This is Sister Lori's best borscht. Let's try it, everyone. Owen enthusiastically poured the beef-scented and reddish borscht into everyone's bowls. Looks very enthusiastic. This is Eastern European cuisine. Lovegood stirred the soup with a spoon curiously. At the same time, don't forget to take pictures with the camera you carry with you. It's just that there is no movement other than taking pictures, and there seems to be no intention of tasting it. And it's not just him, everyone else is too. It's as if they already know something. This made Owen's forehead can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Pretending to smile calmly, I took the soup and drank it. Can everyone still be afraid of me poisoning? Ha, it tastes really good. Since it's so delicious, you can drink this bowl for me, Braun said lightly, handing the soup in front of him to Owen, with a smile on his face. It's just that Owen doesn't have the slightest smile. He understood that Braun had clearly seen his plan. Don't move. With a hideous face, he took out a pistol from his pocket, aimed at Braun, who was still smiling at the moment. I don't think I have done anything excessive to you, Braun said lightly. He also seemed a little curious about Owen's behavior. I don't understand why the other party would want to kill himself. Owen saw Braun asking aloud, and thought that the other party was afraid of his pistol. I couldn't help but become proud. What about wizards? Not afraid of firearms yet? Speaking with some jealousy and disdain in Owen's eyes. You really think you can deal with wizards with pistols? Braun's smile grew brighter. Owen, on the other hand, had an uneasy feeling in his heart. Pull the trigger without the slightest hesitation. But he found that he had no pistol in his hand for a long time, but turned into a black viper. Then the viper hissed and bit him viciously. Save me, he shouted in horror. It's just that both his girlfriend and Lori were stunned by this sudden change. What else dares to move there? Frightened, he took several steps back. Cooper, who had not agreed to participate in the operation, and Matthew, the captain of the fishing boat, stood on the sidelines and watched coldly. But there is an unconcealable fear in his eyes. As time passed, Owen's movements became slower, and eventually he fell to the ground without breath. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. You killed him. Lowry's eyes were filled with resentment. Owen's girlfriend is also not reluctant. Only after glancing at Braun, he lowered his head in fear. He died a long time ago. Braun walked over to Owen's side. I saw that the corpse that was still alive actually grew a faint corpse spot. There is a smell of corruption. It doesn't look like someone who has just died. He has been dead for at least 2 days. He's not a living man since we came here. At this moment, he kind of understood why the other party was so anxious to kill himself. This has nothing to do with the man who controls him behind the scenes. How is it possible? Lori muttered absently, just looking at Owen's body but having to believe this fact. And Owen's girlfriend looked at Owen's tragic situation, and then remembered the 2 people sharing a bed in the past 2 days. He fell to the ground in fear. Someone has already set eyes on us, Braun said in the calmest tone. He thought about it a lot at this moment. And what made him most suspicious was not the people on the ship. They don't have the ability to do that. It was the one who invited them to come to the Black Continent and intimately booked the ticket for them. But the reader who never showed up was the opposite. All this seems too coincidental. I want to go to the rainforest of the Black Continent. And it just so happened that a documentary film crew went with them. Everything seems to be a planned net, waiting for their prey to jump into. How far are we from the Sea of Snakes now? Braun turned to Paul and asked. At least 2 hours of sailing. It takes longer if you leave from land. Land is more dangerous than rivers. Paul spoke up, just with a nervous look. Zhao. Apparently, he had guessed Braun's thoughts. I want to warn about the dangers of the rainforest, but I dare not say anything more. We set out from the rainforest. Braun spoke up. But our ship. Matthew, the owner of the fishing boat, looked a little embarrassed. After all, he couldn't have left the ship just here. Go ashore first. Braun said unquestioningly. Sure. Looking at Braun, who was facing the fishing boat. Everyone except Lovegood understood what Braun was going to do. Everyone else looked dazed. But soon they saw a scene that they could not have imagined. I saw Braun take out a wand and wave it gently. In an instant, a ray of light hit the ship. Then, the originally huge fishing boats gradually shrunk. Then he was put into his suitcase by Braun. This unexpected scene also made several people more afraid of Braun. Originally, there were still some complaints, but I didn't dare to say anything more at the moment. Fluorescent flashing. The halo of the wand illuminated the path ahead of several people. Night-to-night rainforests are dangerous. In the pleasant insect sound, there are various predators that inhabit here. There are also all kinds of poisonous insects that can be deadly. It's just that this is nothing to Braun. Under that controlled python, the forest, which was still noisy, instantly became quiet. This is the majesty that belongs to the apex predators. Rest on the shore this evening. Depart as soon as possible tomorrow morning. As Braun nodded, 4 tents appeared in front of several people. Perhaps it was too surprising that several people were no longer surprised. After seeing Braun enter the tent, he also quickly selected a tent and got in. Early the next morning, after breakfast, everyone set off. Because of the opening of the python, the road is not so difficult. In addition, Braun 990's insect repellent powder is still safe along the way. Mr. Braun, this is the Sea of Snakes. Looking at the lake in front of him, Paul whispered. Although Braun had not yet approached, he had already heard the noisy snake chirping in it. Even looking at the bottom of the lake through the eyes of the riding wheel, Braun even saw many giant pythons that were more than 20 meters long. Needless to say, these giant pythons have all eaten blood orchids and mutated. And the little snakes swimming in the lake are obviously the descendants of those pythons. If these snakes are replaced by other wizards, they will also be tricky if they do not use the phantom migration. But for someone like Braun with a parcel tongue accent, these pythons will not only not become a threat to him, but will become his help. Hiss. Braun's mouth emitted a snake sound. Although the sound is not loud compared to the snake in the lake, but it made the snakes stop. Parcel tongue has great control over snakes. The pythons are still able to resist temporarily, but the Jakesy frontal snakes are clearly not an opponent. AJBH. It didn't take long to swim out of the lake amid Braun's snake sound, crawling respectfully in front of Braun. Sister Lowry. Carrie Wool put his arm around Lowry's waist in fear. If at the beginning, she still wanted to avenge her boyfriend. But after Braun sounded snakes in front of her and manipulated the giant snake, she no longer had this kind of thought. Although Lowry looked calm, his heart also gushed with shock. She originally thought that Braun had used some special magic to control the captured python. I didn't expect Braun to be able to talk snakes. As a muggle, she didn't know what parcel tongue was. Instead, I subconsciously think that all wizards are like this. So much so that the eyes that looked at Lovegood and Luna became a little different. Parcel tongue. Paul looked grim. He now understood why Braun was not afraid of the Sea of Snakes. These snakes may be a big problem for other wizards. But for wizards with parcel tongue talent, not only is it not a trouble, but it is a help. For a while, his expression also began to become happy. The stronger Braun is, the happier he is. Because only in this way can he be more sure that the other party can successfully reach the Shuar clan. He can also obtain the blood orchid to become a true wizard. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Almost half an hour. These pythons became Braun's help. And through these giant pythons, Braun finally knew the residents of the Shuar clan. It was a great experience. Cooper sat on the giant python and looked at the scenery that kept flashing on both sides, and sighed with emotion. He lived this big and rode a python for the first time. At the same time, the teenager who looked ahead also felt more and more fortunate for his decision. Thankfully, he didn't have the same ghostly mind against Braun as Owen at that time. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, it wouldn't be much better. Never mind if Owen is really dead. When Braun turned the pistol into a poisonous snake and bit Owen's neck, he showed no mercy. While sighing in his heart, he did not forget to take out his portable camera and start shooting. These are rare pieces of material. Since Braun didn't mean to stop him, it was natural to record it well. You know, they alone are not able to set foot in this undeveloped rainforest. Sitting on the body of the giant python, Braun looked at the surrounding scenery and did not let his guard down like the others. After communicating with those snakes, he also generally understood some of the news about the Shuar clan. One of the most important points is the strength of the Shuar people. According to the snakes, the Shuar are very powerful and can easily control them. This also made Braun have some doubts in his heart. If this group of people is really so strong, why didn't the Ministry of Magic of the Black Continent recruit them? Or is it that the people of this tribe are originally wizarding families? Since he couldn't figure it out, Braun didn't continue to think about it. It is true that your own strength is strong. Even if something happens, it's a big deal to give up these muggles. he could still take Luna and Lovegood away. With the help of these snakes, the crowd walked through various traps without risk. Came to the outside of a tall wall. On the wall stood a group of wild men dressed in rattan linen costumes and painted with red clay. Seeing Braun, they were carried by the giant python, and their expressions were full of surprise. Who are you? One of the natives asked with some stammering. Giant language. Braun raised an eyebrow. Many magical creatures in the wizarding world have different languages. It's just that he didn't think that this group of people could even use giant language. It seems that this group of people is not as savage as they think. We are travelers from the outside world, hoping to get to know the great and mysterious Shur people. Saying that, Braun also showed some of his magic. Since the other party can speak the giant language, it will definitely not be an ordinary indigenous tribe. Rather, it resembles the magical family of England. Naturally, he would not underestimate these people. Wizard. Yes. Between a question and an answer, the natives standing on the fence muttered a few words to their companions. The other party glanced at Braun and them, and then hurried down the wall, not knowing what to do. We need to report to the elders first, and they will decide whether to receive outsiders or not. As he spoke, the young man looked at Braun warily, as if he was afraid that they would do something drastic. No problem. Braun nodded. Just like that, I sat on the body of the giant python and waited. Seeing that Braun was very honest, the other party also seemed very satisfied. The spear in his hand was also no longer raised. The gazes of the few people who looked at Braun were obviously kinder, quite a bit. It took almost 10 minutes. On the fence, a tall old man with a feather crown on his head was looking at them on crutches. Although this old man was exceptionally old, Braun did not neglect the other party in the slightest. Instead, his expression became serious. Outsiders, what is your purpose? Feel a spiritual fluctuation similar to the mind of the mind. Braun didn't resist. If the other party can't see through their own thoughts, then it is absolutely impossible to let them in. We are a reporter for a newspaper to come here to explore the magical creature vine elephant, but also to see the mysterious race in the rainforest. Of course. And blood orchid? Braun said calmly. And the tribal warriors who were originally calm became unkind when they looked at Braun one by one after hearing the blood orchid. If it weren't for the fact that there were still elders here, perhaps they would have let this group of guys who coveted their treasures come and go. You're honest. The great elder stared into Braun's eyes for a long time before slowly speaking. Come in, honest traveler. Although it is impossible for us to give you the treasures of the tribe, we are still willing to entertain you because of your honesty. The tribal warriors who were originally still angry also calmed down one by one after hearing the words of the great elder, and the gate of the wall slowly opened. Braun got up and left the python. Everyone else stood up in the same way. Some cautiously followed Braun towards the wall. I saw groups of natives dressed in linen clothes and covered in red mud watching them. His expression was full of curiosity, but at the same time he was wary. And what makes them feel even more frightening is the giant python that can be seen everywhere in the tribe. There are also various dried snake meats. Even the young children of the tribe hold snakes in their hands to play. This made Cooper and others, who were ordinary people, feel unbelievable. As for Braun, the three were obviously much calmer. Now that it is known that these Shur are people from the wizarding world, then it is not so surprising to have snakes as pets. After all, there are many wizards in the wizarding world who raise magical creatures such as fire dragons and three-headed dogs as pets. Compared to those powerful magical creatures, these poisonous snakes and pythons are nothing at all. And while everyone was watching, the great elder who was standing on the city wall just now also walked over surrounded by many tribal warriors. Hello, on behalf of the Roar family, I would like to greet you. Braun made an extremely bizarre courtesy. And the other party is also very serious to return the salute with the same weird etiquette. And the surrounding natives are obviously a lot more enthusiastic. I can tell that you come from an ancient family. Not everyone will use the Gullen rite of the Black Continent. A rare smile appeared on the face of the great elder, who was still looking flat. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. This is thanks to my teacher, Nicola Flamel. I think you should know him? Braun asked tentatively. The Gullen ritual is a set of etiquette inherited from the Black Continent. Represents the highest respect for guests. Only a few families with a long history can know about it. As far as the Luo family, a family with a lower level of 24 holy bloods, naturally would not understand. This was only known when he specifically asked his teacher Nicola May before he came here. Nicola Flames? That master alchemist in France? The great elder's expression was filled with surprise. Seeing the other party's appearance, Braun's heart was relieved. The smile on his face became brighter. His own teacher really didn't lie to him. The other party's name is indeed good. Even this kind of wizard tribe far away in the Black Continent had heard of his name. But thinking about the other party's lifespan of more than 600 years feels a little natural. That's right, that's my teacher. It seems that today is indeed a very distinguished guest. Camo, go and tell the women of the tribe to prepare for a grand evening party to welcome these 3 guests. Oh, and their servants. Take them to the slaves. Don't forget to give them a comfortable crypt and prepare food a little better. The great elder said to the tribal warrior who first discovered Braun. Then warriors from several tribes surrounded Cooper. Don't worry, they mean to take you to dinner. Braun soothed. Then with a smile on his face, he was with Lovegood and Luna. Surrounded by many tribal warriors, the great elder walked towards the depths of the tribe. The sun in the sky is watching us. Watch us. The eyes of the ancestors are watching us. Watching us. In the singing of prayers, Braun sat on a rattan chair with a feather crown on his head and watched the women and children sing and dance around the fire. Wild boars and panthers are scorched in the campfire. The animals' grease dripped and caused the flames to crackle. However, the smell of meat has long been transmitted. This is a specialty of our tribe, grilled snake eggs and rainforest scorpions. The Great Elder pointed to the large black scorpion on the table and said to the snake egg. And Braun also understood the meaning of the other party in seconds, and unceremoniously picked up the big scorpion to learn the other party's appearance and broke the black carapace and ate it. This performance is obviously very satisfactory to everyone. How does it taste? It's kind of like a crab. Can be eaten. Braun whispered to Lovegood, who did not dare to speak. As a person who once came from a foodie empire, fried whole scorpions, bean insects, and silkworm chrysalis are not a problem. Naturally, it is impossible to be intimidated by these strange things. And while Braun was feasting here, on the other side, the Lori who was treated as a servant was obviously not so lucky. Although there were orders from the Great Elder, they were not the same as the group of slaves who were locked up in the fence. But the crypt where it is located is not much better. The food sent was also obviously some tapioca paste. There is also a piece of roasted meat that I don't know from what animal. We obviously came together. Why are we in such a place? Carrie couldn't help but complain. Whether it was cassava or roasted meat, she didn't want to eat it. For you are servants. A somewhat weak voice came from the fence where the slaves were held. Everyone couldn't help but look over vigilantly. This was the first time they had heard English since they arrived. Don't be nervous, I'm an adventurer who wanted to go deep into the rainforest to explore unknown races. Who would have thought that they would be caught as a slave? The man who spoke up just now said again. It's just that the voice still seems a little weak. And everyone finally saw the appearance of this person at this moment. His flaxen hair, covered in dirt, could still see his fair skin. The originally burly body looked a little thin at the moment. Lying on the ground, the double transparent seemed to be shining. Are you coming with the others? Those with extraordinary powers? The man asked again. And Lori nodded after hesitating. That's right, we came here with a group of wizards. Then you guys are lucky, at least you don't have to worry about being caught. Saying that, the man stared straight at the barbecue of several people. Lori hesitated for a moment and threw it away. The man didn't care about the dirt on it and ate it. Even after eating the whole thing, he licked his fingers in disbelief. Then he lay back in his original position and fell asleep. Aren't you going to escape? Carrie couldn't help but ask. The man glanced at them and then closed it. How to escape? We were an expedition of 13 people. All died except me. And these slaves around me, whenever I behave abnormally, they will immediately report it to the people of the tribe. Even if I escaped from here by chance, the poisonous insects outside were not something I could fight. Might as well stay here and that. At the very least, I don't have to worry about my life. Saying that, the man yawned and fell asleep again. This made several people appear a little silent. Lori opened her mouth and finally just sighed and said nothing. They also came here thanks to Braun. Ask Braun to help them save people? But what if you annoy the other party? Will he stay here as a servant then? She shuddered a little at the thought of how she looked like she had become a man. Collect all your thoughts. Stay here honestly and leave when Mr. Braun is done. Paul said with a sneer. Compared to the others, he seemed at ease. In order to get the blood orchid, he experienced a more difficult life in this rainforest. Raw meat and carrion can be eaten without changing color. Not to mention that, the banquet became more and more lively with the passage of time. It's just that there are fewer and fewer people dancing. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Men and women leave together. Listening to those high-pitched music made Braun's expression a little strange. However, he still pretended not to hear anything, and continued to chat with the Great Elder about magic. It's such a coincidence that you're here now? Otherwise, you might be able to see my grandson Brute, the most talented wizard in the tribe, now learning magic in Vagado. The Great Elder's tone was filled with pride. He is obviously happy that his grandson can enter Vargardo for further study. I remember Vagado was at Moon Hill. It's not close to here. Picking up the cider and drinking it, Braun said softly. It's a very long way to go, but we also have a flow network here, so it won't take long. By the way, Great Elder, there is a squib among my servants, but he turned out to be a demon weak after accidentally obtaining a dried blood orchid. I wonder if that plant is really that amazing? If it is possible, I hope to be able to use my knowledge to get some zero from you. After going around in circles, Braun brought up the matter again. The purpose of his coming here was for the sake of blood orchid, and naturally it was impossible to give up just like that. And the Great Elder who turned out to be kind. At this moment, he looked at Braun seriously for a few seconds, and finally he couldn't help sighing. If it had been before, I would have been able to give you a plant just because you were a disciple of Nicolaim. But now, it's not that we don't want to give it to you, it's that there is something wrong with the blood orchid. Their number is becoming less and less. Something went wrong. Braun couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He thought that the other party would have many answers, but he never thought that it was because the number was getting smaller and smaller. The blood orchid is watered by the fountain of eternity. However, in the past 2 years, the water level of the spring water has become lower and lower, and even dried up. Naturally, the blood orchid could no longer be maintained. Haven't you figured it out? Braun couldn't help but ask. I thought about it, but it's a pity that even the Ministry of Magic came to investigate, and I didn't know the reason. In the end, it can only be attributed to normal natural phenomena. Can we go over and take a look? Seeing the Great Elder's expression, he looked a little hesitant. Braun added another 2.6. You know, I'm an alchemist, maybe I can think of something with the alchemy matrix, even if there is no way to solve it. But it's also good to be able to slow down the water level of the spring. Looking at Braun's serious expression, the Great Elder hesitated, but finally nodded and agreed. The current blood orchid has long been unable to produce. Since this makes the so-called tribal forbidden land naturally become nonsense. Instead of waiting for it to die slowly, it's better to let Braun try it, even if it doesn't work out. But it won't get any worse. The time is set for tomorrow. When the time comes, I will take you to the forbidden place to see. Of course, it's just you. Of course. Braun had a smile on his face. The banquet is over. Because of the reason that it is valued by the Great Elder, the three were sent to a wooden house. The room is filled with the fragrance of wood, and both animal skin blankets and mattresses are new. The three of them, who had been tired for a day, did not talk about anything. So they went back to their rooms and lay down. One night without a word. By the time Braun woke up again, it was already bright outside. Distinguished guests. The Great Elder ordered me to bring you breakfast. A respectful voice came from outside the door. Come in. Braun tidied up his clothes and changed into a wizarding robe. Compared to ordinary clothes. Or did the wizard robe make him feel more comfortable wearing it? Especially in this humid rainforest. At least the constant temperature and moisture-proof wizard robe will not be as tightly attached to the body as ordinary clothes. 3 women came in, holding a basket of roasted meat in a rattan basket. Another held a clay pot filled with milky milk. 09. After simply eating some, Braun followed the women to the Great Elder's cabin. The other party was drinking tea while reading the newspaper. If it weren't for the deep jungle at the moment, he would have thought he was in some city. It was really that the other party's behavior was too far from the primitive tribe he imagined. Tribe is just our traditional way of life. Although we live deep in the rainforest, that doesn't mean we don't know the outside world. You have to embrace new things, right? The Great Elder put down the newspaper and said with a smile. Let's go, the Forbidden Land is still some distance from here. Come back early and be able to have breakfast. Forbidden Lands are not in the horde? Following the other party, he left the tribe, sat on a snake cart, and headed towards the depths of the rainforest. As you go deeper, the surrounding trees become rarer. Finally stopped in a clearing. Great Elder. A dozen tribal warriors hiding in the canopy of trees jumped down and shouted respectfully. Stay vigilant. The Great Elder waved his hand casually, called Braun, and walked towards the middle well. This is the Fountain of Eternity. The Great Elder sighed and said, looking a little sad. The water here, isn't it still there? Looking at the spring that kept gushing out of the well, Braun asked hesitantly. The well doesn't look like it's dried up. Who knew that the Great Elder actually shook his head? What I mean by drying up is the drying up of strength. There is no longer the power in the water that can make the blood orchid grow. In this way, perhaps the Fountain of Eternity will really be ordinary. Braun nodded abruptly. I glanced at the small reddish flowers growing on the stone on the edge of the well, and knew in my heart that these things should be the so-called blood orchid. It's just that it doesn't seem to be nutritious. Even after continuous irrigation, many of the overflowing wells have gradually withered. It seems that it should have something to do with the other party's claim that the power of the well water is drying up. Braun took a few steps closer. I brought my nose to my nose and sniffed. The water carries a faint fishy smell, and even makes people have a physiological disgust. It was unlike any spring in his memory, but it always gave him a sense of D.J.V.U. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? It seems to have been seen somewhere. And as he pondered, his expression became more and more strange. This seems to be the blood of a void creature. Smelling the familiar smell, Braun finally remembered. The well water smelled exactly the same as the void creatures he had killed. It's just that the water in this well, called the Fountain of Eternity, has been diluted a lot. That unpleasant smell has become very weak. How about Braun? Seeing Braun standing motionless in place, the Great Elder couldn't help but ask. I may know why, Braun said with a strange face. Without waiting for the Great Elder to ask, he took the initiative to speak out. Have you ever explored the upper reaches of the river? Upstream of the river? You mean something went wrong upstream? But the well water has not decreased. I mean there's something wrong with the source of the power of the eternal fountain. If Braun guessed correctly, this so-called Fountain of Eternity was inseparable from the blood of those void creatures. Perhaps it was once a wizard who tried to use the river to purify these sealed void creatures. It was only by chance that the spring water carrying the blood of the void creature gave birth to a strange plant, the blood orchid. Later, it was discovered by the tribe and became a holy relic. Now there are only 2 possibilities for the decline of the power of the spring. One is that the void creatures are dead. Another possibility is that the sealed void creature has escaped the seal. The former is fine, but if it's the latter, it's troublesome. The Great Elder's expression looked a little gloomy. It took a long time before he finally sighed. It seems that you have already seen those void creatures. Tell me how you guessed that. The Great Elder stared over like a torch. Braun, on the other hand, was undaunted to look at 560. I never doubted that. It's just that seeing the spring water here at this moment, and then thinking about the enthusiasm of the Great Elder after I revealed my identity, I couldn't help but guess. You asked me to come here to solve the problem of the alchemy matrix. The seal of that sealed void creature was broken by someone? See, Braun guessed things pretty closely. The Great Elder obviously had no intention of continuing to conceal it. Yes, almost a year ago, the magic array was destroyed by a demagogic guy in a tribe. Originally, we sent a large number of people to solve this matter, but after holding on for a few months, everything was normal in the magic array, so we let go of our minds. But who knows that later the Eternal Fountain began to have problems. Blood orchids cannot grow. That void creature had also awakened. The magic array could no longer suppress it. Didn't you ask the Ministry for help? Braun couldn't help but ask. He didn't believe that the Ministry of Magic would not ask about such a big event. Do you think there is anyone in the Ministry who knows alchemy? The Great Elder said angrily. The Black Continent is not good at alchemy, they are better at potions and transfiguration like Samba country. Won several national animagus competitions. Alchemy is not their specialty. Braun clearly understood the other party's concerns. First of all, there are no relevant talents within the Black Continent. If you want to go to the European continent to invite you, you are worried that the secret will be exposed. In addition, the problem is not too big now, so it has been dragged on. It wasn't until the void creatures were revived that they finally felt that nothing could be done. Just at this time, Braun came again. You want me to help? Although the Great Elder did not speak, his meaning seemed clear. If you are willing to help repair the alchemy matrix, the tribe is willing to give 10 blood orchids for free. That's all I've saved over the years. The Great Elder said seriously. Compared to those long-established alchemists in the European continent, Braun was clearly a better choice. He became famous at a young age and also learned from famous teachers. Such people should at least pay more attention to some of their own reputation. Of course, more importantly, Braun came to the Black Continent by himself. His actions would not attract the attention of the wizards on the other side of the continent. If they personally went to the continent to invite alchemists, at that time, even if it is well hidden, there is a risk of exposure. If you want, we can sign a contract. Saying that, a magic contract with a snakeskin base appeared in front of Braun. Braun glanced at it casually, and the content on it was not so harsh. The main thing is to help the Black Snake Tribe build a magic array, and then the Black Snake Tribe will give itself 10 blood orchids as a reward. Of course, in addition to this, all that remains are various restrictions. For example, I can't leak this matter. And then the duties that both parties have to perform and so on. It's a very fair contract. At least Braun didn't see any hidden terms. It could be seen that the Great Elder was indeed very sincere. However, Braun still did not immediately sign the contract. Instead, put it away. I have to take a look at the current situation of the magic array first. Before seeing the magic array, all contracts were rootless. Instead of promising now that things can't be solved by then, it's better to go and see what kind of situation the magic array is like first. Yes. Since he had decided to let Braun help, the Great Elder would definitely not continue to hesitate. 2 tribal warriors were called to lead the way. Under their leadership, the 2 men followed the source of the water to the upper reaches of the river. This is it. Looking at the deep cave, a vigorous magical aura coiled in it. And after going deeper, Braun finally saw the true appearance of this magic array. I saw that in the depths of the cave, a strange-looking void creature with wings and sharp teeth was chained to the altar. The upper and lower boulders, like millstones, pressed them in the middle. It seems to be worn out in this way. And through the void creature with its body full of blatant wounds, he can know. If this strategy continues, it may really be able to achieve a wear effect. It's a pity that this huge flesh and blood millstone has long ceased to move. On the contrary, the aura of the void creature in the middle began to become more and more powerful. It was as if it was about to awaken. And in Braun's observation, the problem was finally found. Whew. Okay. Looking at the missing corner of the formation plate, he breathed a sigh of relief. This magic array should have been reinforced within 200 years. It can be seen that many places are not much different from the current alchemy matrix. And it's also an alchemy matrix based on Runevan Moon. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. This is even less difficult for Braun. I can fix it. Really? The Great Elder's tone was filled with surprise. He was just thinking about trying to see who could think that Braun would actually be able to complete the repair. Of course, I didn't have the heart to fool you. Braun smiled and pulled out the contract, signing his name without hesitation. And the Great Elder who saw this scene finally let go of his heart. Since Braun had the courage to sign a contract, there must be a way to solve the problem of the alchemy array. For a moment, Braun could feel as if there was a faint restraint on his body. This feeling is not strong, and he even says that he is sure to break free. It's just that he didn't intend to do that. After all, the benefits have not yet been obtained. And even if he got it, he wouldn't do it. After all, the contract is not strict, and it is better to keep it as a whole card than to expose it at this time. If anyone wants to use the contract to intimidate him, he will definitely be able to give that person a big surprise. Do you need any more materials? I'll let the warriors of the tribe bring it for you now. Braun was naturally not polite either. The damage of the magic array is not serious though, but if you want to repair it, some materials are definitely indispensable. He doesn't take it all over. After telling the Great Elder the materials he needed, Braun began to observe the magic array. It is rare to see this kind of special magic array now, and he felt that the effect of this magic array could be replicated in the past. Maybe he can also use those void creatures to cultivate some unique plants, just like those peach fruits of your own. Although he has sprouted, Qian Li Zhao, after his unremitting efforts, his growth is not good. On the contrary, there is some malnutrition. Not even with those nutrient solutions he made. Maybe using the blood of void creatures can cultivate different fruits. Almost half an hour passed. A group of tribal warriors came carrying a large bag of supplies. Most of them are some unique metals. Others are gemstones and natural crystals. Braun did not hesitate immediately. After seeing the material, he began to repair the magic array. I don't know if I feel a sense of crisis or... The void creature, which was still asleep, suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. Scarlet eyes stared at Braun, who was repairing the magic array. Wizard? Release me, I can give you eternal life? A soft female voice sounded in Braun's heart. There were all kinds of illusory scenes in front of him, but Braun continued to tinker with the magic array as if he didn't realize it. And this performance obviously angered the bound void creatures. Her angry roar, sharp and piercing voice made the surrounding tribal warriors a little unbearable. Those giant pythons were even more restless, and they were particularly uneasy. Shut up. Looking at the formation plate that he was only close to completing with the last stroke, Braun was furious. It doesn't matter about repairing the magic array. With his wand in hand, he rushed in. Danger! The Great Elder shouted. Looking at Braun, who was getting closer and closer to the void creature, his eyes were full of anger and regret. Young people are just unreliable and too careful. Not only the magic array can't be repaired at this moment. Maybe fate will have to be thrown here. You know, they haven't tried to kill the void creatures over the years, it's just an effect. It is difficult to say enough. It seems that there is no possibility of success at all. They were only slightly close and were controlled by each other to kill each other. And that traitor was also seduced by getting too close. In his opinion, it won't be long before Blau 950 and also ends up this way. What worries him now is how to explain to Nicolame when the time comes. It doesn't matter how it goes, but the other party's land eventually died here. This is inseparable from their Black Snake tribe. Just in the next second, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Make you call? Let you impersonate a woman? He looks so ugly like a big bat, and he also learns the sound of clips. I saw a huge knight appear behind Braun in midair, and this knight, who seemed to be made of magic, was constantly pumping the big mouth of the void creature, beat the other party and screamed repeatedly. It didn't stop until there was less air intake and more air out, and the originally alive and imposing void creature was already dying like a dead dog at this moment. Even the Great Elder suspected that if Braun continued to fight like this, he might really be killed. Sensing Braun's turned head gaze, several tribal warriors subconsciously shivered, and their eyes revealed a touch of worship and respect. Originally, they respected Braun only out of the other party's alchemy. Now it is because of the powerful strength of the other party. This guy is too noisy to affect my repair of the magic array. The Great Elder won't mind. The Great Elder waved his hand again and again. Of course not. Of course not. This void creature has long been untidy. Seeing this, Braun continued to repair the magic array. Without the void creatures continuing to make trouble, Braun repaired the entire magic array in just 1 hour. And the giant millstone in midair also began to operate again. It began to constantly wear down the body of the void creature. Let the other party let out a terrifying scream. The worn-out bodies also flowed down the river to the eternal spring downstream. I believe that it will not be long before the strange power that disappeared from those springs will reappear. And the nervous Great Elder finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also had a smile on his face when he looked at Braun. This time back to the tribe, I will leave the remaining 20 blood orchids are all given to you? If at the beginning he just planned to let the other party help and simply complete a transaction, then now there is a little more thought of making friends with each other. Young, powerful, and with an amazing background. Such an excellent young man, if not he understood that the other party was not willing to stay in his own small tribe. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. He even wanted to unload his place directly and hand it over to the other party. Then find him a few more wives and reproduce excellent heirs. In this way, in a few years, the Black Snake tribe may be able to become another powerful force in the magic world of the Black Continent. Unfortunately, this is also his AJDC thought. As long as the inheritor of a pure-blood family in the European continent does not pump his brain, it is absolutely impossible to stay. Hearing the words of the Great Elder, Braun only smiled faintly. What was promised at first was 10, now it's 20. It can be imagined that there must be a lot of blood orchids in the other party's tribe. Before, it was just because he didn't show his value, so the other party was so unconcerned. Now that he has shown his value, it is reasonable for the other party to be willing to pay more. Ride a giant python and return to the tribe with each other. On the way, Braun also asked the doubts in his heart. Can the Great Elder tell me why you are all able to control the giant python? From my observations, not all of your tribe are wizards. This doubt has been bothering him for a day. It was not surprising that the Great Elder could control the giant python. The other party is a wizard, and some unique means are also considered to be deserved. But how can those ordinary tribal warriors control the python? You can't all be parcel tongue? An ancestral magic. The Great Elder hesitated for a moment, and finally took out an extremely ancient scroll from his arms. It's different from the family ties in continental Europe. Our shamans here are a gathering of tribes. Every tribe has a guardian totem, and the snake is the totem of our tribe. Look at the names of the people on the scroll. Braun instantly understood what this was. You signed a contract with these giant pythons. This is nothing new. There are many people in the wizarding world who have signed contracts with magical creatures, like the dragon knights in those Muggle novels. In fact, it is a group of wizards who have signed a contract with the dragon. After seeing the Great Elder's contract, Braun also understood why these giant pythons would obey the orders of these people like arms. We protect the growth of these pythons, and they fight for us. The Great Elder smiled and patted the giant python under him. I have to say that this method is indeed very suitable in the primitive Black Continent. Rhine forests are densely packed and river networks are developed. Sometimes even wizards need the help of these protists to live better. The reason why the wizards of the European continent gave up this way of contracting large beasts is also due to the process of urbanization and industrialization, forcing them to choose only small creatures such as cats, mice, and owls. Instead, they rely on their reconnaissance, experimental potions, or messenger delivery as auxiliary tools. Both sides have their own direction of development, and there is no difference between them and the difference, just to better adapt to the environment. How long do we have to stay here? Again, these foods that I don't know what they are? Carrie looked at the food that was sent that was worse than yesterday, and couldn't help but complain again. Only this time, no one was answering her. Of the three men, Paul was Braun's loyalist. The other Cooper and the others didn't care about anything. Even Lori didn't say anything at the moment. After seeing the tragic situation of the man in the cage yesterday, she knew that she wanted to get out of here. The most important thing to do is to be honest, waiting for Braun to take them away. See, no one answered. Carrie looked a little discouraged, and could only vent his dissatisfaction in the food in front of him. Soon, however, their attention was drawn to the slaves in the cages. I saw that the slaves who were sleeping soundly were driven out by the warriors of the tribe. Another busy start to the day. Some slow bodies will also be punched and kicked. The man they had seen yesterday was among them. It looks particularly embarrassing. It's just that everyone is overwhelmed by themselves, and naturally there is no way to help each other. I can only eat my breakfast in a dull atmosphere. Pray for an early departure from this ghost place. While everyone was praying, Braun also returned to the tribe with the Great Elder. Perhaps there were tribal warriors who brought back Braun's repair of the magic array in advance. Braun and the others were cheered by everyone as soon as they entered the tribe. Even some tribal warriors who were not very fond of Braun were unconcealable adoration in their expressions at the moment. Tonight, continue our celebration. Let the distinguished guests from afar feel the enthusiasm of our Black Snake tribe. The words of the Great Elder ignited the enthusiasm of the tribal people. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. One by one, they began to prepare food for the banquet. There is even a team of warriors who have already put their weapons on the python and prepared to hunt in the rainforest. It can be seen that this banquet is obviously even grander than yesterday's evening. Is this blood orchid? At night, Braun listened to the noise outside. Instead, attention was on the red flowers on the table. These flowers have been picked for too long though, but instead of withering, it appeared alive, as if it had just been plucked from the soil. 20 flowers don't look like much, but it's extraordinarily precious. It is a magical plant that can turn a squib into a wizard. It is also a miracle medicine that can give muggles a long life. Of course, these are not the most precious things. More importantly, Braun obtained a set of precious magic arrays. He plans to replicate it when he returns home. At that time, won't the plant of blood orchid continue to flow? Put these blood orchids away carefully. Only one flower was left on the table. Try the potion recipe I got by checking in today. Now, Braun rubbed his hands a little nervously. The check-in system is still the same, and he can only get something unique when he leaves his country and arrives in a new place. Just like the revenge elixir obtained by checking in today. The effect is very simple. Ruff is to help the squib turn into a wizard and Rimon a riot. Compared to the direct use of blood orchids, the effect of the potion was milder, and at the same time, one blood orchid was enough for more than a dozen refining. And each refining can almost get 3 bottles of revenge potion. In other words, one blood orchid has almost made more than 30 bottles of potions. Braun, on the other hand, has 20 blood orchids, which means that Braun can make 600 bottles of potions if he is willing. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? He believed that this was enough to drive those squibs in the wizarding world crazy? Come to think of it, he is not delaying either. Taking a deep breath, he carefully cut a piece from the blood orchid and began refining the potion. Thanks to Braun's potion's talent, the potion only failed twice in the beginning, and then it was all success. This also allowed Braun to get 35 bottles of potion smoothly. He believed that as he became more familiar with the potion, maybe you can reach 40 bottles. The host? I brought people here. Alchemy puppet Karu said with a respectful expression, and behind him was a flattering Paul. Mr. Braun, are you looking for me? Braun subconsciously took a step back, his brows furrowed slightly. The smell on the other party's body was very bad, mixed with sweat and fishy, and it could be seen that although the tribe had not treated these servants of themselves harshly in the past 2 days, but obviously not much better. I got the blood orchid. Paul's face was full of surprise. Didn't wait for him to say anything. I saw Braun throw a bottle of potion. He subconsciously caught it, but Braun's ensuing words made him hesitate. This is the potion I refined. Blood orchid is the main material. It can help you smoothly change from a demon to a wizard. Although Braun said it seriously, but Paul didn't believe much. Looking at this unfamiliar potion, he seemed a little undecided. After all, he had never heard of being able to refine potions using blood orchids as raw materials. Who until this potion works? It's better to say that it's useless, in case there are any bad consequences. At that time, he just has no place to cry. But don't drink it. First of all, I refined the potion. Whether you drink or not is your thing. Blood orchid, I can't give it to you. This is something I paid a huge price for. Although he had promised the other party that he would help him obtain the blood orchid. But the situation was different from what was expected at the time. The tribe did not agree to the exchange, and these blood orchids were all exchanged by him to repair the magic array. The other party did not help at all. Being able to give each other a bottle of potion is already extraordinarily generous. Paul gritted his teeth and looked a little gloomy. At the same time, there is a strong reluctance. Becoming a wizard was his lifelong dream. Now the dream is in front of him, so this makes him seem tangled. I am afraid of potions and problems, and I am worried that I will not be able to become a wizard if I drink it. But no matter what he thought, Braun's attitude was already obvious. That is, it is impossible to give the blood orchid to him again. In other words, if he wants to become a wizard, the only way for him is to drink the potion. Big deal and die? Secretly fierce in his heart, he no longer hesitated. I picked up the potion and drank it. Then a sharp pain welled up from his body, let him scream and twist on the ground. Failed? It shouldn't be. Looking at the other party's violent reaction, Braun couldn't help but frown. All the steps he followed the recipe. There can be no mistakes. Could it be that the blood orchid is fake? Having seen his own strength, he felt that the Great Elder and those people should not be stupid to do such a thing. Karu dragged him. Just as Braun was about to dispose of Paul, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. The huge magic made the furnishings in the room float. 353, and Braun's expression changed from distress to consternation. He was all too familiar with this situation. Magic riot? That is to say, the other party really became a wizard. Braun wasn't the only one who was stunned. Paul was not much better. Looking at the furniture floating under his control, he was first horrified, ecstatic, and finally crying. This is the joy of the dream finally coming true. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to become a wizard in his lifetime. You know, Blood Orchid is just one of his hopes. Now hope becomes a reality through Braun's hands. So much so that the look in his eyes when he looked at Braun was filled with fanaticism. Mr. Braun, Paul shouted excitedly. Looks like you're out of luck. Braun smiled and didn't care much. Even if the other party becomes a wizard in a magic riot, his potential is here. There will not be much growth value in the future. To him, this kind of wizard is nothing at all. Naturally, I don't care much. And Paul did not have the slightest dissatisfaction with Braun's attitude, but decided more and more to hug this golden thigh. The wizarding world is exceptionally cruel. He definitely won't be able to go to school at his age. Then you can only fool around in the wizarding world. And a wizard with a background behind him is definitely better than a wizard without a background. Mr. Braun, I hope to join your family and run things for you. Paul knelt on the ground and said nervously. And Braun did not refuse after some muttering. Although the opponent's strength is not strong, the experience of living in Muggles for many years is what Braun needs. Some things that are inconvenient for him to do can be better done by handing over to the other party. For example, actions such as the acquisition of some factories. You can completely let the other person as your own white gloves. And the opponent's strength is very weak, which is more convenient for his control. I'll think about it. Well, you can go. Remember to take those Muggles seriously. I heard some people from the tribe say, my servants weren't very honest. Don't let them get me in trouble, said and waved his hand. And Paul left very wisely. But even so, he was also full of excitement. Since Braun did not directly refuse, that shows that the other party does have the intention to accept themselves. And to think about it is to look at your own capabilities. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. Taking care of those Muggles was the first task Braun gave him. Finished well, he transformed himself into a supernumerary wizard of a pure blood family. Not to mention walking sideways in the wizarding world, but at least you won't be bullied. And if the completion is not good, then the other party's consideration will obviously turn into rejection. Thinking of this, his expression became more and more grim. He wasn't a good guy in the first place. At this moment, for the sake of your future, you must naturally do this first thing well. You can't let those Muggles spoil them. Go back and teach those guys a lesson. What's wrong? You talk? Are we going to be locked up here all the time? Carrie asked at several people. Paul's departure left several people's minds a little floating. Without this person's surveillance, their discussions seemed unbridled. What do you say we're going to do? Escape? How do we get there? The ship was taken away. Even if we fled the tribe, there was no way to leave the rainforest. Matthew, the captain of the fishing boat, said in embarrassment. Laurie was obviously not very optimistic about this operation, but did not say anything. So sit back and wait? Didn't you see the miserable situation of that man today? Just because he spilled a plate of fruit on the ground, he was beaten. Who knows if we will be sold into the tribe? You know, we know each other's identity. Carrie said again. And this time is exactly what everyone is worried about. This afternoon, the white man was beaten by the natives for accidentally dropping a plate of fruit on the ground. This is too shocking for them. Looking at the situation where he has been guarded and dungioned now, he is naturally afraid that he will become a slave like the other party. To live a life that is worse than death and without dignity. That's what led to today's conversation. So what are you going to do? How do we escape? We don't need to escape. We just need to put what we photographed along the way into the river and pass it on. It will definitely attract the attention of others. We brought drones. At that time, you just need to. Just as Carrie was excitedly talking about his plan, but suddenly found that Lori and they all closed their mouths, looking terrified. This made Carrie look a little strange, and at the same time there was some 4.6 panic in his heart. Why don't you say it? Paul asked darkly. Originally, he just planned to teach these people a lesson and let them be honest. I didn't expect that. I had just left for a while, and I began to think about how to pass the news out. If only they had done it. He was sure Braun would not let him go. As soon as he thought of this, his expression became more and more gloomy when he looked at these people. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson? Only then will you be honest. His physical fitness was already good, otherwise he would not have lived in the rainforest for so long. Coupled with the magic riot, the body is not only much younger after being nourished by the magic power, strength has also increased. The few people present were naturally not his opponents. Within moments he was knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. Just as he was about to continue telling them what to do and what not to do, a huge explosion caught his attention. Rush! Kill them! Kill this group of oppressors! Don't be afraid! There are snakes on my legs? Listening to the shouts outside, Braun frowned and pushed the door open. What's going on outside? As a guest of the Black Snake tribe, he also helped them repair the magic array. Naturally, it won the admiration of the tribal warriors. There are also special people outside the door to guard it. The slaves' cages were opened. Riots were organized. But rest assured, distinguished guests, those slaves would soon be suppressed. Nothing will go wrong. The tribal warriors guarding outside the door didn't look very worried. Instead, it seemed very calm. It seems that this kind of thing is nothing in the eyes of 09. Braun didn't say anything more, but returned to the room and waited quietly. The Black Snake tribe is a large tribe, and there are wizards in it. It was certainly more than enough to deal with the slave rebellion. As a guest, it is better for him to stay in the room honestly in order not to cause some necessary misunderstandings. Bang! A loud bang smashed the wooden door. The tribal warriors who were guarding outside just now were lying on the ground with their faces covered in blood at this moment. There was a hideous wound on his neck, and he had long lost his breath. And a man who looked like a vampire walked in. The blood-red eyes and the pair of protruding canine teeth looked terrifying. A vampire? I didn't expect the slaves of the Black Snake tribe to be you. Tonight's rebellion is also related to you. Braun asked calmly. Even in the face of a powerful vampire, his face still does not change. Braun roll. The vampire man's face showed a hint of cruelty. If Lori and they were here, they would have found out that this man was the slave white man they had met. It's just that at this moment, he has long been unkempt. On the contrary, it looks hideous and cold. You shouldn't have come here. You ruined our plans. It seems that the big bad has something to do with you. The people of the Black tribe who were seduced are also related to you. Braun looked at the other party's unrelenting look and instantly understood. He said, well, what are vampires doing in this damn place? It turned out to be related to the big bad of that magic array. If you don't show up, maybe it'll be some time later. Under the combination of inside and outside, the Black Snake tribe may really be destroyed. It's just that now with the magic array being repaired by itself, the other party's hope is also gone. As for why the other side did not escape, looking at the bright moon in the sky, he instantly understood. The moon doesn't just empower werewolves. At the same time, there is also a considerable increase for vampires. And the other party has been lurking here for such a long time, and must have created a lot of blood servants. Taking advantage of the full moon night to have a rebellion seems very normal. If I were you, the most important thing to do now should be to leave early. Hope that the people of the tribe will not catch you. Instead of coming here to chat with me. Braun snapped his fingers. Read violent novels, just go to Fiction Network. The teacup on the table flew over. The light red tea flowing into his mouth made Braun couldn't help but let out a refreshing laugh. I hope you'll still be so tough in the future. The vampire sneered. The look in Braun's eyes was filled with resentment. It is because of the appearance of the other party. The plan will have such a big flaw. But again, this is also his chance. As long as you catch the other party, I believe that the Count will definitely not blame himself. Maybe he can still use this to go from a Baron to a Viscount. With the vampire's spell, his eyes became more and more blood red, and a faint red mist also permeated the room. In the mist, there seemed to be various figures writhing. Braun, who was in it, looked a little strange. A wizard with the strongest illusion riding wheel eyes was actually illusionized by others? Is this looking down on him? Look into my eyes and surrender to me. The vampire baron shouted excitedly at Braun. In his opinion, his illusion was definitely not something that a wizard could resist. Not even if he is an alchemy genius. Just as he was about to admire the appearance of the ordinary alchemy genius surrendering at his feet. What I see is not the cautious appearance of the other party. Rather, a pair of evil, pale eyes that are scarlet than their own. Bang! Look at the vampire baron whose head explodes like a watermelon. Braun's expression revealed some regret. Originally, he planned to ask some information from the other party. Who knows that they have just controlled each other? Words didn't have time to be spoken. The other party's head exploded like a watermelon. The whole house was bummed with a large area of red and white. 013. Clean up. Braun waved his wand. Clean the room of dirt. Only then did he take his wand and go out the door. From time to time, there are 1 or 2 slaves outside who have been bitten by vampires and turned into blood servants. It didn't take Braun's shot to be solved by Caro behind him. It turned into a statue with a hideous look. Then it was kicked and shattered into scattered ground. Braun. A somewhat excited voice came from not far away. I saw Luna and Lovegood running over under the protection of another alchemy puppet, Jessica. Just by looking at Luna and Lovegood's neat clothes, you can tell that they were not harmed. Braun, what the hell is going on here? Why are there so many vampires all of a sudden? Lovegood looked worried. Of course, there is a lot of excitement. On the way here, he took a lot of pictures. At that time, it will be directly said that these are the native vampires of the Black Continent. It will definitely attract the attention of many wizards. After all, white vampires have seen a lot. At first glance, the black one is quite novel. I believe that many people will definitely buy it. Slave rebellion. It should be resolved soon, though. After all, the strength of the Black Snake tribe is still very strong. Braun looked at the blood servants who were devoured by the giant python and said comfortingly, without the control of the vampire baron, these transformed blood servants have no brains. Coupled with the numerical advantage, it is not difficult for the Black Snake tribe to defeat these guys. Okay, go to my room and rest. As guests, we better not run around. Avoid causing misunderstandings from the other party. Lovegood nodded and did not retort. Now there is indeed danger in the tribe. It is better not to do anything radical to arouse the other party's vigilance. Just as Braun expected, blood servants are no match for the tribal warriors. It was almost dawn. These guys were all rounded up. The voices outside gradually calmed down. Distinguished guest, Grand Elder, invite you to the big tent. A tribal warrior with a spearhead stained with blood and some slaughter glanced at Lovegood's father and daughter. Finally, he looked at Braun again, and then said respectfully. Braun thought about it and did not refuse. He nodded and followed the other out of his room. Because it didn't come out just now, and the sky seemed dark. At this moment, with the help of the bright skylight, I finally saw the miserable situation outside. All kinds of slain slaves were eaten by the encircled python. And those who died tribal warriors were lit in prayer. And there are quite a few dead pythons. It's just that most of them are still cut open by many pragmatic tribal warriors. It seems that he intends to dry the meat in the sun. And in this scene, Braun also came to the big tent where the Great Elder was. It's not just a tent. More like a house decorated with animal skins. Great Elder, what are you looking for me for? Braun walked slowly into the tent. Then he saw the Great Elder who looked a little tired. I'm so sorry Braun for making you see the joke. Braun, on the other hand, waved his hand casually. His expression also became serious. Do you think this happened out of nowhere? I don't remember any vampire families in the Black Continent. You mean? Instead of answering, Braun pulled out a headless corpse. This guy is a slave of the tribe. The Great Elder recognized it at a glance. He's also a vampire baron. And the reason why he came was for that void creature in the magic array. Braun placed the body in front of the Great Elder. With the other party's knowledge, it was only a slight examination to understand that Braun was not lying to him. For a while, his face also became ugly. I thought it was just a simple slave rebellion, but I didn't think that someone was planning behind it. Thanks to this guy being killed, otherwise they might still have been kept in the dark. This time it's really thanks to you, Braun. The Great Elder said gratefully. Then there was some guilt. It's just a pity for those servants of yours, the environment was too chaotic. We can't do both, so. Braun also pretended to sigh. Of course, there is not much to say sad. Before he had been prepared to be destroyed. A group of muggles, even with Paul, a newly awakened wizard, is definitely no match for those blood servants. Even if he had gone out to the rescue, the result might not have been much better than it is now. Besides, who knows if anyone else exists besides that vampire baron. Compared to Luna's safety, those muggles didn't seem to be that important. It's just a pity that it's Steve. The girlfriend is gone, and the documentary is not made. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Of course, he was also lucky. At least his life was not lost. Still sleeping well in Braun's suitcase. This is also a blessing in misfortune. See, Braun did not take those servants to heart. The Great Elder was also relieved. A smile also appeared on his face again. Braun exchanged pleasantries before heading back to his room. For the next few days, the Black Snake tribe is mourning for the fallen warriors. However, in addition to mourning, it was ready to capture another batch of slaves in time. Make up for the lack of labor in the tribe. Although the Black Snake tribe is a relatively primitive tribe, but you can't do all the chores by the tribesmen. Some slaves were also essential. And the curious Braun also proposed to participate in and see the process of the other party's capture of slaves. As an honored guest of the Black Snake tribe, the other party did not refuse. Instead, he gladly invited Braun to join him. And Braun can be regarded as understanding the source of slaves in the Black Snake tribe. Or go to the city and find ordinary muggles to stun and bring back. Or catch those ordinary muggle primitive tribes in the rainforest. Of course, there are more of the former than the latter. According to some tribal warriors, most of the common Muggle tribes in the rainforest were caught, so people in the city have become their first target. Braun, they didn't stay here for too long. After Lovegood shot enough material and articles, everyone said goodbye to the Black Snake tribe and left here. It's a pity, there is still no news of the Vine Elephant. Lovegood sighed. Their original purpose was to find vine elephants, but unfortunately they learned about it from the Black tribe. This creature has long been extinct. It is not found in the rainforest. So, Lovegood did not continue to insist. After hesitating, he changed his target to shooting the Black Snake tribe. He felt that this must also be enough to arouse the likes of many people. Whew, just as Lovegood complained. In the distance, a huge ship was slowly sailing towards them. It's a steamer again. Braun sighed. No way, there is no airport in this seaport city. Naturally, you can't get on a plane. As for using Flunet, Braun felt that it was not as good as that of a ship. At least a ship was slightly more comfortable. Okay, stop complaining. This time we are sitting on a luxury cruise. Trust me, it's definitely going to be a wonderful trip home. Lovegood said excitedly. Braun, on the other hand, shrugged. Hopefully, I just want to have a good rest now. While saying that, Braun handed over the luggage to Karu and Jessica behind him, pulling Luna and walking towards the ship with the rest of the cruise passengers. Welcome aboard the Mauritania. I'm Jason, the captain of this ship. I hope you have a great trip. In the banquet hall, Braun and Luna sat at the dining table eating a meal. On the high platform, the captain of the cruise ship gave a speech. They have been on board for a week. The cruise ship has also sailed away from the Black Continent. Compared to the previous cruise, this cruise is even more luxurious. Because this is a newly launched cruise ship, all the facilities are up to date. It is even said that this time the journey from the Black Continent to England is the first voyage of the cruise ship. The captain's words caused cheers from many passengers. Just by looking at what they dress, you can tell that these people are either rich or expensive. Let's get out, Luna. It's too noisy here. Watch the passengers laugh loudly while swallowing the clouds. Braun couldn't help but frown. Luna naturally had no opinion either. After nodding obediently, he followed Braun to the deck. Compared to the murky air in the cabin, the deck is noticeably better. The endless sea is choppy. The moonlight fell like a piece of broken gold on the surface of the sea. 583 Mr. Lovegood is also too unreliable? Choose a luxury cruise? There's even a casino inside. No, it should be said that the casino is actually a cruise ship. Braun held Luna's hand and complained weakly. When he first got on board, he thought the cruise was pretty good. But it wasn't until the evening that I found out where this was a cruise. The whole is a casino. Although it is not unusual to have a casino on a cruise. After all, this is legally available internationally. But it is not so outrageous as this cruise ship. In addition to the banquet hall for dinner, there are also places outside where the passengers live. Some of the remaining dance halls, lounges, etc. are gone. Ross turntables, slot machines, and blackjack took up the place. Every day after Braun finished eating, he ran to the deck to rest. Wait until the time is almost the same before going back to your room. As he spoke, a low roar suddenly interrupted Braun's conversation. What's that? Luna looked a little nervous. AJCA, but still curious. There seems to be no fear of unknown creatures in the sea. Braun's expression became a lot more serious. Gray shadows burrowed from the deck into the deep sea and disappeared. It must be some kind of magical creature. It looks like it should be a big guy. Looking at the already calm sea, Braun said lightly. In the past few days, they have encountered many times the deep sea monster in the captain's mouth. For example, strange fish that roar, sea monsters that like to steal passengers' clothes. Because wizards themselves possess magical powers, they often attract the attention of some magical creatures. Most of them were made into specimens by Braun and became collections. Compared to this time, there should be no surprise. However, when the news came from Hormits of the Soul Fruit, Braun's face changed from relaxed to serious. We met Otova. Otova. Luna looked a little confused. A magical creature that lives in the deep sea, is a giant squid in Muggle mythology. It's just that he can eat with every tentacle, and is an extremely cruel magical creature. However, its flesh is relatively fragile. Classified as a level 5x dangerous creature by England's Ministry of Magic. This is a creature of the same level as the fire dragon. It's just compared to dragons. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Otova is easier to deal with, and its physical vulnerability is its weakness. As long as they can find the main body, Muggles can even kill them with bombs. Don't worry. The cruise ship is big, and Otova is still very intelligent. As long as the power system does not fail, cruise ships like this basically will not come over. After all, they also have to learn to hide themselves in front of Muggles. Braun stared at the sea for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. This highly intelligent magical creature is not much of a threat to cruise ships. At this moment, he was only attracted by the magical aura on his body. I believe it won't be long before I leave. Let's go back. As he spoke, the entire cruise ship suddenly went dark. It was as if the entire powertrain had failed. Even on deck, Braun could hear the panicked screams of the ship's passengers. Braun. So he's a crow-mouthed? After the front foot says that the power system does not fail, it is no problem. The hind boat is black? His face became ugly. The power of a cruise ship will never suddenly spiral out of control. There must have been a problem with the crew inside the ship. But now it's not for him to care about the staff. The most important thing to do is to let Otto's go. Otherwise, the entire ship of muggles would have to be eaten one by one like cookies. Leave? Otova? This is the ship sheltered by wizards. Braun shouted into the sea in the sea tribe language. At the same time, don't forget to release the magic aura on your body. As a magical creature with a super high IQ, he had no doubt that the other party could understand it. Instead, the worry is whether the other party is willing to leave. The sea that was still rough was calm. But he didn't wait for Braun to breathe a sigh of relief. A wave that was even rougher than just now came towards the cruise ship. Roar. A huge tentacle slammed on the deck, smashing the metal deck into depressions. Damn it. Braun cursed secretly, with annoyance on his face. It's clear that this is a collapse. Hide from Luna. Karu Jessica, protect her. He ordered his 2 alchemy puppets. Avidiso. There is nothing better to deal with this magical creature than magic. Accompanied by a green glow, the tentacles that had been resting on the deck stiffened violently. Then he was slashed down on the deck by Braun with his wand. Roar. There was a wail of pain in the sea. The green blood spread through the seawater, turning a large part of the cruise ship green. Even the hull of the ship exposed the metal under the paint under the corrosion of green blood. Since you are not willing to leave, then stay. A cruel smile lit up at the corners of Braun's mouth. Countless shadows emerged from behind him and burrowed into the sea. The sails on the bed are more like life, constantly fighting the monsters in the sea. Braun, on the other hand, came to the severed tentacle. In his hand, there was an extra strange-shaped bug. It's a pity. Braun sighed. Alien worm, cultured in the flesh and blood of specific organisms. A unique xeno-worm that targets the creature can evolve. This is a good thing he checked in these days, and he was going to take it back and study it well. Now it seems that in order to quickly solve this 5x creature, it can only be used first. With this monster being put into the broken tentacle and roaring, countless white-spotted worm eggs appeared on the tentacles. And then it continues to reproduce at a terrifying speed. Soon, a whole huge tentacle was swallowed into an empty shell by countless insects. Get on. Solve that guy. Looking at Otova who appeared on the surface of the sea with a face full of anger, Braun said with a sneer. And the bugs all let out sharp hisses. The appearance is also particularly eccentric, with teeth and head accounting for 2/3 of the entire body. A pair of transparent wings stick out from behind, but in a few seconds the wings harden. Then it was in Braun's shouts, fluttering his wings towards Otova. See these tiny bugs? Otova's eyes showed human disdain. Soon, however, this disdain was replaced by fear. These bugs don't seem to care about its hard armor. Huge teeth can be easily pierced. Even its corrosive blood could do nothing against them. They keep burrowing into their bodies along the wounds, greedily devouring his own flesh and blood, as if the purpose of their existence is to kill themselves. What's even more frightening is that these bugs are still multiplying. It seems that he wants to eat himself completely in this way. Roar. The same roar. Only this time the roar was filled with pain and pleading. It seems to be hoping that Braun will let it go. Let these monsters in your body leave. Only this time, Braun didn't respond. I warned you a long time ago, Braun said indifferently. Indifferently standing on the boat and watching the other party being eaten by the alien worm. It's just that the shock in my heart is a lot. It's just too powerful. The other party didn't have the slightest ability to fight back, but it was swallowed up in just a few minutes. With a loud bang, only Atoa, who had long been an empty shell inside his skin, fell heavily on the surface of the sea. It brought a huge wave, and the alien insects that ate Otova also died as the mission was completed. Sinks to the bottom of the sea with Otova's body. Whew. It seems that the crisis has been lifted. Let's go, Luna. We have to hurry to the cabin. See how to get the power back. Otherwise, once it encounters a storm, the cruise ship without the power system can only capsize in the sea. Braun called out to Luna, who had just hid behind the cargo box. Walk with each other towards the cabin. But what he didn't notice was that the scene of the battle just now happened to be filmed by a yacht not far away. What is it? The driver watched the huge monster that collapsed and swallowed. It seems that I can't believe that such a monster can still appear in the sea. His crew did not answer, but there was no less fear in their expressions than he did. They also saw the shocking scene just now. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. For a while, there was no hope for this mission. Boss, are we really going to hijack that freighter? I always felt that it was not a good idea. The driver of the boat asked Scarman, who was smoking in the co-pilot's seat. And the other party's look is obviously not very good. He naturally saw the scene just now. Neither the giant sea monster nor the boy standing on the deck facing the sea monster looked so easy to deal with. But think of $1 million after this mission. He hesitated again. Afraid of what? We have guns? And torpedoes are there? We can't deal with the sea monster. Can't that boy still do it? Maybe catch that guy and be able to ask other secrets? Scarman cheered. Yes, that's just a little bit of a special human being. Maybe we can also have superpowers. The team members shouted. It's just that no one knows what is really going on in his heart. In the cabin, after a short period of chaos, it gradually calmed down. The pale green glow of the emergency lights in the cruise ship made everyone feel extremely at ease at this moment. Plus the flame of the candle. Many frightened travelers breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is going on? Why a sudden power outage? Exactly? Isn't this a new cruise ship? How did this happen? several travelers said dissatisfied. And the captain also ran over at this time, apologized to everyone with a smile on his face. Sorry guys, the power train was just shut down by an employee error. Don't worry about recovering right away. After pacifying the crowd, the captain then carried the emergency lights towards the control room with apprehension. From time to time, I looked out the window, and my heart was full of anxiety. Hasn't people come yet? Originally, it was said that you came in while the cruise ship was out of control. The captain shouted in a low voice to a tall man in a black combat uniform beside him. The captain said they would be there as soon as they encountered something. Just delay a little longer. The man in combat uniform said indifferently. It's just that this casual attitude makes the captain particularly annoyed. In my heart, I felt more and more that this group of mercenaries was unreliable. It's just that if you ask for the other party, you can only delay time as much as possible. I plan to go back to the cabin later and talk to the passengers. The boss's ship is coming. The look of the man in combat uniform was full of surprise. Pointing outside through the porthole, he said, "Coming." The captain also saw the yacht outside. I was greatly relieved in my heart. At the same time, I became more and more excited. "Braun, you're all right." Lovegood was greatly relieved to see that Braun and Luna were not injured. The chaos just now was also very sudden for him, so there was no reaction for a while. "Dad, Braun defeated a big monster just now?" Luna showed off to Lovegood with a little excitement. Seeing that Lovegood was a little puzzled, Braun glanced at the surrounding passengers and explained in a low voice, "It's Otova. It should have been led by a cruise ship." Otova. Lovegood's eyes revealed surprise. However, it soon recovered again. "It's really that I've seen too much of Braun's extraordinary behavior along the way. It has long been used to being shocked. Just called Braun 963 to go to the sofa to rest for a while, only to find Braun still standing in place and not moving. What's wrong? There are other muggles coming, and they still carry guns that give me a sense of danger." Braun said seriously. "Just ran into fantastic beasts. Naturally, it is impossible to leave nothing behind. Be sure to watch out for other angry creatures coming." But the magical creatures didn't wait. They waited for a group of muggles. "Still with a gun? Is it a pirate?" Lovegood became quite serious. "It's bad if it's pirates. Maybe you have to reveal your identity. Give them something when they ask for something, and it's best not to expose yourself first," Lovegood explained. "Although it can erase the memory of these muggles, sometimes it is very troublesome. After all, there are quite a few people in the whole ship." Moreover, he did not want to use the oblivion charm on these muggles if it was not necessary. Although Braun's heart did not agree with Lovegood's approach, he did not say anything. Pirates can be a very scary thing for other muggles, but it's nothing for them. Even if you can't beat it, just use the phantom to move away, explained Braun and Luna. The three of them sat quietly in front of the sofa, ignoring the complaints of the other passengers, eating and waiting for the group to arrive. And at this time, the group of mercenaries finally boarded the cruise. "Scar, you're so slow?" The captain looked at the Scar man at the head and couldn't help but complain. "The waves on the road were too big and delayed some time." Scar explained indifferently and didn't say anything more. Those who do their line of work cannot show too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, it is easy to overwhelm the employer. After hearing Scar's perfunctory explanation, the captain did not say anything more, although he seemed a little dissatisfied, just urging them to get into the deck quickly. "I'll turn on all the power supply systems on the ship later, and then you start robbing again. But let's say we can't hurt these people," the captain chattered to the men. At the same time, he did not forget to use his identity card to turn on the power supply system in the control room. Scar and his group also followed the map given by the captain towards the banquet hall. "When I go back, I must condemn this cruise line well. Never take their boat again." With the incoming call, the banquet hall also lit up. Several Muggle tycoons also began to express their dissatisfaction excitedly. It has aroused the approval of many people around. But they haven't waited for them to continue talking. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. A rapid gunshot made them, who were still holding their necks, shrink their heads and hide. From time to time, several women's screams can be heard. And Braun's gaze also became serious. He knew it was the group of men with guns coming. "Get down. Lie down. Hand over all your money. Valuable watches and jewelry are all put in this bag." Several hideous-looking black men passed in front of each passenger carrying a pocket. And these rich people are also very cooperative to hand over watches and other things. For them, these are things outside the body. What life matters? I just hope that this group of pirates will not do anything too far. And soon this group of people arrived in front of the three of Braun Zero. Braun was about to hand over some of the remaining pounds in his pocket, but suddenly found a Scar man walking over. "Wait a minute." Scar man cautiously raised his pistol to look at Braun. There was a serious look in his expression. "You guys, come out with us." He pointed a gun at Braun and said to Luna. Several strong men around them also stared at them cautiously and greedily. At the same time, the gun in his hand was also held high, and as long as the other party dared to make a move, he would unceremoniously shoot Braun and them into a sieve. Sorry. We didn't quite understand. This is our money." Braun pretended to be afraid and handed over the pound in his hand. But who knows that the other party didn't look at it. On the contrary, one of them seemed a little impatient. "Boy, tell us how you can deal with sea monsters. Otherwise, you have to worry about your little life." Saying that, he proudly pointed a gun at Braun's head. In his opinion, he has a gun in his hand, and the other party can't help him at all. Braun's face became gloomy. You guys saw that. What if you see it? Hurry up and don't talk nonsense. The little black who raised the gun looked fiery. The group of mercenaries around also seemed excited. 3.2 The other party's method of dealing with sea monsters is very exciting to them. Originally, they were a little scared, but now they watched each other being pointed at gunfire. Naturally, it is not afraid. Even Braun knows magic, but you have to have time to prepare, don't you? Braun's expression remained calm. Now that you know, I dealt with that sea monster. Do you even have the guts to mess with me? Fac? Don't talk nonsense with this kid. Break one of his legs first? Look, he's not honest, the big black man said impatiently. And the boss at the head did not say anything, apparently agreeing with the other party. Although they are not the opponents of the giant sea monster, they think they can still deal with Braun. As soon as the shuttle bullet goes down, the other party has to become a sieve. It seems that they have never thought about whether the person who can defeat the giant sea monster is something they can provoke. Bang! Huge gunshots echoed through the hall. It's just that it wasn't Braun who fell, but the big black man just now. And the strange thing is that the gun originally held in his hand is floating in the air. The guns even have eyes and hands and feet that look particularly strange. And this change also made several people change color. Just about to pull the trigger to beat Braun into a sieve. But I found that I couldn't press the trigger. Then the firearms in their hands also changed in the same way. Bah! Stinks to death. I hate this stupid big guy touching me the most. The sound of chirping came from these firearms. This change frightened several mercenaries. There was even more fear in his eyes. Not waiting for them to escape. A succession of gunshots rang out behind them. Then fell one corpse after another. Braun, on the other hand, stood there and watched all this indifferently, completely ignoring these people's pleas for mercy and crying. The killing intent of these people just now can be true. He wouldn't just let them go, after killing all the mercenaries. Then he looked at the 3 surviving people. At this moment, they do not have the ferocity just now. On the contrary, it is like a frightened ostrich, dead with its head bowed and afraid to look more. His eyes were filled with fear and dazedness. In their opinion, Braun is the devil. Only demons can do such bizarre things. And if you want to fight the devil, you are simply impatient. Tell me, why did you pirates come to rob this ship? Braun sat down on the couch for a long time. With a snap of his fingers, the teacup flew into his hand on its own. Since it has been exposed, he does not plan to continue to hide. We are not pirates. We are mercenaries. The captain hired us. Scar did not hide anything and told what happened. At the same time, I began to regret it in my heart. If you don't expose the other party just now, don't force the other party. Maybe things won't be the way they are. But it's too late to think about it now. I only hope that the other party can let him go for the sake of taking the initiative to say the news. And as the other party narrates, it's not just Braun. The faces of others also began to become more and more ugly. Who would have thought that the captain turned out to be the biggest traitor on this ship? The other party wanted to cheat huge insurance premiums. I planned to rob them and bum the cruise ship. And coincidentally, at this time, the captain also happened to walk in from outside. He also pretended to be righteous. Don't worry, as the captain, I will definitely protect everyone. Halfway through these words, after seeing the tragic situation of several people in Scar and the corpses on the ground, frightened and instantly silenced. That's him, he came to us. We didn't want to rob the cruise ship. One of Scar's subordinates saw the captain arrive, shouted and said, there is still some hatred under the eyes. They did not dare to hate Braun, and could only vent this hatred on each other. Even now, if not Braun is still here. They even wanted to take out their pistols and shoot the guy who killed their brother into a sieve. Is there anything you want to say? Braun looked at the captain indifferently. There was coldness in his eyes. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Frightened, the other party's feet went limp, and he slumped on the ground. Who would have thought that a foolproof plan would go awry? Not only did that group of mercenaries not kill all these rich people, instead, he was caught by the other party. Now it's a big death. The thought that I might go to jail or even die because of this. He couldn't stop shaking. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot. The mercenary who had been following the captain fell to the ground. Blood soon gushed out, staining the ground in a large area. Before Scar could intercede, he was rewarded by Braun with a bullet and fell to the ground. Just now, when he was questioning, he had read the thoughts of these people with a dementor. Not a single good person. Killing is also a matter of eliminating harm to the people. This left Braun without the slightest guilt in his heart. And Braun's brutal performance frightened the captain. The passengers who were originally shouting also became more and more honest in their respective positions. You, raise your head. Braun looked at the captain in a deep voice. The other raised his head in horror. Only a pair of scarlet eyes were seen. Then, he stood up respectfully and bowed to Braun. Let's go and sail the boat. Yes. This strange scene made the other passengers more and more afraid. If it weren't for the fact that there was no way to contact the family on board, they are all ready to call home now. This scene is really too weird. Originally, 457 was still terrified, but in the blink of an eye, it became extremely respectful. This is obviously controlled by the other party. Look at the horrified crowd. Braun sighed. Now he still has to say a few words of comfort to these guys not to do anything excessive. Not for long, hold out to the waters of England. At that time, he will be able to deal with these things with the people of the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry so much. We are special MI6 personnel. This time it was here to carry out the mission. While speaking, Braun also took out the relevant documents from his pocket. Those present were rich people. Naturally, it is indispensable to recognize the goods. He was visibly relieved to see Braun's papers. Respectfully handed the document to Braun. Although there were still some mutterings in his heart, he didn't say anything very sensibly. You guys rest well, and when you get to the waters of England, the relevant personnel will come to pick you up. With that, he left here with Luna and Lovegood. And until Braun and all three left the auditorium, the crowd finally relaxed. Do you say that person is really from our MI6? An old rich man with bald hair couldn't help but ask. Who knows that? But I look at the documents for real. I really didn't expect that there are still special functions in the world. Another old man sighed in an authentic London accent. At the same time, it also makes the people around him sigh. But there was no more tension at the beginning. Everyone is a human spirit. Since Braun and they didn't make a move, it means that they have no intention of killing them. Naturally, it also relaxes them a lot. Stop worrying about your own life. As for Braun, are they really MI6? It has to be now. Hello, I'm Brunroll. On my way back, I encountered a Muggle robber who had now been killed by me. But the process was seen by many Muggles. I hope the Ministry of Magic can help with the aftermath. Braun took out a crystal ball and said. At the other end came a man wearing a Ministry of Magic uniform. Listen carefully to Braun's words. Hello, Mr. Brunroll. The Ministry of Magic will send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. Please also take care of your personal safety. After that, Braun exchanged 2 more pleasantries with the other party before putting the crystal ball away. Can you still contact the Ministry? Oh my god, that's great. Lovegood, who was still writing to explain the situation to the Ministry of Magic, breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Braun's crystal ball, he was even more envious. It's much easier than writing your own letters. Now I can finally rest assured. It shouldn't be long before someone who believes in the Ministry of Magic arrives. Braun breathed a sigh of relief. A brief fool of those Muggles was nothing. But over time, these people will still have some careful thinking. It's better to erase their memories as soon as possible. As for why he could have the crystal ball linked to the Ministry of Magic, this was given to Braun by the Minister of Magic, Fudge, after Braun created the Alchemy Castle. The purpose is to ensure Braun's safety. At the same time, Braun solved the problem when he needed help. This is the time to come in handy. Mr. Lovegood, it's not too early. That's right, it's time to rest early. Lovegood nodded and did not stay here any longer, pulling Luna out of Braun's room. The next few days, the atmosphere on board was noticeably calmer a lot. The scene of the old night of revelry is gone. Casinos have also become deserted. Everyone honestly stayed in their rooms. Even when it's time to eat, it's just coming out on deck for some fresh air. Then he ran back to his room again. It can be seen that the events of the day before yesterday scared them a lot. It's still a frightened bird. It might really have to wait until the people at the Ministry of Magic erased the memories of these people. But that's a good thing for Braun. In the past, he was noisy and could only hang out on the deck. Now I have time to read a book. Swoosh. A black shadow burrowed into Braun's body. It also made Braun instantly understand that someone from the Ministry of Magic was coming. The leader of the team is Braun's acquaintance, Ron's father Arthur Weasley. It's just that he doesn't understand how the people who abused the Muggle Goods division came here. Of course, this does not prevent him from greeting the other person, Mr. Arthur. After seeing Braun, Arthur Weasley was visibly relieved. The smile is also a lot more sincere. Braun, if you're okay, read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. There are a lot of things going on at the Ministry of Magic, so this time I helped lead the team. Arthur Weasley explained. The purpose is to be afraid of Braun's heart. I felt that the Ministry of Magic did not pay enough attention. I understand. Let's erase the memories of Muggles as soon as possible. After all, days have passed. Braun reminded. Generally speaking, the more time passes, the more troublesome it is to erase the memory. It's not just about deleting those memories. And in order for the subsequent memory not to be chaotic, it is necessary to make certain reasonable modifications to the subsequent memory. Don't worry, we brought this guy over this time. Arthur Weasley patted the water tank that was being carried by several Aurors. Braun looked over curiously. I saw a peculiar brain inside. When I looked closely, I realized that it was a jellyfish. By the way, this is your mask. Mr. Weasley thoughtfully handed over 3 masks. Although none of the 3 knew what this was doing. But they were all very knowledgeable and didn't ask much. Quietly watch the other party's treatment. The arrival of Weasley's group naturally could not hide the others on the ship. Seeing someone coming, they really thought that this was sent by the state to help them. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Bold even went up to the deck to greet them. It's just that Mr. Weasley didn't bother with a few people. Instead, he took out a potion from his pocket and was still on the floor. Then clouds of smoke filled the ship, accompanied by a constant plopping sound. The passengers on the ship also fell on board one by one. Recover quickly. Several Aurors joined forces and waved their wands. And the target is the jellyfish in the tank. After stimulation, the jellyfish quickly woke up. The remaining Aurors picked up the thin pipes that linked the jellyfish in the tank. Start channeling magic. The jellyfish also entered with the input of magic, and the color began to become more and more vivid. Zhao's good. Then a faint spiritual fluctuation flickered across the ship, and the Aurors did not hesitate to put down the thin tube in their hands, and once again released the spell to make the jellyfish unconscious. Okay, it's settled. Arthur Weasley's originally serious face also showed a smile. This is a magical creature. Braun was pretty sure he hadn't seen anything like this. It is also an extremely dangerous magical creature, able to hypnotize and tamper with people's memories. But don't worry, this guy spends most of his time in the mysterious things division. Braun's relationship with their family was not bad, so he said a few more words rarely. What a powerful creature. Braun sighed in admiration. He was sure that even the 5x thing Otova he met a few days ago was not as strong as the other party. The strength of this large jellyfish is definitely not something that the Ministry of Magic's dangerous magical creature assessment can divide. You will continue to be responsible for the next journey, and there will be special people to pick you up after arriving in the waters of England. Arthur Weasley saw that the jellyfish was hypnotized and turned his head and said with a smile. After a few more pleasantries, Arthur Weasley left with the Aurors. It didn't take long for the mist that permeated around the cruise ship to gradually disperse, and the passengers who were originally unconscious also woke up one by one. Once again, the casino opened and the banquet took place again. It was as if everything was the same as before. Nothing happened. It's finally here. Step onto the pier and listen to the loud whistle and the roaring sound of the crowd. Braun felt the joy of stepping into human society again. Mr. Lovegood, I'll go back first. Looking at Dom who was walking towards him, Braun took a deep breath, said to Lovegood, "Of course, child. This journey is indeed too exhausting. Have a good rest. I dare say that our newspaper will definitely be able to make a lot of money this time, and those magical blood orchid 857. This must be a huge benefit." Lovegood winked at Braun. Braun smiled in return. The potion, he had no intention of staying all. Their greatest value is to earn profits for Braun. Of course, this interest is not Galleon. It's all kinds of connections. The wizarding world may be very small compared to human society, but for the people who live here, it's no small thing. In the huge number of people, naturally many squibs were also produced. Even pure blood families are inevitable. And at this time, the value of the revenge potion is highlighted. Let the squibs perform a magical riot and become a wizard. This is definitely something that countless wizard families dream of. Braun could be trusted. When the news was released, it will definitely drive countless wizards crazy. Then trouble you, Mr. Lovegood. Handing the luggage to Dom on the side, Braun also said goodbye to Lovegood and Luna. During this time, a lot of things have happened in the country. On the carriage home, Braun couldn't help but ask. Just the last time Arthur Weasley led the team made him feel that something was going wrong. It's just that because it has been floating at sea, there is no source to collect information. Now that I have returned to England, it is natural to ask about what happened in the country during this time. Recently, the wizarding world and the muggle world have disappeared with a large number of children. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic probe every day. Everyone was panicking. Dom filled Braun's cup with a tea ceremony, and also very intimately found out the time of the Daily Prophet newspaper and handed it to Braun. Look at the headlines in the newspaper one by one. Braun's brows couldn't help but furrow. Indeed, as Dom said, a large number of children disappeared during this time, especially the muggle world. Dunrun even reaches hundreds of cases of missing children every day. It's a little too abnormal. Did the Ministry of Magic come up with any measures? Dom shook his head with big innocent eyes. Only the Aurors have stepped up their patrols. Also, the Muggle government has introduced a curfew. Braun sighed at this. The number of personnel in the Ministry of Magic is not large. Patrolling is already the limit. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Braun didn't have much good idea about it. However, he could faintly feel that there must be a huge push in this. Otherwise, it would never have been possible for so many people to go missing. This is so unreasonable. Ajk. Soon, the carriage slowly landed outside a huge manor. A dozen servants dressed in ceremonial dresses were greeted on both sides. After seeing Braun, he bowed respectfully. They were all servants of Roar Manor. Braun nodded at them. Then he returned to the castle casually. The exhaustion of the journey was washed away after a hot bath. But before Braun could rest, he was interrupted by another knock on the door. "Come in." Braun lay in the bathtub without moving. Outside the door, Dom walked in respectfully with the letter. "Master, this is a letter from Minister of Magic Fudge." Secretary Fudge's letter. Braun was a little surprised. After all, his relationship with Fudge was not too good. "It must be that you want me to hand over the manufacturing process of the alchemy castle again." Braun opened the envelope impatiently. But the content was not what he had hoped. "Invite me to the Quidditch Cup. Look at the contents of the letter and the 2 tickets that come with it." Braun looked hesitant. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in this kind of game. The allure of Quidditch wasn't much. And judging by the current situation in the wizarding world, maybe something will happen then. But in this case, he was afraid of causing some bad influence. For a while, he didn't know what to do. Reply to Mr. Fudge. "Let's just say I've just completed a long journey during this time. If you are physically exhausted, you don't go to the Quidditch World Cup." In the end, he decided to give up Fudge's invitation. School is just over 2 weeks away. During this time, it is better for him to rest at home. Although Pettigrew is not going to Albania now, no one is sure that something unexpected will happen in the Quidditch Cup. It's better for him not to go to the fun. Good host. Dom nodded. After a few short days of peace, with the official release of Singing Contrarian, Braun is once again in the spotlight of the wizarding world. The limelight even overwhelmed the upcoming Quidditch Cup. And the reason? Naturally, it is also inseparable from the revival potion. Mr. Roar, what do you think of the Daily Prophet praising you as England's Nicolame during this time? Nicola Flamel is my teacher. If I could, I would expect to be the next him. Mr. Roar, you claim to have invented a potion that can make a squib a wizard. Is it true? Can you show us? Then we need to wait until the official press conference. Mr. Roll. I finally broke free from the crowd and got into the carriage. Braun finally breathed a sigh of relief, accompanied by the publication of the elixir. The effect was as he expected. Many people in the wizarding world went crazy. Braun alone received no less than 100 banquet invitations during this time. There are invitations from the wizarding world from their home countries to the countries of the European continent. If the pure-blood families are still relatively reserved, then the media have no scruples. Every day there is a large crowd guarding outside the manor. If it weren't for the protective magic of the manor itself, these people would not dare to act rashly. He even suspected that the camera-mounted journalists would break in. It seems that you have become a big star again. Hermione looked at Braun's frightened appearance in the carriage and couldn't help but tease. Braun didn't look at the other party angrily, but instead drank all the tea on the table. Since the last time he came home, he had replied to Hermione. Today I also invited the other party to Diagon Alley. If only it were a big star. If I don't answer, I may make up something for me in the newspaper. Hermione covered her mouth and snickered and didn't say anything more. The carriage soon arrived at Diagon Alley. After parking, the two people got out of the car to buy school supplies. Compared to last year, Diagon Alley is noticeably less lively this year. Members of the Ministry of Magic patrol the road. There aren't many wizards on the streets either. The wizarding world has been getting more and more chaotic lately. Braun sighed. Muggle society is not much better. My street police patrols have also increased. There are police cars and curfews every night. Hermione said, holding Braun's arm. Looking at the empty street, the smiley face wrinkled. Let's go to Lycan bookstore first. I just bought the textbooks first. The proposal also happened to be agreed to by Hermione. The two of them wandered down the street and came to the location of the bookstore. The bookstore was already relatively close, so it didn't take long for the two of them. Long time no see, York. Oh, it's Braun? The clerk who was sitting at the cash register dozing off looked up and said with a smile. I thought you went to the Quidditch team. Whatever, my family asked me to exercise in the bookstore for a while before returning home to inherit the family property. The other party said with a bitter face. And Braun didn't say anything, just smiled. He didn't know each other very well. It's just that they are all students of the same college, and they are a little surprised to see them by chance. Are you here to buy books? Would you like to read the new book? York pointed to the huge Quidditch poster on the wall. It's all about this week's Quidditch team. Trust me, absolutely detailed. It's still a limited edition. I don't take it out for ordinary people. As he spoke, he pulled out a tome from under the counter. Just by looking at the thick dragon skin of this book, you can tell that it is worth a lot. We don't have time to go to the Quidditch Cup this week. You also know I've been a bit busy lately, but books can be wrapped. Who would refuse a limited edition Quidditch guide? York was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Very happily, this tome was put away in a special wooden box, and then tightly wrapped. It's because of the potion. I read the newspapers. This time you are here to buy teaching materials? I'll take you there. York guided enthusiastically. Braun didn't refuse, either. There are not many books to buy in the new semester. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Just a few copies. The main replacement is still potions and defense against the dark arts books. Indeed, because of the magic elixir. I was almost bored to death during this time. Invitations everywhere. I don't even know what to do. Happy troubles. York teased as he packed. I'll see you at the banquet. Braun said hello to the other and pulled Hermione out of the place. It wasn't until she was far away that Hermione couldn't help but ask. Don't you need money to buy anything? Absolutely. When he turns back, he will definitely go to the manor to get it. When the time comes, you just give me the money. Braun seemed very casual. Such cases are not uncommon. It's just that only some well-known purebloods are treated like this. Now with the Alchemy Castle, there are also revenge potions. He was already gradually able to feel the change. By the way, why don't you go to the Quidditch Cup this time? I see a lot of people getting ready to go. Neville asked me last time if I wanted to go. Two people sit on an ice cream stand and eat ice cream. I don't really want to go. Seriously, if it weren't for the sucking team in our academy, I won't have participated in the last House Cup. By the way, this time are you going to school with me or? I'll go home. This time I set off from the train station. Okay then, I'll see you when school starts. The day of the start of Hogwarts was still rainy, or that is always the case in England in September. But even so, there are still many little wizards waiting here at the train station. Braun didn't stay outside for long. I hurried into the car with my luggage. It wasn't until they came to the box of the snake courtyard and saw Shinobi that they were relieved. Hey Braun, long time no see. I heard that you went to the Black Continent for fun. As soon as you enter the door, Shibani's mouth was as sudden as a machine gun. It seems to be particularly excited. It's okay. I brought you some souvenirs. Braun shrugged. I opened my suitcase and took out a lot of interesting gadgets. Cool. I love this necklace. Shibani excitedly picked up a necklace made of snake teeth and put it on his neck, looking very excited. Daphne also picked up a bracelet made of colored stones and hung it on her wrist. How are you guys? Quick heis. Braun was going to hear about the game. Who knew that as soon as the words fell, the faces of several people involuntarily fell. Don't mention it. Oops. At that time, there were people who were making trouble at the venue. Thanks to the Aurors, order was maintained in time. Shibani sighed and waved his hand. Braun frowned. Someone making trouble? In the Daily Prophet. Before he finished speaking, he reacted instantly. Also, this kind of thing is certainly impossible for the Daily Prophet to report into. The Ministry of Magic issued a gag order, but it will definitely be reported later. It might have to be delayed for a while. Theodore sighed. Hold a quill and write on a book. Shibani brought out a set of wizard chess. Play chess with Braun to pass the time. The Tri-Wizard tournament will be held this semester, have you heard? Shibani controlled a knight to walk forward. I listened to my dad. Daphne watched the chess game from the sidelines. He said that this year's Tri-Wizard tournament was supposed to be held here. However, the other two colleges later disagreed and changed it to a 3-school competition. Conduct 3 sessions. One at Hogwarts, one at Beauxbatons, and finally one at Durmstrang. Let's take a look at the first session of 533. Daphne sighed. Alas, it's a pity that we can't participate in the 4th grade. If only I were 17. Maybe there's a chance. Sabani said with some pity. Will, maybe you'll have a chance to participate next time. After all, the Tri-Wizard tournament takes place every 3 years. Next time you'll be in 7th grade. Braun said with a smile after eating the last defensive piece on the Shibani chessboard. What a mistake to play chess with you. Shibani muttered 2 words. I was dissatisfied with watching my pawns being eaten. But he soon left it behind. Start pulling out the various snacks you bought this summer. This is a Quidditch Cup snack, Braun. Crumb, the seeker of the Bulgarian team? There are players from other teams. Sabani pulls out a little man on a broomstick, Sugar Man. It looks exceptionally lifelike. However, after showing off with Braun, he was bitten off his head by Shibani. Taste it. There is also a strawberry sandwich inside. Sabani shared happily. Braun was speechless. I dare say you let those team members know that you eat their kind of candy man like this. You're going to get beaten. What's this? I'm just a consumer. Besides, aren't these sugars made to eat? I don't want to learn from other people's collections. Oh, God, this broom is chocolate? Watch as a whole little sugar man is gulped up by Sabani's blood basin. Braun isn't pushing away either. He also picked up a crumb and ate it with relish. Not to mention, these limited edition candies do taste good. I heard that this time the person sent by Tri-Wizard champion Sedum Strong is Crumb. But doesn't that have to go through the goblet of fire? Daphne didn't go eat the sugar. Instead, I drank pumpkin juice. Hot pumpkin juice is just right for the season. Maybe Durmstrang doesn't think anyone else has any qualifications other than him. Sabani said casually. I just don't know who else our academy chooses. You don't know. I went to Durmstrang with my dad this summer. There, Kobe is much better than us. Although the weather was cold, they never admitted Muggle students. That is, my mother did not want to, otherwise I would have gone to school there long ago. My dad knows those principals. In the hallway, Malfoy was loudly telling his 2 attendants about what he had seen during the summer vacation. Didn't it also attract the attention of several small snakes around? Bang. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. Daphne, who was leaning against the door, closed the door shut. This makes it less loud. Malfoy is still such a stinky fart. It's really not what he thinks. It's like a child all day. Show off everything. Braun had a new invention during the summer vacation, and he was not as high profile as he was. Actually, Durmstrang is really good. After all, it was the school of the first generation of the Dark Lord. My mom once considered letting me go. Shibani ate the sugar and said in a somewhat vague voice. It's so cold there. I don't want to eat salted fish and wear a fur cape all day. Daphne snorted, appearing a little resistant. In the 2nd grade, because there were too many things in school, people were panicked zero. Many small snake doors do have plans to transfer schools. That's why I know a lot about Durmstrang. Only later with the disappearance of the basilisk. The reason why the school is once again stable. Most people put this idea behind them and stop thinking about it. Several people were talking. The train finally started at this time. With the sound of a whistle, it passed in the direction of Hogwarts. The rain crashed against the windows, blurring the outside. Only the inside of the carriage is still so warm. Faintly, you can also hear the little wizards in the other carriages singing the school song. They all look very happy. It rained heavily all day. Wait until Braun and the others come to Hogsmeade. The heavy rain still doesn't mean to stop. On the contrary, there is a feeling of intensification. Fortunately, the professors at the school also discovered this. I waited at the station early and prepared a large row of raincoats. Long time no see, Professor McGonagall. Braun jumped out of the car and ran to the station. With a wave of his hand, he handed out the raincoat to the little wizard in the car. Won countless voices of gratitude. Cast spells without a wand? You can see that you have made a lot of progress this summer. I dare say you'll be able to study animagus this semester, Professor McGonagall said with some surprise. 2.4 At the same time, like Braun, he controlled the raincoat to fly to other carriages. That's wonderful. Seriously, Professor, I can't wait to try animagus. Braun agreed with a smile. The magic built a shield around him. Let the rain not get close to his surroundings. However, other little wizards did not have such good luck. Most cast a short-term waterproof spell on wizard robes. But in the face of such pouring rain, the effect is still not very good. Although they covered their wizard robes as much as they could. But the rain is like growing eyes. I got into their clothes. So much so that they look particularly embarrassed. Okay, you guys get into the carriage. We continue to be responsible for distributing raincoats to care for these new students, Professor McGonagall urged. Braun nodded and did not stay. Instead, they got into the carriage with Shinobi. Most of the senior students are able to cast the waterproof spell. The distribution of raincoats is mainly to young wizards who have just entered school, in order to ensure that they can successfully obtain the guardian magic granted by the Big Four. Even now it's pouring rain outside, but they still couldn't take a horse-drawn carriage and had to walk to the Black Lake themselves, then take the boat to the school. The carriage drove on the muddy road. The heavy rain hit the carport, causing the carriage to smell of musty and rain. But soon the carriage stopped outside the auditorium. Braun jumped out of the car first. At the same time, do not forget to help Daphne. As for Sabini and Theodore, let's come down by yourself. The four people didn't say anything when they got out of the car. Run towards the Great Hall with the other little wizards. 09. No one wants to get out in the rain. Huh? Eat me a water polo. A huge water balloon was thrown over, exploded violently in the crowd. It caused the little wizards around to scream. Peeves ran out laughing. Haha, the little wizards have all turned into soup chickens? He excitedly flipped his head in midair. Carrying a water balloon seems to be thinking about where to throw it next. But when he saw Braun in the crowd, his expression visibly became fearful. The last time he was caught by Braun, he was tortured a lot. So much so that for a long time after that, he avoided this little wizard. At this moment, seeing the other party, I instantly remembered the fear of being tortured by the other party. Where would he dare to stay here immediately? Screaming and disappearing into the wall. Braun, how do I feel that Peeves is a little afraid of you? Shinobi couldn't help but say. Maybe I taught him too badly before. Braun said with squinted eyes. Don't think about it. Let's hurry to the auditorium. It was so cold outside. So to speak. The little wizards around who were curious to look at Braun also reacted one by one. Oh, yes. Now that Peeves is gone, don't hurry to the auditorium. Staying outside is freezing to death. The little wizards crowded into the Great Hall. They each went to their respective tables. Compared to last year, the dining table is again a lot less familiar faces. Many more places have been vacated. And Braun has officially become an old man in Slytherin from a little wizard in the first year. But soon, these positions will welcome new students. But there hasn't been much change in the teachers' seats. The professors are still sitting there. Just one less Professor Kelborn. It is said that after confirming Hagrid's teaching level, he officially left the school, traveled the world. Braun also saw Snape, the head of his own house. The other party also seemed to detect Braun's gaze. There was even a rare smile. The reason for the revenge potion, Braun said secretly in his heart. However, he nodded politely at the other party. Snape was good to him, and he should be respectful. Braun, did you see that? There was no one in this year's defense against the dark arts class. Sabini whispered. But soon I was happy again. Maybe the dean can do both. That way, my defense against the dark arts class doesn't have to worry. Read violent novels, just go to Filofiction Network. You can fish with confidence. The little snakes were well aware of Snape's protection. If the other party can become a defense against the dark arts professor, they will still be happy. That way they would be able to see Gryffindor in one more class. Don't think about it, the professor who took over is Moody. Theodore finally put down his tome. Moody. Daphne looked a little surprised. That famous Auror? It is said that almost half of Azkaban was filled by him. Daphne said excitedly. Sabini is similar. Great. I'll just say why our textbooks have become black arts research. This year's defense against the dark arts class is finally reliable again. At the very least, don't go on stage to stage or act like a fool. I finally don't have to go to the duel club to make up lessons, so I can have more time to play. So you really don't want to participate in the duel club? Braun asked with an unkind face. It made Shinobi, who was still happy, smile froze. Well, Braun, you know, how could I possibly not like the duel club that? I just don't want to see my best friend too tired, Sabini said flatteringly. Braun gave him a blank look and didn't say anything. In the years he has spent with Shinobi, he knows this guy too well. Mouth talk did not open the door. So I didn't care. Soon, the doors to the auditorium opened again. The students also stopped talking in amusement, quietly watching Professor McGonagall lead a group of young wizards into the Great Hall. Most of the people in it, Braun, did not know, and you can tell by looking at the expressions of the other little snakes who don't care. Not many of this year's students are pure-blooded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had that attitude. The little wizards came to the sorting hat in a neat line. 443. Despite pretending not to squint, Braun could still see the nervousness of these people. It's just that everyone just smiles. It's as if I remember who I used to be. And at this time, the sorting hat placed on the bench finally moved. The freshmen exclaimed, their eyes full of excitement. But the old students are much calmer. It's just subconsciously a little curious about what kind of songs this year's sorting hat will sing. After all, the Song of the Sorting Hat is also a reserved program for the annual start of school. Many years ago I must have been an ordinary hat, 4 founders. I thought it was a new song. Sabanai looked a little disappointed. This song he sang last year or the year before last. I dare say he certainly didn't think about it well this year. Maybe it's a little loud. This made the sorting hat, who was originally singing, couldn't help but glare viciously at Sabanai. However, just by looking at the somewhat wandering gaze of the sorting hat, you can occasionally know that it is also a little embarrassing. Gotta give the hat time. A new song every year is a little too hard for it. After all, the sorting hat has no brains. Sorting hat, I thank you for telling me. One song is finished. The students are also very aware of the failure. It doesn't matter if the song is new or old, just hearing the other person sing seems to make them feel a rare closeness. In the applause, the sorting hat changed to its original motionless appearance. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, began sorting proficiently. The sorting is placed on the heads of the freshmen in turn. Wait for the sorting hat to decide where the students are going. Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, each accompanied by the shouts of the sorting hat. A little wizard will happily run towards the corresponding table, listening excitedly to the old students explain some interesting facts about the academy to themselves. But maybe it's because there are more students this year. Even the sorting ceremony took longer than in previous years. Accompanied by one of the last students sitting in Hufflepuff, the sorting ceremony was finally completed. It seems that everyone can't wait. Dumbledore in the chair smiled and stood up. So, eat kids. The banquet begins? Accompanied by Dumbledore's voice, a variety of food appeared on the originally empty plate. The freshmen shouted in amazement, once again shocked by the magic of magic. Although the old students are used to it, they can't help but swallow their saliva when they smell the aroma emitted by the food. Grab your knife and fork and feast. Braun is naturally not far behind. Ate it like any other little snake. Even some of the little snakes who originally paid attention to table manners gobbled up their companions one by one. I don't care about that. The lively banquet is naturally indispensable for the arrival of ghosts. The ghosts of the 4 houses sang songs and joyfully walked through the stone walls to the auditorium. From time to time, I also taste the food on the table and make my own opinions by the way. These ghosts who have gradually lost their 5 senses. With the help of Braun's spirit bottle, not only the soul was replenished, but also his lifespan was extended. And the 5 senses that disappeared are also restored. It's no different from when you just died. But that's for freshmen who don't know anything. Naturally, there was another burst of exclamations. Some of them are timid. If they were not pulled by the seniors at the same table, they might have been scared away. Ding ding. With a crisp knocking sound, the originally messy dining table became clean again. Everybody is almost eating. Dumbledore smiled and stood up. After looking around the hall, he was much more satisfied. The noisy hall gradually quieted down as the other party got up. Hello everyone. First of all, I have to introduce myself to the new students. I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Of course, I think the old students should know me, so there is no need to introduce them separately. There was a burst of good-natured laughter from the crowd, and the freshmen were staring wide-eyed, curiously looked at the headmaster with white hair. On behalf of the college, I welcome the new students. You will spend the most important time of your life here. But before I do that, I have to talk about school discipline. First of all, no magic can be released in the hallway. Dung eggs and laborious fireworks are not allowed to be used in the hallway and classroom. This is what Mr. Filch, the key keeper, asked me to remind you. Filch, who was sitting in the staff position, stood up with a serious face. Many little wizards nodded with some fear. Also, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, so if you don't want to lose your life, don't go in. Finally, Dumbledore's serious expression softened considerably. Our Quidditch tournament this semester is cancelled. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network. There was silence in the auditorium. Then came the louder noise. Everyone was talking about why Quidditch was cancelled this semester. After all, Quidditch is the most important game of the year at Hogwarts. This also caused many Quidditch members to look at Dumbledore with resentful expressions. However, there are still some little wizards who are very indifferent. It seems that this result has been known for a long time. This is because we are going to have a big event this semester that has disappeared for many years. Looking at the confused eyes of many people, a smile appeared at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. That is, the words are not finished. The door was slammed open. Everyone's eyes were also attracted to the past. Braun looked intently. I saw an old man wearing a cloak with a gloomy look walking in. It's just that the old man's appearance made him can't help but take a deep breath. Most of the nose disappeared, and one eye was missing. It became the alchemy demon eye. One leg disappeared and was replaced by a wooden leg. If you look at this terrifying appearance, no one would think that this person turned out to be a great auror. The auditorium, which was still noisy, instantly fell silent. All the little wizards stared at the terrifying-looking wizard to see what the other party was going to do. Who knows that the other party didn't say anything. Instead, he limped up to the teacher's seat and sat on the position of defense against the dark arts professor. He took out the wine jug he carried with him and took a large sip of it. Make a refreshing laugh. Leave me alone, you guys go on. Seeing that the eyes of the little wizards were focused on themselves, the old wizard waved his hand casually. He pulled the remaining gold plate on the table in front of him. Cut the already cold beef on your plate into small pieces with a table knife. Drink with spirits. This is moody. Shinobi couldn't help but ask. Braun nodded. Wang Hahao withdrew his gaze. This is indeed moody. His tone seemed much more relaxed. The other party was not pretended to be Barty Crouch Jr. In this life, Pettigrew was directly killed. There was no time to find Voldemort. Barty Crouch Jr. was naturally not sober. He is still locked up in the basement of his home by his father. This greatly relieved Braun. I feel that this semester should be a lot calmer. His appearance is a little scary, to be honest. I even thought he was a dark wizard. Daphne was a little afraid of the string. He's been through so many battles. Hurt by too much magic. Braun sighed. Although Moody's role in the original work is basically absent. But don't care what you say. As far as Braun is concerned, he still has great respect for this man. This is a man who has dedicated his life to the Ministry of Magic. But this year's defense against the dark arts class may be much better. Daphne said a little cramped. As if to determine her opinion, she also glanced seriously in the direction of Moody. Then I was startled by the constantly rotating magic eye. He lowered his head in fear. This is Moody, your new defense against the dark arts professor this semester? He is the only man in England today to receive the Order of Merlin for capturing prisoners. He is also the greatest Auror of the 20th century. I think you will definitely learn a lot this semester under his teaching. Dumbledore introduced. Then he turned to what had just happened. Okay guys, let's move on to why the school cancelled the Quidditch match. Dumbledore saw that everyone's attention returned once again and continued to explain. We are going to have the Triwizard Tournament this semester? This is a game that has disappeared for more than a decade. Most people may not be clear. Looking at the blank eyes of the little wizards, Dumbledore said slowly. This competition originated for hundreds of years, and its full name is the Warrior Tournament of the Wizarding School of the European continent. At that time, dozens of wizarding schools participated. Compete for the strongest schools. It is essentially a test of interests and academic achievements. The winner will be able to receive more money, magical materials, and resources for the next 3 years. Later, with the changes of the times, the wizarding secrecy law was promulgated. Some schools of wizarding gradually declined. Later, 620 gradually evolved into 3 houses, namely Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. The purpose has also changed from the initial benefit to a competition for honor. However, the winner will still receive a large reward. And the bonus is 100,000 galleons. And this time there is no age limit for the competition. Even first-year students can participate. Dumbledore's introduction made everyone feel short of breath. Even the eyes of those freshmen who have just entered the school are full of envy and yearning. 100,000 galleons. What a lot of money that would be. You must know that the cost of their school at the beginning of school is only a few tens of galleons. 100,000 galleons. Maybe some ordinary wizard families who sold all their belongings may not be able to have so much money. And now you just need to win the game to get it. This makes some little snakes can't help but be moved. The Gryffindors were even more eager to try. You know, there are no restrictions. Don't rejoice too soon. Dumbledore slowly poured cold water on everyone. There is no age limit though, but to keep everyone safe, all students who want to participate in the competition must be approved by their professors. In other words, you need to be able to have the strength to teach tricks. This is not an easy task. Several deans sitting in the teachers' seats also nodded one after another. Beeb looked particularly serious. It seems that the intention is to tell everyone that it is impossible to release water. Some little wizards who want to sneak and play tricks had better put off such thoughts. Headmaster Dumbledore, when does the competition start? George Weasley asked loudly. It seems that there is already some impatience to get involved. October. Dumbledore glanced at the other party and said kindly. Nothing changed because of the other party's question. In October, the other 2 academies will come to our academy to compete. After the European Continent Wizards Association jointly discussed and decided. This time, the Triwizard Tournament was played as a squad. And it is carried out in 3 faculties. So some of the tournaments will have different patterns. The academy's tentative squad size is 5. The 5 will be selected among 4 colleges. I will also send this matter to your home by letter. Those who want to participate in the test must first obtain the consent of the guardian. Okay guys, that's all that needs to be said. I think everyone is tired of the day. Let's sing the school song. It's still the way you like it? Dumbledore knocked on the table. He took out his wand to act as a baton, coughed twice, and motioned for everyone to sing along with him. Hogwarts? Hogwarts? Begin? Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts? You teach us knowledge. Whether it's a faltering old man or a babbling child. Although today Dumbledore announced one shocking news after another. Read violent novels, just go to Philo Fiction Network? But the little wizard's enthusiasm still did not fade by half a minute. It's rare that they don't sing in their favorite tune. On the contrary, the real rules and regulations were solemnly sung according to the original tune of the school song. Even the freshmen who could not sing sang enthusiastically under the leadership of the old students. This change surprised Dumbledore. But soon he was once again commanded with joy. A song. Everyone also went down to their respective lounges under the leadership of the prefect. However, the discussion did not stop, but became more and more enthusiastic. Braun, what do you say I should do if I have those 100,000 galleons? Sabanai asked excitedly. But before Braun could answer, he spoke to himself. I'm going to take a stake in BB Dawei. Let them give me a new flavor of BB Dawei beans to eat every year. God, I feel so happy when I think about it. Look at this guy who has fallen into intoxication. Braun could only assume that he did not see it. Braun, will you participate? Daphne leaned over and asked in a low voice. It should be. I'm still interested in the Tri-Wizard tournament. But I don't know if I can choose that then. Braun shrugged. I didn't worry as much as everyone else, and I didn't care much. After experiencing numerous dangers as you traveled everywhere, he was already able to show calm about the excitement of the other little snakes. The Tri-Wizard tournament is against underage wizards even in danger. Even if there is a danger, it cannot be too exaggerated. Compared with the crisis I have encountered, it is still a little inadequate. And 100,000 galleons is nothing to him. It's best to participate, it's okay not to participate. You can definitely participate. Daphne said adoringly. Braun, on the other hand, smiled slightly and rubbed the other party's blonde hair. Daphne snorted in disgust and ran to the front with a red face. Are you going to participate? Theodore walked over in a calm tone. Have this plan, you. The same. However, it may not be possible to succeed at that time. Those in the 7th grade will not miss this good opportunity to make a name for themselves. Theodore sighed. Just do your best. Braun patted Theodore on the shoulder. Orthodox. The prefect said to the gate. In the future, everyone must remember the password. Got it. Marcus emphasized to the new students. Braun greeted him and walked into the lounge. As soon as you enter the lounge, the cold on his body was instantly dispelled. Even the sound of the wind and rain disappeared. Suddenly, it became quiet. After saying hello to the other students, they went back to their respective bedrooms. The common room was already familiar to them, and could not be more familiar. Naturally, there are no plans to stay here any longer. After a tiring day, it is more comfortable to rest and rest. The Braun trio thought the same way. The bedroom is still the same as before. Basically, this dormitory Braun will live in almost until graduation. Luggage and other things have been neatly placed in their places by the house elves. Even Tom stood honestly on his tripod and slept comfortably with his head nested. It was when Braun entered the door that he looked up, then retracted his head. Sleep first? After washing, Braun took the lead in yawning and said to everyone. Then he collapsed on the soft velvet bed. Theodore nodded to Sabanai. Also all went to bed. It didn't take long for a gentle breathing to come from the entire bedroom. And Braun, who was the first to go to bed, stared at the top of the bed with his eyes open, not knowing what he was thinking.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.